Chapter 3 Mom, could you lend me some money? Lu Shuai pulled a tissue from the dining table and handed it to Qin Wan, inquiring, was I abducted by human traffickers? After hanging up the phone. Qin Wan immediately switched her device to do not disturb mode. She turned to Lu Shuai and said, your grandfather and I have been investigating this matter for years. However, since it was 1995, the number of surveillance cameras on the streets was minimal. And we have yet to uncover the truth. Nevertheless, it should not have been human traffickers. And what about my father? Who is my father? Your father is Su Kaixing, a soldier. After accidentally losing you, he was consumed with guilt. Unfortunately, he sustained injuries during a military exercise 6 months later and passed away. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai felt a deep sadness within him. It dawned on him that his parents had not abandoned him. They had loved him dearly. Yet he would never see his father again. Reflecting on the resentment he harbored towards his parents in his youth, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and said, I'm sorry, Mom, that I was so foolish as a child, resenting you for not wanting me. For the first time in over a decade, Qin Wan heard the word mom from him. Her heart swelled with emotion. And the composure she had just managed to regain surged back, prompting her to embrace Lu Shuai tightly. As she inhaled the scent of sweat emanating from him. She thought about the years he had spent alone, enduring hardships. Choked with emotion, she said, no, it is I who should apologize that I should have found you sooner. I'm so sorry for the suffering you endured. Lu Shuai felt uncomfortable being held in such a way. He wanted to break free from Qin Wan's embrace, but found her holding him even tighter. He whispered, Mom, I'm dirty. I smell of sweat. That you're not dirty. Not at all. You are my son, and I will never let you leave me again. Qin Wan replied with a quiver in her voice. Lu Shuai felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Surrendering to her embrace, he thought to himself, from now on, I am no longer an orphan. I have a family. After a while, Qin Wan's sobs gradually subsided. Lu Shuai asked, Mom, have you eaten dinner yet? Would you like to eat something now? Wiping her tears with a tissue, Qin Wan smiled. All right, that there's a restaurant nearby with good business. Let us go there. Lu Shuai had initially hoped to treat her to a nice meal at a hotel, but noticing the nearly empty bowl of rice noodles in front of Lu Shuai, she inquired, are you full? Can you eat a bit more? Having spent the day doing manual labor, Lu Shuai had just finished a bowl of noodles, but was only half satisfied. Her sudden question caught him off guard. And he felt a bit embarrassed, quickly responding, I'm full. Then I'll eat at this restaurant too. Whatever you have for dinner, I will have as well. Wait here for a moment. I will call the owner in. Qin Wan said before stepping outside. Upon seeing her emerge, Secretary Zhao and 2 police officers hurried over. Qin Wan addressed the chubby officer, Director Shi. Thank you for your hard work today, that I had planned to invite you for dinner to express my gratitude. But today marks a reunion between my son and me. President Qin, there is no need for formality, that we have tasks to attend to tonight, so we won't intrude on your reunion, Director Shi replied with a smile. Work may be busy, but dinner is essential, Qin Wan remarked as she turned to Secretary Zhao. Zhao, please ensure that Director Shi is well taken care of tonight. Rest assured, I've made arrangements at the Peony Hall of the Binhai Hotel. Zhao Rong, Qin Wan's personal secretary, replied. Thank you, Director Shi, and to the other officers as well, for your diligent efforts today, that a feast has been prepared for the evening. You must join us, Qin Wan insisted. Director Shi chuckled. President Qin is too gracious that we won't be pretentious. I will head back to the office to wrap things up, and then take my colleagues directly to the Binhai Hotel. With that, he and the lean officer departed. All right, President Qin. Here is the key card for the presidential suite at Binhai Hotel. Room number 888, Zhao Rong said, handing her a hotel key card that I left in such a rush today that I forgot my bag. Please hold on to it for me. Once I'm done here, I'll meet you at the hotel. Understood, President Qin. Our driver, Xiao Lu, is waiting just outside that I've sent you the details. If you need a ride, just contact him. I'll head over now, Zhao Rong replied. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Please treat Director Shi well, Qin Wan instructed before Zhao Rong departed. She was quite pleased with her secretary's capabilities. Despite her youth, Zhao Rong was diligent and efficient. That I noticed you have matters to attend to outside, so I asked the owner to prepare a bowl of beef noodles for you, that you're from the north. So you might not be accustomed to southern rice noodles. Hence, I had it changed to noodles, Lu Shuai mentioned. Qin Wan smiled slightly and said, this is the first time in over a decade that I've shared a meal with you. I will be happy with whatever we eat. With that, she sat down and began transferring the beef and egg from her bowl to Lu Shuai's. Mom, I'm already full. Why are you putting food in my bowl? Yuri's still growing. Eat more, that I'm on a diet tonight and can't eat this much, Wan said, feeling both touched and pained. Perhaps, to him, beef and eggs were considered luxuries, though Lu Shuai felt embarrassed. He picked up his chopsticks and began eating the egg from his bowl, saying between bites, Mom, where will you stay tonight? Are you in such a hurry to know? Yes, the person I just spoke with was your grandfather. He plans to fly over now, but I managed to dissuade him. Wan paused briefly before continuing. Is there anything else you need to attend to here? Lu Shuai lowered his head and fiddled with the beef in his bowl. Tomorrow, the college entrance examination results will be released. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Chow, called me several times today, asking me to go to his home to check the scores. Additionally, over the past 3 years of high school, he has covered several thousand in tuition and living expenses for me. Since I will be leaving tomorrow, I want to bid him farewell properly. Mom, do you have any extra money? I would like to borrow 8,000 yuan to repay Mr. Chow for the tuition and living expenses he advanced for me. As he spoke, Lu Shuai lowered his head, his dark complexion seemingly reddening. Wan smiled gently. You are my son. Why discuss borrowing? My estate will one day be yours to inherit. Along with your sisters, do you have a bank card? I can transfer the money to you right now. I haven't applied for a bank card yet. Lu Shuai replied, looking up at Wan. Mom, are you very wealthy? Yes, from now on, you can eat whatever you desire, and buy whatever you wish. My money will last you a lifetime, Wan assured him. Mom, I really have a sister. Wan hesitated for a moment before saying, 2 years after your father passed, I remarried your uncle Lin, a professor at Peking University. After we married, we had a daughter named Lin Yi, who is 14 this year. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai's mood soured. As if something that rightfully belonged to him had been taken away, he fell silent, staring at his bowl. Noticing Lu Shuai's disheartened demeanor, Wan set down her chopsticks and gently stroked his head, saying, Your uncle Lin is a good man, that if he ever has any negative thoughts or opinions about you, I will divorce him. You can rest assured, from now on, I will not allow anyone to belittle you, nor will I let you suffer any more distress. You will not leave my side again. Lu Shuai had been holding back tears, but upon hearing Wan's words, he could no longer contain himself. Tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm just scared that I fear that one day you might not want me anymore. Wan took out a tissue and wiped away his tears, saying, Don't worry. My son, I will never separate from you again. At that moment, several people entered the restaurant, curiously observing the mother-son pair. Having consumed a large bowl of noodles, Wan felt satiated and set down her chopsticks. She turned to Lu Shuai. Let us go. I'll take you shopping. I also need to buy a new set of clothes. Okay. Lu Shuai replied, then turned to the owner. How much do I owe you? The beautiful lady who was with you earlier has already settled the bill, the owner informed him. Lu Shuai was taken aback, but said nothing, standing up and saying, Mom, let us go. However, with everything that had just transpired, he momentarily forgot about the sole of his left shoe coming unglued. As he took a step, the sole detached, nearly causing him to stumble. The patrons in the shop couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. Wan's expression shifted, and she was about to reprimand them when Lu Shuai tugged at her sleeve, saying, Let us go, Mom. It's fine. Seeing his tattered shoe pained her heart, but she followed Lu Shuai out of the shop, saying, Is there a shopping mall nearby? Let us get you some clothes and shoes. All right, I'll accompany you, she replied. For I have a fiancée. Wan entered his bedroom, which was small yet tidy. The only substantial pieces of furniture were a bed, a desk, and a cabinet. The bedding was neatly folded, and the desk held a nearly broken fan, a few books, a stainless steel bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. Beneath the desk lay 2 large boxes filled with high school textbooks and exam papers. Wan sighed inwardly. In such heat, does he not even have an air conditioner? Today is April 13th, 2012. Leaving just 58 days until the college entrance examination. A few days ago, our school arranged for the senior students to undergo physical examinations at the city hospital. Today, the results came out. My health is generally fine. But I am slightly anemic. I wonder if it's due to frequently not having enough to eat. Once I get into college, I will be able to study while working part-time, thus ensuring I have enough money to eat well. Oh, my stomach, it has truly endured hardships alongside me. Alas, I find myself hungry once more, and it's time to retire to bed. Wan felt a pang of emotion, her nose tinged with sadness, as she turned to the next page, which read, This afternoon, As school was letting out, I was preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal when Teacher Chow called me to his office. A sense of unease washed over me as I mentally reviewed the events of the past few days, unable to recall any wrongdoing. Upon arriving at his office, however, he presented me with a thermos and informed me that it contained chicken soup made by his wife. Urging me to drink it while it was hot, I accepted the thermos. I was nearly moved to tears. Sipping the soup, I reflected that perhaps Teacher Chow is the only one in this world who truly cares for me. With only 56 days remaining until the college entrance examination, I must put forth my utmost effort. I owe it to Teacher Chow and myself to secure a place in a prestigious university. Lu Shuai, you can do this, Lu Shuai responded quietly, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation at the prospect of entering a new environment tomorrow. What should we prepare for our visit to Teacher Chow's home? Does he smoke or drink? Asked Qinwan. Teacher Chow does smoke and enjoys a bit of alcohol. Mom, I think we should bring some cigarettes and liquor. Rest assured, I have it all planned out. By the way, during your 3 years of high school, was there a girl you liked? Lu Shuai's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly replied, No, I was too focused on the college entrance exam. After saying this, he thought of his class monitor, Chao Qian, the lively daughter of Teacher Chow, with whom he often shared a desk, but he had secretly harbored feelings for her, but had never dared to express them. I remember when you were born, a close friend of your father's also had a daughter just 2 days earlier. Your father jokingly suggested an arranged marriage for you too, Qinwan reminisced. Surely not. In the 21st century, is that still a thing? Lu Shuai exclaimed that I saw that girl just a few days ago. She's doing well in her studies and is quite beautiful. After the summer vacation, she's headed to Europe for her studies. She should be at your grandfather's house tomorrow. You should meet her, chat a bit, and if you find her appealing, I can help facilitate this match. Lu Shuai, who had always felt inferior and hesitant to interact with girls, remarked, She's so exceptional. She might not be interested in someone like me. Qinwan stopped and looked at Lu Shuai earnestly, saying, Your great-grandfather fought in wars and was honored as a general after the founding of the nation. Your grandfather has been in politics for decades. Even now in retirement, he wields significant influence. Your father has 3 siblings, and he is the 3rd. Your uncles and aunt are all impressive individuals, some in politics, others in business, all quite influential. As for your mother, let me put it this way. The people on the Forbes list in Huagua are not wealthier than I am. Lu Shuai was left speechless by this revelation. Qinwan continued, I share this with you not to boast, but to convey that any girl in this country marrying you would be considered a step up. Lu Shuai felt as if he were living in a dream. Just hours ago, he had been laboring on a construction site, worrying about tuition fees, and now, miraculously, he was the son of a wealthy family. It felt like a plot from a television drama. Noticing Lu Shuai's melancholic demeanor, Qinwan asked, Are you reluctant to leave this small county? Lu Shuai softly replied, After all, I've lived here my entire life. That he glanced at her oddly, pondering whether the wealthy were truly so whimsical. After some contemplation, he finally said, No need. One must always move forward. Qinwan smiled with satisfaction, appreciating his apparent maturity. Mom, let us take a taxi to the commercial street to No need. We have a car. Qinwan retrieved her phone, found the driver's number sent by Secretary Zhao, and made a brief call to relay their location. Soon, a black Mercedes arrived and stopped by the curb. The driver, Xiao Lu, exited the vehicle and opened the back door, saying, Qin Zong, young master, please get in. Lu Shuai felt somewhat uncomfortable with the title young master, noting that the driver appeared to be around 30 years old and nearly 6 feet tall, a rather cheerful individual. He smiled and said, Just call me Lu Shuai. Young master sounds odd. The driver, Xiao Lu, looked at Lu Shuai with embarrassment, thinking to himself that he wouldn't dare address him so casually. Lu Shuai understood that changing names was quite a hassle requiring various formalities. But for the Su family, it should be a simple matter, so he replied that that's fine. Mom, is this Mercedes yours? Su Kong inquired that no, it belongs to the Jiangxing branch office. Noticing Su Kong's curiosity as he looked around the car, Qinwan continued, Do you like this car? But it's rather inexpensive. The day after tomorrow, I'll take you to Kyoto to buy a better one, but I'm still a student. Driving might not be appropriate. Haven't you turned 18 yet? I see many kids your age love to drive around. This difference in societal perception highlighted the disparities in social class that in this small county, it was unusual for freshly graduated high school students to drive luxury cars. Su Kong replied helplessly, but I don't have a driver's license. True, you should aim to get your license this summer, and then I'll buy you a car. Chapter 5. The spending habits of the wealthy. The small county was not large. And within a few minutes, they arrived at the commercial street. Chinwon instructed the driver to remain in the car while she and Su Kong exited. This commercial street was the most bustling area in the small county, primarily known for clothing sales, with a few large electronics and mobile phone markets. Although online shopping had begun to gain traction in 2012, most people still preferred in-person shopping. The daytime was too hot for crowds. But the evenings attracted more visitors. Just a short distance ahead was a large mobile phone market. Chin once said, "Let us go. We should get you a new phone first." As a customer entered the store, a beautiful saleswoman quickly approached, saying, "Hello, what brand of phone are you interested in?" Chinwon asked Su Kong, "Do you have a favorite brand? Apple, Nokia, Samsung, or perhaps the currently popular Xiaomi?" Su Kong had always used the old phone gifted by teacher Chow, while most of his classmates used domestic brands like ZTE, Coolpad, and Huawei, priced around 1,000 yuan. Some of his peers sported more expensive models from Apple and Samsung, often flaunting their superiority in front of others. Thus, Su Kong felt averse to both Apple and Samsung, responding, "Xiaomi, I've seen that phone trending online. I'm sorry, sir, but we're out of stock for Xiaomi phones." The saleswoman replied, "Do you have any other high-performance phones available?" Su Kong inquired. Just as the saleswoman was about to showcase her sales skills, Chinwon interrupted, "Let us get an iPhone 5. Young people love that model." Su Kong nodded. Indeed, the spending habits of the wealthy were quite different. Shortly, the saleswoman returned with a new phone and set up a new SIM card. Upon receiving the new device, Su Kong immediately added his mother, Chinwon's number. After she completed the payment, Chinwon said, "Let us go, Xiao Kong. We need to buy you some clothes that if we don't hurry, the stores will close." "All right," Su Kong replied, tucking away his new phone and following closely behind. Chinwon, usually busy with work, did not enjoy shopping and typically only visited a few specific brands and malls or opted for custom tailoring. She believed that spending time shopping was a waste of time. However, today she was in high spirits, leading Su Kong through over a dozen stores, insisting he try on at least 5 or 6 outfits in each. Initially, Su Kong enjoyed this family outing of shopping, but after 2 hours, he was exhausted and exclaimed, "Mom, look at me. There's no way I can carry all these." Upon returning to the lakeside hotel, Secretary Zhao Rong was already waiting in the lobby. As she saw Chinwon and her son enter, she hurried over to greet them. Chinwon took the room key and said, "Thank you for your hard work today. Have the tickets for tomorrow been booked?" "Yes, the flight is scheduled for 11 a.m. tomorrow. We have a visit to make in the morning, so please adjust the ticket to around 3 p.m. Zhao Rong quickly agreed, though she was puzzled, as Chinwon had declined to meet even the local city party secretary today. Who could possibly warrant such a personal visit from Chinzong? Also, before 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, please prepare 2 large suitcases, 2 bottles of mitai, 2 cartons of cigarettes, and 10,000 cash. Chinwon glanced at Su Kong, who was curiously observing his surroundings, and discreetly pulled Zhao Rong aside, whispering, "Additionally, set aside 200,000 cash in advance, neatly packed in envelopes." Zhao Rong nodded in understanding, seeing driver Xiao Lu entering with various bags. Zhao Rong hurried over to assist him. "Chinzong, let us help you carry the clothes to your room." Chinwon nodded, called for Su Kong, and as they walked, she said, "You both worked hard today. After delivering the clothes, you should get some rest." Once in the room, after Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu had placed the clothes down and exited, only Chinwon and Su Kong remained. The presidential suite was nearly 100 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, complete with a sofa, office desk, and television. Chinwon had long been accustomed to such lavish hotel arrangements, but Su Kong had never encountered anything like it before. He found the hotel to be opulent and suspected that it must cost a considerable sum for just one night. That Su Kong nodded repeatedly and said, "Mom, you go ahead, that I'll take a shower first. I've sweated quite a bit from shopping." With that, Su Kong retrieved a set of clothes he had just purchased that day and walked into the bathroom in the living room to prepare for his shower. Although Su Kong had never used a smartphone before, being a prospective university student, he adapted quickly to the new device. That moment, he was dressed in a tank top and shorts, enjoying the cool air conditioning while engrossed in his phone. Feeling utterly at ease, upon seeing Chinwon enter, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Mom, are you done?" Su Kong felt somewhat awkward, aware that this family was either wealthy or noble, and a sense of nervousness crept into his heart. He inquired, what kind of people are they? Are they all quite affluent? Su Kong felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The support of his mother behind him gave him a profound sense of security. Looking at Qin Wan, he softly said, Mom, you are truly wonderful. Mom, aren't you going to take a shower? Su Kong asked, I just met you today. I want to spend more time with you and talk. Tomorrow is the day we receive the college entrance exam results. Can you tell me how you did? It should be all right. Inside the room, the long-separated mother and son exchanged words, transitioning from discussing the college entrance exam to reminiscing about the days spent hauling bricks at the construction site a few days prior. And then to talking about Teacher Chow, their conversation weaving through topics of the Su family, and then to Su's stepfather, who was a professor at Kyoto University, along with his half-sister. Time flew by. And before they knew it, it was past 1 a.m. Seeing that Su Kong was truly exhausted, Qin Wan, recalling that he had been working hard at the construction site during the day, gently said, you should get some sleep, that we need to visit Teacher Chow's house tomorrow. Su Kong nodded and replied, Mom, you should also rest early. Chapter 6. Teacher, I found my mom. Hello. Zhaojie, Luga. Good morning. I usually wake up around this time. I'm quite used to it. Are you heading out? Yes, last night, President Qin asked me to prepare some cash in a suitcase, so I'm going out to take care of that now. Are you bringing breakfast for President Qin? Yes. Have you eaten yet this morning? We already had breakfast at the hotel, Zhao Rong replied. Does the hotel provide breakfast? Little Lu interjected. Yes, it's on the second floor of the hotel. It's complimentary. If Su Gongzi hasn't had enough to eat, he can check it out. It's quite plentiful. Upon hearing this, Su Kong felt like a country bumpkin, completely unaware of such things. Noticing Su Kang's discomfort, Zhao Rong smiled and said, Su Kong, you really have a filial heart. Waking up so early to prepare breakfast for President Qin, that if she knew, she would surely be deeply touched. That Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this and replied, No, I just bought a little bit. Well then, Su Kong, we're heading out. See you later. Bye. Zhao Rong said. Su Kong hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his phone to call Qin Wan. The call connected quickly, and a sleepy voice answered. Hello. Su Kong realized she was still half asleep and said, Mom, it's me. Could you please open the door? I'm outside. Xiao Kong, you're up so early? Just a moment, I'll open the door, she replied. After hanging up, footsteps could be heard coming from inside, and the door swung open to reveal Qin Wan still in her pajamas, looking fairly refreshed, albeit with slight dark circles under her eyes. Mom, did you not sleep well last night? Do you want to rest a bit more? Qin Wan shook her head, indicating she was fine. She had suffered from insomnia the previous night, unable to stop thinking about Su Kong until she finally fell asleep around 4 a.m. Nevertheless, years of experience in the business world had accustomed her to short periods of sleep, so even if she felt a bit dazed a moment ago, she could quickly regain her composure. Seeing Su Kong place the breakfast on the table filled her with a sense of happiness, and she remarked, You woke up so early just to buy breakfast? Well, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I just bought a little of everything. Su Kong replied that I like everything you bought. You eat first. I'll go freshen up, Qin Wan said, momentarily thinking of her daughter still in Kyoto, who would never be this considerate. After quickly washing up, Qin Wan saw Su Kong waiting for her and urged, Come on, let's eat together before it gets cold. The small table was laden with local specialties, congee, youtiao fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings. Qin Wan usually had high standards when it came to dining, rarely eating street food and avoiding fried items. Yet today, she sampled a bit of everything from the youtiao to the fried dough sticks. Her appetite was modest, and before long, she felt full, quietly watching Su Kong devour his meal with a smile creeping onto her face. Feeling her gaze, Su Kong sheepishly said, Mom, aren't you eating? Well, I usually can't eat much, but today I did quite well. She replied that you're too thin. You need to eat more. Qin Wan added that Su Kong, hearing this, continued to focus on his meal. He engaged in physical labor every day and had a hearty appetite, quickly finishing off most of the remaining food. After their meal, they chatted for a while, and around 7:30, a knock sounded on the door. Su Kong opened it to find Zhao Rong and little Lu, the latter carrying 2 large suitcases. Su Kong politely greeted them, and they reciprocated the courtesy. Qin Wan and Su Kong packed the clothes and sneakers they had bought yesterday into the suitcases and then left the hotel with Zhao Rong and little Lu. Heading to Su Kang's rented room, it was Zhao Rong's first time visiting Su Kang's previous residence, and she found it utterly bare. The only appliance was a small, dilapidated fan. She felt a mixture of sympathy for Su Kang's past hardships and curiosity about his future. From extreme poverty to newfound wealth. Where would this transformation lead him? Su Kang said, "Mom, I just called the landlord. She'll be coming over soon. Did I ask for these things? I think I won't be needing them anymore, so let's just leave them behind." Su Kang felt a pang of reluctance but nodded in agreement. Throughout his youth, he had foregone games, music, and even sports like basketball. His only focus was on studying hard to gain admission to a good university and change his destiny. With only textbooks and exam papers as his companions, Qin instructed Xiao Lu, "Please help pack these books and materials into the suitcase." That Su Kang joined in to help, and the three of them quickly loaded the books into the suitcase, including a diary from the drawer. Suddenly recalling something, Su Kang opened the cabinet and found cash wrapped in exam papers beneath some clothes, along with a small yellow book beside it. How could I have forgotten about this? Su Kang quickly took the cash and closed the cabinet door. He thought, leaving it in the cabinet won't do. The landlord will surely find it when she cleans the room. She is a teacher at the high school, and everyone will know about it. What should I do? Qin intentionally distracted Zhao Rong and little Lu, stepping outside herself. Unaware that this was Qin's intention, Su Kang swiftly took the small yellow book, pressing it into the middle of the suitcase, glancing back to ensure it was well hidden. Before long, the landlord arrived. She was already aware that Su Kang was a student at the high school and an orphan. After briefly discussing Su Kang's reasons for vacating the room, she didn't make things difficult for him regarding the security deposit and quickly completed the checkout process. She even inquired about Su Kang's exam results, expressing her happiness that he had found his family. Just then, Su Kang's phone rang. It was a call from Teacher Chow that he quickly answered. "Hello, Teacher Chow." On the other end, Teacher Chow asked, "Lu Shuai, you didn't go to the construction site today?" "No, I didn't. The results will be available online at 9 o'clock. I'll head to your house now." "All right, I'll come over right away." Su Kang paused, then added, "Teacher Chow, my biological mother found me yesterday. She'll be coming with me," he continued. Teacher Chow seemed delighted upon hearing this, saying, "Really? Lu Shuai, your family has finally found you." Amid the conversation, there was a commotion on the other end, and after a moment, a bright voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Lu Shuai, your family really found you." Su Kang's mind flashed back to a lively figure. He had been classmates with Chao Qian in middle school. Back then, he had felt particularly self-conscious due to his status as an orphan, and to avoid being looked down upon, he had followed a school bully around, doing his bidding. However, in the second year of middle school, during one of those fights instigated by the bully, he ended up surrounded and beaten when the bully ran away. Fortunately, Chao Qian happened to pass by and called the teacher in time, scaring off the group of students. Afterward, Chao Qian privately told him some words that he had remembered ever since. She said, "Lu Shuai, if I were you, I would study hard, get into a good university, change my fate, and earn the respect of others." From that moment on, he gained a sense of purpose, began to study diligently, and successfully got into the county's top high school, where he found himself in the same class as Chao Qian again, with the homeroom teacher being her father, Teacher Chow. Since middle school, Chao Qian had been the class monitor, always performing well academically. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she was quite pleasant to look at, with a calm demeanor that made her easy to converse with. Su Kang harbored a unique feeling towards her, one that was neither as intense as love nor as mundane as friendship. You must exercise caution. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that just as you finish your college entrance examination and prepare to enter university, she suddenly appears? One cannot help but wonder if she might expect you to support her in her old age. "Teacher Chow, I shall come over now, but I will not be having lunch, as I have a flight to Kyoto in the afternoon. The ticket has already been purchased. Is it that urgent?" "Very well, then, do come over first." Upon ending the call, Su Kang said, "Mother, Teacher Chow's house is nearby. Let us walk there." Qin replied, "All right." She then turned to Zhao Rong and said, Zhao, please wait in the car with Xiao Lu." After 4 individuals descended the stairs, Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu loaded the suitcases into the vehicle. Su Kang, carrying the prepared Matai liquor and cigarettes, walked with Qin towards Teacher Chow's residence. Along the way, they purchased some fruit. A few minutes later, they arrived at the doorstep of Teacher Chow's home. Chapter 7. Education Changes Destiny. Su Kang gently knocked on the door, which was soon opened by the teacher's wife. "Liang Li." Su Kang exclaimed, "Good morning, teacher's wife." Before Lu Shuai could even speak, Qin had already introduced herself. "Hello, Teacher Liang. I am Lu Shuai's biological mother. Chin Wan.it is a pleasure to meet you. She then placed the 2 bottles of matai and a pack of cigarettes in the corner. Upon seeing the matai, Liangli exclaimed, "Goodness, is that matai? That pack of cigarettes doesn't look inexpensive either. It must be worth several thousand," as she hurriedly said. "Lu Shuai's mother, why have you brought such valuable gifts? You must be Lu Shuai's guardian, am I right?" "Greetings." Upon hearing the commotion, Chao Bin and Chao Qian quickly emerged from the house to greet them. "Surely you are Teacher Chao. Since meeting Lu Shuai yesterday, he has mentioned you numerous times." She then looked at the little girl behind Chao Bin and said with a smile, "You must be the class monitor, Chao Qian. You are truly beautiful. Lu Shuai mentioned that you are quite the academic achiever." Chao Qian felt that Lu Shuai's mother exuded a dignified and powerful aura, causing her to blush with nervousness as she stammered, No. Old Chao, look at the valuable gifts Lu Shuai's parents have brought." Liangli pointed to the matai and cigarettes, addressing Chao Bin. "Oh dear, Lu Shuai's parents, how could you bring such fine liquor and cigarettes?" Chao Bin repeatedly waved his hands. "Indeed, Lu Shuai's parents, we will accept the fruit. But we cannot accept such expensive tobacco and alcohol," Liangli added. Chin Wan interjected, "Teacher Chao, teacher's wife, due to certain circumstances, Su Kong has been missing since childhood. For all these years, I have been worried about him. Longing for him, did I search for him for 16 years, and yesterday, we finally reunited as mother and son. I am overjoyed, not only for finding Su Kong, but also because he has excelled and has not strayed onto the wrong path due to the absence of his parents. Thus, I sincerely thank both you, Teacher Chao and Teacher Liang." Chao Bin understood that when Chin Wan referred to Su Kong, she meant Lu Shuai. He replied, "As teachers, it is our duty to educate and nurture students. The key factor is that Su Kong has worked diligently. He has consistently performed well throughout his 3 years of high school." Chin Wan turned to Su Kong, only to see him modestly bowing his head. She took out an envelope and said, "Teacher Chao, I heard from Su Kong that you covered his tuition and living expenses during high school, amounting to over 8,000 yuan, that I am returning this to you. Thank you for taking care of my son." Chao Bin responded, "Very well, I shall accept this money, but we truly cannot accept the tobacco and alcohol." That he looked to Liangli for support, who smiled and said, "In that case, I will accept it on behalf of my husband, that we appreciate your thoughtfulness. Su Kang's parents, please come in and have a seat. You have been standing at the door for quite some time." The group settled onto the living room sofa, while Liangli went to cut some fruit, and Chao Qian assisted in pouring tea. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Chao Qian answered, "Hello, yeah, really, with that score you can get into a good university." "I haven't checked yet. I'll go look now." Liangli asked Qian, "Can scores be checked now?" "How will you do?" Chao Qian handed the tea to Chin Wan and said, "She scored 576. She should be safe for a first-tier university." She then turned to Su Kong and urged, "Lu Shuai, you should check your score as well." After saying this, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Everyone followed Chao Qian to the study, where the computer had already been opened to the score-checking website. Chao Qian entered her examination number, and everyone leaned in to see. Total score, 652. Chao Qian jumped up, ecstatic, dancing with joy as she shouted, "I scored 652. Liangli was equally thrilled and remarked, "It seems 985 is secure." Teacher Chao added, "Look at how proud you are. Be mindful of your image with Lu Shuai's parents present." Chao Qian, blushing, cast a glance at Chin Wan, who was simply smiling at her, and said, "Children scoring well is something to celebrate. Congratulations to you, Xiao Chao." Chao Qian replied, "Thank you, Annie." She then stood up and moved aside, saying to Su Kong, "Lu Shuai, come check your score." "Wait, I should now call you Su Kong." That Su Kong did not mind this change. He nervously entered his examination number and clicked confirm. Chinese, 125 mathematics, 130 comprehensive science, 275 English, 115 total score, 645. Chao Bin joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, Su Kong, that's a total score of 645, just 7 points shy of Qian. If not for your English, your score could have been even higher." As Teacher Chao spoke, a sudden sound of sobbing filled the air. Looking down, he noticed Su Kong sitting at the computer, tears streaming down his face. Teacher Chao gently patted Su Kang's back and softly said, "Lu Shuai, you did well." Teacher Chao preferred to call Su Kong by his previous name, Lu Shuai, perhaps because in his subconscious, only the Lu Shuai he recognized was truly his student. Su Kong stood up and embraced Teacher Chao tightly, choking on his words as he said, "Thank you, Teacher Chao. Wan, standing nearby, felt a mixture of emotions. She did not particularly care about Su Kang's exam score. Regardless of what it was, he could choose any prestigious school, whether domestic or abroad. What concerned her was that in this emotionally charged moment, the first person Su Kang sought comfort and gratitude from was not her. She felt a sense of discomfort, realizing that what she had been missing was not just Su Kang's companionship over the past 16 years, but also his emotional reliance on her. Compared to Teacher Chow, she felt like an outsider. Despite feeling a pang of sadness, Wan still said, Su Kang's impressive performance is entirely due to Teacher Chow's meticulous guidance. Teacher Chow chuckled heartily and replied, "The credit truly lies with this child. I've been teaching for nearly 20 years, and he is among the most diligent students I have ever encountered." Wan's eyes reddened, and deep within, she felt guilt for not fulfilling her responsibilities as a mother, coupled with pain for the hardships Su Kang had endured over the years. Watching Su Kang sob against Teacher Chow's shoulder, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she felt the urge to say something, yet her voice caught in her throat. Li observed the mother-son pair and said, "Scoring so well is indeed a joyful occasion. Come, let us move to the living room and enjoy some fruit while we chat." That Su Kang wiped his tears. Having been overwhelmed with emotion, he now felt embarrassed about shedding tears in front of so many people. Stealing a glance at Chao Qian, he found her curiously gazing at him. Their eyes met, and Su Kang's cheeks flushed as he glanced downward. The group moved to the living room, where Li served watermelon and other fruits to help everyone cool off. Teacher Chow and Wan engaged in light conversation, primarily focused on Su Kang. Teacher Chow spoke highly of his student, sharing many amusing anecdotes that highlighted Su Kang's diligence and thoughtfulness, eliciting both pride and sympathy. Wan was eager to learn about Su Kang's past, using Teacher Chow as a means to gain insights into his history. Occasionally, Li chimed in, and the three adults chatted animatedly, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Chapter 8. One Last Journey. Chao Qian was quite curious about Su Kang's biological mother. Noticing that both she and Su Kang were unable to interject, she took out her phone and logged into QQ. The class group chat had already accumulated 99 messages, primarily discussing examination scores that in the past she would have eagerly joined the conversation. However, now she opened Lu Shuai's chat box, the last message dating back to before the exams. Concerning study-related topics, Chao Qian typed, "Is this truly your biological mother?" Su Kang's phone quickly emitted a notification sound. Upon checking, he saw another question. "What about your biological father?" After reading it, and noticing Su Kang's calm demeanor, she continued typing, "That new phone of yours seems to be the latest model from Apple. It must be quite expensive. Did your mom buy it for you?" "Yeah, she bought it last night. Your mother seems to have a powerful aura. Is she wealthy?" "She probably is, though I'm not entirely sure. She seems to own a company." "Well then, it seems you will become a wealthy young man. I fear you may no longer look upon us simple classmates in the same light." She concluded with a smiley face. "Have you decided on a major yet?" "Not yet." "What about you?" "My parents want me to study education, but I don't particularly like the teaching profession, that I'm interested in computer science. I read a report saying it will be a booming field in the future." Having been a teacher for many years, Li could easily tell that Su Kang and Chao Qian were engaged in a conversation through their phones. Through the subtle changes in their expressions, a thought crept into my mind. These two are at the tender age of burgeoning romance. Surely, nothing untoward is happening. Chao Qian remained composed, tucking away her phone, and presented a slice of watermelon to Wan, saying, "Auntie, it's sweltering outside. Have a piece of watermelon." Naturally, Wan had also noticed the private exchange of messages between Chao Qian and Su Kang. As she accepted the watermelon, she smiled and remarked, "You excel in your studies and possess striking looks. You must have many admirers at school." Chao Qian blushed deeply, lowering her gaze in silence. That it was Li who seized the opportunity to respond, stating, "We are quite strict with her in her studies, but this girl is obedient. During high school, her primary focus has always been her academics." She then turned to Chao Qian and added, "Chao Qian, now that you are in university, you are technically an adult and free to pursue romantic relationships. However, I still hope that your primary focus remains on your studies and that you approach finding a partner with caution. It's acceptable for a boy to be somewhat lacking in wealth, but he must possess good character and ambition." Chao Qian's expression soured. With outsiders present, she felt treated like a child and retorted with irritation, "I know already. Words spoken without intent can often leave a lasting impact. Qinwan felt a pang of sadness. When Su Kong most needed parental support, she was absent, and now that he was entering adulthood at university, she was only just stepping into his life. Compared to others, his life felt incomplete. Although her thoughts lingered on Su Kong, she diplomatically supported Liang Li, saying, "All mothers are like this from the moment a child is born. Their heart is forever tethered to that child, not that mothers are nagging. Rather, children are the most important people in their lives, which leads to a few well-meaning admonitions that simply a manifestation of parental love." Liang Li, having found a kindred spirit in Qinwan, responded, "Exactly. The boys are often oblivious, always unconcerned that I end romantic relationships. Girls are inherently at a disadvantage, so they must be prudent." Qiao Bin, subjected to the dual lectures from the two women, adhered to the principle of good men not arguing with women, declaring, "Then I shall remain silent and enjoy my watermelon." With that, he picked up a slice and began to eat. Qinwan glanced at her phone and realized it was nearly 10 o'clock. Standing up, she said, "Teacher Qiao, Teacher Liang, thank you for your warm hospitality today. Su Kong and I must take our leave now." Qiao Bin and Liang Li rose, suggesting, "Why not stay for lunch? We've already prepared the dishes." With a resigned sigh, Qiao Bin replied, "All right then." He then turned to Liang Li and proposed, "Let us see them off." The five of them chatted cheerfully as they made their way downstairs, but suddenly, Qiao Bin exclaimed, "Oh, I've forgotten something. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be right down." After a short while, he returned with a computer bag in tow. Grasping Su Kang's hand, he placed the bag in his grip and stated, "Now that you're in university, you'll need a computer for your studies. This laptop is a gift from your teacher." Su Kang was taken aback, clutching the heavy bag tightly, that he quickly protested. "Teacher Qiao, I can't accept this. Please keep it for Qiao Qian, that I've already prepared a computer for her at home. This one is specifically for you, so please accept it," Qiao Bin insisted. Su Kang felt his eyes well up, gazing at Teacher Qiao's slightly plump figure, which was now slightly hunched with age, and choked out, "Thank you, Teacher Cao." In that moment, perhaps due to the impending farewell or memories of the past, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Teacher Qiao patted Su Kang's back, smiling, "No need for thanks. If you get into a top university, the school will reward me handsomely, so this is a win-win." Su Kang nodded, while Liang Li cast a wistful glance at Teacher Qiao, inwardly thinking, "He secretly bought a laptop without mentioning it to me. Does he think I'm a petty person? No, from now on, all his salary should come to me." Qinwan interjected, "Teacher Qiao, Teacher Liang, you can stop here." Thus, the group exited the community, traversing a narrow path until they reached the roadside. Qinwan pointed to a Mercedes parked by the curb, saying, "Teacher Qiao, Teacher Liang, this is our car. You can leave us here." With a smile, she added, "Yes, this car will take us to the airport." Just then, Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu jogged over from a nearby shade. Calling out, "President Qin." Curious, Qiao Bin inquired, "Who are these two?" Qinwan smiled and introduced, "These are my secretary, Xiao Zhao, and my driver, Xiao Lu." She then turned to Zhao Rong and Xiao Lu, instructing, "You two get in the car first. I need to speak with Teacher Qiao for a moment." Qiao Bin, feeling a sense of melancholy, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, really." Qinwan took out her phone and asked, "Could I have your mobile numbers?" "Dear teachers, it would make future communication more convenient." After Qiao Bin and Liang Li provided their numbers, Qinwan noted their names and dialed them, confirming they had saved the entries before saying, "Teacher Qiao, if you ever encounter any difficulties, please don't hesitate to call me. I will certainly help in any way I can." Qiao Bin shrugged it off, but Liang Li couldn't help but feel that Qinwan was someone extraordinary. Mentally marking her words, Teacher Qiao remarked, "Let us hope that's the case. Su Kong deserves some good fortune." "But why didn't Su Kong's biological father come? I've never heard her mention him, and I feel awkward asking," Qiao Bin said. Qiao Qian replied, "Su Kong told me his biological father passed away in an accident." Liang Li, intrigued, looked at Qiao Qian and said with a smile, "Old Qiao, you once mentioned wanting to have Su Kong as a son-in-law. I thought it was unsuitable at the time, but now it seems quite fitting. The boy excels academically, has good character, and is well known to us. The only issue is his somewhat solitary nature, which stems from his experiences and is not a deal-breaker. Now that he is taken away by his biological mother, do you think our daughter still has hope?" Qiao Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "Mom, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. With that, she quickly departed in a huff, leaving Liangli laughing heartily, saying, "Your daughter is quite shy." Chapter 9. Meeting with gifts of houses, cars, and luxury watches. The three of them successfully checked in for their flight, handled their baggage, passed through security, and boarded the plane. Su Kong settled into the window seat, gazing at the wing outside, his mind swirling with thoughts, anticipation for his new family and life, coupled with anxiety about potentially being an unwelcome presence due to his ignorance of the rules. Strangely, the novelty of flying for the first time seemed less significant. Qin sat beside him, noticing his furrowed brow. She gently grasped his hand and asked, "Are you afraid because it's your first time flying?" Su Kong felt a surge of gratitude. Although he had only met Qin 2 days prior, her concern for him was palpable. He managed to smile, feeling a weight lift from his heart, and asked Mom, "What are Lin Uncle and my sister like?" "Lin Uncle is generally all right. He doesn't take charge at home, often just fishing or browsing the internet, and he is not particularly interested in money. He is the type who goes with the flow. That is for your sister." Qin sighed, recalling Lin's multicolored hair, feeling a headache coming on. "What is wrong with my sister?" Su Kong asked. "She is currently in the rebellious phase of her second year of junior high. I need you to help me and Lin Uncle keep an eye on her." Qin explained. That Su Kong chuckled at the absurdity. As a newcomer to this family, he felt ill-equipped to manage a young lady of such stature. The plane soon took off, and given the relatively short distance from Jiangxing to Kyoto, it landed smoothly at Kyoto Airport 2 hours later. Following Qin and Zhao Rong to collect their luggage, Su Kong headed toward the airport exit. In the distance, he spotted a bustling crowd at the arrival area, men and women of all ages. But leading the throng were 2 elderly individuals with white hair. Su Kong peered behind the 2 elders to see over 20 people gazing at him, some with tear-filled eyes and others with expressions of curiosity. However, the most striking figure among them was a girl with multicolored hair, looking at him with wide-eyed curiosity. That Su Kong thought to himself, "That must be my half-sister. With hair dyed like that, it's no wonder Mom has a headache." A woman in her 40s emerged from the crowd, approaching the elderly couple. She fixed her gaze on Su Kong and remarked, "He looks just like his father, as if he were carved from the same mold." As Su Kong contemplated how to address this woman, she spoke up, "Little Kong, I'm your 4th aunt. You can also call me Yao Gu." With that, she pulled something from her bag and placed it into Su Kang's hands. He looked down to find a set of keys. Confused, he asked, "4th aunt, what are these keys for?" "To a house in Haidian district, Kyoto. In a couple of days, I'll take you to see it." 4th aunt Su Xiaolan explained. "4th aunt, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it," Su Kong quickly replied, trying to return the keys. Although he was still a student, he understood that a house in Kyoto was worth millions. At that moment, his grandmother interjected, "Little Kong, just accept it. When your father was alive, he was closest to your 4th aunt." That Su Xiaolan smiled and nodded, "Good boy," then took Su Kang's hand and said, "Come, let me introduce you to everyone else." Not knowing how to address his stepfather as dad, Su Kong opted for, "Hello, Lin Uncle." Feeling a surge of emotion, he added, "Thank you, Lin Uncle." Lin Yujian then pulled the young girl forward, saying, "This is your sister, Lin Yi." That he turned to Lin Yi and instructed, "Quickly greet your brother." Lin Yi, with her characteristic aloofness, did not lift her head and blandly called out, "Brother." Lin Yujian, feeling a surge of irritation, replied, "What is with that attitude?" Yet he watched as Lin Yi tilted her head to the side, pretending not to hear. Lin Yujian, witnessing this, could only sigh in resignation and remarked, "Your mother and I have been rather lenient with her due to work commitments, which has fostered this spoiled princess demeanor. She harbors no ill feelings toward you. She treats everyone this way. Did I ask her brother? You ought to take her in hand more often." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi merely let out a soft huff. Su Kong felt quite helpless. If she were not rebellious, it would be a disservice to her vibrant, multicolored hair. Nevertheless, he remarked, it's quite normal for her age to behave this way. Since Su Kang's disappearance and Su Kaixing's passing, there had been whispers in the Su family circle, branding Qin as a jinx. Qin was well aware of the rumors swirling outside, but felt powerless against them. One day, after a trivial dispute with her mother-in-law, Chen Yurong, over some mundane matter, Chen Yurong berated her, calling her a jinx who brought misfortune to her son and husband. Qin, who was inherently proud, in a fit of anger, left the Su household that very night. Effectively severing ties with them, that Su Jinjian said, "Xiao Wan, let us go. Bring along Professor Lin Yi. We shall dine together tonight. Qin nodded and turned to Zhao Rong, saying, Xiao Zhao, could you please take my suitcase to my home? As Su Kong was about to turn towards his grandparents, he heard Qin call out to him, Xiao Kong, bring over the gifts they sent you. That Su Kong smiled broadly as Qin retrieved a tote bag from the car, placing all the gifts he had just received into it before stowing it in the trunk. Off you go. Your grandparents are waiting. That Su Jinjian and Qin Yurong were seated in a Hongqi Guiyao. With a driver who clearly had a military background, Su Kong intended to sit in the front passenger seat, but his grandmother, Qin Yurong, said, Xiao Kong, come to the back and keep your grandparents company. Su Kong settled into the middle seat in the back with his grandparents flanking him. Once everyone was in the car, the driver started the engine, and as the Hongqi Guiyao moved, other vehicles followed suit. Throughout the journey, his grandmother held Su Kang's hand tightly, inquiring about his past experiences. That Su Kong, still somewhat reserved, answered her questions as best as he could. However, the tales of his earlier life were filled with sorrow, causing his grandmother to shed tears. Though Su Jinjian spoke little, he listened attentively, occasionally offering words of comfort. The Kyoto airport was situated on the outskirts, far from the city center. That'd be why the time Su Kong and the others arrived at Su Jinjian's courtyard. An hour had elapsed. Following his grandparents into an alley, they soon encountered a gathering of people at the entrance of a courtyard. Su Kong was puzzled by the number of visitors until he noticed them approaching him. As he wondered about the identity of a middle-aged man at the forefront, he caught sight of a young lady following closely beside him. With just a glance, Su Kong was struck by her beauty, reminiscent of the poetic descriptions found in literature, radiant as spring blossoms and luminous as the autumn moon. The young lady, equally curious, gazed back at Su Kong, causing him to blush and avert his eyes. Su Jinjian chuckled heartily and introduced, This gentleman is Wang Lin, a comrade of your father's. His father has been a long-time friend of mine, and our families have a long-standing connection. The young lady beside him is his daughter. Wang Nan chirped, Hello, Grandpa Su, Grandma Chun. Congratulations on your reunion today. Her voice was melodious and delightful. Su Jinjian beamed with joy, replying, Thank you, Xiaonan. You seem to be 18 this year, am I correct? Qin Yurong interjected. Old Su, have you forgotten? Xiaonan and Xiao Kang's birthdays are just days apart. Su Xiaolan chimed in. Xiaonan has grown even more beautiful. I wonder which young man will be fortunate enough to win her heart. Then, seemingly recalling something, she turned to Wang Lin and joked, Wang Gu, you and my third brother had a prior agreement. I wonder if that still holds true. Upon hearing Su Xiaolan's words, Wang Lin felt a surge of excitement. Wang Nan had initially planned to attend a classmates' gathering, but he had insisted she accompany him here, hoping to rekindle the old engagement with the Su family. Wang Lin replied, What I say surely stands. But I wonder what Xiao Kong thinks of it. Chapter 10. The fiancée, he is too beautiful. Su Xiaolan wore an awkward expression. Her jest was merely a light-hearted comment, considering it was the 21st century, where love was free and no one believed in childhood betrothals anymore. However, she quickly grasped the underlying significance. After Wang Lin's demobilization, he had invested in a cement factory near Kyoto, which had initially prospered. However, 2 years ago, due to reckless investments in real estate, he faced a financial crisis, compounded by mismanagement at the factory that resulted in a building collapse, making headlines and stirring national outrage. In essence, Wang Lin's business had faltered significantly in recent years, with his assets dwindling by over half. If Wang Nan and Su Kong were to marry, it could potentially resolve all of Wang Lin's current predicaments and elevate his status. Given Su Kang's connections with the Su family and Qin Su Xiaolan found Wang Lin's intentions somewhat distasteful, akin to selling his daughter. Regretting her earlier words, she realized that Su Kang's marriage was not something she could dictate. It dawned on her that the fiancé her mother mentioned just yesterday was indeed Wang Nan. How stunning she was! Su Kong observed Wang Nan biting her lower lip, her brow furrowed and complexion pale. Clearly displeased, he said, Uncle Wang, we live in an era of free love now. Su Jinjian added, It's admirable that Xiao Lin values promises, but times have changed. Youngsters have their own thoughts, and we adults cannot impose our will upon them. Wang Lin glanced at his daughter and noted her unwilling demeanor, which ignited a flicker of anger within him, though he maintained a facade of composure, saying, Su Bo is right. Su Jinjian then addressed Su Kong. Xiao Kong, the Su and Wang families have been close for generations, dating back to your great-grandfather's time. It is important for your generation to maintain this connection. Su Kong nodded in agreement, discreetly stealing glances at Wang Nan, who appeared even more enchanting. Behind Wang Lin were members of other prominent families from Kyoto, all coming forth to pay their respects. That it had been ages since the Su household bustled with such liveliness. Su Jinjian, delighted, led Su Kong to greet them one by one, though the sheer number of guests made it difficult to remember names. Eventually, they entered the courtyard, which was teeming with people. Uncle Su Kaixiong approached his father, saying, "Dad, let us head to the hotel directly. There are too many guests, and we can't accommodate everyone here. Besides, it's nearly mealtime." That Su Jinjian had not anticipated such a crowd and replied, "Go arrange it. Take the guests to the hotel. This old house is on the verge of collapsing from the crowd." That Su Xiaolan added with a chuckle, "Dad, I've been suggesting you move to that villa in the west of the city for ages. But you wouldn't listen. Now you see the benefits of a larger home." That Su Jinjian replied, "Such occasions are rare, and besides, I've grown accustomed to living in this old house for so many years." Su Xiaolan led the elders and guests toward the hotel, while Su Kaixiong and Su Kaiwei took charge of notifying the remaining guests to follow suit, as there were bound to be some who hadn't received the message. As Su Kong walked along, a thought struck him, and he turned to Su Xiaolan, saying, "Fourth aunt, have you seen my mother?" He pulled out his phone to call Qin Wan, and the call connected swiftly. "Mom, where are you?" "Oh, we just left the Su house and are on our way to the hotel," Qin Wan replied. "All right, I understand that I'll be there shortly," Su Kong said. After hanging up, he felt relieved. The hotel was nearby, and they arrived within minutes. Stepping into a lavish setting, Su Kong mused that this was Kyoto, the capital, a far cry from his humble county. Remaining close to Su Jinjian, he listened to the conversations with several old friends, while his grandmother, Chen Yorong, mingled with a group of elderly ladies, their laughter ringing out occasionally. The rest of the Su family busied themselves attending to the guests at the entrance to the banquet hall. Two distant uncles were collecting monetary gifts and maintaining a guest list. Most of the attendees were engaged in lively conversations, creating a bustling atmosphere throughout the hall. Though Su Kong was the guest of honor at this gathering, he found himself at a loss for what to do. As he surveyed the surroundings, he spotted Wang Nan amidst a group of young girls, some of whom occasionally glanced his way. One of the girls seemed to say something to Wang Nan, prompting a fit of giggles among the group. Wang Nan approached Su Kong, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "They want to add you as a friend and asked me to check your QQ number." Su Kong provided his QQ number, and Wang Nan took out her phone to search for him. "That I've added you. Please confirm it," she said. Su Kong felt a rush of happiness as he opened his phone to find a pending verification request from a user named Waiting for the Wind. "Is Waiting for the Wind you?" he inquired. Wang Nan nodded. Su Kong approved the request and changed her nickname to Wang Nan, saying, "I've accepted it." Wang Nan lingered, and after a few moments she asked, "You must be taking the college entrance exam this year too. Where are you planning to study, domestically or abroad?" "I plan to attend Jiangxing University," Su Kong replied, puzzled by her inquiry. "Why not aim for Kyoto University or Tsinghua University?" Wang Nan asked. Su Kong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I didn't score high enough for those top universities." Wang Nan's expression was peculiar. However, upon recalling that he had lived his life as an orphan, understanding dawned upon him. That he then remarked, "Of course, you may go. With the Su family connections and your mother's influence, which school in the world could you not attend?" Su Kong fell into silence, realizing that his 3 years of toil were rendered insignificant in the face of such aristocratic privilege. Noticing his prolonged silence, Wang Nan continued, "Currently, it is quite fashionable to study in Europe, where graduation tends to be relatively easier. What do you think? If I were to leverage my connections to study abroad, or at prestigious domestic institutions like Kyoto University or Tsinghua University, what would my years of hard work amount to?" Although Jiangxing University may not be the most elite institution in the country, it was through sheer determination that he had gained admission. Su Kang's tone was resolute. Wang Nan looked at him in astonishment and then chuckled. "I apologize. I did not expect you to possess such strong principles. However, you are truly different from the other young masters." Su Kong remained silent, pondering. What are these young masters like? Is it a life filled with indulgence and extravagance? Will I become such a person in the future? At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. Su Kong looked over, his expression brightening. It was Qin Wan. Many people approached her to extend their greetings, and Su Kong silently marveled at the influence of his mother. "It seems your father is quite familiar with my mother," Su Kong remarked suddenly. Wang Nan felt a twinge of disdain, but refrained from revealing the truth, responding ambiguously, perhaps. Just then, Wang Lin turned his gaze towards Su Kang's direction. Upon seeing Wang Nan standing beside him engaged in conversation, he beamed even more brightly before turning back to converse with Qin Wan. Wang Nan understood that her father was once again promoting her, attempting to secure a favorable marriage arrangement, and she felt a wave of desolation. Since childhood, Wang Lin had favored his younger brother, Wang Hui, always giving him the best of everything. To think that now, as she had grown, her only worth was to generate wealth through marriage. A sense of indignation welled up within Wang Nan as she recalled a saying she had heard. A woman experiences two rebirths in her lifetime, one at birth and another through marriage. Birth is predestined, but marriage is a choice one must navigate. Wang Nan turned her gaze towards Su Kong, slender and tall, with a tan complexion. He was neither handsome nor ugly. Resolutely, she thought, "Father, you wish to exploit the so-called childhood engagement from over a decade ago to forge a commercial alliance. I, too, aim to utilize this connection to break free from the shackles of the Wang family. From this day forth, I shall determine my own destiny. Besides, Su Kong may very well be my ideal partner." "Ma, Uncle Wang," Su Kong greeted as he stepped forward. "Dad, Aunt Qin," Wang Nan also chimed in. Qin Wan smiled warmly at the two, saying, "Little Nan has come too. Have you and Little Kong already met?" "Yes, we've known each other for less than an hour," Wang Nan replied with a smile. Wang Lin beamed, feeling pleased that his daughter was so understanding and perceptive, remarking, "Young people always find common ground." Qin Wan added, "My Little Kong has just arrived in Kyoto and has no friends here yet. You must take good care of him." Wang Nan nodded in agreement with a smile. Qin Wan then turned to Wang Lin, saying, "Mr. Wang, please take your seat. I'll show Little Kong around first." Wang Nan's eyes flickered, and she said, "Understood." Wang Lin chuckled, advising, "You did well just now. This summer, spend more time with Su Kong and solidify your relationship." A bitter taste filled Wang Nan's heart. She cared not for her feelings for Su Kong, nor for the kind of person he was. For her own benefit, she was willing to use her marriage as a bargaining chip. "Understood, Dad, that I'm heading to Zhao Li's table," she said softly before turning on her heel to leave. Wang Lin promptly stood to shake hands, only to hear the other party continue. "Mr. Wang seems quite familiar with Ms. Qin." Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I've known her for over 20 years, the other person smiled. "I have a project I wish to collaborate on with Ms. Qin. I would appreciate your introduction." Wang Lin replied cheerfully, "Of course, of course." Qin Wan interjected, "That would be appreciated. Tomorrow, I'll have the driver bring that old Chinese medicine practitioner to your residence." That Su Jinjiang remarked, "Little Wan, Little Kong, please take a seat. Where are Professor Lin and Yi?" Qin Wan led Su Kong to the main table, explaining, "They have other commitments this evening, so they couldn't make IT to IT that moment." Su Kaixiong approached Su Jinjiang and quietly asked, "Dad, the guests are mostly seated. Shall we start serving the dishes?" Su Jinjiang looked towards Qin Wan and said, "Little Wan, many of the guests are here for your sake. Do you wish to say a few words?" Qin Wan replied, "Let my brother speak. He has been in politics for many years and is far more eloquent than I." Su Jinjiang did not insist. Turning to Su Kaixiong, "Eldest, please go up and say a few words on my behalf." A few minutes later, after Su Kaixiong delivered his speech of thanks, the audience erupted in applause. That he stepped down from the stage and instructed the servers to begin serving the dishes. Minister Qing chuckled. "Indeed, the younger generation is pushing us older folks aside. It's time we make room for them." Su Jinjiang remarked, "Words alone do not accomplish tasks. We still need the experienced comrades to steer the ship." He then picked up a bottle of Mao Tai and, smiling, declared, "Dear friends, today is the happiest day for me in many years. You must drink with me and cannot find excuses to decline." Qin Wan took the Mao Tai from Su Jinjiang's hands, saying, "Dad, let me handle this." An elderly gentleman beside her remarked, "Miss Qin is the chairwoman of Kong Group and is in her prime. How can we allow you to serve us elders?" Qin Wan laughed. "There is no Ms. Qin here, just your junior, Little Qin." With that, she filled everyone's glasses one by one. Su Kong softly suggested to Qin Wan, "Mom, allow me to do it." Qin Wan replied, "There are many customs at the table you may not understand. You didn't eat much during lunch on the highway, so make sure to eat well tonight." After filling everyone's glasses, Qin Wan poured herself a full cup and then turned to Su Kong, asking, "What would you like to drink, juice or yogurt?" Su Jinjiang interjected, "He is still a child." How could he drink alcohol? Everyone understood this protective nature of the elders, and soon the dishes were served. Those present were individuals of status, wealth, and influence, accustomed to such social gatherings. Before long, the atmosphere was lively, with glasses clinking and laughter echoing to Su Kong, genuinely hungry by this point, began to feast heartily while observing his surroundings. His grandmother, Chen Yurong, sat at a nearby table filled with affluent ladies, while his uncles and aunts toasted from table to table. Su Kong admired his fourth aunt, Su Xiaolan, whose drinking capacity was on par with the uncle's. But glancing at his mother beside him, he thought, wow, her capacity was impressive too. At Wang Nan's table, a group of young ladies chattered animatedly as they dined, completely absorbed in their own conversations. Qinwan took a sip of yogurt and asked, "I'm fine. How about you? Have you had enough to eat?" Su Kong replied, "I'm already full." Just then, another person approached to toast. This individual was Su Kang's cousin, and after raising his glass to the group, he noticed Su Kong sipping juice. Stumbling over, he slurred, "Little Kong, how can you drink juice while sitting with so many elders? Let me tell you, a man must drink. A man who doesn't drink has no future." With that, he poured out Su Kang's juice and shared a bit of his alcohol. "Let me teach you how to drink," he declared as Su Kong awkwardly stared at his cousin, unsure how to respond. However, Qinwan abruptly stood, her displeasure evident as she addressed her cousin. "A man's worth is determined by his intellect and vision. Although little Kong is young and inexperienced with alcohol, it is not up to you, Su Kaiqiang, to teach him that if you want to drink. Qinwan will accompany you." With that, she downed her half-full glass in one go. To Su Kaiqiang, startled, sobered up somewhat, hastily finished his own drink, and said, "Sister-in-law, I misspoke. Please do not take offense." He then scurried away. The others at the table exchanged glances, thinking, first the elders protect their young, and now the younger ones do the same. It seems Su Kong will have a smooth path ahead in the capital. Chapter 11. The promotion of free love. Su Kong remained oblivious to the message Wang Nan had sent him, quietly sitting in his place. After the earlier incident, the banquet swiftly concluded, with guests gradually departing. As the Su family and Qinwan bid farewell to the last guest at the hotel entrance, Qinwan swayed slightly as she approached a Range Rover that Su Kong intended to help her. But she waved him off and said to Su Jinjiang, "Dad, I'll take little Kong home with me tonight." That Su Jinjiang had hoped to keep Su Kong in his room for the night. But noticing the closeness between Su Kong and Qinwan, he consented. "All right," that he then added, "Your mother has had a bit too much to drink. Please have someone prepare a hangover remedy for her." Su Kong readily agreed. Su Jinjiang continued, "The gifts received tonight amount to approximately 7.8 million. More guests will come tomorrow, and I'll deposit all of it into your account before handing it over to you." Su Kong replied, "You don't need to give me this money, do you?" Grandmother Chen Yurong chuckled. "Everyone is here to see you. It's undoubtedly yours." That Su Kong scratched his head, resigned to accept it. Chen Yurong remarked, "Tomorrow you shall visit the Su residence again. Your grandparents have prepared gifts for you." "There were too many people today, and they did not bring them out." Su Kong responded, "Thank you, Grandma, that I have already received quite a number of gifts today." "It is truly unnecessary." Grandma smiled and replied, "They are not extravagant presents, merely tokens of affection from your grandparents, and you must accept them." Su Kong, feeling somewhat resigned, could only acquiesce. He then inquired, "Grandpa, will there be more visitors tomorrow?" As Su Kong and Qinwan sat in the Land Rover Range Rover, he reflected deeply on the day's events. The things he had received in a single day were likely more than an ordinary family could hope to earn in a lifetime. This stark contrast left him profoundly shaken. The driver, a man of approximately 50 years, skillfully maneuvered the vehicle with both speed and steadiness. Since entering the car, Qinwan had closed her eyes to rest, having indeed overindulged in alcoholic beverages as the scent of alcohol lingered in the air. "Yes, she is right beside me," Su Kong thought, concerned for her well-being, that he turned to the driver and said, "Sir, could you please raise the air conditioning temperature a bit? My mother appears to have fallen asleep." The driver, Li He, adjusted the temperature while commenting, "It has been many years since President Qin has consumed alcohol. This is the first time I have seen her so inebriated." Su Kong, intrigued, asked what caused her to drink so much today. Li chuckled and replied, "Young Master Su, I presume you have never drunk alcohol before." Su Kong shook his head and admitted, "I have not." Li continued, "Typically, individuals are quite aware of their state while drinking. However, when one is in high spirits and the atmosphere at the gathering is equally lively, one can unwittingly consume more than intended." Su Kong fell silent, Realizing that his mother's joyous mood today was likely connected to him, the weighty nature of maternal love. At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he saw a message from Wang Nan. I have prepared a gift for you. I will present it to you tomorrow. Su Kong scoffed internally, thinking, what are you talking about? I am merely continuing the amicable relations between the Su and Wang families, who would engage in a childhood betrothal. A toad wishing to consume swan meat. As Qin Wan ended her call, Su Kong asked, Mom, are you feeling any better now? After a brief moment of rest, she seemed noticeably improved and replied, yes, much better. She then turned to the driver, Li He, and inquired, how long until we arrive home? Li He responded, we shall reach there in about 5 or 6 minutes. Qin Wan then addressed Su Kong, after a day of travel and with evening engagements ahead. Are you not utterly exhausted? She continued, did Wang Lin mention anything about this matter today? With a smile, she added, I saw you at the banquet seated with Wang Nan. What do you think? Do you like her? Su Kong, feeling a bit shy, replied, Mom, today was our first meeting. Qin Wan chuckled. You and Wang Nan were born in the same hospital, just 2 days apart. Back then, the Wang and Su families were quite close. Your grandfather and her grandfather, in a moment of joy, casually mentioned a childhood betrothal, but it was merely said in jest, that Su Kong noted, so it seems that there was more jest than substance to it. Qin Wan nodded and said, the Wang family has faced considerable misfortune in recent years, beginning with the passing of the elder Mr. Wang, which diminished their political influence. Following that, Wang Nan's father's company encountered numerous difficulties, resulting in a significant reduction of their assets. The Wang family is currently in a state of decline, and thus, they are eager to secure this alliance to help them out of their predicament. Su Kong asked, but what of Wang Nan? Is she willing? Qin Wan frowned and replied, in life, how can everything be perfectly satisfactory? It is akin to certain social obligations. Can one simply refuse to drink if they do not wish to? One must adapt to the environment. Unless one possesses sufficient strength to make the environment adapt to them, Su Kong was left speechless, recalling how just days prior, he had been laboring in a small county. While others worked indoors, he and another were exposed to the scorching sun outside. What could he do? Lacking the necessary skills, he had no choice but to comply with others' arrangements. Curiously, he asked, why is that? Qin Wan explained, it is much like a university graduate seeking employment. Everyone naturally desires a high-paying job. Is it not the same? Su Kong responded with an "oh" and heard Qin Wan declare, we have arrived home. Prepare to disembark. As Su Kong gazed out the window, the vehicle entered a gated community, proceeding slowly forward. The area was devoid of tall buildings, featuring only rows of upscale villas, until they finally halted in front of a 4-story villa. Qin Wan opened the car door and said, let us step inside. Chapter 12. Your house is truly spacious, Su Kong inquired Uncle Lin. Who are these people? They are our household staff. Let us go inside first, Lin Yongjian replied. Upon entering the residence, Su Kong was greeted by a floor of black marble, tiles that shone like mirrors, opulent crystal chandeliers, imported designer armchairs, and exquisitely carved bookshelves. The grandeur of the hall was beyond description. Qin Wan guided Su Kong to sit on the sofa, where a lady presented a cup of honey water, saying, Madam, this is honey water to help you sober up. Qin Wan took a sip of the honey water and asked, where is Yi? Lin Yongjian responded, she is in her room. She is likely playing games. Lin Yongjian chuckled awkwardly, admitting he was at a loss with his daughter, and he turned to Qin Wan and suggested, you have had some drinks today. You should take a bath and rest, and I will take Shao Kong to see his room. Qin Wan countered, I shall take him myself. Just as Su Kong was about to rise, his phone rang, that he checked to find it was Teacher Chow. Quickly, he answered, Teacher Chow, is there something you need? Teacher Chow inquired. Su Kong, have you arrived home? Yes, I am currently at my mother's house, Su Kong replied. Then your mother is with you, I presume? Su Kong, puzzled, asked, yes, is there something you need to discuss with her? Earlier this morning, your mother sent a case of Maotai liquor. Just now, your teacher's wife was curious and took a look. She discovered 20,000 yuan in cash hidden beneath the liquor bag. Please provide me with an account number so I can transfer the money to you. Teacher Chow explained that. Su Kong turned to Qin Wan and asked, Mom, did you hide 20,000 yuan in cash inside the liquor you gave Teacher Chow this morning? Qin Wan nodded and said, give me your phone. I will handle this. Su Kong passed the phone to her, and she placed the call on speaker, saying, hello, Teacher Chow, this is Su Kang's mother. Teacher Chow replied, hello, Su Kang's mother. Why did you place 20,000 yuan in cash beneath the liquor bag? Please provide me with an account number so I can transfer the funds to you. Chinwan said, Teacher Chow, this money is a token of gratitude that Su Kong was lost to me as a child. Were it not for your guidance, he could have become a wayward youth or even a beggar. For other students, you are a dedicated teacher. But for Su Kong, you are both a mentor and a paternal figure. I truly appreciate you from the depths of my heart. That on the other end, Teacher Chow responded, As a teacher, it is my duty. Chinwan continued, Ordinary teachers do not cover tuition fees or make chicken soup for their students. Su Kong looked at Chinwan in astonishment, wondering how she knew that Teacher Chow had made him chicken soup. Teacher Chow then stated, However, 20,000 is far too much. I cannot accept it. Chinwan replied, I am a businesswoman. That amount is insignificant to me. But that cannot be. Teacher Chow insisted, and one's money comes without effort. Consider this money as support for Chow Qian's university tuition and living expenses. Surely that is acceptable, Chinwan proposed. After her suggestion, a cacophony of voices erupted on the other end of the line. It was Teacher Liang and Teacher Chow arguing. After a moment, Teacher Liang's voice emerged, saying, Su Kang's mother, thank you that I will accept this on behalf of my daughter. And when she completes her studies, we will return the money to you. Chinwan responded, Teacher Liang, you are too courteous. This amount does not need to be repaid. Do you have any further matters to discuss with Su Kong? No, that will be all. I shall hang up now to avoid disturbing your rest, Teacher Liang said before ending the call. Chinwan returned the phone to Su Kong, saying, Your Teacher Chow has truly been commendable. Do take some gifts to visit him when you have the opportunity. Su Kong replied, Yes, but Mom, why did you send money to Teacher Chow this morning without informing me? His call just now left me a bit bewildered. Chinwan chuckled. I feared you might let it slip if you found out this morning. Come now, let me show you to your room. Ascending to the third floor, Chinwan explained, the first floor comprises the living room, kitchen, and maid's room. The second floor contains guest rooms. When your grandparents were alive, they resided on the second floor. The third floor is where our family lives. While the fourth floor is primarily for leisure activities, including a gym, game room, billiards room, and study. Chinwan opened a door, switched on the light, and said, This is your room. Take a look and see if you are satisfied. Su Kong looked inside to find a large bed, a wall-mounted flat-screen television opposite, and wardrobes on either side for clothing. The room was also furnished with a massage chair, a desk equipped with a desktop computer, a laptop, and a tablet. Next to the desk stood a bookshelf and a suitcase brought from the small county. To the left of the door was another room, which Su Kong opened to discover it was a bathroom. Su Kong gazed at the toilet in the bathroom and hesitantly inquired, Mom, do we have a squat toilet at home? Chinwan chuckled softly and replied, Are you not accustomed to the Western-style toilet? Su Kong nodded in affirmation. Chinwan then called out to the maid downstairs, Lu Jie, are you there? Moments later, a woman hurried up and inquired, Madam, what can I do for you? Chinwan instructed, Tomorrow, please arrange for a few people to replace the toilet in Xiao Kang's room with a squat toilet. She turned back to Su Kong and said, Xiao Kong, check if there is anything else that needs adjusting. She added, Make sure to rest early tonight. I will accompany you to the Su family tomorrow. A moment later, Su Kong received a message that began with a question mark, soon followed by a QQ video call that he quickly slipped into a pair of pants and connected the call. Under Wang Nan's guidance, he successfully got the shower to work and learned how to adjust the water temperature. After finishing his shower, Su Kong felt remarkably refreshed that he took out his phone and filmed a continuous clip from the third floor down to the first. A few maids were cleaning on the first floor, and when they noticed Su Kong awkwardly holding his phone, they began to whisper among themselves, feeling a bit embarrassed after sending the video to Wang Nan. He explained to one of the mopping maids, I have a friend who wants to see the house I'm living in. With that, he hurriedly ascended the stairs, his cheeks flushed, leaving behind the soft laughter of the maids. Thank you. Are you still awake this late? Tomorrow is Zhao Li's birthday, and I was asked to invite you to join us for some fun. Do you have time? Chapter 13. Are you Mr. Qin's son? Su Kong felt elated, akin to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, his heart steady and brimming with hope that he opened the door again, treading lightly down the stairs, only to find the household staff preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing the young master descend, they greeted him warmly. Su Kong wandered around the expansive courtyard, which was adorned with a variety of flora. Although he knew little about plants, he could tell that some of the ornamental trees were quite valuable. In the southeast corner of the garden, he discovered a vegetable patch. Curious, he approached to find a plethora of vegetables, including cucumbers, green beans, and peppers. Quietly, he entered the garden, and seeing no one around, he plucked a cucumber. Next to the vegetable patch was a faucet, which he used to rinse the cucumber before sitting on a stone bench to munch on that moment. Qinwan stood by the window, watching her son stealthily enjoying the cucumber, which made her smile. She called out, "Xiao Kong, could you please pick one for me too?" Qinwan asked, "Xiao Kong, why aren't you sleeping in a bit longer?" Su Kong replied, "I've grown accustomed to it." Noticing the several cucumbers he was holding, Qinwan inquired with a laugh, "Why did you pick so many?" Su Kong handed her one and explained, "I wasn't too sure if Uncle Lin and Yi would want some, so I grabbed a couple extra." Qinwan led Su Kong to the dining table, breaking the cucumber in half. As she took a bite, she remarked, "Your Uncle Lin loves fruits and vegetables. He will surely enjoy this when he comes down as for your sister. She won't be up until past noon." Su Kong thought to himself, "How can my sister sleep so much?" Qinwan continued, crunching on the cucumber. Freshly picked cucumbers are simply incomparable. They are both crisp and sweet that moment. The butler brought breakfast to the table, which included bread, noodles, eggs, and fruits they ate. They chatted as Su Kong curiously asked, "Mom, how did we end up with a vegetable garden in our courtyard?" Qinwan explained, "Last year, your grandmother stayed with us for several months. She couldn't sit still, so she cultivated this little patch for vegetables. Unfortunately, she passed away earlier this spring. However, I decided to keep this garden in her memory," seeing the melancholy in Qinwan's expression. Su Kong regretted asking the question. Unsure how to comfort her, he lowered his head to his meal. Noticing his silence, Qinwan said, "Your grandmother's greatest wish was to meet you, since tomorrow is the weekend. I'll take you to see her, all right?" Su Kong nodded. "Mom, are you going to Grandpa's place with me?" Qinwan replied, "I need to go to the office in the morning. I should arrive at your grandfather's around 11. Su Kong sighed softly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Although his grandparents and uncles treated him well, their encounters were brief, leaving a sense of distance. Being naturally shy, he felt nervous around the many visitors at the Su household. Sensing his unease, Qinwan suggested, "Why don't you accompany me to the office? Once I finish my tasks, we can go to your grandfather's together." Su Kong nodded enthusiastically. When Su Kong and Qinwan arrived at Icon Group, it was just past 7:30. With the office hours starting at 8:30, the building was still rather empty. Qinwan led Su Kong in her office, handing him a laptop, saying, "You can play around for a bit." Su Kong acknowledged her with a nod. She opened another door and added, "If you feel tired, you can rest on that bed. There's a toilet here, if you're not used to the one outside. We also have a squat toilet." Su Kong quickly waved his hand. "Mom, you go ahead with your work. Don't mind me." Qinwan chuckled and retrieved a key card, saying, "The 16th floor is the dining area, and the 17th is the gym. If you feel bored, feel free to explore, but please keep your voice down so as not to disturb anyone." Su Kong accepted the key card and asked, "Mom, do you not have a key card?" He settled onto a nearby sofa, pulled out his phone, and opened the app, noticing that Wang Nen hadn't messaged him, so he began to play a casual game. As the start of work approached, the building gradually filled with activity. Qinwan picked up the phone on her desk and dialed a number, instructing, "Xiao Zhao, please arrange for some fruits to be brought to my office. Additionally, inform the attendees that the meeting will commence promptly at 8:40. After hanging up, there was a knock at the door. Su Kong quickly stood to open it, revealing Zhao Rong, who entered with a fruit platter. Zhao Rong paused upon seeing Su Kong, then beamed, "Little Su is here." Su Kong greeted her, "Hello, Zhao Jie." Qinwan instructed Xiao Zhao place the fruits on the side table. Zhao Rong set the platter in front of Su Kong, observing the shy young man before her and smiling. She was curious why the Su suddenly wanted fruits. It turned out it was for her beloved son. Qinwan then asked Xiao Zhao, "Have all the meeting attendees been informed?" Zhao Rong replied, "Yes. Everyone is currently in the conference room." Qinwan nodded, "Let us head over as well." She turned to Su Kong and said, "Xiao Kong, please wait here for me. After the meeting, I will go with you to your grandfather's." Su Kong nodded, "Okay, Mom." Once Qinwan left, Su Kong was alone in the office. After munching on a few grapes, he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his stomach, grabbing some tissue from the desk. He dashed out of the office in search of a restroom. Since this floor housed the CEO's office, there were few employees around, and everyone was too engrossed in their tasks to notice a young man hurrying out. After a while, a female employee passed by, carrying a computer tower. She glanced curiously at Su Kong and asked, "Are you new here?" Su Kong, feeling anxious, replied, "No, I came with my mom." Sun Qian understood immediately. Many employees brought their children to the office during school breaks. But it was rare to see someone Su Kang's age. She then asked, "Who is your mom?" Su Kong answered, "Qin Wan." Believing his confident response, Sun Qian continued, "Young man, could you do me a favor? I'll treat you to milk tea at lunch." Su Kong asked, "What do you need help with?" Sun Qian handed him the computer tower, saying, "Could you help me carry this to the 12th floor?" Thus began a period where Su Kong followed Sun Qian, assisting her in transporting the old computers that in his youthful vigor, Su Kong willingly exerted himself, earning Sun Qian's praises. Although he was tired, he felt a sense of accomplishment from being needed. 2 hours later. Carrying a computer monitor, Su Kong trailed behind Sun Qian, who exclaimed, "After we take these last 2 monitors down, we'll be done. Then I'll take you to the 16th floor for milk tea. And there's a cake you'll definitely enjoy." That Su Kong replied, "No need, Sun Jia. I'm going out with my mom for lunch." Just as Sun Qian was about to respond, they encountered 2 people walking toward them, prompting her to pull Su Kong aside and call out, "Hello, President Qin." Curious, Su Kong looked over to see Qin Wan and Zhao Rong approaching. That he happily called out, "Mom, are you done with work?" As Su Kong looked up, Qin Wan noticed him, and seeing her son drenched in sweat while carrying a monitor, she felt a pang of discomfort. She would never wish for her son to undertake such heavy labor, let alone have someone else instruct him to do so. With a cold tone, she remarked, "Is that something you can even carry?" Other employees, having noticed the situation, saw the expression on Qin's face and promptly suppressed their curiosity, burying themselves in their work. Sun Qian, feeling anxious, lowered her head and tightened her toes, only to hear Qin Wan continue. In the company, one must independently complete their own tasks, and only when faced with genuine difficulties can one seek assistance from colleagues. Sun Qian hurriedly agreed. That Su Kong, observing Sun Qian's current state, felt a twinge of guilt and said, "Mom, it was my own decision to help. There's no need to mention Sister Sunday." Qin Wan pondered internally. "What has come over me? Why am I quarreling with a junior employee?" She then spoke softly, "You may return to your duties." Sun Qian acknowledged with a nod, swiftly grabbed 2 computer screens, and hurriedly exited. Qin Wan turned to Zhao Rong and said, "You should also get back to work. If anything arises in the company, feel free to call me." Su Kong glanced at the time. It was already 10:30, and he remarked, "Isn't it unnecessary? It's already 10:30. Qin Wan nodded and led Su Kong downstairs to their vehicle for the Su family. After Qin Wan and her son departed, the office buzzed with chatter. Sun Qian, fuming, stormed into the General Affairs Department and vented her frustrations at Qin Man, questioning why she would choose a name so phonetically similar to Qin's. Qin Man, bewildered at first, burst into laughter upon hearing the context, saying, "Sun Qian, are you foolish? I'm only 34. Where would I find a son this age?" For quite some time thereafter, whenever colleagues encountered Sun Qian, their first words would often be, "Sister Sun, could you arrange some work for me? I too aspire to be Qin's child." This. Sun Qian would invariably scurry away, flustered. Chapter 14. The New Prince of Kyoto among Su Kang's generation. His eldest cousin Su Chong was the oldest. He whipped out a deck of playing cards and called out, "Brothers, come join me for a game of Jiajin Wan." Su Bin, the second son of his uncle's family, plopped down on a stool and declared, "I'll play one." Su Chong jested, "You, a government official, coming here to gamble with us. Does that seem appropriate?" He pointed at a nearby plump man, saying, "Wang Tao, take this guy to the station." Su Bin, upon hearing this, was furious, but Wang Tao chuckled and said, "All right, stop teasing Bin Ge. I'll join in too." Wang Tao's grandfather had been a longtime friend of Su Jinjiang, making Wang Tao quite familiar with the Su family, and he had grown accustomed to their playful banter. But Su Kong watched the antics of this lively group and couldn't help but laugh. Su Chong pulled out a chair and said, "Xiao Kong, come play a few rounds with us." He then called out to Qin Wan, saying, "Bomu, I'm taking Xiao Kong to play cards. Is that all right?" Qin Wan replied, "Of course, Xiao Kong just arrived in Kyoto. You cousins should take good care of him." Su Bin reassured, "Don't worry." Bomu. Su Kong then interjected, "But I don't know how to play cards." Qin Wan produced a bank card and a stack of cash, saying, "It's fine if we lose. The important thing is to enjoy ourselves." Su Kong took the card in cash, and then heard Qin Wan add, "The password for this card is 6/8. Keep it as your allowance. I'll head to the company now and come and pick you up in the evening." Su Kong replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention." Wang then asked, "Are you at the Su family now?" Su Kong affirmed. And Wang Nan said, Zhao Li and I will arrive shortly. Indeed, just a few minutes later, Wang Nan and Zhao Li appeared at the Su residence. Grandma Chen Yurong, upon seeing them, smiled and said, "Oh, you two young ladies have come again." Wang Nan and Zhao Li had visited the Su family just the day before, so Grandma was quite curious about their return. Zhao Li stepped forward and said, "Grandma Chen, we're here to take Su Kong out for some fun." Wang Nan added, "Grandma Chen, today is Zhao Li's birthday, and we younger ones plan to go out for karaoke and dinner. Since Su Kong hasn't been to Kyoto before, we want to show him around. And we're all of the same age, so it should be enjoyable." Chen Yurong smiled and said, "Sounds good. He's inside playing cards. Let me go call him." Zhao Li interjected, "No need, Grandma Chen, we can go in ourselves." With that, she grabbed Wang Nan's hand and headed indoors. Upon entering, they found several of Su's brothers gathered around playing cards. Zhao Li remarked, "Oh, you're still playing cards. Who is treating us?" Su Chong, having had a rough afternoon in terms of luck, was feeling irritable and retorted, "Let Su Bin treat us. He stepped in dog poop this afternoon and won quite a bit." That Su Bin chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "No problem, unlike some people who are both bad at playing and love to gamble." This remark made Su Chong's ears turn red, and he huffed, choosing not to respond further. Noticing Su Chong's silence, Su Bin turned to Wang Nan and asked, "What brings you here?" Zhao Li replied, "We're taking Su Kong out for some fun." The group turned to Su Kong, who bashfully announced, "Today is Zhao Li's birthday." Thus Su Chong chimed in, "Zhao Li, why didn't you invite your strong brother out for fun?" Zhao Li rolled her eyes and replied, "Strong brother? At your age, you could be my strong uncle." The room erupted with laughter, and Su Bin, seeing Su Chong's disgruntled expression, found even more amusement that he pulled out a stack of cash and declared, "Zhao Li, you have a way with words. Tonight's expenses are on me." Overjoyed, Zhao Li accepted the money, exclaiming, "Bingu is magnificent. Bingu is generous. Bingu will surely prosper in the future." To Su Chong, upon hearing this, felt even more dejected. Having lost a significant amount that afternoon, he was now being teased by a young girl. He pushed his cards away and declared, "I'm done. Let us call it a night." Su Bin, noticing Su Chong's departure, stifled his laughter and warned Zhao Li, "Just be careful what you all do tonight. Don't take Xiao Kong to bars or any wild places." Zhao Li assured him, "We want tea. It's just karaoke and dinner." Su Bin inquired, "Are all of you girls?" He glanced at Su Chi, the second son of his second uncle's family, who was studying for a master's degree at the National Defense University. "Su Chi, do you have time tonight? Come out and have some fun with these young ladies." Su Chi, understanding that Su Bin was concerned for their safety, readily agreed since he had no other plans for the evening. Wang Tao, overhearing, chimed in, "Count me in. It's been a while since I sang, and my throat is itching for it." Thus, Zhao Li and Wang Nan took one car, driven by Zhao's family driver, while Su Chi, Wang Tao, and Su Kong took another car, driven by Su Chi. On the way, Su Kong called Qin Wan to briefly inform her that he was going out to celebrate Zhao Li's birthday with Wang Nan. Qin Wan, still worried about safety, felt reassured upon learning that Su Chi and Wang Tao would be accompanying them. One a graduate student at the National Defense University, and the other the deputy director of a local police station in Kyoto. Soon, the vehicles arrived at their destination, a large karaoke venue, where several young men and women were already gathered outside. Zhao Li boldly exited the car and greeted them. Among the crowd were several young men Su Kong had met at the banquet the previous day. Likely from prominent families. As Su Kong, Su Chi, and Wang Tao stepped out, a girl exclaimed, "Wow, Zhao Li actually brought Su Kong out." Zhao Li proudly replied, "You should know who I am." One of the boys, unfamiliar with Su Kong, whispered to a nearby girl, who responded softly, "He is a newly arrived prince from Kyoto." As she spoke, their fingers intertwined, indicating a closeness. Another boy, having overheard the introduction, looked at Su Kong with suspicion and approached Zhao Li, asking, "Aren't you embarrassed bringing someone you barely know?" Zhao Li shot him a sideways glance and retorted, "It's precisely because we don't know each other that we should interact more. Otherwise, how will we become friends?" The boy was left speechless, glancing at Su Chi and Wang Tao behind Su Kong, who appeared significantly older and more matured. He inquired, "Who are these two?" Just as Zhao Li was about to introduce them, Su Chi interjected, "You all enjoy yourselves. Don't mind us." He then leaned into Su Kang's ear and added, "You go play with them, Wang Tao, and I will reserve a room next door. If anything happens, just give us a call." Su Kong asked, "Aren't you joining us?" Su Chi chuckled, Wang Tao and I are just a couple of old geezers. We won't fit in with you young folks. Zhao Li, hearing Su Qi's words, had no objections. In fact, she found his demeanor overly formal and a bit uncomfortable. She said, "Let us head inside. I've already booked a private room." Chapter 15. Have you two got together? Wang Nan deliberately lagged behind, walking alongside Su Kong, and said, "The boy who spoke earlier is named Lu Ji. His family is in business, and he and Zhao Li were high school classmates. He has been pursuing her for a while." Wang Nan continued, "The girl with the boyfriend is named Su Jin. Her grandfather is a longtime friend of your grandfather. She was at your banquet yesterday and made a bet with Zhao Li about whether you would attend her birthday party today." Su Kong replied, perplexed, "Is this how the wealthy play?" Wang Nan shot him a glance, thinking, "Who here is wealthier than you?" Su Kong pressed on, "What about Su Jin's boyfriend?" "Who is he?" Wang Nan explained. "Her boyfriend is named Lu Jinghua. He comes from an ordinary family. She is afraid to let her family know about their relationship for fear of disapproval," that Su Kong remarked. "After all, she is still studying. She shouldn't let dating interfere with her education." Wang Nan looked at Su Kong as if he were an alien and said, "Come on, she is practically a college student now. How could she not be allowed to date?" Su Kongqi remarked, "Then why not let her family know?" Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong and replied nonchalantly, "Because it requires a match in social status." That Su Kong felt a surge of emotion. Unsure of what to say, when Zhao Li's voice called from the front, "What are you two whispering about? Come on in." Su Kong and Wang Nan entered a spacious private room, where the lights shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was Su Kang's first visit to a KTV, and he found the atmosphere somewhat overwhelming, opting to sit at the edge of the sofa, while Wang Nan conveniently took a seat beside him. Lu Ji was busy selecting songs and, upon noticing Su Kong and Wang Nan together, felt a pang of discomfort. This was typical of young men, even when aware that a beautiful girl did not harbor feelings for them. Jealousy still crept in when she showed interest in another. Lu Ji intentionally remarked, "Wang Nan, why don't you pick a few songs too?" Wang Nan pretended not to hear him and turned to Su Kong, asking, "What songs do you like?" "Want to choose a few?" Having never experienced such situations before and feeling somewhat anxious among the crowd, Su Kong replied, "No need, I'll just watch." Zhao Li had just finished ordering drinks and snacks at the bar outside and, upon entering, spotted Su Kong and Wang Nan seated together. She approached them, her large eyes darting between their faces. Wang Nan, feeling embarrassed under her scrutiny, retorted, "Zhao Li, are you sick? Why do you keep staring at me?" Zhao Li, unfazed, said, "Come on, spill the beans. What's going on between you two? Are you dating?" Su Kang's face flushed, and he quickly replied, "No, don't say that." Zhao Li teased, "Then why are you sitting so close?" She chuckled. "I knew it. You two have been childhood sweethearts, so it's only natural that you have a mutual fondness for each other, that you are destined to be together forever. Why don't I have such a fateful romance?" The atmosphere was initially lively, with everyone engrossed in selecting their favorite songs, but Zhao Li's loud and boisterous personality soon drew several curious girls towards them, each chiming in with their thoughts. Wang Nan's face turned a shade of red, unsure whether it was from Zhao Li's teasing or the attention of the others, that Su Kong hurriedly interjected, "You're misunderstanding. Wang Nan and I are just normal friends." Lu Ji chimed in, who still believes in childhood betrothal these days. Su Kong felt a surge of gratitude. Lu Ji was indeed defending him. Wang Nan stood up and said, "The Wang and Su families have been family friends for generations. Isn't it normal for me to be close to Su Kong? Why don't you all go gossip about Su Jin and Lu Jinghua instead?" Su Jin laughed. "We've all heard about Su Jin and Lu Jinghua already. Your story is fresh, and it's ripe for the picking. That you'd better confess. What is the nature of your relationship?" Wang Nan snapped back, "That's none of your business." Zhao Li, aware that Wang Nan usually maintained a good girl image, refrained from pushing the joke further. "All right, everyone, let us stop gossiping. Otherwise, we might scare Wang Nan away." They resumed selecting and singing songs. Lu Ji opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a small glass for each of the girls present before approaching Lu Jinghua, asking, "What about you, beer or red wine?" Lu Jinghua took a bottle of beer from the table, saying, "I'll have beer." Lu Ji then turned to Su Kong, asking, "And you? Beer or red wine?" Su Kong shyly replied, "I am sorry, I don't drink." Lu Ji wore a mocking expression, sarcastically stating, "What kind of man doesn't he drink?" Zhao Li quickly intervened, pulling Lu Ji aside. "Su Kong is my friend. Watch your tone." Lu Ji was unaware of Su Kong's background, But Zhao Li was all too aware. That was not someone any of them could afford to offend. Lu Ji, feeling disgruntled, fell silent. Wang Nan poured Su Kong a glass of juice. Saying, "You can drink juice." She then stood up, smiling at everyone. "Let us raise our first glass in honor of Zhao Li." The group stood, raising their glasses and proclaiming, "Zhao Li, happy birthday." Zhao Li beamed, replying, "Thank you all for the wishes." With that, everyone downed their drinks, leaving Su Kong to sip his juice. Afterward, Zhao Li picked up the microphone and began to sing, performing a classic tune, 7 Mile Fragrance. Despite her boisterous demeanor, her singing was surprisingly melodious. After her performance, the turn quickly passed to others. Lu Ji was lively, darting between Lu Jinghua for drinks, assisting the girls with song selections, and fetching snacks for everyone, neglecting Su Kong in the process. However, Su Kong didn't mind. He quietly observed the others singing. As the atmosphere grew joyful, they began playing a spin-the-bottle game, where whoever the bottle pointed to had to complete a challenge. Not fond of such an environment. Su Kong excused himself, claiming a restroom break, but he unexpectedly ran into Wang Tao. Seeing Wang Tao staggering, seemingly quite inebriated, Su Kong asked, "Brother Tao, how much have you had to drink?" Wang Tao, recognizing Su Kong, replied, "Your brother Su Qi invited a few of his classmates, and they can really put it away." After splashing his face with water, he added, "All of your Su family brothers have impressive alcohol tolerance. And yet you can't drink. It's quite strange." That Su Kong chuckled. "I used to barely eat enough, let alone drink." Wang Tao patted Su Kong on the shoulder, saying, "I don't know whether to call you lucky or unfortunate." Su Kong responded, "Perhaps it's a blessing in disguise." They both laughed. Wang Tao said, "I'll head back now. Otherwise, they'll start punishing me with drinks again." Su Kong nodded, turning on the tap to wash his face. Lacking a paper towel, he simply shook his hands dry. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind. "Are you blind, you brat?" As Su Kong prepared to rise, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, and Wang Tao appeared, slapping a young man across the face, angrily scolding, "You little punk, what are you being so arrogant for?" The young man stumbled sideways from the force of the slap, half his face swelling as he shakily stood up. Threatening, "You'll all pay for this," that he stormed out in a huff. Wang Tao pulled Su Kong up, asking, "Are you all right?" Su Kong felt a surge of gratitude, replying, "Thank you, Brother Tao," concerned about the young man's parting threat. He asked, "What if he brings someone back?" Wang Tao snickered coldly, "If I can't handle such trash, I might as well pack my bags and leave Kyoto." With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, "Gather a few brothers and come to Candy Tree KTV. There's a little mouse causing trouble." That Su Kong remained a bit worried. "You guys want to end up fighting, will you?" Chapter 16. Who do you think you are? Spoiled rich kid? Su Kong had no choice but to accept the phone, hoping that the red-haired youth wouldn't return. Wang Nan noticed his distracted demeanor and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Kong, not wanting her to worry, smiled, "It's nothing." Wang Nan handed the microphone to Su Kong, saying, "You're the only one who hasn't sung yet. You should give it a try." That Su Kong protested, "But I can't sing." Wang Nan replied, "Neither can we. It's not a competition, so what is there to be afraid of?" Reluctantly, Su Kong took the microphone, saying, "All right." At that moment, Zhao Li was singing Roof, and the screen displayed the next song as Fairy Tale. Wang Nan suggested, "You should know this one." Su Kong nodded, "I think I can manage." Soon, Zhao Li finished her song. Noticing Su Kong with the microphone, exclaimed, "Wow, Su Kong, you're finally willing to sing." She then handed her microphone to Wang Nan, saying, "You too should do it." That Su Kong felt his cheeks heat up, shyly glancing at Wang Nan, who was focused on the MV on the screen. Appearing unfazed, he continued singing, "Tell me again about your love story." Lu Ji mocked, "No way. You've never heard a fairy tale?" Su Kong felt embarrassed. He often sang smoothly in the shower. Wang Nan shot Lu Ji a fierce glare before taking the microphone and singing. "I've thought about it for a long time. I'm starting to panic. Did I do something wrong again?" Wang Nan's voice was melodious and captivating, a stark contrast to Su Kong's off-key singing. Embarrassed, Su Kong set the microphone down on the table. Lu Ji, eager to take the microphone and sing a duet with the goddess, was preempted by Wang Nan. As Su Kong placed the microphone down, he felt a flutter of emotions within him, sensing Wang Nan's affection for him. Perhaps she had many practical considerations, but so what? Over the years, no girl had ever looked at him twice. Even Chao Qian regarded him merely as a unique classmate. Zhao Li commented, This MV is beautifully made. Every time I watch it, I'm moved. With most of the room filled with girls, her words were met with agreement. After several more songs, Zhao Li glanced at the time and announced, "Let us go eat. After dinner, we'll continue with the second half." That as the group gathered their things, Su Kong opened the door, only to be met by a group of police officers approaching. He felt a surge of joy, thinking Wang Tao had called them, and was about to summon Wang Tao and the others from the next room when he noticed the red-haired youth behind the officers. Previously shirtless, he was now clad in a flamboyant shirt that Su Kong instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. The young man with red hair had already spotted Su Kong and shouted, "You little brat. Come here. Where's that fatso?" Qian Mu, upon seeing Lu Ji, remarked, "What about that person from earlier? Bring him out." Lu Ji, still trying to comprehend the situation, pointed at Su Kong and said, "Are you referring to Su Kong?" Qian Mu replied, "Yes, that little brat." With that, he reached out to grab Su Kong. Lu Ji, secretly reveling in Su Kang's misfortune, felt a sense of joy despite not knowing how Su Kong had offended Qian Mu. At this moment, the door to the adjacent private room swung open, and Wang Tao rushed in, seizing Qian Mu by the collar with his left hand and delivering a slap to his face with his right. He then kicked Qian Mu to the ground, berating him, "You blind fool." Having never endured such humiliation, Qian Mu pointed at Wang Tao, trembling as he stammered, "Get rid of him for me." The elderly police officer leading the group behind him was about to intervene when he noticed several individuals emerging from the private room, some of whom were in uniform. Feeling puzzled, he glanced at the assailant and, frightened, exclaimed, "Director Wang, what are you doing here?" Wang Tao glanced sideways at the old officer and asked, "Do you know me? Which department are you from?" The old officer replied, "I am from the Dongfeng Road Police Station, and these are my colleagues." That he then gestured towards the prostrate Qian Mu and continued, "We received a report from a citizen stating that there was a fight and commotion here. So we came to investigate." Wang Tao chuckled softly and remarked, "You old comrade are not telling the whole truth. Just confess. Who is he?" The old officer, left with no choice, replied, "He is the son of our director Qian." Wang Tao kicked Qian Mu and said, "Call your father." Though brash, Qian Mu was not foolish. He realized he had provoked someone significant today, that he took out his phone and called his father, as soon as the call connected. Wang Tao snatched the phone, switched it to speaker mode, and said, "Qian Tai, your son is in my hands." The other party's tone was heavy as he responded, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Wang Tao laughed and said, "What's wrong? Can't you recognize my voice? It's Wang Tao from the District Public Security Bureau." The other party was evidently taken aback, and after a long pause, he finally said, "Director Wang, what do you mean by this?" Wang Tao continued, "Do you know what your son has done tonight?" The other party inquired, "Has this kid committed an offense?" Wang Tao pressed on, "Jingdu is the emperor's capital. Even I have to tread carefully. What gives your son the audacity to act so recklessly with your insignificant position? He might not even know how he ends up dead one day." Without waiting for a response, Wang Tao hung up the phone and tossed it back to Qian Mu, saying, "Get lost." Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent today, Qian Mu picked up his phone, disregarding his pain, and left in a huff. The few police officers followed suit. The Su Qi stepped forward and remarked, "I didn't expect it. Tao Go. Quite impressive." Wang Tao, sensing the underlying sarcasm in his words, acknowledged, "That kid may be a bit arrogant, but it wasn't a grave mistake." "A lesson was enough," Su Qi responded. "If it weren't for us being here, Shao Kahn would have been bullied by that brat. It can't just be brushed aside like this if a child is not taught. It's the fault of the parent. Let us have him retire." Wang Tao sighed. The Su family was indeed powerful and protective. That Su Kong stepped forward and said, "Qi Go, let's not escalate the matter." That Su Qi, feeling helpless, replied, "Sometimes if you don't show your strength, others will think you're easy to bully. Tao Go has already taught him a lesson, and besides, I have no issues." That Su Qi looked at Su Kong with a resigned expression, saying, "Forget it, I won't interfere. Let's go eat." Wang Tao laughed heartily and called out to Zhao Li, "Zhao Li, my stomach has been growling for ages. Shall we head out for a meal?" Zhao Li replied, "Let's go. You were so impressive earlier. Order whatever you want." Everyone chatted and laughed as they made their way outside. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, lingering at the back of the crowd, gazed at the departing Su Kong with a complex expression, no longer daring to show any disrespect. The young crowd, fond of bold flavors, found a nearby outdoor eatery with a pleasant ambience. facing a small lake where gentle breezes occasionally swept through, alleviating the summer heat. They indulged in drinks, skewers, and crayfish, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Though Su Kong abstained from alcohol, he relished the camaraderie of his peers as they shared drinks, food, and stories, which effortlessly strengthened their friendships. As the clock struck 11. Chin Wan called to inquire about his whereabouts. After Su Kong provided an address, she informed him that a car was on its way to pick him up, having already had his fill. Su Kong announced to those around him, "My mom just called. She's arranged for a car to pick me up." Upon hearing this, Su Qi and Wang Tao expressed their intent to leave as well. Zhao Li, feeling slightly tipsy, declared, "No way, I can't handle it anymore. Let's call it a night and gather again next time." Wang Nan, having consumed some beer during dinner, now had a rosy hue on her cheeks. She pointed towards the lakeside across the street and suggested, "Look over there. There's a lotus pond and the moonlight. Since your car isn't arrived yet, let us take a stroll." That Su Kong gazed over, witnessing the moonlight cascading like silver silk upon the lotus pond, where the green leaves resembled circular platters adorned with glistening dewdrops, sparkling under the moonlight, that a gentle breeze wafted the fragrance of the blossoms. Su Kong smiled and replied, "Sounds good." As they approached the lakeside, Wang Nan pulled out a gift box from her bag, saying, "I promised to give this to you yesterday." That Su Kong opened it to find a silver white high-end Min's watch and remarked, "This must have cost quite a bit." Wang Nan took the watch and fastened it around his wrist. Her hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, brushing against the skin and sending shivers down his spine. Su Kong quietly observed her earnest expression, his heart racing involuntarily. The moment she clasped the watch, it felt as if she had captured his heart. After securing the watch, Wang Nan playfully inspected Su Kang's wrist and smiled. "Looks good, just right." Suddenly, Su Kang's hands tightly grasped hers, causing her to momentarily freeze. She looked up to find his gaze filled with warmth and intensity, and feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Her heart raced, and she shyly lowered her head. Noticing Wang Nan's bashful demeanor, Su Kong mentally scolded himself and quickly released her hands, stammering, "I'm sorry, I just..." Seeing Su Kong flustered, Wang Nan thought him endearingly foolish. She took the initiative to hold his hand, her fingers gently interlacing with his. Together, they strolled along the lakeside, illuminated by the soft glow of the streetlights, as a refreshing breeze dispelled the summer heat. After a while, Su Kong's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was indeed Chin Wan. He answered on speaker, asking, "Mom, has the car arrived?" The voice on the other end replied, "I'm right beside you." On the roadside, that Su Kong exclaimed, "That's too dangerous. Let me come to you." Wang Nan, touched by Su Kang's concern for her safety, nodded appreciatively and followed him towards Chin Wan's Land Rover. As Chin Wan rolled down the window and noticed the watch on Su Kang's wrist, a pang of discomfort washed over her. The image of the two walking hand in hand by the lake stirred a sense of loss within her, akin to a prized pig being swayed away by a mere cabbage. As they approached, she inquired, "Did you have fun?" Su Kong nodded and replied, "Mom, why did you come out yourself?" He then added, "Mom, let us give Wang Nan a ride home." Chin Wan's apparent disregard made Wang Nan feel a bit anxious, prompting her to timidly greet, "Hello, Aunt Chin." Chin Wan chuckled inwardly at her own possessiveness. After all, her son would eventually marry. Why should she act like a jealous girl? She responded, "Wang Nan, hop in. I didn't see you earlier." Su Kong took the front passenger seat, leaving Wang Nan and Chin Wan in the back. Chin Wan pretended to just notice the watch on Su Kang's wrist, commenting, "Xiao Kong, who gave you that watch? It's quite beautiful." Wang Nan blushed, and Su Kong awkwardly replied, "Why do you ask about that?" Chin Wan laughed and teased, "The watch your uncle gave you yesterday is much more expensive. Why not switch to that when you get home? Or I could buy you a better one." That Su Kong, flustered, insisted, "No need. As a student, I don't require an extravagant watch. That I think this one suits me just fine." Noticing Su Kang's rising agitation, Chin Wan relented and shifted her focus back to Wang Nan, asking, "Wang Nan, are you planning to study in Europe in the second half of the year?" Wang Nan shook her head, saying, "Not yet decided. I need to discuss it with my parents that I might study domestically." Chin Wan responded, "Studying abroad has its advantages, while studying domestically has its benefits. It's wise to consider both." Wang Nan added, "Xiao Kong has expressed a desire to attend Jiangxing University. Do you agree?" Chin Wan affirmed, "I know. He can choose any school he wants, as long as it's not abroad." Wang Nan, reflecting on her own experiences, remarked, "He is truly fortunate to have the freedom to shape his own life." Wan chuckled. "Sometimes parents worry about you taking the wrong path, which is why they can be strict. It's normal. Communicate your thoughts with them. They will understand." Wang Nan gazed out the window, lost in thought, and remained silent for quite some time. Chapter 17. The possession of a house and a car the following day, Su Kong and Wan set off early in the morning, driving towards the cemetery. Standing before his father's grave, Su Kong was engulfed by a torrent of emotions that he had once yearned for, envisioned, and even loathed this moment. Yet now it lay before him as a mere mound of yellow earth. Leaving his heart feeling desolate, but Su Kong knelt before the grave, respectfully bowing 3 times, that in his heart, he silently pondered, "Father, are you watching over me from above?" Su Kong then asked, "Mom, do you have a photo of Dad? I've grown up without ever knowing what he looked like." Wan retrieved her phone, scrolled through her gallery, and handed it to Su Kong, saying, "You bear a striking resemblance to your father. Especially in your eyes. They are almost identical." Su Kong accepted the phone, and the album displayed an old photograph taken by a mobile device, set by a lakeshore, where his father embraced his mother. Smiling at the camera, Su Kong mused, "So this is what Dad looked like. No wonder people say I resemble him." Su Kong returned the phone to Wan, chuckling, "Mom, you still have Dad's photo on your phone. Doesn't Uncle Lin get jealous?" Wan smiled gently and replied, "You little rascal. How dare you jest with your mother?" Su Kong laughed. "I believe Uncle Lin is quite amiable and wouldn't mind such trivial matters." Wan paused for a moment and asked, "Shao Kong, do you mind that I remarried?" Su Kong responded, "Not at all." Wan continued, "Your Uncle Lin and I were college classmates. During our studies, he admired me greatly. But I never felt the same way." Su Kong interjected, "Then why did you marry him later?" Wan explained, "Your Uncle Lin tends to go with the flow and has relatively modest material desires. So he likely harbors no significant prejudice against you. While he may not treat you with the same sincerity as your mother, at the very least, he will not seek to harm you." Su Kong agreed with Wan's perspective. Although he had not interacted much with Lin Yongjian over the past few days, he sensed a certain barrier between them. Nevertheless, this was inevitable, as there was no blood relation between them. Su Kong remarked, "Mom, I understand that I think Uncle Lin is quite a good person, especially considering how much he loves you." Wan smiled at his words. "It's wonderful that you can understand your mother." Wan led Su Kong around a few corners until they arrived at the graves of his maternal grandparents. Pointing at the 2 tombstones, she said, "These 2 graves belong to your grandfather and grandmother." Su Kong noticed a vacant plot and curiously asked, "Why is there an empty one here?" Wan's expression turned somber as she replied, "This is reserved for myself." Su Kong was taken aback. "Mom, why?" Wan smiled lightly. "I am their only daughter, so I must accompany them after 100 years. The weight of such a topic regarding life and death left Su Kong momentarily speechless. Wan continued, "Your grandfather passed away 3 years ago from a heart attack, and your grandmother succumbed to liver cancer earlier this spring. Sometimes, I wonder if I am indeed the misfortune that others claim I am." Su Kong hurried to reassure her. "That's not true. Life and death are natural laws. Who can escape them? Mom, please don't think too much." Wan chuckled softly. "I'm all right, just reminiscing," after a moment. Su Kong added, "Mom, the Buddhist scriptures speak of the 7 sufferings of life: birth, aging, illness, death, separation from loved ones, encountering those we dislike, and yearning for what we cannot have. Every person in this world experiences such tribulations. Are we to label everyone as a harbinger of misfortune?" Wan replied, "I didn't expect you to delve into Buddhist text," that Su Kong stated. "I hardly understand it. I just remember what I read occasionally." Wan remarked, "The sun is growing hotter. Let us head back." After ending a phone call, Wan said, "I have some work to attend to." "Will you be all right on your own?" Su Kong assured her. "You go ahead, Mom. I'll be fine." Upon arriving at the Su family residence, it was just around lunchtime. Compared to the bustling atmosphere of the previous days, the courtyard felt quite tranquil today, with only a few servants and guards present. Alongside his grandparents and his 4th aunt, Su Xiaolan. This was Su Kang's first lunch at home with his grandparents, and the sumptuous meal delighted him, prompting him to devour 2 large bowls, which brought joy to his grandmother, Chun Yurong, as she smiled broadly. After lunch, grandmother Chun Yurong presented Su Kong with a peace lock and a jade pendant, placing it around his neck while chanting softly, May the Bodhisattva bless my grandson with a safe and peaceful life. Su Kong held the jade pendant, which bore the likeness of Guanyin, feeling its smooth warmth in his hand, uncertain of its material. Qin Yurong said, "This jade pendant was consecrated by a high monk at the temple. You must wear it regularly and never take it off." Understood. Su Kong felt touched. Though he did not believe in such superstitions, he recognized it as his grandmother's affection and he nodded. "I understand, Grandma." "Thank you," Grandma smiled. "No need to be so polite with me." Su Jinjian then produced a card, saying, "Shao Kong, we received a total of 25.42 million in gifts recently, and it has all been deposited into this card. The password is 6/8. Take it that Su Kong questioned his hearing. "Grandpa, how much did you say?" Su Jinjian chuckled. 25.42 million, that he then showed Su Kong a gift ledger. "The names of all the guests are in this ledger. You can take it back with you." Su Xiaolan chimed in. "I am also a shareholder in that hotel. The costs were calculated at cost price, so it didn't cost much." Su Jinjian added. "We family, no need to count too closely. Besides, the Su family is not a small household. We can afford this." Su Kong nodded, accepting the card and ledger. Su Jinjian further stated, "Shao Kong, I've arranged for someone to change your ID information. You may need to visit the police station in a few days. Once your new ID is ready, we will transfer the car your uncle sent you and the house your fourth aunt gave you into your name." Su Kong was about to speak when Su Jinjian continued, "I know your mother is quite wealthy, and you want to lack for a car or a house, but these gifts are from the Su family. And the significance is different." Su Kong nodded, expressing his gratitude to Su Xiaolan. "Thank you, fourth aunt." Su Xiaolan smiled. "No need for thanks among family. Your uncle's Maserati is parked outside. I'll arrange for someone to drive it to your home. But I must emphasize one thing. You are not to drive until you have your license, understood?" Su Kong nodded. "I understand." Su Xiaolan said, "Let us go. I'll take you to see the house." When they arrived at the property, it was located in a new complex called Pomegranate Garden. The apartment was on the 24th floor, approximately 180 square meters, luxuriously decorated and ready for immediate move-in. Su Kong noticed large new shopping malls and hospitals nearby as they drove, that he guessed this apartment must be worth quite a fortune. Su Xiaolan explained, "This apartment hasn't sold yet, so I decided to keep it for myself." Thinking it would be nice to occasionally change the living environment, Su Kong remarked, "Fourth aunt, this apartment must have cost a pretty penny." Su Xiaolan laughed. "When your parents got married, your grandparents also prepared a house for them. After your mother left the Su family, that house came into my possession at that time. Influenced by the entrepreneurial spirit of the era after graduating from university, I sold the house to start a business. So, you needn't feel burdened. First, I can afford it now. Second, you can say I owe you a house." Su Kong reflected. "I feel as if I am dreaming. Just a few days ago, I was a penniless wretch. And now I've transformed into a carefree playboy. Life's ups and downs are like a drama unfolding." Su Xiaolan laughed. "You'll need to get used to your new identity." Upon returning home from Pomegranate Garden, as soon as they entered, the servants greeted him. "Good afternoon, young master." Su Kong made his way to the garage and indeed spotted the Maserati gifted by his uncle that he settled into the driver's seat. Exhilarated as he touched and explored the car. Taking out his phone, he searched for the car model and discovered it was a Maserati Quattroporte, priced at around 1.6 million. Just as he was enjoying his new car, he heard a sharp sound. Turning his gaze, he saw Lin Yi standing in front of the car wearing a baseball cap. Lin Yi scoffed, "What an ugly car. Look at how happy you are, as if you've eaten bee dung." Su Kong, unfazed, approached her and said, "Doesn't your brother know how to call?" Lin Yi rolled her eyes, refusing to speak. Su Kong asked, "Where are you headed?" Lin Yi rolled her eyes again. "That's none of your business." Su Kong chuckled, with all that eye rolling. "Don't your eyes get sore?" Lin Yi tossed her bag at him, but he swiftly dodged. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and got into a neighboring Ferrari, instructing the driver. "Drive." The driver was another chauffeur from her family. As she rolled down the window, she called out to Su Kong, "Your eyes are the sore ones, country bumpkin." With that, the red Ferrari sped away. Chapter 18, I Will Marry Her. Su Kong laughed. Completely unbothered, he pulled out his phone and opened QQ, noticing that Wang Nan hadn't messaged him all day, which felt rather unusual. He typed, "Are you there?" Su Kong decided to send Wang Nan a photo of his Maserati, and she quickly responded with a question mark. He continued typing, "Did your mother buy that for you?" Su Kong marveled at the other's rapid typing speed and slowly replied, "No, it was a gift from my second uncle." Su Kong then typed, "Are you coming out to hang out tonight?" After hitting send, he anxiously stared at the phone screen. Normally, after each message, Wang Nan's status would read typing, but this time, there was no response for quite a while. Su Kong felt a twinge of regret, sighed, and stared vacantly ahead, pondering how to explain himself that Su Kong handed the red envelope he received from his grandfather to Qin Wan, saying, "This is from Grandpa for you." Qin Wan casually flipped through a few pages and remarked, "All right, I'll keep it here and return the favors when the opportunity arises." That Su Kong then took out the bank card his grandfather had given him, stating, "Mom, this is the gift money I received a couple of days ago, totaling over 20 million. Let's keep it with you." Qin Wan inquired curiously, "Why keep it with me?" Su Kong explained, "There's too much money, and I'm afraid of losing it." Qin Wan chuckled, "No need, just change the passwords, including the card I gave you yesterday, which has 10 million in it. Keep it for your pocket money." Su Kang's mind went blank. The two cards combined amounted to over 30 million, merely regarded as pocket money. Noticing Su Kong still standing at the door, Qin Wan asked, "Is there anything else?" Su Kong replied, "I'm going out for dinner tonight." Qin Wan queried, "With whom, Wang Nan?" Su Kong shyly nodded. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Yi and said, "Mom, my sister just left, did you know?" Qin Wan smiled, "Yes. She went to her training class." Before long, Wang Nan appeared at the entrance of the community, holding a sun umbrella and wearing a white dress, with a sky blue bag slung over her shoulder. She appeared elegant yet unpretentious that Su Kong waved to Wang Nan, calling, "I'm over here." Wang Nan briskly walked towards Su Kong, noticing he was standing under the sun, his clothes damp with sweat. She said, "Why aren't you waiting in the car?" Su Kong chuckled, "It's fine. Let us get in." Afterward, he led Wang Nan to the back seat while he took the passenger seat. Wang Nan, slightly exasperated, thought, "You invited me out and didn't plan anything. It's only 5 o'clock. It's too early for dinner." Wang Nan suggested, "Shall we go watch a movie first and then have dinner?" Su Kong replied excitedly, "Sure." Wang Nan asked, "Have you seen the latest Avengers movie?" Su Kong, who had rarely gone to the movies before, said, "Not yet." Wang Nan quickly operated her phone and said, "All right. Tickets are booked." Then she addressed the driver, "Li, Uncle, please take us to the Wanda on Dongfeng Road." He, without further ado, started the car. Wang Nan glanced at the car's interior and smiled. "Once I get my driver's license, can I borrow it to drive?" Su Kong replied, "Of course." That was Su Kang's first time watching such a grand Western blockbuster in the cinema. The plot was captivating, and the visuals were magnificent. After the movie, Su Kong found himself still immersed in the storyline, discussing it animatedly with Wang Nan. Noticing her lack of enthusiasm, he asked, "Have you seen this movie before?" Wang Nan laughed, "Please. This movie has been out for over a month. This is my second viewing." Su Kong questioned, "If you've seen it, why watch it again?" Wang Nan responded, "Because you haven't seen it yet." "Come on, let us go eat." Su Kong asked, "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Wang Nan suggested, "Let us have hot pot. It's been ages since I had it. But it's quite hot. Can you handle spicy food?" Su Kong laughed. "Don't you know, Southerners love spicy food. Let us go for hot pot." As they walked and chatted, Wang Nan suddenly slowed her pace. Looking astonished ahead, Su Kong followed her gaze and saw Wang Nan's father, Wang Lin, conversing intimately with a stylish woman in her 20s, their demeanor suggesting a close relationship. Su Kong was taken aback. The woman was so young, she couldn't possibly be Wang Nan's mother. Wang Lin noticed Su Kong and Wang Nan exchanged a few words with the woman and approached them. He greeted politely, "Xiao Kong. Out shopping with my little Nan?" Su Kong responded, "Hello, Uncle Wang. We're about to go eat." Wang Lin smiled. "All right, I won't disturb you then. You young folks have it good, always enjoying each other's company." Su Kong thought to himself, "This father-daughter duo seems to have significant conflicts." They arrived at a Chongqing hot pot restaurant where Su Kong ordered an array of dishes, but Wang Nan appeared preoccupied. Only having a few bites, Su Kong set down his chopsticks and asked, "Are you still upset with your dad?" Wang Nan looked at him and said, "Are all men like this?" "What do you mean?" Su Kong replied, "Fickle and disloyal." Easily swayed by new interests, Su Kong contemplated his own parents and Mr. Chow and his wife, saying, "I believe many people are devoted to their marriages." Wang Nan shook her head. "I've seen and heard too many wealthy men keeping mistresses. Sometimes I feel people are no different from animals. Once they acquire enough power and wealth, they naturally seek out multiple partners. Some who don't cheat may not be loyal, They simply haven't reached that threshold. Wang Nan felt Su Kang's view of human nature was overly optimistic, so she moved on. You know, counting the one I just saw today, my dad has at least 5 women outside. That my mom doesn't take care anymore. They live under the same roof yet act like strangers. Then why don't they divorce? Su Kang asked. Wang Nan smirked. You wouldn't believe it. It's my dad who wants the divorce to legitimize his relationships, but my mom refuses. That Su Kang was puzzled. Why would your mom oppose it? Given the situation, because she can't bear to part with the title of Mrs. Wang, nor the vanity and wealth that come with it. That Su Kang fell silent, unsure how to comfort the girl before him. Wang Nan forced a smile. Outsiders think I'm a happy rich girl, but they don't know how much I envy those ordinary families of 3 who can share meals and outings together. Su Kang replied, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring this up. Wang Nan shook her head, saying, what I want to express is that while fate may be predetermined by the heavens, we also have the power to strive for it. Let us leave unpleasant experiences in the past. The future will surely be bright. Wang Nan noticed Su Kang gazing at her and shyly nodded. Wang Nan, yes. Be my girlfriend. Wang Nan lowered her head in surprise. Why did he suddenly say that? Last night by the lake, when you put the watch on me, I silently vowed to be with you. Wang Nan looked at Su Kang in astonishment, seeing his intense gaze and serious expression, realizing he was not joking. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she softly responded with an Su Kang's heart soared, a radiant smile spreading across his face. After finishing dinner, it was already past 9 o'clock. That Su Kang and Wang Nan arrived at the underground parking area, but were unsure of Li He's whereabouts. Su Kang called Li He, who informed him he was resting inside the mall and would be down shortly. Since the car keys were with Li He, Su Kang and Wang Nan had to wait outside. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking approached. That Su Kang and Wang Nan turned to look, recognizing Wang Lin's mistress from earlier in the mall. She noticed them as well, paused slightly, and then walked over with an air of arrogance. As she passed by Wang Nan, she spotted the Maserati parked nearby and remarked with a smirk, Oh, your little boyfriend drives a Maserati. It must be rented, right? Wang Nan retorted, What, didn't my dad tell you who my boyfriend is? The woman, seeing Su Kang's Maserati, realized he might have some money but not much, and continued mockingly, Having a man backing you makes a difference. Your confidence shows that be careful he doesn't drop you. After saying that, she noticed Wang Nan glaring at her, strutted away with her head held high, her heels clicking loudly. Su Kang shouted after her retreating figure, Unless she stops loving me one day, I will definitely marry her. The woman, getting into a BMW, was momentarily taken aback, wondering if there were still such naive, rich young men. She drove off, her feelings mixed. Chapter 19. You two are a couple. Right. Wang Nan looked up at Su Kang, tears welling in her eyes as she smiled foolishly. Su Kang wiped her tears away, saying, All right, no more crying. Wang Nan asked, Are you serious about marrying me? Su Kang replied, Heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon can attest. Wang Nan stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked Su Kang on the lips. Su Kang felt his heart flutter. Seeing Wang Nan with her head down and blushing, he pulled her close, resting her head on his shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, feeling a stirring within him. Su Kang, fearing to startle her, shifted slightly back and said, I mean it. Wang Nan wrapped her arms around Su Kang's waist and said, Su Kang, I feel so lucky. Suddenly feeling something pressing against her abdomen, she gasped and quickly pulled away. Su Kang, embarrassed, said, I didn't mean to. I apologize, young Master Su, for my tardiness. Just then, Li He appeared. Su Kang contemplated. You have not arrived late. Rather, you have come too early. You must hasten to acquire your driver's license. For it is rather inconvenient to always be accompanied by a third wheel. He opened the car door and said, Young Master Su, please get in. Just as Su Kang was about to take his seat in the passenger side, he heard Wang Nan suggest, Perhaps you should sit in the back. Su Kang felt a surge of joy in his heart, opened the rear door, and joined Wang Nan. He extended his left hand, intertwining it with her right, their fingers clasped tightly together. Thus, they sat in silence throughout the journey, neither speaking a word. Su Kang first dropped Wang Nan off at her home, only to find that it was nearly 9 p.m. by the time he returned. Upon entering the house, he noticed that the lights in the first-floor hall were still on, where Wan sat on the sofa, her brow furrowed in concern. Su Kang inquired, Mother, what troubles you? Su Kang was taken aback. How could this happen so suddenly? His mother had always struggled with high blood lipid levels and had undergone heart bypass surgery a few years ago in Kyoto. This time, it was likely a heart attack or stroke. Chin-won explained. Should we go visit? Su Kang asked that we are not doctors. Our presence would be of little use, that I have already arranged for several specialists from Kyoto Concord Hospital to travel with Uncle Lin on the same flight. Chin-won replied. After finishing, she added, you should go rest now that Su Kang urged, mother, you should also get some rest. The following morning, Su Kang rose early. After sitting in the hall for a while, he saw Chin-won descending the stairs with a smile on her lips. Su Kang asked, mother, is there good news from Uncle Lin? Chin-won replied cheerfully, yes, I received a call in the early hours. Due to prompt medical assistance, she has been stabilized. That Su Kang exclaimed. That is wonderful news. Why didn't we bring her to Kyoto earlier? He then inquired, by the way, you have been spending every day with Wang Nan. Are you two in a relationship? Chin-won remarked with a smile. Su Kang shyly nodded. Chin-won continued. Wang Nan is a good girl, but you are both still young. Be mindful of boundaries and take protective measures. That Su Kang, not yet grasping his mother's implication, asked, what protective measures? Chin-won responded, somewhat exasperated, what other protective measures could there be? Do you expect her to become pregnant before marriage? Su Kang's face flushed as he retorted, Wang Nan is not that kind of girl. Chin-won chose not to dwell on the matter, stating if it happens, so be it. It is not the end of the world. Chin-won then said, you will be having lunch at home today. I will ask the maid to buy some prawns. You seemed to enjoy them at the banquet the other day. Chin-won added, all right, your sister, and I will wait for you at home. Suddenly, she remembered something and instructed, until you obtain your driver's license, do not drive the car your second uncle gifted you, nor any other vehicles from our household. That if you need a car, just contact Lee He. I will have him serve as your driver. That Su Kang acknowledged her concern, saying, rest assured, mother, I would never jeopardize my own life. While Su Kang was having breakfast, it was rare for Lin Yi to rise early. She hurriedly came downstairs, gleefully informing Chin-won that her grandmother was now safe. Unbeknownst to her, Chin-won had already known, but seeing her daughter's exuberance, it was clear she was genuinely happy for her grandmother. After finishing breakfast, Su Kang headed to the garage, gazing at the row of luxury cars. Ultimately, he chose his Maserati. Upon arriving at Wang Nan's neighborhood, he spotted her waiting under a sun umbrella. After she got into the car, Su Kang asked, why are you here so early? Wang Nan chuckled, I was afraid some fool would arrive first and end up waiting inside the car, baking in the sun. You know, getting darker isn't a problem for me. But it is for you. Su Kang scratched his head and replied, as a man, I am not bothered by the sun. You, however, should be cautious. Wang Nan gazed at the young man before her, feeling both moved and delighted. After returning home the previous evening, her parents, Wang Lin and Cayenne, had completely changed their attitude towards her. Wang Nan understood that it was not genuine concern, but rather a newfound value she held due to Su Kang, which granted her greater leverage. Yet, being merely an 18-year-old girl, she still savored the deliberate affection from her parents. Holding Su Kang's hand, her cheeks flushed, she remained silent. The driving school was conveniently located next to the community, and they arrived in just a few minutes. Wang Nan was scheduled to practice driving that morning, so after dropping Su Kang off at the registration desk, she followed her instructor. After Su Kang paid the fee and registered, he naturally chose the same instructor as Wang Nan. The receptionist informed him, you can now go to find instructor phone to practice the content for the second subject. For the first subject, you can study at home, and once you feel ready, come back here to register for the exam. Not fully understanding the rules, Su Kang asked, can I practice for the second subject if I haven't passed the first one yet? The receptionist, accustomed to such inquiries, patiently explained, yes, the first subject is a written test and relatively simple. Typically, a few days of studying will suffice. You can practice the content for the second subject beforehand, but you must pass the first subject before you can take the exam for the second. Grateful for the clarification, Su Kang thanked her and hurried to find Wang Nan. Outside, he noticed several cars practicing for the second subject, but couldn't spot Wang Nan's vehicle. Seeing Lee He at the entrance, he inquired, Uncle Lee, do you know which car Wang Nan is in? Lee gestured, the one over there practicing parallel parking. He added, young Master Su, are you planning to practice the second subject today? Su Kang affirmed, yes, since I'm here, I might as well practice for a while. Uncle Lee, why don't you come along and teach me a bit? Lee chuckled, while I am skilled at driving. Teaching is best left to the instructor. Let the professionals handle their own duties. As Su Kang and Lee He approached Wang Nan's car, they heard her calling from inside, Hurry up and get in. Su Kong and Li He took their seats in the back. Noticing a young man in his 30s occupying the passenger seat, that Su Kong surmised that this must be Instructor Feng and greeted. Hello, Instructor Feng. I'm a new student registered today. Instructor Feng was pleased, as the more students he had, the higher his commission would be. He responded, You were referred by Wang Nan, correct? For today, you should listen and observe in the car. I will send you your course schedule later tonight. Just come at the designated time. Wang Nan interjected, Instructor, could you arrange for him to be in my group? Su Kong added, Yes, Instructor, please help us. We are together. Instructor Feng's expression soured as he replied, That is not possible. The schedules for other students have already been arranged. It cannot be changed on a whim. Su Kong felt disheartened, but then noticed Li He discreetly pulling out an envelope from his pocket and slipping it into Instructor Feng's. Li He smiled. Instructor Feng, perhaps you could make an exception. They are. He hesitated, unsure of how to phrase it, then said they are good friends and soon-to-be college students. After September 1, they will be heading to university. So please try to arrange their schedules together and keep it compact. They wish to obtain their driver's licenses by the end of this summer. Instructor Feng, curious, asked, May I ask who you are? Li He replied, I am the driver for the young master of this household. Following this slight interlude, Instructor Feng's demeanor became much more amiable. After offering guidance for a while, he observed that Wang Nan had nearly mastered parallel parking and excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, seeking a secluded spot to open the envelope. Once Instructor Feng left, Li He, wishing to avoid being a third wheel, also found an excuse to exit the car. Wang Nan halted the vehicle and said, Su Kong, you take the passenger seat. I will teach you parallel parking. Su Kong protested. Isn't that inappropriate? This is your practice time. Wang Nan reassured him, It's fine. I feel I have grasped the technique well enough. You can sit in the passenger seat while I practice and share the tips the instructor taught me, which will help you learn faster. Su Kong found her suggestion agreeable and replied, All right. Once in the passenger seat, Wang Nan assumed the role of a small teacher, operating the vehicle while imparting her newfound knowledge to Su Kong. One taught with earnestness, while the other absorbed with focus. Even when Instructor Feng approached the car, they remained unaware. Instructor Feng, surprised to see Su Kong in the front seat, remarked, Why are you in the front? With a smile, he commented, You two must be dating. Right. Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan, noticing her cheeks flush, and affirmed, Yes, she is my girlfriend. Instructor Feng chuckled, Indeed, a match made in heaven. The clock struck 10. Wang Nan's driving practice came to an end. After they exited the vehicle and walked towards the Maserati, Wang Nan joyfully held Su Kang's hand and suggested, Shall we go shopping now? Su Kong replied, Not today. I promised my mother I would have lunch at home. Upon seeing Wang Nan's slight disappointment, he added, I have been in Kyoto for several days and haven't eaten at home yet. Wang Nan understood but felt a longing to be with Su Kong, wishing they could spend every moment together. With a playful smile, she remarked, If I keep you tied to my side, your mother might just resent me. Su Kong chuckled at her words, gazing at Wang Nan, who, with just a hint of makeup, appeared as a breathtaking beauty. Su Kong said, Wang Nan, do you realize that when I was alone, aside from Teacher Chow, no one ever cared for me? I felt like a speck of dust in some corner, ordinary and insignificant. Now I have my grandparents, the elders of the Su family, my mother. Su Kong locked eyes with Wang Nan and continued, And yet I am no longer alone. I have family and love. Wang Nan chuckled and remarked, You are so wonderful. More and more people will come to adore you. And do you know, in Kyoto, countless young ladies are inquiring about you. You mustn't abandon me, lest they whisk you away. You just love to exaggerate. Su Kong replied, That I am not exaggerating. Has no one added you on QQ these past few days? Wang Nan asserted. I do not believe you are that sort of person, Su Kong retorted. Then what sort of person am I? Nervous around beautiful women, unable to articulate your words, Wang Nan laughed, her giggles ringing like music. Su Kong feigned anger, reaching out to tap Wang Nan on the head. You should get up. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in real trouble. Only then did Wang Nan realize she was still perched atop him. Hastily getting to her feet, that a voice called from behind. Are you both all right? Wang Nan turned to see a driving instructor's vehicle behind her, from which emerged a middle-aged man in his 40s, presumably the driving school instructor who had just spoken. Shortly thereafter, a woman of similar age disembarked from the driver's seat, her expression a mix of confusion and concern as she regarded Su Kong and Wang Nan. Seeing they were unharmed, She impatiently chided, "Can't you find a safer place to converse? There are learners driving all around. It's dangerous here." Su Kong stood up, embarrassed, and said, "I apologize. It's our fault. Please forgive us." Wang Nan took hold of Su Kang's injured arm, noticing a bruise, and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "I just tripped. It's nothing serious," Su Kong replied. "Shall we go to the hospital for a check?" Wang Nan suggested. Chapter 20. A desire to be together. Su Kong settled beside her, plucking a few grapes from the fruit platter. Qin noticed the injury on his arm and inquired, "How did you get that bruise?" Su Kong popped a grape into his mouth and replied, "I tripped." Qin called out to the kitchen, "Liu, could you bring some iodine?" Before long, a servant appeared with a medicine bottle. Qin accepted it and dipped a cotton swab into the iodine. Su Kong protested, "Mom, I can do it myself." "Extend your hand," Qin commanded in an authoritative tone. Su Kong obliged, presenting his injured left hand. As Qin carefully applied the iodine, a wave of happiness surged within him, and a smile crept onto his lips. "What are you smiling at, looking like a fool?" Qin teased. Su Kong touched his face and asked, "Am I?" Qin laughed even more heartily. "Yes, you look even more foolish when you're not smiling." Su Kong recognized her playful banter, and, seeing her joy, joined in the laughter. "By the way, where is Lin Yi?" "I saw her this morning. She is probably in her room playing games," Qin replied. Su Kong glanced at his watch. It was only around 10:30, still a while until lunch, and said, "Mom, I'll head up then." "Don't you have any summer homework?" Su Kong added suddenly, recalling something. "Are you out of your mind? Get out of my room, you pervert!" Lin Yi exclaimed, promptly removing Su Kong from her space and slamming the door shut behind him. Su Kong rubbed his nose, bemused by the fiery temperament of the girl, who was easily ignited. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Qin called from below, "Are you two all right?" "We're fine, Mom," Su Kong shouted back, returning to his room. Su Kong boredly scrolled through his phone, only to find unread messages on QQ. He opened the chat to discover 99 unread messages in the class group, along with messages from Wang Nan and Chao Qian. He clicked on Wang Nan's chat box, where she had written, "Thank you for being so brave today. No, I will continue my studies here in the country." "Then how do you plan to thank me?" "You gifted me a watch a few days ago, so I shall return the favor with a bag to ITSA promise. We'll go to the mall this afternoon." "All right, let me discuss it with my mom first. I still wish to enroll in the computer science department at Jiangqing University." Su Kong descended to find Qin still engrossed in her book on the sofa and took a seat beside her. "Mom, today is the day for the college entrance exam applications. I want to apply for the computer science major at Jiangqing University. What do you think?" Qin set her book aside and asked, "Why do you want to study computer science?" "I believe that in recent years, the field of computer science has developed rapidly. Online shopping, ride-hailing services, mobile payments, all are closely related to computers. The future market will likely demand a large number of graduates in this field," Su Kong explained. "But with the booming real estate market, why not choose civil engineering?" Qin queried. "Although I lack data on the housing market in Huagua, I sense that it is too heated right now. And I believe problems will arise soon," Su Kong responded. Qin became more intrigued, exclaiming, "Please elaborate. What problems do you foresee?" "There are simply too many houses. One day, the number of houses on the market will far exceed the public's demand. And then the housing prices will collapse." Su Kong gazed at Qin, noticing her keen interest in his words, and continued, "I believe the real estate crash in the neighboring Sakura country will be mirrored here in Huagua. But our systems are entirely different from those of Sakura country. Why would we be unable to avoid such a fate?" Qin inquired. "Mom, I study science. I am not well versed in the intricacies of economic or political issues. However, Jia Yi stated in on the Qin that the people of Qin do not have time to grieve for themselves before the next generation laments their fate. The next generation mourns but does not learn from it, thereby causing further lamentation in the generations to come. Many economic experts, both domestically and internationally, have long recognized the problems within Huagua's real estate, and they likely have numerous strategies to address these concerns." Qin noted, "Mom, throughout history, each dynasty in Huagua has sought to understand the reasons for the downfall of its predecessors. Yet has any dynasty succeeded in avoiding such an end?" Qin felt a sudden tremor within her. Staring at Su Kong as if seeing him for the first time, Su Kong, feeling embarrassed under her gaze, asked, "Mom, did I say something wrong?" Qin shook her head and remarked, "Your words do not resemble those of a high school student." After a moment, she smiled and added, What else? Why won't studying computer science lead to issues like the housing market? Because the field of computers involves technological products, which can easily pivot. For instance, several years ago, many companies produced MP3s and MP4s, and now they all manufacture smartphones, Su Kong explained. Qinwan beamed with pride, saying, "You truly are my son." She handed him the book she had been reading, titled The Development of Mobile Payments and E-Commerce. "I share your viewpoint. I have been contemplating how to venture into the internet industry. Thus, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of computer science. However, one thing to consider is that you should not always think like an employee concerned about job prospects, but rather from the perspective of a business owner. After all, you will be assisting me in managing the company in the future. But I don't know how." Su Kong replied that if you don't know, then learn. No one is born with such knowledge, and besides, you are so clever. Moreover, I have no siblings, and your Uncle Lin is an academic. Who else can I rely on if not you? Qinwan encouraged. Isn't there also a younger sister? Su Kong countered that as long as she doesn't cause me trouble, I'll be grateful. Earlier this year, her homeroom teacher contacted me 5 times due to her mischief at school. Now, whenever I see your homeroom teacher calling, I feel a wave of dread. Qinwan confessed that Su Kong burst into laughter, recognizing the unmistakable style of his mischievous little sister, Linny. Before long, Su Kong completed his application, sending a screenshot to Chao Qian. Their applications, aside from their names and exam numbers, were identical. Chao Qian did not continue with emojis but typed, "Did you discuss your application with your mom? Then we shall meet at Jiang University." Old classmate. Chapter 21. My household registration is under my mother's name. Su Kong forwarded a screenshot of his application to Wang Nan with the message, "Feel free to copy it." "No need to thank me." Su Kong chuckled when suddenly, Qin Wan's voice echoed from downstairs. "Su Kong, Linny, dinner is ready." Su Kong shut down his computer and made his way downstairs, greeted by a table laden with 7 dishes and a soup, an abundance featuring delights from the sky, earth, and sea. Qin Wan smiled. "Xiao Kong, come sit and see if Annie's cooking pleases your palate." Noticing the cook still bustling about, Su Kong curiously asked, "Mom, don't the Annies eat?" An older woman nearby replied, "We'll eat later." Uncertain of the dining customs, Su Kong chose to remain silent, then noticed Lin Yi had yet to appear. "Did I see still not down?" he inquired. "She always dawdles. Just ignore her," Qin Wan replied, guiding Su Kong to sit. She served him a bowl of rice, adding several pieces of shrimp and fish, causing Su Kang's face to flush. "Mom, I'm old enough to serve myself," he protested, picking up his chopsticks and digging in. After several bites, he noticed Qin Wan still watching him intently and asked, "Mom, aren't you going to eat?" Qin Wan chuckled softly. "I'm not very hungry." "How do you find the food? Is it tasty?" "Of course it's delicious. I've never had anything like it before," Su Kong said, devouring another generous mouthful. Qin Wan gazed at him with a smile, reaching for a bowl of plain congee beside her. At that moment, a series of thudding sounds echoed from the spiral staircase, and Lin Yi descended from the 3rd floor like a gust of wind. Upon spotting Su Kong, she rolled her eyes dramatically and took a seat beside Qin Wan. Lin Yi, noticing the array of dishes on the table, exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, why are there so many delicious dishes today?" Su Kong pondered himself that their household must be quite affluent and inquired, "Is the usual fare not satisfactory?" Su Kong chuckled, glancing at Qin Wan, who appeared slightly embarrassed as she replied, "Lin Yi, when have I ever failed to satisfy your cravings for good food?" Lin Yi huffed, retorting, "But if I don't order, you all would just serve cabbage and radishes. Come on, Mom, take a stroll around our neighborhood. Which family dines on cabbage and radishes every day?" Su Kong laughed even harder at this, while Qin Wan's face reddened slightly. She addressed Lin Yi, saying, "My blood sugar has been somewhat elevated. Your father has high cholesterol, and your grandmother's recent stroke was due to high cholesterol as well. Thus, we must be cautious about our dietary choices that I've specifically arranged for the finest nutritionist in the country to tailor our meals. How did they become mere cabbage and radishes in your eyes?" Lin Yi, unimpressed, replied, "Then why aren't we heeding those experts today? Your brother is home, and look at how thin he is. He needs to eat more meat." Just then, Qin Wan's phone rang. After a brief conversation, she turned to Su Kong and said, "Xiao Kong, Su Jiaying has invited you to a charity gala tomorrow night, where many celebrities will be present. Will you attend?" Before Su Kong could respond, Lin Yi interjected eagerly, "Mom, I want to go. I adore such events. Qin shot Lin Yi a glare, and Su Kong inquired, Mom, who is Su Jiaying? Qin explained, she's your second uncle's daughter, Su Qi's sister. Lin Yi chimed in. Seriously, you don't even know Su Jiaying? Haven't you watched her drama 18-year-old campus? Su Kong was astonished. My cousin is an actress. Lin Yi affirmed, yes. Didn't you know? And your cousin Su Chong's wife is the big star Lu Wen. Su Kong sighed internally. Why has no one mentioned any of this to me? My sister-in-law is a superstar, and my cousin is a minor celebrity. Am I born into a family of stars? Qin handed the phone to Su Kong, saying, you can talk to your cousin. Su Kong took the phone and said, hello, cousin. This is Su Kong. The voice on the other end replied, calling me cousin sounds so awkward. You should call me sister, got it? Su Kang's face flushed with embarrassment as he complied. Laughter erupted from the other end. You must come to tomorrow's gala. There will be many big celebrities, including several from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Lin Yi approached Su Kong and whispered, I want to go too, I want to go. Su Kong, feeling helpless, asked sister, can I bring another person? 2 people tomorrow? The response was affirmative. Of course, it's settled then. I'll send the address to your phone shortly. Oh, and Su Qi asked you to stop by the local police station tomorrow. Your new ID card just needs one last procedure, and you must go in person. All right, Su Kong replied. You can also be registered on the household register now. Grandpa is asking if you want to be listed under the Su family or your mother's. Qin, having overheard Su Jiaying's words, paused her meal and looked nervously at Su Kong. Su Kong noticed her gaze and felt a pang of anxiety. This is the moment. Whichever side I choose will offend the other. Just as Su Kong was caught in indecision, he saw Qin smile at him, which he understood as her encouragement to choose the Su family. Su Kong spoke into the phone, sister, I would prefer to be registered under my mother's side. All right then, just remember to bring your mother's household register with you tomorrow. After hanging up, Qin feigned calmness and said, wasn't I indicating for you to choose the Su family? Su Kong smiled and, in a playful tone, replied, I don't care. I want to stay with you. Ugh, I'm about to be nauseated by your sweetness. Lin Yi remarked from the side that Su Kong retorted, if you keep talking back, I won't take you tomorrow. Ultimately, Lin Yi dared not say another word, her large eyes glaring at Su Kong. Qin listened to the sibling banter, lowering her head to sip her porridge, but she couldn't help but notice her own reflection in the bowl, her eyes already misty with tears. Chapter 22, A Girlfriend Who Can Play the Piano After a Brief Rest Following Lunch. Su Kong set out with the driver, Li He, to pick up Wang Nan. Once they were together, Su Kong asked, Wang Nan, are you free tomorrow night? I would like to take you to a celebrity charity gala. Wang Nan beamed, sure. Where is it? At Luchuan Manor. My cousin Su Jiaying called me today and invited me to hang out. Seeing Wang Nan's excitement, Su Kong smiled and inquired, by the way, are there any luxury shopping malls nearby? Wang Nan teased, are you really going to buy me a bag? Absolutely. Su Kong replied, raising his wrist, look, I'm still wearing the watch you gave me. Wang Nan smiled sweetly and took Su Kang's hand, saying, anything you give me will make me happy. That Su Kong felt a bit overwhelmed. Unfamiliar with Kyoto, he turned to the driver for assistance. That Li He, with a hint of reluctance, suggested, how about us? President Qin often shops there. Just as Su Kong was about to agree, Wang Nan interjected, no, that place is incredibly expensive, and there isn't much to do around there. Let's go to Wangfu Street. It has bag shops and is full of Kyoto's character. Plus, there are many fun places to explore. Seeing Wang Nan's excitement, Su Kong acquiesced. All right then. The trio headed straight for Wangfu Street. Upon arrival, Li He excused himself as usual to find a place to rest, while Wang Nan and Su Kong strolled hand in hand down the street, admiring the bustling shops and the throngs of tourists, including many foreign visitors. That Su Kong couldn't help but marvel at Kyoto's vibrancy. Realizing that had it not been for Qin taking him out of their small county, he would never have experienced such a lively world. Wang Nan explained, Wangfu Street is the oldest commercial street in Kyoto, filled with shops that boast over a century of history. As she spoke, she led Su Kong into a grand building, stating, let's browse this department store, which has quite a history as well. Thus, the afternoon was spent with Su Kong trailing behind Wang Nan as they meandered through Wangfu Street, buying clothes, sampling snacks from food stalls, and trying their luck at an arcade claw machine. As the sun began to set, Su Kong, burdened with numerous bags, felt utterly exhausted, glancing at Wang Nan, who remained full of enthusiasm. Unable to contain himself, he suggested, Wang Nan, how about we go buy that bag now? It's almost dark. Wang Nan, noticing Su Kang's weary expression, chuckled. Why do you look so tired? Aren't guys supposed to have great stamina? Su Kang shook his head, replying, all I want now is to find a place to sit for a while. Wang Nan, feeling a bit embarrassed, suggested, then how about we find a place to eat first? Noticing Wang Nan's peculiar expression, Su Kang asked, what's wrong? Wang Nan sighed, do you think your mom will disapprove of us being together? Su Kang was taken aback. Why do you say that? Wang Nan looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't consider that. Su Kang laughed softly, taking Wang Nan's hand. Come on, let's go buy that bag. Although Su Kang wasn't particularly knowledgeable about bags, he had heard of brands like Chanel and LV. Just a few steps ahead, they spotted an LV store, where a piano stood by the glass. Advertising. Play a tune, and if you can attract 30 visitors into the store within 5 minutes. Enjoy a 20% discount. Su Kang dismissed it as a typical marketing gimmick. Upon entering the store, the staff were merely slightly surprised to see a young couple, as wealthy patrons were commonplace in Kyoto. A young salesperson approached and asked, what can I assist you with today? Su Kang replied, I'm looking to buy a bag for my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the salesperson's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully said to Wang Nan, wow, you're absolutely stunning. No wonder your boyfriend is so generous to you. Such flattery made both Su Kang and Wang Nan beam. Wang Nan wandered around the store and finally set her sights on a sky-blue handbag. The salesperson, ever charming, promptly retrieved it from the display, saying, this handbag is a new model this year. Look at the exquisite orchid embroidery. It complements your image perfectly. Su Kang grabbed the handbag and declared, I think this one looks great. I'll take it. Wang Nan gently shook her head. It's too expensive. Let me find something cheaper. Su Kang, with over 40,000 yuan in cash from recent card games, and more than 3 million in his bank account that he hadn't touched, felt confident as he said, it's fine. I have the money. He handed the handbag to the salesperson. Could you please wrap this up for me? Where do I pay? The salesperson, having felt a bit nervous when Wang Nan considered returning the item, now beamed. The checkout is over here. The total comes to 68,000. Su Kang was taken aback as he rummaged through his wallet, thinking he must have misheard. How much? The shop assistant began to feel anxious once more, saying, sir, the total comes to 68,000. Su Kang winced at the thought, wondering if it was made of gold, as the price was exorbitant. Wang Nan chimed in from the side. Why don't we consider a more affordable option? I find that red one quite appealing. The shop assistant, concerned that Su Kang might not have sufficient funds, added, indeed, I have many other styles of women's bags here, some of which offer excellent value for money. Would you like to take a look at them? This one will do, Su Kang replied, retrieving his wallet and producing a card. I don't have enough cash on me. May I pay by card? The shop assistant responded with delight. Of course, sir. Just a moment, please. Wang Nan pointed to the piano by the entrance and asked the assistant, is that promotion you wrote on the wall genuine? The one about playing the piano to attract 30 customers into the store? Wang Nan nodded. The assistant laughed. Absolutely true. Would you like to give it a try, beautiful? Wang Nan agreed and made her way to the piano, calling out to Su Kang. Su Kang, please help me count and see if we get 30 people. Su Kang nodded in agreement. As Wang Nan lightly touched the keys, pondering which piece might draw in 30 onlookers. She turned to Su Kang with a gentle smile and decided, this one, with her fingers dancing across the keys. A melodic tune emanated from the piano, catching Su Kang off guard as he recognized the piece. Fairy Tale. Indeed, as the passers-by outside heard the piano music, they turned their heads in curiosity. Some glanced briefly before hurrying away, while others paused to quietly enjoy the music, only to be astonished upon seeing the performer. Gradually, more and more people gathered outside, yet few entered the shop. Su Kang observed Wang Nan, who played the piano with such sincerity. Resembling a celestial being descended to earth, that he couldn't help but reflect, she is not only intelligent and beautiful, but also plays the piano. Aside from academics, I am just ordinary in every other aspect. If it weren't for my special status, what right would I have to be her boyfriend? After finishing the piece, Wang Nan stood up joyfully, asking, how many people came in while I was playing? Did you keep count? Su Kang sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, I was too busy watching you play and forgot to count. The shop assistant chimed in, I counted 12 people just now. We have surveillance cameras in here. Feel free to check if you don't believe me. The shop assistant processed the card payment, only relaxing once the successful transaction alert sounded. After neatly packaging the blue handbag, she handed it to Su Kang with a smile. saying, "I didn't expect your girlfriend to be not only beautiful, but also a talented pianist. Sir, you are truly fortunate." Chapter 23. The star sister-in-law and cousin. The following morning, Su Kong and Wang Nan arrived at the driving school together. As Su Kong needed to go and handle his ID card and household registration booklet, he began practicing driving first. Although he felt a bit nervous at the start, his youth and quick learning abilities allowed him to improve significantly over time. 2 hours later, after finishing his practice, he informed Wang Nan and let Li He drive him to the police station. Since Su Tao had already made arrangements with the station, the process went smoothly. And by noon, Su Kong had obtained his new ID card, with a new page added to Qin Wan's household registration booklet. From that moment on, the name Lu Shuai would be a thing of the past. With a rare free afternoon at hand, Su Kong planned to explore Kyoto, handing the household registration booklet to the driver, Li He, and asking him to take it back home. Li He, concerned for Su Kang's safety, insisted on accompanying him. Su Kong understood this was likely an arrangement made by his mother, Qin Wan, and reluctantly agreed to have him along. The two grabbed a quick bowl of noodles by the roadside before heading to Jingshan Park. Kyoto, being densely populated, was bustling with people even on a hot afternoon, and the tourist spots were teeming with visitors. Li He stayed close to Su Kong, noticing that Su Kang's clothes were drenched in sweat. He remarked, "Young Master Su, if you wish to see the local customs and natural beauty of Kyoto, you could speak to President Qin. She would arrange everything for you, so you wouldn't have to come to crowded tourist spots like this." Su Kong chuckled. "It's all right. Watching people is a kind of scenery, too. Back in my small county, I never saw so many people." Li smiled at this, although they had only known each other for a few days. He felt a favorable impression of Su Kong, who showed no airs of a wealthy young master. He continued, "Everyone knows Kyoto has a rich history and is the political and cultural center of our country, which is why so many wish to visit, especially during the summer holidays when no tourist spot is devoid of crowds." Su Kong replied, "Indeed, my former homeroom teacher, Mr. Chow, often mentioned in class that he had never been to Kyoto but wished to visit for various reasons. Why not invite your teacher to Kyoto for a few days?" Li He suggested. People of that age often have a special sentiment for Kyoto. Su Kong was taken aback. That was a brilliant idea. His mother, Qin Wan, would surely have no objections. He felt a pang of guilt for not having contacted Mr. Chow during his time in Kyoto, so he took out his phone and called him. The call connected quickly. Mr. Chow answered. "Hello, Su Kong. What a surprise to receive a call from you today. There's something you need." Su Kong felt warmth in his heart. Mr. Chow was still the same caring teacher he had always been. Su Kong replied, "Mr. Chow, I'm doing well here. I just wanted to ask if you have any plans for this summer. If not, I would like to invite you to Kyoto, since you often mention wanting to visit." Mr. Chow burst into laughter on the other end of the line, saying, "You're thinking of me. Huh? Are you holding a graduation banquet? If so, I'll bring Mr. Liang and Chao Qian along, but just so you know, once I arrive in Kyoto, you'll be responsible for my accommodation and meals, as Kyoto is quite expensive, and we can't afford it." Su Kong laughed. "No problem. I have money now. You can count on me." Su Kong then remembered Chao Qian and inquired, "By the way, Mr. Chow, when is Chao Qian's graduation banquet?" "Not yet decided. It should be around early August. If it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to come back, as it's quite far." Chao Qian had been a good friend of Su Kang's during middle and high school, and given his connection with Mr. Chow, he felt obliged to attend her banquet. Su Kong replied, "It's no trouble. I don't have much going on in Kyoto." After hanging up, Su Kong noticed it was already 4:30, so he set off with Li He to the Luchuan Manor. As they approached their destination, Su Kong noticed the roads becoming increasingly crowded with cars and people, with fans holding photos of their idols everywhere. Surprised, he asked Li He, who was driving, "Will all these fans be able to enter the venue?" "It must be quite large. Fans definitely cannot enter. Otherwise, it would be chaos. They're merely here to catch a glimpse of their idols and show their support. But it's quite mad, really, that no matter how crazy they get, the stars want to spare them a glance. They could be doing something they enjoy instead. In this world, everyone is unique, just like today's stars, some of whom choose to post their itineraries online to subtly guide fans to come and cheer for them, thereby enhancing their status." Su Kong chuckled, not offering a counterargument. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his younger sister, Linnie. "Hello, what's up?" Su Kong answered. "You need to come pick me up quickly. My driver just called to say he has an emergency and can't make it." Su Kong felt a bit speechless but realized there was still time. "Just wait a moment. I'll have Uncle Li come over." After hanging up, he called Wang Nan, who had yet to leave, and asked her to hold on while he sent Leahy to pick her up. After giving Leahy a few instructions, Su Kong got out of the car. Fortunately, the remaining distance was short, and he could already see the manor's entrance. However, as Su Kong exited the vehicle, it caused a stir among the surrounding fans. After all, a Maserati is considered a luxury car in the eyes of the common folk. Disliking the feeling of being the center of attention, Su Kong quickened his pace toward the manor. He noticed various vendors lined along the road, selling glow sticks, celebrity photos, drinks, and snacks. Feeling both hungry and thirsty after not having eaten enough at lunch and walking all afternoon, he approached a vendor and ordered a serving of jianbing and a bottle of mineral water. Although Su Jiaying had mentioned that the organizers would provide dinner before the gala, he thought it wise to have a little something in his stomach beforehand. The vendor, a man in his 40s, noticed Su Kang's relaxed demeanor and that he wasn't wearing any idol-related merchandise, and curiously asked, "Which star are you a fan of?" Su Kong smiled. "I'm not a fan of anyone in particular. I'm here to attend the gala." The vendor chuckled. "You're attending the gala, but buying a jianbing for $5. Su Kong replied sheepishly, "I'm just a bit hungry and thought I'd grab a quick bite." The vendor handed over the freshly made jianbing, and upon taking a bite, Su Kong found it deliciously crispy. The vendor remarked, "Young man, I bet you won't make it through that big gate today." Su Kong laughed, asking, "What makes you so sure I won't get in?" The vendor chuckled mischievously. "Care for a little wager?" Su Kang's interest was piqued as well. "Very well, the decision rests with you. Should I emerge victorious, you shall purchase a top-tier jianbing from me. Conversely, if I lose, I shall gift you one. Agreed, no problem at all." Thus, Su Kong swaggered toward the entrance, one hand clutching a bottle of mineral water and the other a jianbing. "What are you doing here?" "No idle persons allowed." A rotund security guard obstructed Su Kang's path. "That I am Su Kong. My cousin Su Jiaying sent for me." "Did she not inform you?" The guard scrutinized Su Kong from head to toe, regarding him as if he were a fool, and retorted, "What nonsense is this? Surely you cannot be in your right mind." The surrounding crowd, drawn by the commotion, turned their gaze toward them. That Su Kong, feeling embarrassed, tightened his toes and steeled himself to ask, "How may I gain entry?" The guard, chuckling with disdain, replied, "Have Su Jiaying escort you in." With a dejected demeanor, Su Kong returned to the jianbing stall, where the vendor laughed heartily. "Well, young man, I presume you lost that. Go on. Order another deluxe jianbing." Su Kong, feeling disheartened, did not respond to the vendor's jest but instead took out his phone to call Su Jiaying. Once connected, Su Jiaying inquired, "Su Kong, have you arrived?" He replied, "Sister, I am here, but the guard refuses to let me in." Su Jiaying expressed her confusion. "No way. Did I not provide your license plate number to the organizers?" At that moment, Su Kong realized where the misunderstanding lay and sheepishly explained to Su Jiaying that he had gone out to pick up Lin Yi and Wang Nan. Su Jiaying chuckled. "What were you thinking? Did you expect to waltz in unrecognized?" "The guard does not know you, sister. What should I do now?" "What else is there to do?" "I'll send someone to fetch you." "No, I shall come myself." Upon seeing Su Kong hang up, the vendor remarked, "You still hope to gain entry. Do you think your sister is some sort of celebrity?" Su Kong replied, "My sister is merely a newcomer, but my sister-in-law is a big star." The vendor scoffed, clearly disbelieving. "You are just a stubborn young man, unwilling to concede defeat." Moments later, as Su Kong finished his jianbing, he noticed two beautiful women emerging from the manor, both donning hats and masks that concealed all but their eyes. Accompanied by several staff members, one of the women pulled out her phone and dialed, causing Su Kang's phone to ring shortly thereafter, but he hurried over to them, exclaiming, "Sister, I am right here." The other woman remarked, "What, do you only have eyes for your sister and not for your sister-in-law? You didn't even greet me." Su Jiaying muttered beside her, "Having more fans is impressive, but in a few years, I shall have even more than her." "Su Kong, let us go inside," leaving her to flaunt her status here. Luwen chimed in, "Oh, are you jealous? You're merely a newcomer. Be content with the few fans you have." Su Jiaying turned her head and huffed in response. Luwen laughed. "When I was your age, I had yet to achieve your level of fame." Su Jiaying, with a proud tilt of her chin, revealed a smile that even a mask could not conceal. In truth, she was not genuinely upset. Rather, she and Luwen were practically family, both navigating the entertainment industry and sharing resources, hence their playful bickering. Luwen then addressed the portly security guard, saying, "This individual is here by invitation to the event. He simply did not drive today, that it's perfectly fine for me to take him in. The guard, bowing apologetically, repeatedly acknowledged her, but he then awkwardly turned to Su Kong. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was merely adhering to the regulations. Please forgive me. Su Kong smiled, indicating that it was of no concern. The Jianbing Guozi vendor observed this exchange, realizing the young man truly was not boasting. Alas, I still owe him a Jianbing Guozi. Chapter 24. Threatening me with empty words, Su Kong entered the manor, immediately captivated by the Western-style building directly ahead. Though it stood only 3 stories tall, it sprawled across an extensive area. To its left lay a small lake, roughly the size of a football field, with crystal-clear waters shimmering under the sun. Along the shore, a row of umbrellas sheltered 2 beach chairs each, where numerous individuals lounged, sipping juice and relishing the refreshing evening breeze of summer. Additionally, the estate was adorned with a variety of precious ornamental trees that it was hard to fathom that such a vast private estate could exist amidst the valuable real estate of Kyoto. Su Kong inquired, Sister, who could possibly possess such wealth to own such an expansive estate in Kyoto? This estate is managed by a third party. For events such as ours, arrangements are made through them. Thus the true owner remains unknown. Luwen explained. Su Kong mused. Could it be your mother S? After all, she is an exceptionally wealthy individual. There are so many wealthy people in this world. Who can say for certain? Su Kong suddenly recalled something and asked, By the way, why haven't I seen Su Chong and the others? Luwen replied, Some are busy with work, while others dislike such gatherings, so they chose not to come. However, Su Chi expressed a desire to come and have some fun, but Luwen glanced at Su Jiaying with a smile. What could he possibly do here? He spends his days avoiding responsibility, Su Jiaying remarked. Oh, so your younger brother is considered irresponsible, yet you invited Su Kong, your cousin? Luwen teased that if my former classmates knew my sister is Su Jiaying and my sister-in-law is Luwen, they would likely rush over on the next flight for autographs. Su Kong laughed. Indeed, they would swarm in droves. Su Jiaying beamed. Jiaying, what has you so amused? Approached a popular young male star, Lu Zhe, that he first politely greeted Luwen before turning to Su Kong. This young man appears unfamiliar. I'm not an artist. I'm merely here for a visit with Jiaying. Su Kong replied that, oh, you must be Jiaying's brother, Su Chi? No, I am Su Kong. Her cousin Su Chi is several years my senior, Su Kong clarified. Lu Zhe offered. He is in the lobby. Would you like me to take you there now? Yes, let us go quickly, Su Jiaying urged as they walked. Suddenly, she turned back and asked Luwen, Aren't you coming with me? You go ahead. I'll show Su Kong around. Luwen replied that as Su Kong noticed Su Jiaying had walked a distance away, he curiously asked Luwen, Sister-in-law, why aren't you accompanying her? I am also a popular flower in my own right. Besides, my family connection to the Su family makes me unafraid of him. Su Kong fell silent. Realizing the Su family's influence surpassed his expectations, do you know who that popular young star was? Luwen asked, noticing Su Kong's puzzled expression, that it was Lu Zhe, the one with the slick-back hair and overly made-up face, whose acting skills resemble that of a schoolboy, yet he boasts a fan base of 80 million. She added, shaking her head in disbelief, that Su Kong recalled Wang Nan mentioning yesterday that she was a fan of Lu Zhe, and no wonder he treated you so indifferently. Clearly, you hold a much greater status than Jiaying. Su Kong remarked with a chuckle. Luwen sighed. I cannot fathom what has transpired in the entertainment industry lately. It seems as though superficial stars overshadow genuine talent, leaving capable actors with little work. Su Kong replied, Back in school, my history teacher once remarked that during certain historical periods, various factors lead to a phenomenon where bad money drives out good. However, throughout the continuum of human civilization, it is ultimately the good that prevails over the bad. That I believe this sentiment applies to today's entertainment industry as well. Actors must rely on their skills for longevity. Luwen's eyes lit up at his words. You are truly a high-achieving student. Your insights are impressive. Now, tell me, do you consider me an idol or a skilled actress? Oh no, a question that could lead to trouble. Su Kong thought that in the eyes of the audience. You are a skilled actress. In the eyes of fans, you are an idol. That my brother Su Chong must feel fortunate to have married you. Luwen laughed. Your brother Su Chong said you were honest and somewhat tongue-tied. I see your words are quite eloquent. That Su Kong bashfully scratched his head. That moment, A voice with a Hong Kong accent called out, "Luwen, long time no see." That Su Kong turned to find a renowned star Chenhua. He had been in the industry for over 30 years, known for his exceptional action films in his youth. Now older, he dedicated much of his time to philanthropic efforts, resulting in fewer works. He is a true artist, both virtuous and skilled. In front of Brother Hua, I will always be a student, Chenhua remarked. You are far too humble, he said, then turned to Su Kong, asking, and who is this young man? This is my husband Su Chong's cousin, Su Kong, Luwen introduced. Hello, Brother Hua. I am your superfan. I grew up watching your films, Su Kong said excitedly. Su Kong, are you the son of Qin Wan? Chenhua asked. You have heard of me? Su Kong responded. Puzzled, he realized that his mother, Qin Wan, had a far greater influence than he had imagined. That moment, Su Kang's phone rang. It was Wang Nan calling. Su Kong turned to Chenhua. Brother Hua, I need to take this call. With that, he stepped aside. As soon as he answered, Wang Nan's sweet voice came through. Su Kong, we have arrived. Where are you? I shall come to you. Are you at the parking lot? Please hurry over. Su Kong hung up the phone and said to Luwen, Sister-in-law, my sister and Wang Nan have arrived. I will go greet them. Luwen smiled and replied, Go on. You can take Wang Nan around for a stroll. Remember to head to the dining hall on the first floor for dinner at 6. Su Kong left, his face flushed, feeling as though the entire world was aware of his romantic involvement with Wang Nan. Upon arriving at the manor's parking lot, he spotted a young lady in a flowing white dress waiting expectantly beneath a grand tree. Su Kong waved and called out, Wang Nan, I'm over here. Wang Nan, upon seeing Su Kong, approached him and inquired, Have you been here long? I just arrived a moment ago. By the way, what about Linny and Uncle Lee? My sister is busy collecting autographs from stars. While Uncle Lee is accompanying her, Su Kong chuckled, her age. It's normal to be infatuated with celebrities. I just saw your favorite star, Lu Zhe. Would you like me to take you to see him? Let us not rush, Wang Nan replied, taking Su Kang's hand and gazing towards the nearby lake. Let us head to the lakeside first. There are so many people enjoying themselves there. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the lake, with Su Kong saying, Didn't you say you adored Lu Zhe yesterday? Why do you seem less interested today? In truth, celebrities are just that, celebrities. Sometimes meeting them can tarnish the fondness one feels. Wang Nan remarked that Su Kong wholeheartedly agreed, and as they reached the lakeside, they walked slowly, hand in hand, feeling the gentle breeze. The men around them cast envious glances at Wang Nan's beauty. Suddenly, a commotion arose. For Lu Zhe had also arrived. Su Kong laughed and said, Your idol seems to be drawn here by you. Wang Nan playfully nudged Su Kong and said, You're teasing me. Nevertheless, her eyes curiously darted towards Lu Zhe, commenting, I can't help but think he is not as handsome as he appears on television. Then aren't you going to ask him for an autograph? Su Kong queried. Wang Nan shook her head. Just a glance is sufficient. I'm not like your sister. Lu Zhe, noticing Wang Nan, found himself captivated by her beauty and grace, despite having encountered countless stunning women in the entertainment industry. Observing Su Kong holding her hand, his expression shifted, for in his eyes, Su Kong was merely a side branch of the Su family, unworthy of holding her hand. Lu Zhe detached himself from the crowd and approached Wang Nan with what he believed to be a charming smile, saying, Hello, beautiful. I'm Lu Zhe. May we be friends? Wang Nan was taken aback by his boldness, as it was apparent to any reasonable person that she and Su Kong were in a romantic relationship. How could he brazenly flirt with her in front of Su Kong, especially considering she had once been his fan? Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong, who was indeed blushing, clearly agitated. No, thank you, she replied firmly. Lu Zhe merely chuckled, unfazed, and continued, You possess exceptional looks and figure, truly a natural talent for acting, that I have numerous resources at my disposal. Follow me, and you will undoubtedly become an international superstar. Su Kong, still holding Wang Nan's hand, began to move aside. Yet Lu Zhe stepped forward, blocking their path, insisting, Consider it beautiful. You deserve a broader horizon. Do not let a fleeting romance cloud your judgment. Su Kong was nearly seething with rage. To flirt with his girlfriend right in front of him was audacious enough, but to ignore him completely was intolerable. Since arriving in Kyoto, he had never felt so belittled. With a cold smirk, Su Kong asked, May I inquire your surname? I am Lu Zhe, of course. My surname is Lu. Su Kong interjected. I meant your gender, not your surname. Wang Nan stifled a laugh, surprised by Su Kang's retort. Lu Zhe, who despised being called effeminate, pointed at Su Kong and said, "You are merely a distant relative of the Su family. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think Su Jiaying can protect you?" "Are you threatening me?" Su Kong replied. Lu Zhe sneered. "So what if I am? Are you intimidated? It's too late for regrets now that I hope you don't end up like a coward, weeping for my forgiveness." Su Kong retorted. Lu Zhe suppressed the urge to strike him, taking a deep breath and pulling out a business card. He offered it to Wang Nan, stating, "This is my card. Should you reconsider, feel free to contact me. I repeat, you are stunning and should not be blinded by a mere crude individual." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Kong. Wang Nan remained silent and did not accept the card. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Su Kong on the lips before turning to Lu Zhe and declaring, "My boyfriend is not a crude person." Chapter 25. Rally the troops for a fight. Su Kong had anticipated that Wang Nan would shy away. Yet to his astonishment, she tiptoed again and kissed him, enveloping him in warmth and the faint scent of her youth. But he felt a wave of breathlessness, his mind momentarily blank after a long moment. Their lips parted, and Wang Nan lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. That Su Kong licked his lips, grinning foolishly, and took her hand once more, walking slowly along the lakeside, observing the sun setting and the dwindling crowd by the lake. He suggested, "It's nearly time for dinner. Let us head over." Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found it bustling with patrons. After searching around, they finally spotted Lin Yi still chatting with a young rising star. While Li He held a stack of star posters in one hand and took photos with the other, that Su Kong chuckled at the sight, realizing that Li He was being quite thoroughly tormented by Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, are you finished? We're off to dinner now," he called out. Uncharacteristically, Lin Yi responded with an "oh," seemingly in good spirits. After finishing her photos, she took the phone from Li He and began scrolling through their earlier pictures. "Sister Wang Nan, look at this one. It's my recent photo with Lu Zhe." "Wow, he really is quite polite," Lin Yi exclaimed, showing Wang Nan a picture. "Weren't you a fan of Lu Zhe as well? How did it go? Did you get a photo with him?" Wang Nan shook her head and replied, "I have no fondness for him anymore." Lin Yi looked perplexed. "Why not? I think he is quite nice." Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and placed it before Lin Yi, asking, "What do you think our relationship is?" Lin Yi blushed slightly, saying, "What else could it be? You rogue, Sister Wang Nan is so beautiful. Even more so than the stars. I can't fathom what she sees in you. Forget about what she sees in me. It's clear to anyone that we are a couple." Can you believe Lu Zhe asked for Wang Nan's contact information right in front of me? Su Kong expressed his frustration. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "And then what happened?" "Of course, I gave him a piece of my mind, and he left in disgrace." "That's it?" Su Kong asked, puzzled. "Shouldn't he there have been more? You're too easygoing. He was trying to steal your girlfriend. You should have slapped him a few times to teach him a lesson." Su Kong scratched his nose. "Was that really necessary? Don't you dare claim me as your brother. I can't afford that shame," Lin Yi said, looking at him disdainfully. Wang Nan recalled Lu Zhe's earlier words, her expression shifting to one of concern. She turned to Su Kong and said, "Let us remain amicable in the future." Lu Zhe left with some harsh words that it's better to be cautious that if he truly intends to cause you harm. It could be unpredictable that his face paled upon hearing this, that he wouldn't dare. Lin Yi shouted, drawing curious glances from those around them. Unfazed by the attention, she remarked, "Even a dog must heed its master." "Is that a proper way to speak? Who is the dog here?" Su Kong retorted. "After all, he's a celebrity. Surely he wouldn't act recklessly," he reasoned. Lin Yi ignored him and turned to Li He, commanding, "Uncle Li, make the call for backup." To Li He nodded and stepped aside, not calling his usual group of friends, but instead directly contacting Qin. Wanda. Su Kong felt a swell of gratitude for Lin Yi's protective nature toward him and remarked, "Isn't Lu Zhe your idol?" "Just an actor," Lin Yi replied dismissively. "From now on, you'll serve me tea and water, and I will take care of you. Little brat, are you looking for a fight?" Lin Yi playfully punched Su Kang's arm. "That you'd better call me Big Sister." "Understood, Sister Lin," he replied. Wang Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of the lively siblings. That Su Kong and the others finished their meal and prepared to leave the restaurant. The door to a private room swung open. Renowned director Zhao Gang and superstar Chen Hua emerged, accompanied by a businessman, all laughing together, followed by a host of heavyweight film stars, singers, and notable entrepreneurs. Lu Wen and Su Jiaying were among them, as was Lu Zhe. Spotting Lu Zhe, Lin Yi shouted, "Lu Zhe, don't run off after school." "No, wait, don't run off after the banquet." Su Kong could hardly bear to watch. What was this, a schoolyard challenge? And in front of so many people, his dear sister was behaving like a little troublemaker. Lu Zhe, upon hearing the shout, froze in his tracks. He was well aware of Lin Yi's vividly colored hair from earlier, when she had been persistently seeking his autograph. But what did her comment mean? Was she asking him to stay for more autographs after the banquet? Why did she say don't run? Lu Zhe's mind momentarily faltered as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Lin Yi, raising her delicate fist, let out a hum, thankfully refraining from expressing her desire to strike him. The commotion drew the attention of everyone towards Su Kong and his companions. Su Jiaying waved her hand, calling out, "Su Kong, come over quickly. I would like to introduce you to a few prominent stars." The entrepreneur at the forefront, upon hearing Su Kang's name, cast a curious glance their way. Upon laying eyes on Su Kong himself, he excitedly approached him, stating, "Su Kong, you are here too. Has President Qin arrived yet?" Su Kong regarded the slightly plump entrepreneur with no recognition, replying, "My mother went to work today." "May I ask who you are?" Lu Zhe, upon realizing that Su Kong did not recognize Ma Xianhui, the head of Huai, the largest entertainment company in the country, and that his mother was merely a working professional, could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, he was just an ordinary person, daring to put himself in an awkward position to Su Kong addressed Ma Xianhui. "Hello, Uncle Ma, we are just here to have a little fun. We only need something simple to eat." Then Ma Xianhui turned his gaze to Su Jiaying and Lu Wen, saying, "You two, as my sister-in-law and niece, should have informed me before bringing Su Kong over. How could you let them dine in the hall?" Lu Wen laughed, replying, "President Ma, you wouldn't believe it. I called him several times, but he stubbornly refused to come and insisted on eating in the hall. I had no choice." That Su Kong interjected, "Uncle Ma, we are still students and prefer a bit of freedom. Dining in a private room feels too formal." Ma Xianhui then glanced at the few individuals behind Su Kong, asking, "Are these people with you?" Su Kong responded, "This is my sister Lin Yi, and this is our family driver, Uncle Li." He then pointed at Wang Nan, introducing, "And this is my girlfriend, Wang Nan." Ma Xianhui immediately understood. Recognizing the youthful exuberance of budding romance, he smiled and said, "In that case, feel free to wander around and enjoy yourselves." Once Ma Xianhui departed, Su Jiaying and Lu Wen remained behind. That Su Jiaying cheerfully greeted Lin Yi and Wang Nan, asking, "How are you finding it here? Is it enjoyable?" Lin Yi pouted, replying, "I'm having a great time," but those two seem a bit displeased. She glanced pointedly at Su Kong and Wang Nan. Lu Wen inquired, "What happened?" "Someone is being inconsiderate and picking on my family," Lin Yi retorted. Lu Wen recalled the earlier incident and asked Su Kong, "Was it Lu Zhe? What transpired?" Su Kong, feeling exasperated, succinctly recounted the conflict with Lu Zhe. Su Jiaying, overhearing, became quite incensed. "I clearly told him that Su Kong is my brother, yet he still dared to speak arrogantly, that he clearly holds the Su family in contempt. Indeed, I once admired him as a fan. After the gala, I shall have someone teach him a lesson," Lin Yi declared. "Just teaching him a lesson is too lenient. I want him to lose a few of his resources, rendering him unable to land any roles," Su Jiaying insisted. Lin Yi felt a profound connection with her sentiments, nodding fervently, "Yes, yes, we must tarnish his reputation, preventing him from becoming a star." Lu Wen shook her head at this, turning to Su Kong. "What are your thoughts on this?" Su Kong replied, "I believe it is unnecessary to escalate matters too much." "What a naive Good Samaritan, allowing oneself to be bullied," Lin Yi remarked bluntly. Lu Wen countered, "This situation certainly warrants a lesson for him, but it need not be blown out of proportion. Perhaps I should discuss this with President Ma, so he can give Lu Zhe a word of caution." Su Kong nodded, finding the suggestion agreeable. Lu Wen then looked at Wang Nan, asking, "Wang Nan, as one involved, do you think this approach is appropriate?" Wang Nan, seeing Su Kang's lack of objection, nodded in agreement. Lu Wen smiled at Su Jiaying and Lin Yi, saying, "You two should refrain from meddling. All you ever think about is fighting." Su Jiaying and Lin Yi huffed in response, evidently unconvinced by this resolution. Lu Wen glanced at the time, stating, "The gala is about to commence. Let us head over." The event officially began with the performance of a popular singer. Lin Yi quietly asked Uncle Li, "How many people did you invite, and when will they arrive?" Uncle Li, flustered, recalled that after calling Qin Wan, she had indicated she would handle the situation personally, so he had not invited anyone. Now, when Lin Yi inquired, he replied, President Qin is already aware of this matter. She said she would handle it herself. Lin Yi's eyes widened in anger. Why did you inform my mother? She will definitely disapprove of me calling people to fight. Uncle Li, feeling helpless, feigned interest in the stage performance that Su Kong remarked, All right, Sister Luan is right. We shouldn't dwell on violence all the time. Lin Yi turned her head away, sulking in silence. Chapter 26. Qin Wan arrives. The singers soon finish their performance, offering some words of blessing before exiting the stage. A short film then played on the screen, primarily highlighting children in impoverished regions who could not attend school due to financial difficulties. The film, simple yet profoundly moving, resonated deeply with Su Kong. Tears welled in his eyes as he recalled countless nights of hunger and sleeplessness, and a time when he nearly lost his life due to an untreated illness among the multitude present. He alone felt the weight of their plight. No matter what, I must do my part, Su Kong resolved silently. The host concluded. A wave of applause erupted from the audience. Chen Hua, seated in the center of the front row, rose to bow in gratitude towards the audience in the back, then took a microphone from a nearby staff member, stating, The fact that everyone is here tonight signifies that all present are compassionate individuals. I am here to set an example, hoping everyone can extend a helping hand and generously donate to show our love for the children in impoverished regions of our country. Thank you all. The host continued, This piece of calligraphy has been authenticated by experts and is an absolute genuine article, with a market value estimated at around 8 million. As an amateur auctioneer, will now commence the auction with a starting bid of 4 million. With each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 200,000. The auction begins now. With the host's words, the atmosphere in the gala became lively, and soon the bidding price soared to 9,200,000. Compared to the initial bids, the number of participants had significantly dwindled. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 9,200,000 once, 9,200,000 twice, 9,200,000. I bid 9,500,000. Lu Zhe raised his hand, speaking leisurely. Recently, he had faced relentless criticism regarding his acting skills, and he intended to make a grand statement at this gala, attracting the attention of major media outlets to reverse his public image. Sure enough, once Lu Zhe placed his bid, all eyes turned to him. Lu Zhe held his head high, relishing the attention. Lin Yi scoffed upon hearing Lu Zhe's bid. Does he think he can steal the spotlight? She turned to Su Kong, asking, Hey, do you have any money on you? Su Kong frowned, replying, I am your brother, not someone to be called hey. Quit the nonsense and tell me how much cash you have. 1,200,000. Su Kong hesitated to reveal the truth, fearing Lin Yi would squander all his money. I bid 10 million. As soon as Su Kong finished speaking, Lin Yi shouted loudly. Concerned others might not notice her, she not only stood up but raised her left hand high. The audience regarded her with curiosity, wondering who this young girl was and if she genuinely had such funds. The host appeared perplexed, noting that Lin Yi looked only 14 or 15, sporting a head of multicolored hair. Surely, she must be here to cause trouble. The host forced a smile, attempting to sound friendly. Little girl, is there an adult accompanying you? This price cannot be quoted recklessly. Lin Yi pointed at Su Kong, declaring, This is my brother. He has money. The crowd turned to Su Kong, only to see a mere teenager, shaking their heads in disbelief. This pair of siblings was either causing mischief or lacked any understanding of money. Just as the host was at a loss, he noticed Ma Xianhui in the front row nodding at him. Understanding the cue, the host smiled and said, Little beauty, what is your name? Lin Yi. The host chuckled. I did not expect our brave and chivalrous Lin Yi to be so generous. Did I ask there anyone else willing to place a bid? Lin Yi beamed, pleased by the host's flattering words, unaware that he was merely attempting to defuse the situation. Lu Zhe, sitting in the audience, glared at Su Kong, convinced that these siblings could not possibly afford 10 million. Believing it to be Su Kang's scheme to humiliate him, gritting his teeth, Lu Zhe called out, 10,200,000. 11 million. Lin Yi immediately countered. Lu Zhe, feeling the heat, continued raising the stakes. 11,200,000. 120 million. Lin Yi swiftly responded. Lu Zhe's face turned ashen. He had never been humiliated in such a way since his debut. The remaining audience began to catch on, realizing that Lin Yi had refrained from bidding until Lu Zhe made his move, clearly targeting him. When had Lu Zhe offended such a little tyrant? Su Jiaying, seated next to Lu Zhe, struggled to contain her laughter, nearly bursting at the seams. She discreetly whispered to Lu Wan, "I believe Lu Zhe needs someone like Lin Yi to put him in his place." "It's well-deserved." Lu Wan shot her a warning glance. "Quiet. Just enjoy the show." Ma Xianhui, the head of Hawaii, looked on in disbelief, pondering how Lu Zhe had managed to offend Lin Yi. Upon finishing the meal, thoughts turned to Lin Yi's public declaration to Lu Zhe, urging him not to leave after the gala. What could this signify? Was it a childish challenge, akin to elementary school rivalries? The more Ma Xianhui pondered, the more plausible it seemed. For now, he could only await the conclusion of the event and attempt to mediate the situation, hoping that the young lady would be gracious. Ma Xianhui raised his hand and proclaimed, "I bid 13 million." At once he made his announcement. Nearly everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Yi, who, however, remained nonchalant and refrained from making any further bids. That a murmur of whispers spread through the crowd. While Lu Zhe's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid, that he feigned interest in the stage, yet the weight of the spectators' stares was palpable. In that moment, he longed to bind the pair of siblings and cast them into the moat to alleviate his frustration. Ultimately, the artwork was secured by Ma Xianhui for 13 million. And after being invited on stage by the host to deliver some perfunctory remarks, the gala transitioned into its second phase, the donation segment. The donations were based on voluntary contributions, with staff distributing small cards and pins to each attendee. Individuals were to write their desired donation amounts on the cards and present them on stage. As Su Kong prepared to inscribe his amount, Lin Yi interrupted, "Don't write just yet. I fear we may not have enough funds." Su Kong, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Noticing Lu Zhe rising to approach the stage, Lin Yi hastily replied, "I will write on stage. I intend to donate more than Lu Zhe. The remainder is up to you." With that, she strode toward the stage, pen and card in hand, as the line formed for those about to present. Lin Yi squeezed her way forward, stating, "Excuse me, may I cut in?" Initially, the crowd exhibited impatience, but upon recognizing her, they quickly yielded, allowing her to position herself behind Lu Zhe. Only then did the onlookers wear expressions of dawning realization. This little enchantress was undoubtedly concocting some scheme. Hearing the nearby murmurs, Lu Zhe turned his head, only to find Lin Yi standing directly behind him. Startled, he recalled that there had been others behind him moments ago. How had it changed to her? What mischief was this little sorceress up to now? Upon noticing his gaze, Lin Yi retorted, "What are you staring at?" "Never seen a beauty before, you wolf." Lu Zhe, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, could only turn away in silence, unable to argue with her. Soon, it was Lu Zhe's turn to take the stage. He steadied his demeanor and addressed the audience, stating, "To support the children in impoverished regions so that they may have access to education and nourishment, I will donate 2 million towards the Hope Project." As words concluded, an audible voice chimed in, "Pfft, only 2 million? What a show-off." The comment was neither too loud nor too soft, yet Lu Zhe caught it, as did the host beside him and the front-row attendees, including Ma Xianhui. 2 million is already quite substantial, is it not? Did you not notice that most only donated tens of thousands? Lu Zhe glared at Lin Yi, struggling to suppress his urge to explode. Seeing Lu Zhe daring to glare at her, Lin Yi shot back, "What are you looking at, big-tail wolf? Should I lend you some cash to make it an even 2? 5 million. The host, observing Lin Yi's boldness, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by this tempestuous young lady. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply, stifling his impulse to retaliate, and swiftly made his way back to his seat, eager for the gala to conclude. Once Lu Zhe descended from the stage, Lin Yi eagerly ascended, and the host, noticing her card was blank, curiously asked, "Little lady, are you here to donate as well?" Lin Yi rolled her eyes. "What else would I be doing on stage?" She then took the pen and inscribed Lin Yi 2.01 million on her card, glancing provocatively at Lu Zhe as she did so. "Let us express our gratitude to Miss Lin Yi for her generous contribution of 2.01 million to the students in impoverished regions. It is remarkable that despite her youth, she possesses both beauty and a compassionate heart, akin to that of a bodhisattva, on behalf of the underprivileged students. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Miss Lin Yi for her benevolent gesture." The host lavished praise, causing Lin Yi to feel somewhat elated. The host's words are so sweet. "Perhaps I should donate even more to Su Kong." Observing Lin Yi's childlike exuberance, couldn't help but smile. He turned to Wang Nan, asking, "Wang Nan, Will you be donating? Wang Nan replied with a hint of resignation. I wish to aid the children in impoverished areas. But I don't have much money on me. No worries. I can help. Su Kong responded, then turned to Li He, saying, Uncle Li, I'll cover your donation as well. Let us each contribute 1,000,000 DL. He quickly interjected. Young Master Su, no need for that. President Qin pays me well. I can manage on my own. Whether I donate more or less, it's my own gesture. Wang Nan was taken aback by Li He's response, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. Ever since her grandfather's passing a year ago, her parents had favored her brother, tightly controlling her allowance. Proud by nature, she thought if you want to give, I want to take, and thus her pocket money had always been meager. Recently, she had spent over 10,000 to buy a watch for Su Kong, leaving her with only 18,000 in her account. Wang Nan replied to Su Kong, Uncle Li is right. Donations should come from my own funds that I'll handle it. With that, she wrote Wang Nan 15,000 on her card. Noticing Su Kang's distant gaze, she asked, What is wrong with you? Su Kong sighed. Just a few days ago, I was known as Lu Shuai, renting the cheapest room in a small county in the south, working on a construction site to scrape together my university tuition. In this sweltering heat, I toiled, diligently saving every penny I earned. Though it was arduous, my heart felt at ease. And now, I enjoy the most luxurious of comforts, with millions at my disposal, yet I feel an unsettling sense of insecurity, as if it were all a mirage. Only moments ago did I realize that this privileged existence was not my own creation, which instills a fear of potential loss, hence my inner turmoil. That sounds rather melodramatic, Wang Nan remarked. So many people wish for wealthy parents, and here you are complaining. That is not what I meant. Don't misconstrue my words, Su Kong retorted, though inwardly he mused, perhaps I should seek a summer job tomorrow. What are you two discussing? Lin Yi, having descended from the stage, noticed Su Kang's card remained blank and asked, Are you planning to join me on stage to write your amount? Or are you simply too stingy to part with your money? Su Kong ignored her and wrote Su Kong 10,000 on his card. Seriously, Su Kong, did you make a mistake? Did you forget 1,000? Lin Yi continued. What are you saving all that money for? To get married? Su Kong glanced at Wang Nan. Noticing her cheeks flush, he quickly warned Lin Yi, If you keep nagging, I won't cover that 2.01 million for you. Let us see how you manage to get off stage in front of all these people. You wouldn't dare, Lin Yi retorted defiantly, though she remained irked, finally shutting her mouth. It wasn't until Su Kong and the others approached the stage that she called after Su Kang's retreating figure. The world's most miserly person. Li He was the first among the trio to take the stage, donating 30,000, the least thus far. The audience responded with scattered applause, and there were even chuckles, while the host merely acknowledged him with a few words before ushering him off. Su Kong, observing Li He's downcast demeanor, felt a pang of disappointment himself. Donating to children in need should be a noble act, yet why was a smaller contribution met with disdain? Indeed, arrogance and prejudice are inherent in humanity, persisting regardless of societal progress. But Su Kong led Wang Nan onto the stage, displeased to see the host's gaze linger on her face. Taking the microphone, he declared, I am Su Kong, donating 10,000 aside from Lu Wen and a few others who clapped. Most attendees were focused on Wang Nan, with some even sneering. Su Kong had anticipated this outcome and handed the microphone to Wang Nan, eager to conclude and exit the stage. Wang Nan took the microphone and announced, I am Wang Nan, donating 15,000. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, captivating the audience and prompting applause. Indeed, this was a world where appearances mattered. After passing the microphone back to the host, Wang Nan intended to leave the stage alongside Su Kong. But the host stepped forward, blocking their path with a beaming smile. Excuse me, miss. May I ask if you two are a couple? It's quite young to be in a relationship. It could impact your future development. The host feigned a wise demeanor, continuing, You possess a pure and beautiful appearance, with a sweet voice, perfectly suited for a career in entertainment. Just look at all these esteemed individuals. If any of them were to mentor you, would you not fear becoming a star? Apologies, but I have no intention of pursuing that path, Wang Nan replied firmly. The host was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward refusal. Unwilling to concede, he persisted, Look at these attendees. Most donations start at 200,000, with some reaching 1 or 2 million. Don't you wish to be part of that? He then shot a glance at Su Kong, who appeared thin and unremarkable, and smugly added, "Just look at your boyfriend, ordinary in appearance and lacking wealth. There are plenty of handsome and affluent individuals in the entertainment industry. You could easily find one better than him." At this remark, the audience erupted into laughter. Su Kong was overwhelmed by a surge of blood rushing to his head. "But am I merely a pathetic jester, a plaything for your amusement and mockery? What gives you the right to ridicule me?" Lin Yi stood on her chair in the back row, pointing at the host and scolding him. The host, Ming Hui, was taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi. Did this little enchantress actually know Su Kong? "Ming Hui, you'd better not regret what you just said," spoke Su Jiaying. "What are you all laughing at? What's so amusing?" asked Lu Wen. "Xiao Ming, do you even realize what you're saying? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Su," said Ma Xian. It dawned on the host, Ming Hui, that Su Kong was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. How could he have uttered such words? Wang Nin noticed Su Kang's displeasure and grasped his hand tighter, saying, "Su Kong, don't be angry, that let's go downstairs, that I in my heart. You are the best, far better than anyone else here." That Su Kong shook his head, feeling the need to voice his thoughts, that he snatched the microphone from Ming Hui's hand, gazing at the well-dressed crowd below, and proclaimed, "I am aware that I am not particularly handsome, and I know I can hardly earn a few coins on my own in a day. But what gives you the right to look down on ordinary people like us? Is 10,000 yuan too little? That is the hard-earned money I made from carrying bricks on the construction site. And what about Uncle Lee's 30,000 yuan? That was saved through frugality, that I in terms of wealth. You may indeed have us beat, but in terms of compassion, we are not lacking." After finishing his speech, Su Kong intended to drop the microphone and leave the stage. But upon noticing Lu Zhe's disdainful expression below, he fixed his gaze on him and said, "Some people, with a little money, truly believe themselves to be superior. Yet remember, there are always greater forces beyond your own." Su Kong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Seeing Wang Nin gazing at him with admiration, he smiled and said, "Shall we head down?" Just then, the grand entrance swung open, and all eyes turned curiously to see a regal woman entering. Xian Hui, the owner of Hawaii, and others rose to greet her, exclaiming, "President Qin, you've arrived." The newcomer was none other than Qin Wan. "Mom, what brings you here?" Su Kong called out softly to Qin Wan, "That I'm here to support you, so that some may not think you easy to bully," she replied, casting a sidelong glance at host Ming Hui, who turned crimson with embarrassment. Xian Hui took the microphone from the host and introduced her to the audience. "This is President Qin, one of Icon Group. Let's give her a warm welcome." As Ma Xian Hui finished, the crowd erupted into applause, captivated by Icon Group's illustrious reputation spanning real estate, logistics, medical equipment, and more, leading in each field. However, many were curious about the evident connection between Qin Wan and Su Kong, pondering their relationship. Taking the microphone, Qin Wan stated, "I am here today for two reasons. Firstly, since this is a charity gala, we shall prioritize charity. My son, though kind-hearted, is prideful and refuses to use my money, fearing mockery. Therefore, I will donate 100 million yuan on his behalf." The crowd gasped in astonishment, marveling at Qin Wan's generosity and the revelation that Su Kong was the son of the esteemed Icon Group's chairwoman. "Secondly, I have heard that prior to the gala, there were threats made against my son as safety." Qin Wan's gaze fixed on Lu Zhe, who lowered his head, panic evident in his eyes. She continued, "I am fiercely protective. Whoever threatens my son will face dire consequences." Two police officers approached Lu Zhe, stating, "Mr. Lu, please come with us." Lu Zhe protested, "On what grounds are you arresting me? What crime have I committed?" The tall police officer responded, "We come with proper procedures and evidence that if you refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to enforce compliance." Panicking, Lu Zhe turned to Ma Xian Hui, pleading, "Mr. Ma, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong." Lu Zhe stared incredulously at the police, his lips quivering, unable to articulate his thoughts. Turning to Ma Xian Hui, who remained silent on stage, and noticing Qin Wan's cold gaze upon him, his mounting fear morphed into anger as he declared, "You are abusing your power. I will report you." Qin Wan chuckled softly and remarked to Ma Xian Hui, "Clearly, there is no misunderstanding here. He is simply a man of poor character, disregarding the law while attempting to defame me." Ma Xian Hui felt a surge of dread. It had only been a few hours since Lu Zhe had offended Su Kong, and now he was being apprehended in that brief time. Qinwan had not only gathered evidence of Lu Zhe's transgressions, but had also brought the police with her. Showcasing her immense influence, he shot Lu Zhe a resentful glare, lamenting that while he possessed a handsome exterior, he lacked the wit to match. Seeing Ma Xianhui unwilling to defend him, Lu Zhe scanned the crowd, finding only indifferent faces turned away from him. His heart sank as he murmured to the police, "I haven't committed any crimes. Please don't arrest me." His voice was now a pitiful plea. Devoid of the arrogance he once exhibited, "President Qin, I was wrong. Please let me go. Young Master Su Yi, I was wrong. Have mercy on me." The police escorted Lu Zhe out of the hall. His cries faded into silence, leaving the room enveloped in a tense stillness. All eyes were now fixed on Qinwan and Su Kong, their previous contempt completely vanquished. Following this incident, the gala lost its charm, and it quickly came to an end. Qinwan and Su Kong made their way to the parking lot. They were intercepted by Ma Xianhui, accompanied by Lu Wen and Su Jiaying. Qinwan's voice was cold as she inquired, "Mr. Ma, what is the meaning of this?" Ma Xianhui, sensing Qinwan's displeasure, forced a chuckle and glanced towards Lu Wen and Su Jiaying. Lu Wen, with a resigned expression, spoke up. "Aunt San, Mr. Ma wanted to gather more information about the incident, so he came to apologize. Apologies are unnecessary. As long as you do not blame me for interrupting the gala, it's fine. Today, President Qin not only generously lent me the Luchuan Manor, but also donated 100 million yuan. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? On the contrary, I must express my gratitude on behalf of the children in impoverished regions." Xianhui shifted his tone, continuing, "I spoke with Xiao Wen and Jiaying earlier, and it is evident that Lu Zhe acted wrongly, but he was unaware of your son's identity. Ignorance is... Lu Zhe's arrest stems from his own heinous actions, having committed statutory rape against a minor, which has nothing to do with my Xiao Kong. Mr. Ma, please refrain from spreading falsehoods that I have heard of his young girlfriend. Their relationship was consensual and cannot be classified as rape. Mr. Ma, are you not aware that in our country, any individual under the age of 14 is considered incapable of consent, regardless of the circumstances?" Ma Xianhui sighed inwardly, knowing well the legal stipulation. Yet such occurrences were alarmingly commonplace, often going unpunished. "President Qin, our Hawaii company has invested significant resources and effort into Lu Zhe's development, that if he is convicted, not only will he suffer irreparable damage to his reputation, but our company will also face severe repercussions, including a plummet in stock prices. Could you possibly show leniency?" Qinwan glanced at Lu Wen and Su Jiaying, deep in thought, then turned to Su Kong, asking, "Xiao Kong, what are your thoughts?" Before Su Kong could respond, "Lin Yi," interjected Mom, "he shouldn't be let off. Such scum deserves to rot in prison." Qinwan shot Lin Yi a warning look, signaling her to remain silent, and then heard Su Kong say, "Honestly, my conflict with him is trivial. But I cannot condone his crime of statutory rape, that if the law is violated, one must face its consequences." Chapter 28. Applying for summer jobs before getting into the car, Qinwan specifically asked Su Kong and Lin Yi to ride in the Maserati, while she and Wang Nan took another vehicle. Su Kong cast a puzzled glance at Qinwan, but ultimately refrained from questioning her motives. Noticing Wang Nan's apparent unease, Qinwan smiled and inquired, "Xiao Nan, where do you plan to attend university? Domestically or abroad?" Wang Nan's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I applied to Jiangqing University." "What major?" The same as Su Kong. That Su Kong had chosen computer science, having discussed it with her beforehand, believing it to be a promising field for the future. "And you, what led to your choice?" Qinwan continued, observing Wang Nan's silence, "that I suspect your desire to be close to Su Kong influenced your decision. Am I correct?" Wang Nan's face turned crimson. Thankfully, the darkness of the car concealed her embarrassment, and she merely nodded, too shy to meet Qinwan's gaze. "Since you share a good relationship with Su Kong, you might be tempted to neglect your own career aspirations. But have you considered that life is ever-changing? If one day your relationship with Su Kong were to falter, what would you do? Or if you were to marry Su Kong in the future, would you remain solely dependent on him, living as a wealthy lady, merely indulging in manicures and card games?" Wang Nan was taken aback, her heart racing. She had always excelled academically and prided herself on her independence. Yet now, she realized her current situation was strikingly similar to her mother's, whom she had once looked down upon for being subservient to her father. Qinwan continued, "Of course, If Su Kong has feelings for you, even if you do nothing, our family can support him. However, you are so exceptional. Living in this world, one must have their own pursuits and values, don't you think? Wang Nan replied, I understand, Aunt Qin, that I will prove myself. Qin Wan smiled with satisfaction and said, since you have already chosen computer science as your major, there is no need to change it. However, you could consider taking a minor in business management in your spare time. Reading books on management will certainly be beneficial. Wang Nan felt both surprised and touched. Qin Wan's words indicated that she regarded her as family. Wang Nan emotionally said, thank you, Aunt Qin. Qin Wan took out a card and said, this card contains 1 million. When you go shopping with Su Kong, help him get a new outfit. What he is currently wearing is from when I bought him clothes in our small county. He is far too frugal and reluctant to spend money. I trust you with this task, is that all right? Wang Nan hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? She then chuckled. Su Kong is quite down to earth. I think it's perfectly fine. Qin Wan smiled knowingly, recalling Su Kang's father, Su Kaisheng. The two shared similar personalities, though now they were separated by death. The next morning, major news websites erupted with a scandal from the entertainment industry. The rising star Liu Zhe had been taken away by the police for the rape of a minor, causing much speculation in the streets. Meanwhile, those in influential families were more intrigued by how Qin Wan had managed to gather incriminating evidence against such a prominent figure in just a few hours and confront him in front of Huai's CEO. Ma Xian was astounding to consider the power she wielded. In any case, that morning, Kyoto was abuzz with excitement that Su Kong was oblivious to the rumors circulating about him in Kyoto. He had just exited a CAF. His expression one of despair, having been rejected by several companies while searching for a summer job. Given the scarcity of summer positions and his frequent need to take time off for driving practice, companies were quick to turn him down upon hearing his requirements. Undeterred, he noticed a nearby Western restaurant advertising for staff and decided to go in. It was nearing noon. A few customers were already dining inside. The waitress, Fu Zhen, assumed he was there to eat and approached him cheerfully, asking, what would you like to order, handsome? Su Kong, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, I saw the sign outside about job openings, so I came in. Fu Zhen smiled and said, are you here to apply? Su Kong nodded, and she continued, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager. After a short while, a woman in her 40s approached, sizing Su Kong up and inquiring, looking for a summer job? Su Kong replied affirmatively, feeling nervous as he glanced at the manager, concerned she might dismiss him like the others. The manager gestured for him to sit down and said, our regular employees earn 4,000 yuan a month. Summer workers earn less, 3,000 yuan a month, that you'll have 4 days off a month, and your working hours are from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Does that work for you? Su Kong felt a surge of joy and replied, no problem. Previously, he had found summer jobs in a small county that only paid around 1,000 yuan, which was hardly enough for college tuition, prompting him to consider labor-intensive work instead. Moreover, the 10 a.m. start time did not conflict with his driving practice. The manager continued, do you have any questions? Su Kong asked about the pay reduction for exceeding the leave limit. The manager explained, for each day over 4, it will be a deduction of 150 yuan. Su Kong found that acceptable and inquired, when can I start? The manager replied, if you have no other commitments today, you can start now, and we'll count it as your first day as pay. Su Kong agreed. All right, I'll start today. She added a few points to note. First, you must wear a uniform while working. Second, lunch is typically at 2 p.m. and dinner at 9:30 p.m., with no eating allowed at other times. Third, no phone usage during working hours. Fourth, any damage to items must be compensated at cost. Is that understood? Su Kong affirmed absolutely. Thus, Su Kang's first day of work commenced. He donned the restaurant's custom uniform, taking orders, serving dishes, and pouring drinks, thoroughly engaged in his tasks, observing that it was his first day. Fu Zhen, acting as a caring older sister, assisted him whenever necessary. After the lunchtime rush, the staff could take a brief respite, and Fu Zhen noticed Su Kong tidying up a table and went over to help. Su Kong quickly said, Sister Fu, I can handle this little bit on my own. Fu Zhen replied, it's no trouble. I'm just passing the time. She appreciated Su Kang's diligence, even if he was somewhat slow. Thank you, Sister Fu. You must be a college student. You don't look like someone from a poor family. What made you want to work as a server? Su Kong replied, I just wanted to find something to do since I have nothing going on at home. Fu Zhen remarked, I thought perhaps your parents were pushing you to do this, that I have a younger brother back home who scored over 400 on the college entrance exam and spends all his time gaming. If only he could be like you. Su Kong smiled, saying, everyone has different experiences, leading to different thoughts. Before long, they had cleared the table. Fu Jin picked up a stack of dirty plates to take to the kitchen. Su Kong quickly offered, Sister Fu, that looks a bit heavy. Let me help. Fu Jin laughed. It's the same for me. It's just the first day, so you should rest a bit. With that, she headed toward the kitchen with the dirty plates. However, just as she rounded a corner, a small child suddenly dashed out, causing her to step aside. The greasy plates slipped from her hands and crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Su Kong rushed over, asking, Sister Fu, are you all right? She replied, I'm fine, but all these plates are broken. Fu Jin frowned as other staff members rushed over to help clean up the mess, some bringing brooms to sweep the shards. The manager emerged from her office, her expression stern as she surveyed the broken plates. Fu Jin, did you do this? She asked. I'm sorry, manager shouted. A child ran out suddenly. The manager interrupted. Come to my office. Fu Jin, anxious, followed her inside, and the door slammed shut behind them. Su Kong, having noticed the manager's displeasure, felt worried for Fu Jin. After assisting the other employees with the cleanup, he contemplated how to help lighten Fu Jin's burden when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Boss, here's the order. Looking in the direction of the voice, he was astonished to see Zhao Rong, Qin Wan's secretary, speaking to none other than Qin Wan herself, who was seated across from her. Su Kong was taken aback, wondering if his mother had sent someone to follow him. It seemed too coincidental. Noticing the other servers remained stationary, he hurried over and whispered, Mom, what are you doing here? Chapter 29. The most extravagant mother. Qin Wan feigned surprise, saying, Xiao Kong, what are you doing here? Are you working as a server? Su Kong replied, No, Mom. Can you stop pretending? I just came here to find a summer job. And you happen to be dining here. What are the odds? Did you send someone to follow me or put a tracker on me? Qin Wan replied earnestly, What? How could that be? I simply came to take care of some matters and happened to eat here. You can ask Xiao Zhao if you don't believe me. Su Kong glanced at Zhao Rong, who was trying to stifle a laugh, and she affirmed, We indeed came here for business. Seeing their insistence on denying it, Su Kong resigned himself and pulled out the menu, asking, What would you like to order, ladies? Zhao Rong typically took charge of ordering when they dined out, but this time Qin Wan had already grabbed the menu and began ordering an extensive array of dishes. Su Kong muttered, Can you two eat all that? After finalizing the order, he prepared to send it to the kitchen when Qin Wan said, Let Xiao Zhao take the order. You sit next to me. Let us have a chat. Su Kong hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? I'm still on the clock. Zhao Rong took the menu from Su Kong, smiling, I'll handle it. With that, she left with the order, standing beside Qin Wan. Su Kong remained reluctant to sit down, asking, Mom, what did you want to talk about? Qin Wan gazed at him with soft eyes, pausing for a while before saying, Xiao Kong, tell me honestly, do you have any issues with Uncle Lin or your sister that make you reluctant to stay at home? Su Kong replied, Not at all. I think they're both great. Qin Wan then asked, Do you harbor any resentment towards me? Her voice trembled. Su Kong was startled by her words and looked at her. Noticing her eyes were slightly red, he quickly reassured her, No, Mom. What's wrong? Why would you say that? I enjoy being with you. Then why don't you use my money and instead choose to work? Su Kong realized the reason behind Qin Wan's unusual behavior and smiled, saying, Mom, it's not what you think. You shouldn't overthink things. The reason I sought summer employment is quite similar at home. I am accustomed to a life of ease, where everything is provided for me. This comfortable existence has led me to feel a desire to engage in some form of productive activity, lest I experience a sense of unease within myself. Therefore, Mother, I have never harbored any resentment towards you, nor do I feel any estrangement from Uncle Lin and Lin Yi. I merely wish to pursue my own path to contentment. Qin Wan was taken aback by Su Kang's words. She had always been preoccupied with the thought of compensating him adequately, yet she had never inquired about his actual desires. Qin Wan then asked, Why don't you use the money I gave you? After a moment's reflection, she realized he neither smoked, drank, gambled, nor participated in social activities, leaving little opportunity for him to spend money. With her heart now at ease, she smiled and inquired, What is your salary here? 3,000 per month, he replied. I asked that for 8 hours a day, with weekends off? Actually, it's 12 hours a day, with only 4 days off each month. Qin Wan exclaimed in astonishment. How could you agree to such terms? Su Kong grimaced. I had no choice. After searching all morning, this was the only place willing to hire summer workers, and it doesn't conflict with my driving lessons. Why not come work in my company? We work 8 hours a day, have weekends off, and I can offer you 5,000 a month. How does that sound? What could I possibly do at your company? With you looking after me, I'd be treated like a pampered prince. That Su Kang's expression was one of distress. He could manage serving tea and water, but selling houses was beyond his capability. That moment. Zhao Rong and a waitress approached. That Su Kang recognized the waitress as Zhu Xian, a cheerful girl pushing a cart laden with dishes. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Wan stopped him, saying, "Aren't you going to eat? I ordered this especially for you." Upon seeing the sumptuous spread on the table, Su Kang felt even hungrier, but he restrained himself, saying, "Mother, I'm still at work. Can't you eat while at work? What if you starve?" Qin Wan feigned anger. Zhu Xian, witnessing this interaction for the first time, found it amusing and remarked, "Look how much your mother cares for you. It's your first day at work, and she's here to check on you." She glanced at the table full of dishes and added, "But she ordered too much. That must be half a month's wages gone." Qin Wan was delighted to hear this and replied to Zhu Xian, "You have no idea how much he can eat. I'm about to go bankrupt supporting him." She laughed at her own words. That Su Kang turned beet red, realizing he might indeed have an appetite. Zhu Xian encouraged him softly, "Just eat what your mother has prepared. There's no need to worry. Besides, the boss is in the office and can't see you." With a wistful glance at the table, she lamented, "I've been working here for over a year and still haven't tasted the Western cuisine we serve." Qin Wan smiled gently and said, "Then let's all eat together. Xiao Zhao, please go and invite the other waitstaff over. Today it's my treat." "Annie, really? There are quite a few of us, of course, it's true." Seeing the sincerity in Qin Wan's eyes, Zhu Xian happily told Zhao Rong's sister, "Take a break. I'll go call them over." With that, she joyfully dashed away. Su Kang watched Qin Wan in disbelief, never having encountered such a lavishly indulgent mother. Just then, the office door opened, and the female boss, Xiao Hui, emerged, her face marked with concern. Su Kang hurried forward and asked, "Sister Fu, what did the boss say?" Fu Jin sighed, "Alas, they're deducting 2,000 from my salary this month." "Why such a large deduction? Those few plates are not worth that much." Fu Jin glanced behind her, relieved to see the door closed, ensuring the boss couldn't overhear. "That it's fine. Let's just go." Chapter 30. Who will serve the tea? Fu Jin observed Zhu Xian leading all the waitstaff towards her, a puzzled expression on her face. "Zhu Xian, what are you all doing?" "Sister Fu, you don't know. Su Kang's mother is treating us all to Western cuisine." Fu Jin turned to Su Kang, who shrugged helplessly. Zhu Xian grabbed Fu Jin's hand and urged, "Come on, let's go." Su Kang's mother looks like a super wealthy person. Being pulled along by Zhu Xian, Fu Jin approached Qin Wan. True to Zhu Xian's words, Qin Wan was a dignified and beautiful woman, clearly not an ordinary person, while the younger one, dressed in professional attire and wearing glasses, exuded elegance. Qin Wan said, "Feel free to order whatever you like. You needn't worry about saving money for me." Fu Jin hesitated, saying, "But it's still working hours. Isn't this inappropriate? What if a customer comes in? At this hour, there won't be any customers. Even if there are, we'll just attend to them afterward." With that, Zhu Xian picked up a menu and called out, "What does everyone want to eat? Order through me." Soon, voices filled the room as people began to order. Some wanted steak, others pasta. When Fu Jin saw many ordering multiple dishes, she cautioned, "Order as much as you want. But remember, none of us have money to waste." Qin Wan chuckled, "It's all right. The priority is to eat well. Don't let yourselves go hungry." Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted. "What are you all doing? Don't you know it's working hours?" The boss, Xiao Hui, approached angrily, causing the once lively restaurant to fall silent. Su Kang whispered to Qin Wan, "That's the boss. This could be bad. Sister Fu accidentally broke a few plates earlier, and she wants to deduct 2,000 from her salary." Qin Wan shot a displeased glance at Xiao Hui, noticing her haughty demeanor as she approached, causing her brow to furrow. Zhao Rong quickly stood and walked toward Xiao Hui, saying, "You must be the owner of this establishment. Our Qin general is treating us to a meal. Is there a problem?" Xiao Hui, taken aback by Zhao Rong's impressive demeanor, felt her anger dissipate somewhat. Furthermore, the woman referred to as Qin general remained seated, not even glancing in her direction. Xiao Hui felt a knot in her stomach and smiled. "Of course, that's perfectly fine. May I ask how many of you are there and what you would like to eat?" She then turned to Fu Jin and the others. "What are you all gathered here for? You're disrupting the customer's dining experience." The owner misunderstood. "Our Qin general is treating them," Zhao Rong clarified. Xiao Hui was taken aback. unable to respond, and turned to look at Qin Wan, who remained expressionless, not once raising her gaze. Feeling slighted, Xiao Hui suspected that this person, who had unexpectedly chosen to treat her staff, was not someone she could afford to offend. Thus, she turned to Fu Jun. You first focus on your service. Once they finish eating, you can come back to switch places. Fu Jun was about to agree when Qin Wan interjected. I am treating my guests to a meal. Yet you suggest she serve them. Does that seem appropriate? Xiao Hui's face turned awkward as she replied, but someone has to serve the food and pour the tea. Qin Wan shot her a sidelong glance and replied coolly. Are you not a person? Xiao Hui's expression shifted, and she stifled her frustration, saying, Fine, I will take care of the service today and ensure you are satisfied, dear guest. The others looked between Qin Wan and Xiao Hui, momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Qin Wan smiled and encouraged, continue ordering. Choose whatever you desire. She then pulled Su Kong beside her, placing a piece of steak in front of him, saying, Eat up, you must be starving. Su Kong, indeed ravenous, disregarded the stares around him and dug into the steak. Others quickly placed their orders and joined in the meal, while Xiao Hui genuinely busied herself serving tea and water. Leaving her the only one in the room who was hungry, mother, enough that I agree. I will go sell houses tomorrow. Su Kong quickly interrupted Qin Wan. He realized that after today's events, continuing to work here over the summer was no longer realistic. He scanned the room and spotted Fu Jun dining not far away. Approaching her, he pulled out his wallet and handed her 2,000 yuan in cash, saying, Sister Fu, because of me, you were penalized with a salary deduction. Please take this. I would feel guilty otherwise. Fu Jun was taken aback, but then she accepted the cash with understanding. Thank you. She surmised that Su Kang's family must be quite wealthy, and this summer job was merely a wealthy young man's attempt to experience life. In her encounters with many people, most were fleeting, leaving no lasting connections. Su Kang's unique identity was akin to a pebble tossed into water, creating ripples, yet ultimately fading into tranquility. Fu Jun accepted Su Kang's generosity with grace. Understanding that after today, they might never cross paths again, Su Kang added, My mother disapproves of my working here, that I'll be leaving with her shortly. If the boss continues to target you, come find me. I'll have my mother arrange a job for you. He then provided her with his phone number. Su Kang. You're really quitting? Zhu Xian, who had been eating nearby, asked. Seeing Su Kang nod, she pulled out her phone, saying, If I find myself in a bind one day, I'll seek you out, and you better not turn me away. Su Kang chuckled. Of course not. After changing back into his original clothes, Su Kang emerged to find Qin Wan and Zhao Rong at the cash register, with Xiao Hui awkwardly standing nearby. As Su Kang approached, he learned that the total for the lunch was 9,760 yuan. Qin Wan instructed Zhao Rong, just charge 10,000. Consider the extra as a tip for the boss. Xiao Hui's expression was uncomfortable, yet she remained silent as she assisted Zhao Rong in processing the payment. Once again, Qin Wan continued, Boss, are you going to settle Xiao Kang's wages for today? Xiao Hui cast a complex glance at Qin Wan and retrieved 500 in cash. Su Kang merely took a single red bill from her hand, saying, I haven't even worked a full day. Taking 100 would be a loss for you, boss, observing Xiao Hui's distress at Qin Wan's antics. Su Kang felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, Boss, my mother can be quite willful at times. Please don't take it to heart. After saying this, he felt a sharp tug at his waist. And turning to see Qin Wan smiling sweetly at him, he endured the discomfort and said, Mom, could you be gentler? You've already made my flesh turn red. Qin Wan blushed and retorted, You little rascal. I couldn't care less about you. Upon noticing Zhao Rong's amused yet restrained expression, she snapped, Zhao, why are you still here? Don't you have work this afternoon? Zhao Rong promptly exclaimed, Oh, and followed Qin Wan out. Outside, cheers erupted from the employees, and Xiao Hui, feeling a wave of relief, couldn't help but ponder that perhaps what that young man said was indeed correct. Chapter 31. Is it sneaking in through back doors? No, it's about removing the back door entirely. Qin Wan remarked, This property is developed by Icon Group and is quite close to our home. Since you'll be working here, your salary and benefits will be on par with the other employees. I'll have Xiao take you up. I want to show my face. That way, you won't have to worry about being treated differently. However, Su Kang expressed his concern, but selling houses, I fear I may not perform well. Challenges are what hone one's skills. Observe more, learn more, think more, and practice more. Even if you don't sell a single house, it's fine. The focus is on building your capabilities. Su Kang had no choice but to agree. After all, Wan had emphasized the importance of skill development, and with no pressure for performance, he decided to take it one step at a time. Zhao Rong, quick-witted as ever, mused that perhaps Wan intended to groom Su Kong as a successor. It made sense, after all. Wan had only one son and one daughter, and Lin Yi was too young and unruly that Su Kong, though young, was much more composed, and historically, sons had inherited the family legacy in Huagua. Zhao Rong cast a meaningful look at Su Kong and said, "Xiao Su, let us head upstairs." The two made their way through the sales hall and arrived at the general manager's office on the second floor. Zhao Rong knocked gently before a voice from within grumbled, "Who is it?" "It's me." Zhao Rong, that a disheveled middle-aged man in his 40s, bleary-eyed, opened the door mumbling, which Zhao Rong, upon recognizing Zhao Rong's face. His expression brightened as he hastily tidied his attire. "My apologies, Secretary Zhao. The heat has made me drowsy." "Please come in." Yang Chen ushered them into the office, fumbling to prepare tea as he inquired, "What brings Secretary Zhao here today?" "How is President Qin?" Zhao Rong smiled. "Rest assured, President Qin I send tea here." "But you look at the time. Still napping?" Yang Chen relaxed upon hearing that Qin Wan tea arrived, explaining, "I hosted a leader for lunch today. Had a few drinks, and with the heat, I just dozed off a bit longer. You needn't bother with the tea. I'll just say a few words and be on my way." Yang Chen put down the teapot, his curiosity piqued as he glanced at Su Kong beside Zhao Rong. "Does Secretary Zhao have any instructions?" "I'm arranging for someone to work here." Zhao Rong indicated Su Kong, adding, "He'll be doing sales until the start of school on September 1 SD. Please arrange his work and salary to be the same as the other employees." Yang Chen expressed his doubts, wondering when they had needed summer interns, as nurturing a good salesperson typically takes a year or two, that a child who has only worked for 2 months during summer. Could he sell a house? His concerns were valid. Many companies often brought in connections who, relying on their influence, would do little work and create headaches for management. Yang Chen's comment was essentially a preemptive caution. Zhao Rong remained silent, but gave Yang Chen a pointed look. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Yang Chen thought, had he misspoken? Zhao Rong countered, "Yang, according to company policy, employees cannot add hours on their own." Yang Chen, somewhat perplexed, nodded, "Yes, that is correct." Zhao Rong smiled at Su Kong. "So when you want to practice driving, just go ahead and ask for leave from the company. You can leave at the usual time in the afternoon." Su Kong, uncertain, asked, "Is that really okay?" Yang Chen felt a sense of despair. Was this truly acceptable? This was not merely bending the rules. It was as if the back door had been completely dismantled. Come and go as one pleased. Yet, Yang Chen retained some semblance of rationality and tentatively asked Zhao Rong, "Secretary Zhao, what is your relationship with this young man?" Zhao Rong wore a smile, yet internally felt irritation. Yang Chen, usually quite astute, seemed rather dim-witted at this moment. Su Kong, sensing Zhao Rong's prolonged silence, interjected, "I'm Su Kong, just an ordinary person." A chill ran down Yang Chen's spine. Earlier that morning, he had heard about how Qin Wan donated 100 million to a charity for her son. And the rumor mill had been abuzz about how she had even managed to land the most popular young star, Lu Zhe, in prison. Now, the entire capital city seemed to echo a saying. Qin Wan was the world's most protective mother. Offending anyone was permissible, but never her son, Su Kong. Yang Chen glanced at Zhao Rong, who was still smiling at him, and thought, how foolish of me. Zhao Rong had given ample hints already. How had he not pieced it together? Yang Chen feigned ignorance, saying, "Oh, your name is Su Kong, right? Secretary Zhao mentioned that if you have something to do in the morning, it's fine to come in later. You can still leave at the usual time." Su Kong scrutinized Yang Chen, wondering if corporate management had become this lax, that he replied, "Yang, I'd like to request a leave now. I need to practice driving tomorrow, that I promised to arrive before 10. "Oh, that's fine. Take your time," Yang Chen responded hastily. Zhao Rong completed her task with a smile. "Well then, Yang, I'll leave him in your capable hands. Please ensure nothing goes awry." Yang Chen forced a smile. "Understood. I'll take care of it." Chapter 32. The young master experiences life outside the palace. Su Kong found Lin Yi's room empty and had no idea where she had gone to play. Feeling bored at home, he decided to look for some books related to real estate to prepare for his upcoming job selling houses. Immersed in his reading, he lost track of time until a voice called from outside. "Xiao Kong, are you home?" Before he could respond, Qin Wan entered his room. Glancing at the clock, Su Kong realized it was already past 6. Embarrassed, he said, "I was reading and lost track of time." Qin curiously approached and picked up the book Su Kong had left on the table. As she read the title, a mix of pride and concern welled within her. "Xiao Kong, you don't have to push yourself so hard that you've just graduated high school. This summer should be a time for you to relax. But I see you're determined to work, so I only suggested you try selling houses while emphasizing skill development. Don't feel too much pressure, that it's all right. I enjoy reading. I don't find it tiring." Su Kong reassured her. Qin sighed. To be a successful real estate salesperson, reading these kinds of books isn't particularly helpful. Sales primarily involve interacting with people and understanding clients' needs to provide tailored solutions. Noticing Su Kong pulling out paper and a pen to jot down her words, she softened and said, "Never mind. Let us eat first. You've been busy all day. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Linny rolled her eyes and retorted, "What is it to you? I'm planning to read some professional books this summer to enrich myself." What about you? What have you been up to today?" "I'm making money. Stop joking around. Speak seriously. I really started a summer job at a Western restaurant today." Su Kong sent a picture of himself in his work uniform, taken earlier that day. "You really are one of a kind. Do you really need to serve others for a few thousand when you have millions in pocket money? It's different. The money I earn from my own work feels solid." "How pretentious. Are you planning to be a waiter all summer? What about your driving practice?" "Of course, I need to practice. I've already paid for the lessons, so I can't waste them, but I'll be switching jobs tomorrow." "Why?" "Because my mom won't let me. If I were your mom, I wouldn't let you either." Su Kong sent a resigned emoji and typed, "She wants me to sell houses. Your mom is the richest in Kyoto. Do you really lack money that much? How about you discuss it with your dad? Tell him to ask for less betrothal money, and I won't have to work so hard for it." Su Kong added a cheeky smiley face to his message. Since the departure of Su Kong yesterday, Yang Chun has been unable to shake off his concerns that by evening, he secretly called Zhao Rong, who conveyed 3 key points to him. First, President Qin entrusted her son to you, indicating his trust. Second, Su Kong does not wish to be treated differently, so simply act as though he is an ordinary employee. And most importantly, third, President Qin is quite protective, so ensure that Su Kong is not bullied. Upon hearing this, Yang Chun felt enlightened. He realized it was merely the young master experiencing life outside the palace, that he needed only to feign ignorance and play along with the charade that Su Kong. Surprised by Yang Chen's enthusiasm, quickly replied, "I apologize, young general manager, that I have to practice driving this morning, but I will definitely arrive before 8 tomorrow, and no worries." Yang Chen responded, "Your circumstances are rather unique. It's understandable. Here, the contract is ready. Please come and sign it." Leading Su Kong to a table where the contract was laid out, Yang Chen watched as Su Kong briefly skimmed through the numerous pages. Assured by the familiarity of his mother-esque company, he flipped to the last page and boldly signed his name. Once he completed the signing, Su Kong said, "Young general manager, this is my first time in sales, so I am certain there will be shortcomings. Please point them out, and I will improve and learn gradually. Additionally, I am not afraid of hard work. Feel free to assign me any tasks." Yang Chen, somewhat taken aback, noted that Su Kang's words did not sound like those of a novice in the workplace, but rather were quite sophisticated. However, considering his mother was Qin, it was not unexpected. Yang Chen certainly did not take Su Kong's words at face value. It is easy to speak prettily, but executing is another matter entirely. That he chuckled and said, "It's commendable for someone your age to be out here working hard. It is entirely normal to have areas where you lack knowledge, so feel free to come to me with any issues or difficulties." Just then, Yang Chen spotted someone passing by and called out, "Shaoli, I'd like to introduce someone to you. Please take him under your wing." Li Xiaoqin paused, puzzled, and asked, "Shouldn't the newcomers be trained by Manager Yu? This young man is quite special. So, I think it's more suitable for you to guide him. Just assign him some tasks." Yang Chen replied to Li Xiaoqin glanced skeptically at Su Kong, wondering what made him so special, apart from being slightly younger. However, with the boss's order, she could not refuse and said, "All right then." Yang Chen turned back to Su Kong and instructed, "Xiao Su, from today onward, you will follow Li Xiaoqin. Is that all right?" "Sure, young general manager." Su Kong responded, "That go familiarize yourself with the work environment. I will discuss the tasks with Xiao Li." After Su Kong walked away, Yang Chen pulled Li Xiaoqin into a corner and whispered, "Xiao Li. Su Kong is quite exceptional that he will be returning to school after this summer, so do not expect him to excel in sales. Just assign him simple tasks to help him pass the time over these 2 months. Li Xiaoqin immediately understood that Su Kong had come in through connections. Concerned, she said, "I'm mainly worried about Manager Yu misunderstanding the situation." Yang Chen sighed and replied, "Manager Yu is indeed quite capable, but she can be a bit mouthy. That's why I was hesitant to assign Su Kong to her." Li Xiaoqin laughed and said, "Are you worried this newcomer will upset Manager Yu?" "I am more concerned about Xiao Yu upsetting Su Kong." Li Xiaoqin looked at Yang Chen in surprise, realizing that if 20% of the company's business was managed solely by Yu Qing, then this newcomer must have some strong connections. "Make sure you heed my words, avoid making any mistakes, and do not inquire about Su Kong's background. Understood?" Yang Chen said firmly. Li Xiaoqin nodded. "Yang General Manager, I understand what I need to do." "All right, take Su Kong to change into work clothes," he concluded. Chapter 33. The work-loving rich second-generation Li Xiaoqin found the wandering Su Kong, and after helping him change into the work attire, said, "Since you are still unfamiliar with everything, start by reviewing the materials to understand some basic information about our company, then I will assign you some simple tasks later." With that, she handed Su Kong 5 or 6 books of information. Su Kong accepted the materials and replied, "Sure, Sister Li." Finding an empty desk, Su Kong began to study the materials earnestly. Whenever he encountered unfamiliar terminology, such as shared area, building spacing, or bay window, he would pull out his phone to search online. For concepts he struggled to grasp, he wrote notes in the margins. Time passed without him noticing until a voice interrupted him. "What are you writing?" Looking up, Su Kong saw it was Li Xiaoqin. He replied, "Sister Li, I didn't understand some things, so I wrote them down to ask you." Li Xiaoqin glanced at his notes, which contained several questions. What is the difference between equal principal and interest versus equal principal payments and mortgage rates? And how are they calculated? How can one identify load-bearing walls versus non-load-bearing walls in a floor plan? How can one assess the lighting and ventilation of a house from the floor plan? Astonished, Li Xiaoqin asked, "Did you write all these questions?" Su Kong nodded. "Sister Li, do you have time to help me with these now?" Li Xiaoqin smiled. "I didn't expect you to be so earnest. But let us eat first. After lunch, I will come back to teach you." Looking at his watch, Su Kong realized it was already noon. The two made their way to the cafeteria, where the atmosphere was lively. Su Kong followed Li Xiaoqin as they got their meals and found a seat. Eyeing the seafood and shrimp in his bowl, he asked in confusion, "Sister Li, does our company really provide such good meals?" Li Xiaoqin, equally puzzled, joked, "Usually there aren't this many lavish dishes. Could it be a special treat to welcome you?" Su Kong, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Oh, I'm just a newcomer to AT." That moment, Yang Chen entered, and someone called out, "Yang General Manager, why is the food so good today?" Yang Chen, laughing, remarked, "You're the only one talking about dieting, yet you're also the one eating the most." The crowd erupted in laughter, and once the giggles subsided, Yang Chen continued, "However, everyone, I have improved our meals for you. Let us all work hard to boost our performance this month. Currently, we have 25 salespeople, and as the month draws to a close, most of you, apart from Yu Qing and Li Xiaoqin, have only achieved 1 or 2 sales, so there is ample room for improvement." Clearing his throat, Yang Chen added, "As for Yu Qing, she has consistently been our number 1, having sold 7 units this month alone." Li Xiaoqin, last year you were in the same position as the rest of them, only achieving 1 or 2 sales a month, but you've shown remarkable progress this month with 5 sales. Thus, those who are diligent will undoubtedly reap rewards. You should learn from her. Everyone cast envious glances at Li Xiaoqin, knowing that commissions were tied to performance. Yang Chen then introduced their new colleague, Su Kong, a remarkably handsome young man, and encouraged everyone to welcome him. Su Kong shyly stood up and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Su Kong, that I hope to learn from you all." "Wow, a handsome guy. Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Yun exclaimed loudly amidst the applause. The cafeteria burst into laughter, teasing Su Yun about her interest in younger men, to which she retorted, "I'm just showing concern for our new colleague." "What is so funny?" "All right, he is young and shy. Let us not tease him too much." To be by the way, where is Yu Qing? "I haven't seen her." Yang Chen inquired that I saw her leave just now. "Not sure what for," someone replied. Yang Chen furrowed his brow, but ultimately said, "Nothing. Did I in the afternoon?" Li Xiaoqin answered Su Kong's questions from the morning and returned to her tasks. Whenever she had a moment, she would come back to assist him. Observing this dedicated young man, she couldn't help but think he was merely here to pass the time, as Yang Chen suggested. Turning to Yu Qing, Li Xiaoqin remarked. "Isn't there's someone specifically responsible for this matter. I'm expecting a client here shortly, so it's not really appropriate for me to deliver materials now." Yu Qing shot a glance at Su Kong and sarcastically replied, "If you don't have time, does that mean your new apprentice doesn't have time either? I'm the sales supervisor. All sales personnel must adhere to my directives that do not present me with excuses. If there are difficulties, find a way to resolve them. Otherwise, why would the company employ you?" Yu Qing asserted loudly. Li Xiaoqin countered, "Sometimes, the more accommodating you are, the more some people will take advantage of you. Let us report this situation to Yang General Manager." Fuming, Yu Qing's face turned red as she declared, "I'm the sales supervisor. I don't need to report to you on my whereabouts." Su Kong, touched by Li Xiaoqin's defense, didn't want her to spoil her relationship with Yu Qing over him. So he interjected, "Sisterly, it's fine. I'll just fill out a leave request." Yu Qing, upon witnessing Su Kang's compliance, let out a disdainful snort and turned to leave. That Li Xiaoqin addressed Su Kong, saying, "You are simply too honest." That Su Kong, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled and replied, "It's nothing, Li Jie. I shall head over first. The contact person should be listed in the documents. That if you cannot locate them once you arrive, do not hesitate to call me," Li Xiaoqin instructed. "Call the person you are coordinating with and put it on speaker. We need to confirm this," she added. Su Kong scratched his head and said, "I apologize, but I just dialed the number on the documents, and it turned out to be a disconnected line. That I am sorry. But without a phone call, I cannot allow you to enter," the tall security guard stated, stepping forward to block Su Kang's path. That Su Kong took out his phone and called Qinwan. "Hello, Mom. I've arrived." "Xiao Kong, so soon? Wait for me. I'll come down with you shortly." "Mom, hold on. I still need to deliver some documents to the 12th floor. Can you inform the security guard? He won't let me in." Su Kong switched to speaker mode and said to the tall security guard, "Sir, could you please answer?" The guard grumbled, "What good is calling your mother? You need to call someone up there. I am with the Icon Group." A voice came from the phone. "This is Qinwan." The tall guard momentarily seemed bewildered and asked, "Which Qinwan?" Another guard next to him quickly tugged at his sleeve, saying, "It's Chairman Qin." The tall guard then composed himself and said, "Hello, Chairman Qin. I will let him in right away." Nervously, he handed the phone back to Su Kong, feeling relieved when he saw Su Kang's unperturbed expression. Su Kong spoke into the phone, "Mom, I will hang up now. All right, after you deliver the documents, come to my office on the 24th floor, and I'll be waiting for you." "Okay, Mom." After hanging up, Su Kong turned to see the person before him was the same beauty who had asked him to assist with moving a display screen just a few days prior. Su Kong smiled. "So it's you. No wonder that name sounded so familiar." Sun Qian recalled her embarrassing moment from that day and felt her cheeks flush. She said softly, "Shouldn't you be looking for Chairman Qin? Why are you seeking me out?" Su Kong handed over the documents, explaining, "I came to deliver these." Sun Qian set her water bottle on the adjacent desk and began examining the documents. Curiously, she asked, "How come the information from Hongwei Group is in your possession?" "I work there to earn some pocket money," Su Kong replied with a grin. "You? Working?" Sun Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired. "Did your mother, Chairman Qin, send you?" "Indeed, they are unaware of my relationship with my mother." "Sun Jie, you must keep this a secret from me." Sun Qian chuckled lightly, thinking how this rich boy was playing the role of a humble worker. However, upon considering that even in prestigious families, individuals might face similar predicaments, her mood lightened. Sun Qian smiled, saying, "Of course, I will certainly keep your secret. Do you have any other business now? Let us go to the 16th floor. Last time, I promised to treat you to bubble tea. I don't need, Sun Jie. My mom is still waiting for me. In that case, we will do it another time." "Hello, Manager Sun. Is there something you need from me?" Came a voice from the phone. "Yu Qing, I have received the documents. Did you make a mistake? Several key reports are missing. It can't be." I handed over everything complete to Su Kong at our office. "Could it be he lost them on the way?" Sun Qian's expression turned peculiar, and she continued, "Also, why is my phone number incorrect on the documents? Did he alter that too?" "Manager Sun, this report is crucial. I must first report this to General Manager Yang. Once we clarify the situation, I will arrange for someone to deliver it. There is nothing much to investigate. Even if it is lost, it's not a significant issue. It's not like it was deliberately given to a competitor. Please expedite the process." Yu Qing chuckled. "Who can say? You might know a person's face but not their heart. What if? We'll take responsibility for that." "Do you suspect Su Kong is a spy?" Sun Qian thought Yu Qing must have lost her mind. "Manager Sun, I never said that we might only find out after the investigation is complete. Sun Qian's expression was strange as she remarked, "Yu Qing, such events have occurred before. There is no need to escalate it to this level. Logically, Su Kong should have just arrived at your place. Has he offended you in any way?" Meanwhile, after hanging up, Yu Qing's expression fluctuated between dark and light. "Isn't Su Kang's backing Xiaorong? Just because he has connections, does that mean I lack any? Su Kong, do not blame me. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon Yang Chun and Li Xiaoqin for attempting to strip me of my power. I cannot just sit idly by." Yu Qing moved to a corner, ensuring no one was around, and made a call. "Hello, Brother Tao. I will need your assistance tomorrow." "Yes, the evidence is all prepared. No worries, the other party is merely a minor character. Once this is accomplished, I will surely accompany you for a bit of revelry. All right, goodbye." After hanging up, Yu Qing concealed her smile and departed nonchalantly. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi chatted animatedly, brimming with excitement. Suddenly, Qin Wan received a phone call. After listening for a moment, she cast a curious glance at Su Kong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said, "All right, I understand. Tomorrow morning, gather the information on that woman and send it to me." With that, she ended the call. Su Kong, intrigued, asked, "Mom, is something happening?" "Nothing. It has been resolved," Qin Wan replied with a smile. "How was your first day at work?" "It was fine, though I feel like I lack sufficient professional knowledge and am somewhat struggling to keep up." "Cut it out, just pretending to be serious to curry favor," Lin Yi scoffed, pouting. "Mind your own business, you hypocrite." Qin Wan, exasperated by the bickering between her children, said, "Lin Yi, Su Kong is your brother after all. 4 years older than you. You should at least show him some respect. You don't even have a proper way to address him. Doesn't that seem appropriate?" Lin Yi huffed and turned to look out the window. "You get upset whenever I mention it. Just look at your rainbow-colored hair. It hardly resembles that of a middle school student. Besides, your brother is right. Playing games is fine, but you still need to complete your summer assignments and attend any required training sessions. If our parents were no longer around, who would you rely on? All you do is criticize me. I'm almost 15 and have the right to decide what I want to do and what I don't." Even Qin Wan, who was accustomed to commanding authority in the business world, felt a surge of anger at this moment. She glared at Lin Yi and said, "You believe you have the right to make your own choices? Very well, starting today, your allowance is revoked. Since you don't want me to oversee your affairs, you shall not use my money. Fine, I want to use it then. Who cares?" Lin Yi turned her head defiantly. "Sulking.is at your grandmother. You address her so affectionately." Lin Yi shot back. Su Kong chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that this young girl was in a mood where she would lash out at anything and everything. Qin Wan shot a glare at Lin Yi, but noticed she was gazing out the window. Sighing lightly, she turned to Su Kong and said, "Although your grandmother has been stabilized, she is now half paralyzed. We do have caretakers, but they are not professionals. It would be best to arrange for her to be placed in a nearby rehabilitation center for ongoing treatment." After speaking, Qin Wan looked at her 2 children and couldn't help but reflect. They share the same mother. Yet how can their personalities be so vastly different? Chapter 35. The brothers Jiwen and Jiwu. Upon arriving at the airport, the driver parked the car in the lot. And the 3 of them, Qin Wan and her children, made their way to the arrival area to wait. After a while, they finally spotted Lin Yongjian, who was pushing a wheelchair occupied by an elderly woman with white hair. It was undoubtedly Lin Yi's grandmother. Alongside Lin Yongjian, there walked a middle-aged man and 2 young men in their 30s. The middle-aged man, wearing glasses, chatted amiably with Lin Yongjian as they walked, while the 2 young men looked around with wide-eyed wonder. Akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Lin Yi dashed towards Lin Yongjian, squatting in front of her grandmother. Seeing the vacant expression in the elderly woman's eyes pierced her heart. And she softly said, "Grandma, it's me." The elderly woman, Zhang Hongmei, seemed to have heard Lin Yi's call. She looked at her granddaughter, babbling incoherently, yet unable to form a complete sentence. Lin Yi's eyes welled with tears as she thought. "Didn't you say on the phone that Grandma was gradually improving? How could it be like this?" Although Qin Wan had been angry with Lin Yi in the car earlier, her heart ached upon witnessing her daughter's genuine emotions. She helped Lin Yi to her feet, saying, "Your grandmother still needs rehabilitation therapy. Perhaps she will gradually recover. If you don't believe me, ask Professor Zhou. He is one of the best cardiovascular specialists in our country. What Chairman Qin said is correct. With proper treatment, she will indeed recover slowly." Professor Zhou, wearing glasses, looked at the tearful girl but refrained from mentioning the low likelihood of success. That I truly appreciate your help. Professor Zhou, I will be hosting a banquet at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tomorrow, and I sincerely hope you can attend, Qin Wan said. Lin Yongjian added, Indeed, Professor Zhou, had it not been for you, my mother. Chairman Qin, Professor Lin, there is no need for such formalities that I am a doctor. It is my duty to save lives. However, this time is different. We are to fly from Kyoto to Xiong Province, enduring the weariness of travel. Remaining steadfast by each other's side throughout the treatment period, that I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Lin Yongjian remarked. After Professor Zhou departed, Lin Yongjian glanced at his two nephews beside him and said to Qin Wan, This time, our return is largely thanks to my elder brother's family, who have been tirelessly assisting us, especially the two children, Jiwen and Zhiwu, who have contributed immensely. That it was only this morning, as we prepared to depart, that I learned these two children are currently unemployed, which is why I made the last-minute decision to bring them along, hoping you might have suitable work for them. Hello, fourth aunt, Jiwen and Zhiwu greeted in unison. Noticing Qin Wan's troubled expression, Lin Yongjian understood she had seen through his words and sighed inwardly. These two nephews, lacking any academic prowess, are already 30 years old, with neither families nor respectable jobs. Last night, my elder brother and sister-in-law lamented for quite some time, and I thought, being children of the Lin family, they cannot be allowed to languish in idleness. Thus I took the initiative to bring them to Kyoto, hoping they might be inspired under my wife's guidance. As Lin Yongjian saw Qin Wan turn to leave, he was about to push his mother to follow when he heard Su Kong, who had been silent, say, Uncle Lin, you've worked hard all day. Let me take over. Lin Yongjian looked at Su Kong in surprise, yet felt a wave of disappointment for Lin Yi and the two nephews. He smiled and replied, Excellent. Thank you for your kindness. Jiwen promptly stepped forward, taking hold of the wheelchair's handles, and turning to Su Kong said, You are Yi's brother, right? I am Yi's older cousin, Jiwen, and this is my younger brother, Zhiwu. Jiwen beamed and added, To put it plainly, we are indeed family. If there is an opportunity for wealth, do not forget about us brothers. That Su Kong looked at Jiwen awkwardly, stammering, all right. Hearing their conversation, Qin Wan, who was leading the way, frowned in distaste that, I have a friend working at a securities company who is exceptionally skilled. In March, he dined with me and mentioned a few stocks that would skyrocket. At that moment, I was skeptical, thinking he was merely boasting. Yet within mere days, they soared in value, leaving me regretful to the core. How could you be so foolish to have missed such a golden opportunity? Lin Yi exclaimed. Indeed, my brothers felt disheartened and invited my friend out for a meal again, but he claimed the opportunity had passed. Then, just the day before yesterday, my friend called to say another chance had arisen. It infuriated me. Alas, no more on that. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you upset? A few days ago, I invested all my funds into a wind power project with another acquaintance, and now I can't withdraw a single penny. Seeing that his efforts had gone unnoticed, Jiwen could not help but say, Brother, are you financially comfortable? Would you consider investing a few million for fun? Rest assured, it will be a guaranteed profit. Su Kong, taken aback that the brothers were dragging him into their boasting, quickly replied, Oh, I'm still working a summer job. I don't have any money on me. Jiwen eyed Su Kong suspiciously and remarked, Fourth aunt is quite wealthy. How could she not give you some pocket money? Why ask her? She's the world's greatest miser. Lin Yi had already declared she would not accept living expenses from Qin Wan today, and she was troubled about how to earn some pocket money when her two cousins brought her good news. Lin Yi patted her chest, declaring, I still have 170,000. Let me get rich. Su Kong frowned, unable to believe such a clumsy proposal, and couldn't help but remind her, Shouldn't you discuss it with our mom? Discuss what? I don't want her meddling in my affairs, Lin Yi retorted indignantly. Jiwen chuckled. Little sister, rest assured, I will certainly help you make money. Jiwen then turned to Su Kong and said, Brother, and to the driver, my friend mentioned that sharing this insider information is actually a mistake, and only we can know about it. Do not disclose it to anyone else, or he will be in danger. Did you both hear that? Absolutely do not betray a brother, and especially do not let my mother find out. Lin Yi threatened. The driver, having already seen through the brothers' ploys, feigned ignorance. What were you just saying? I was driving and heard nothing. Su Kong added. Rest assured, I will not speak of it to outsiders. Su Kong thought to himself. After all, Mom is not an outsider. Chapter 36. Sister-in-law has another suitor. Upon arriving home, The servants had already prepared the meal, despite the jovial banter of Ji Wen and Ji Wu in the car. Upon seeing Qin Wan, they dared not even breathe too loudly. Lin Yongjian noticed his brother's unease as they sat stiffly on the sofa and promptly invited them to the dining table while he fetched a bowl of porridge from the kitchen to personally feed his mother. Qin Wan watched her husband crouch before his mother, feeling both pity and guilt. After all, those two brothers were her husband's nephews, and it was indeed inappropriate to treat them with disdain. Qin Wan served each of the brothers a chicken wing, saying, "You both will stay in the guest room on the second floor tonight. Tomorrow I will take you to my company to find some work." "What are your skills?" The brothers were taken aback by Qin Wan's unexpected kindness. The younger brother, Zhiwu, was the more earnest of the two, quickly replying, "Fourth aunt, we will do whatever you arrange." However, the older brother, Jiwen, shook his head vigorously, saying, "Fourth aunt, I know you have many projects under your command. Could you possibly assign us a couple of small ones to work on? Relying on labor alone, we would never rise above our station." Qin Wan frowned inwardly and replied, "How about this? You two can start by working in a construction team. If you perform well, I will assign you 1 or 2 projects." Hearing this, Jiwen and Zhiwu's faces brightened with joy. After dinner, Lin Yi generously led her brothers on a tour of the house, while Su Kong took the opportunity to quietly relay the car incident to Qin Wan. Upon hearing this, the flicker of guilt she had felt towards the brothers vanished entirely as soon as Su Kong connected the call. He heard an urgent voice on the other end. "Su Kong, where are you right now?" A sense of unease washed over Su Kong as he replied, "Sister Li, I am in the Hongwei family's residential community." "Is something wrong?" "Yes, I handed it over to the other party." "Did you pass it on to someone else midway, or did you accidentally misplace a few pages while on the road?" Su Kong quickly mentally retraced the events of the previous day, replying, "I am certain I did not, for I only opened the folder upon reaching the Icon Group building. It would be impossible to have lost the materials or handed them to a third party." "Sister Li, what exactly is happening?" Just as they reached the lobby, Su Yun pulled Su Kong aside, whispering, "What trouble have you gotten into? Why are the police looking for you? I am also in a bit of a bind." Su Kong sighed, then asked, "Has anything like this happened at the company before?" "All right then." Su Kong bid farewell to Su Yun and prepared to head to Yang Chen's office on the second floor when he unexpectedly bumped into a police officer on the staircase. Su Kong. Su Kong looked up in surprise at the officer, Wang Tao, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I have some matters to attend to." "And you? Are you here to buy a house?" "What nonsense. I have no money to buy a house in Kyoto. I'm just working here." "You? Working?" Wang Tao scrutinized Su Kong with suspicion, saying, "You're not trying to pull one over on me, are you? Let me tell you, deceiving the police is not advisable." "Why would I deceive you?" "If you don't believe me, feel free to ask anyone here. You aren't serious, are you? Do you really need money that badly?" "I just want to find something to do. I don't want to be idle at home all day." Wang Tao was left speechless, pondering how someone like Su Kong could exist. That he stepped closer, giving Su Kong's shoulder a light pat, and chuckled. "Do you have time tonight? I'll take you out for some fun." Su Kong looked at Wang Tao and smiled. "Let us not discuss tonight just yet. Could you help me resolve this issue first?" Wang Tao's interest peaked as he asked, "What is the matter? You were sent by Yu Qing, right?" "Indeed. How did you know?" "She mentioned that an employee is suspected of leaking company secrets." Wang Tao suddenly fixed a piercing gaze on Su Kong and asked, "That person wouldn't he happen to be someone close to you, would they?" Su Kong forced a smile and replied, "That person is actually me." "Damn it, that foolish Yu Qing. Doesn't she know who you are?" Wang Tao exclaimed, embarrassment washing over him as he looked at Su Kong. "Brother, you have to believe me. I genuinely just found out." "Tao Ge, how could I leak my mother's company secrets? There must be some misunderstanding. You must clear my name." "Of course, I will. Alas, I am to blame for not clarifying things beforehand. I truly embarrassed myself in front of my brother." Wang Tao was well aware that Su Kong was being wronged, and the so-called evidence in Yu Qing's possession was fabricated. However, as he said, he genuinely did not know that the ordinary employee was Su Kong. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to cooperate with Yu Qing's investigation. Wang Tao broke out in a cold sweat, relieved to have encountered Su Kong. Otherwise, when Qin Wan learned of this matter, not only would Yu Qing face repercussions, but he too would be in deep trouble. He spoke softly. "Su Kong, this is merely a misunderstanding. Yu Qing and I share a certain camaraderie. Can we not let this matter affect her? Su Kong, puzzled, inquired. What is her relationship with you? Wang Tao's face flushed crimson as he whispered, It's a romantic involvement. So she is your sister-in-law. No, there's another person for that role. That Su Kong chuckled lightly. Acknowledging the frivolity of the situation. Chapter 37. You say how to proceed, and we shall proceed as such. The two approached the door of Yang Chen's office, where they could hear a heated argument even through the closed door. Su Kong pushed it open, revealing not only Yang Chen, but also Li Xiaoqin and Yu Qing, accompanied by two police officers. Upon seeing Wang Tao enter with Su Kong, Yu Qing's eyes lit up, bolstered by a newfound confidence as she stated, President Yang, I reiterate, my intentions are for the benefit of the company. The police will naturally clarify whether Su Kong is innocent. Wang Tao coughed lightly and remarked, President Yang is correct. This is merely Yu Qing's personal speculation without direct evidence, and thus does not rise to the level of a civil case. Yet if you investigate, wouldn't the evidence surface? Yu Qing blurted out. Wang Tao inwardly cursed but maintained an unruffled demeanor. Continuing, I encountered Su Kong in the stairwell. He has already proven his innocence to me. Yu Qing, in the future, please ensure you investigate thoroughly before alerting the police, as otherwise it constitutes a waste of their resources. Li Xiaoqin was confused by Wang Tao's contradictory statements, but overall, it seemed to be developing positively. Yang Chen cast a knowing glance at Wang Tao, yet remained silent, smiling enigmatically. Seeing Yu Qing standing there in a daze, Wang Tao's heart softened, and he gently said, Yu Qing, step outside with me for a moment. I have a few words to share. Yu Qing, numbly glancing at Wang Tao, followed him outside to a secluded corner, where Wang Tao whispered, Su Kong has considerable connections. Do not think of antagonizing him. Join me for dinner tonight to apologize sincerely. I hope that the influential figure behind him can show leniency and spare us both. Yu Qing stared at Wang Tao, speechless with shock. Though she was not his principal partner, having shared a bed with him for many years allowed her some understanding of his family's power. If even he feared this Su Kong, what manner of person was he? All right, understood. Yang Chen stood up and accompanied Wang Tao to the office door, stating, Director Wang, it's early, and there is much to attend to at the company. I shan't see you off out of course. No need for formality. Wang Tao replied. Brother, I admit my rashness today. I will return tonight to make amends. That Su Kong smiled and said, What are you talking about, Tao Ge? You were the one who intervened on my behalf at the Kyoto. It's nothing of consequence, and no need to see me off. We'll meet again this evening. Wang Tao turned to find Yu Qing looking despondent. Lacking her usual confident demeanor, he intended to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by a ringing phone. Wang Tao glanced at the unfamiliar number, initially considering to hang up, but then had a change of mind and answered. Hello, Officer Wang, this is Zhao Rong. So soon? Wang Tao thought to himself ruefully, replying, Hello, Director Zhao. This is Wang Tao and I just sent some materials to Director Wang's phone. Please have a look. After that, Zhao Rong hung up. Tao Ge, what's wrong? Yu Qing asked, noticing Wang Tao's furrowed brow and pale face. Wang Tao looked at her with complexity and said, You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Yu Qing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. If even Wang Tao spoke thus, what was she to do? At that moment, Wang Tao's phone rang again, the same number from earlier. Hello, Director Wang. Have you reviewed the materials? Wang Tao's voice was low. I have. Director Wang knows how to handle this, right? Wang Tao glanced at Yu Qing, feeling a mix of resentment for her recklessness, but at that moment, her pitiful demeanor made it difficult to abandon her. Su Kong observed everything, harboring resentment towards Yu Qing for her unfounded accusations against him. However, he could not turn a blind eye to Wang Tao's previous assistance and his close relations with Su Chong and the others. Su Kong interjected, Tao Ge, allow me to handle this. Yu Qing looked at Su Kong in astonishment. The person on the line was someone even Wang Tao feared. Could he truly manage it? But Wang Tao's face brightened, as if seeing a lifeline, and quickly handed the phone to Su Kong. Hello, Sister Zhao. It's me, Su Kong. Hi, young Su, you two are here. Came Zhao Rong's laughter, a stark contrast to her earlier serious tone. Sister Zhao. My misunderstanding with Manager Yu should not involve any trouble for Tao Ge or Manager Yu. All right, whatever you say shall be done. Thank you, Sister Zhao. I shall treat you to a meal next time. Su Kong cheerfully hung up the phone and returned it to Wang Tao, saying, All is well now. Wang Tao felt a swell of gratitude and lightly punched Su Kong on the chest, saying, Good brother, I owe you a great favor. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. That Su Kong chuckled. Didn't we agree it was just a misunderstanding? Now that it's cleared up, there's no issue. Wang Tao also smiled, noting how Su Kong bore no airs. Turning to Yu Qing, who was still in a stupor, he said, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Su." Su Kong quickly assisted Yu Qing up, saying, "Manager Yu, there's no need for formality. There are many colleagues watching." Yu Qing gazed at the bashful young man before her, feeling deeply ashamed. How could I have been so foolish yesterday? Xiao Kong, just now Yu Qing apologized to you, Li Xiaoqing chimed in, having witnessed Yu Qing bowing to Su Kong. Yes, it's really nothing, Su Kong replied with a smile. Sister Li, what work will I be doing today? You've already reviewed most of your materials yesterday. Today, just stay by my side and observe how I entertain clients that understood. Thus, throughout the day, Su Kong shadowed Li Xiaoqing. Since Wang Tao's departure, Yu Qing had been somewhat distracted, and on several occasions when she encountered Su Kong, she hurried past with her head down, avoiding his gaze that in interactions with other colleagues. Her tone was gentle, a stark contrast to her previous arrogance. Chapter 38. Who is Su Kang's mother? After work, Su Kong and Yu Qing coincidentally arrived beside a parked Audi A8 that Xiao Kong quickly get in. Wang Tao, who had been resting in the car, rushed out to open the rear door for Su Kong. Feeling embarrassed by Wang Tao's attentiveness, Su Kong quickly replied, "Tao Ge, really, it's unnecessary. I can manage. Hurry inside. Chang Ge and the others are still waiting." With no choice, Su Kong climbed in. Once Wang Tao and Yu Qing settled into the front seats, he asked Tao Ge, "Is Su Chang also coming?" "Indeed, along with Su Bin and Su Qi, making 5 of us in total. By the way, why didn't you bring your Maserati? It's south, so close to home. Why drive? I usually walk to work. You truly are low-key. Who would believe you are a wealthy heir? What is this called? Oh right, playing the fool to catch the wise, is it?" Wang Tao joked as he drove. Meanwhile, Yu Qing felt a chill run down her spine. It was no wonder Wang Tao was so familiar with him. The car swiftly reached their destination, and the trio disembarked to find the street bustling with food stalls. Due to the warmth inside the establishments, many vendors had set up tables outside, where patrons were seen enjoying beer, creating a lively atmosphere. But Su Kong. Over here, that Su Kong turned towards the voice and indeed spotted Su Chang and the other seated at a table by the roadside. The three hurried over, exchanging greetings. That to Su Kang's surprise, Su Chang and the others were already acquainted with Yu Qing. That Su Chang, noticing Wang Tao with Yu Qing, teased, "Wang Fatty, why did you bring your family along? Surely, you're not just drinking and eating without a proper meal?" The others erupted in laughter. That Su Kong, noticing Yu Qing's flushed cheeks, curiously asked, "What do you mean by a proper meal?" Su Bin stifled his laughter, saying, "Su Chang, you still want a meal? If our aunt finds out you took Su Kong to such a place, she might whip you with a stick." That Su Chang intended to retort, but recalled Lu Zhe's recent mishap and thought better of it. A whipping would be a light punishment. Changing the subject, Su Chang addressed Wang Tao. "Wang Fatty, what prompted you to treat us to dinner today? Are you plotting something?" "Plotting? Let me tell you, I was thoroughly frightened today." Wang Tao recounted the events of the morning. Upon finishing, Su Chang shot a scornful glance at Yu Qing, saying, "Wang Fatty, you know our Su family. We never bully others, but we will not tolerate anyone bullying us." Yu Qing, overhearing this, felt her ears burn with embarrassment. She stood up, bowed to everyone, and said, "I apologize, Brother Su Chang. I did not know Su Kong was from the Su family. That I was wrong." That Su Kong quickly interjected, "It's all right, Brother Su Chang. It's not a big deal. Why take it so seriously?" Su Chang replied, "Fortunately, Su Kong is unharmed. Had anything happened to him, not only would our aunt be furious, but the wrath of our Su family would be something you couldn't bear." Yu Qing's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, feeling uncomfortable and restless. Wang Tao pulled Yu Qing back into her seat, saying seriously, "Xiao Qing, I truly wasn't exaggerating when I said I was frightened today." He took out his phone, opened the software that Zhao Rong had sent him, and said, "Take a look at this." Yu Qing grabbed the phone, staring incredulously at the content displayed on the screen. With a tone of terror, she exclaimed, "How is this possible? Is someone deliberately stalking me?" Wang Tao replied nonchalantly, "Yesterday morning, all the major entertainment news outlets were reporting on Lu Zhe's downfall. The deal, you know why. Is it because of the allegations of child molestation?" Yu Qing replied uncertainly, but at least that was what the news suggested. Such incidents have become increasingly common. Why was it specifically him who was reported? Had he offended someone? Suddenly, Yu Qing turned to Su Kong and said, "Could it be that he offended Su Kong? If only you had been this clever yesterday." Wang Tao sighed and continued, "There is a saying circulating in our circle. It's better to offend the emperor than to offend Su Kong." Su Kong chuckled awkwardly and responded, "Is it really that exaggerated?" Everyone looked at Su Kong with curiosity, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Wang Tao added, "It truly is that exaggerated." That Su Qi sighed and said, "I heard from my sister that Lu Zhe had a confrontation with you around 5 in the afternoon." "Yes, that guy insisted on harassing Wang Nan. When I mocked him a bit, he threatened me." Su Kong replied that that's not the point. Su Qi interjected, "Lu Zhe was taken away by the police around 9 in the evening." Seeing Su Kong nod, he continued, "This means that from the time Lu Zhe confronted you to when he was apprehended by the police, only 4 hours elapsed. Within those 4 hours, evidence of Lu Zhe's crime was not only collected, but also handed over to the authorities, enabling them to make the arrest. Which family in Kyoto possesses such power? Isn't Su Kong from your Su family? Wasn't it your family that intervened?" Yu Qing asked curiously that it was Su Kang's mother who took action. Wang Tao clarified, "Who is Su Kang's mother?" Yu Qing inquired again. Su Qi burst into laughter and said, "So you dared to fabricate evidence against my brother Kong without knowing anything? If she knew who Su Kang's mother was, she wouldn't even dare to do such things." Wang Tao turned to Yu Qing and said, "His mother is your company's boss, Qin Wan." Yu Qing was left speechless in shock, casting a complex glance at Su Kong. When she saw Su Kong smiling at her, she lowered her head again. And no wonder Yang Chan treated him so courteously. No wonder Sun Qian said he would never betray the company's secrets. She couldn't deny that she had noticed these red flags about Su Kong. She could only blame her own arrogance. "Manager Yu, I didn't intend to conceal my identity. I just didn't want to spend my summer vacation idling at home. So I came out to work and earn some pocket money." Su Kong said that no, it was my recklessness and arrogance that caused me to offend you, that I'm truly sorry. Yu Qing quickly apologized. "All right, the misunderstanding is cleared up. I believe Shao Kong isn't one to hold grudges." Su Bin, who had remained silent, spoke up as the waiter began to serve the dishes. "Wang Tao, we've been sitting here for quite some time. Where's your wine? We can't just have food that oh my, it's in the trunk." "I forgot to bring it," replied Wang Tao as he stood up and walked towards his Audi. That in a short while, he returned carrying a box of mitai. Wang Tao graciously poured drinks for everyone. And when it came to Su Kong, he asked Su Kong, "Would you like to have some today?" "I'll stick to some soft drinks. I'm really not good at this," Su Kong replied. The group erupted in laughter. Chapter 39. The Su family's never-ending love for alcohol. Since the group had known each other for many years and were fond of alcohol, the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. After toasting the other Su family brothers, Yu Qing found her glass nearly empty. She filled it up, stood up beside Su Kong, and said, "Kongo, I admit my fault today. I'm sorry that I'll drink this. And you may do as you wish." With that, she downed a shot of liquor in one go. Drinking too quickly made her choke, and she coughed incessantly. That Su Kong felt a pang of guilt. This was her third apology today. That he poured out his soft drink, took the mitai from the table, filled his glass, and said, "Manager Yu, let's put this behind us and I'll drink this as well, and let us not dwell on it any longer." "Hey, why are you so reckless?" Su Qi, sitting beside him, quickly stopped Su Kong, saying, "You're drinking for the first time, and you just down it like that. This shot is 2.5 liang. Are you not afraid of ending up in the hospital?" After saying this, Su Qi poured half of Su Kang's drink into his own glass and said, "I'll help you out a bit. So take your time." Su Chong laughed heartily, walking over to Su Kong and saying, "I've always wanted to get you to drink, but every time I saw Annie guarding you, I hesitated. Today, you're the one asking to drink. If Annie finds out, she won't blame us." That Su Chong then poured half of Su Kang's drink into his own glass, saying, "Su Qi is right. Don't rush when you drink for the first time. I'll take some off your hands. Did I want some too? Otherwise, I'll seem out of place." Su Bin was about to take Su Kang's glass when Su Qi stopped him, saying, "Bin Gu, Su Kang's drink is with me. I'll pour you some." Afterward, he poured a bit from his glass into Su Bin's. Wang Tao also got up, added some liquor to his glass, and said, "Let us drink together." He then downed it in one go. After Su Kong finished his drink, he felt a burning sensation in his throat. That Su Chong, noticing Su Kang's empty glass, said with a grin, "That's more like it. Our Su family has no one who can't drink." Seeing Su Kong finish his drink, Yuqing knew the matter was finally resolved, and her previously anxious heart was put at ease that Su Kong observed how Yuqing's furrowed brows finally relaxed. And he smiled, saying, "Manager Yu, I just want to quietly work in the company that I kindly ask you not to disclose my identity." After Su Kong joined the drinking party, the atmosphere became even more enjoyable. However, since it was Su Kang's first time drinking, everyone took care of him, ensuring he didn't drink excessively. Even so, by the end of the gathering, Su Kong felt his head spinning and his body warm. "Come on, brothers, let us hit the night scene." Wang Tao slurred, his tongue heavy that I want to be joining. "My mom just called and said she has come to pick me up," Su Kong said. Wang Tao wobbled over, putting his arm around Su Kang's neck and said, "Brother, still a virgin? How about I take you out tonight for some fun?" Having already consumed some alcohol, Su Kong felt his cheeks flush and quickly replied, "No need. I have a girlfriend that I have a wife too. For a man, as long as his heart stays at home, that's all that matters. The outside is just a game. Don't you believe me?" asked Changge. "Who among them doesn't he have a mistress?" After saying this, he deliberately wrapped an arm around Yuqing's waist as Su Kong looked over at Su Chong, who remarked, "Wang Fatty, why are you dragging me into this?" Su Kong found it hard to believe. After all, Chang Ji's wife was the famous Lu Wen, yet he still sought out a mistress. Wang Tao chuckled and whispered in Su Kang's ear, "Want to know who your Chang Ji's woman is?" "Who?" Su Kong was indeed curious. "She's another big star." "He has a taste for that," Wang Tao teased. "You idiot, can't you see where we are? Aren't you afraid someone will overhear?" Su Chong interrupted angrily. Wang Tao then realized they were still in a bustling area, surrounded by ordinary diners, that if someone were to catch wind of this, it could lead to significant trouble. Wang Tao turned back to Su Kong and said, "Don't worry. Even if Wang Nan finds out, she won't say anything. Her father has several women, and this is just how our circle operates. You'll get used to it." Mid-sentence, Wang Tao noticed Su Chong coughing persistently and asked, "Changge, why are you coughing so much? Did I say something wrong?" Su Chong, helpless, raised his eyes, indicating someone behind them. Wang Tao curiously turned around and was instantly sobered up, releasing his hold on Yuqing and whispering, "President Qin, you're here." Yuqing was equally startled, her inebriation evaporating as she called out, "President Qin," and quickly stepped aside. The three Su brothers immediately stood up and called out, "Annie." Qin Wan cast a faint glance at everyone and said to Su Kong, "In the future, avoid dining in places like this. It's not healthy." That Su Kong, like a student caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head and replied, "Oh." After Qin Wan and Su Kong walked away, Su Chong turned to Wang Tao and said, "Wang Fatty, are you a fool? I've been coughing for ages, and you didn't hear me." Sigh. "I'll never boast again." Wang Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "That we finished 6 bottles. Mainly because the 5 of them were drinking. I only had a little." Seeing Su Kong still looking frightened, Qin Wan gently patted his head and said, "Don't be afraid. Drinking signifies you're growing up. But don't overindulge. Excessive drinking harms the body." That Su Kong looked up at Qin Wan, noticing the warmth in her gaze, and replied, "Yes, I understand." Qin Wan observed her tall, slender son, pure as a blank slate. If he were to be influenced by Wang Tao and the others for too long, who knows where he would end up? She said, "Actually, what Wang Tao just said was both right and wrong. It is true that in the world of the wealthy, partners often number more than one. However, it's incorrect to view it solely from the perspective of a rich second generation. He only sees that many wealthy individuals have multiple women, yet fails to recognize the immense effort these affluent first-generation individuals put in to improve their living conditions and gain entry into high society. Striving is eternally the dominant theme of a man's life, while relationships between the sexes merely serve as embellishments. Thus, I hope you will distinguish yourself from those second-generation individuals, aspiring to possess at least a modicum of loftier pursuits, rather than squandering your energy on women day in and day out. Su Kong was profoundly shaken, nodding heavily as he responded, "Mother, I understand." Seeing Su Kang's serious demeanor, Qin Wan felt a wave of comfort in her heart, remarking, "If only Yi were as obedient as you. I cannot fathom how much easier it would be." She mused that she was currently in her rebellious years, hoping that things would improve as time went on. "Let us hope so," Qin Wan sighed. Chapter 40. Sister Li, you are truly remarkable. A meeting is being held in General Manager Yang's office, and I heard that a leader is coming for a business discussion, making the necessary arrangements. "Which leader?" Su Kong was taken aback, wondering if it might be his mother, though she had not mentioned anything during breakfast that morning. How would I know? Don't just stand there like a fool. There are numerous clients unattended. You should hurry and assist. With that, Su Yun hurriedly departed with a stack of documents that Su Kong promptly complied, noticing a middle-aged couple examining the property model, and approached with 2 cups of water, saying, "Sir, madam, would you care for some water?" The middle-aged man accepted the water, casting a cursory glance at Su Kong, frowning slightly as he inquired, "Are you a staff member here?" "Yes, sir." "How may I assist you?" Su Kong replied that I just came from the Yulong Bay community next door. Their prices hover around 50,000, whereas your properties generally exceed 55,000. That why such a significant price discrepancy? Su Kong, recalling that Li Shaoqin had not mentioned this, felt the couple's intense gaze upon him and steeled himself to respond. Our properties feature 2 elevators servicing 3 households that if you're in a hurry this morning, but there's also has 2 elevators for 3 households. The middle-aged man interjected that we have hospitals, schools, and large shopping centers nearby, making life quite convenient. Su Kong was interrupted again. Are you capable of providing relevant information? Yulong Bay is merely a street away. Do you suggest they lack such amenities? The wife, noticing Su Kang's discomfort, tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to moderate his tone. "Sir, may I inquire if you are here to view properties?" Li Shaoqin, descending from the 2nd floor, swiftly approached. "Is this young man one of your employees?" The middle-aged man, seeing Li Shaoqin approach, softened his expression and pointed at Su Kong, that Li Shaoqin casually shielded Su Kong behind her, stating, "He has only been here for 2 days and is still interning. He is unfamiliar with many details, so I apologize for any confusion he may have caused you." Upon hearing this, the man's mood lightened considerably, and he asked, "Why are your prices significantly higher than those at Yulong Bay?" Li Shaoqin smiled gently, explaining, "The first reason is the spacing between buildings. Their spacing is considerably shorter than ours that if you were to examine the details closely, you would find that the price difference between our mid to high-rise offerings is not substantial. The larger disparity lies in the mid to low-rise properties, as their shorter spacing results in poorer lighting and ventilation, thus justifying the lower prices." The middle-aged couple nodded in understanding, with the woman adding, "My son is getting married next year. We must prepare a home for them. However, housing prices in Kyoto are exorbitant, and we sold 2 properties in our hometown to scrape together a down payment. So we must be judicious in our selection. Your son is relocating to Kyoto, then. Securing a job and residency here signifies he is a valuable asset to the nation," the wife proudly remarked. "My son graduated from Kyoto University and is currently employed at a research institute here. That my prospective daughter-in-law was his classmate and is now his colleague. What a coincidence, just a few days ago. I sold a property to a client in a similar situation. Their son also works at a research institute, but he graduated from Tsinghua University. That Li Shaoqin presented her business card, stating, 'Here is my card. Please keep it. When you visit, contact me in advance, and I will prioritize your needs.'" The middle-aged couple smiled brightly, responding, "Thank you, Manager Li." Once the couple departed, Su Kong sincerely expressed, "Sister Li, you are truly impressive." Su Kong nodded gravely. "Good, but remember to tidy up once the senior executives arrive." Chapter 41. Representing Icon Group in negotiations. What are you writing? Su Kong was deeply engrossed when a voice startled him from behind. Noticing no one else around, he whispered, "Mother, what brings you here?" "I came to check on you and to arrange some work," Qin replied, picking up a notebook from the table. After a moment, she set it down, smiling. "Quite well done. You are rather thoughtful." Su Kong maintained a serious expression, clearly displeased. "What's wrong? Not happy? You say that, yet you deliberately come here, that if my colleagues see you, how will I manage at work? If I dressed up specially to see you, and you still do not appreciate it?" Qin retorted before sitting down across from Su Kong, pulling out a stack of documents and instructing, "Go, pour me a glass of water." Su Kong, feeling exasperated, reluctantly rose to fetch her a cup. Just as he was about to leave, Qin added, "Don't go yet. Sit down and review this agreement first." Handing him a document, she continued, "Don't worry with my disguise. No one will recognize me, and it won't interfere with your work." Su Kong sighed, reluctantly accepting the agreement. As he opened it, a voice nearby chimed in, "Hello, dear client, that if you need anything, feel free to ask me. This young man is new and still learning. Turning to see Yu Qing approaching, Su Kang realized she had been observing the situation, misunderstanding Su Kang's furrowed brow and his efforts to serve the woman across from him. Qin Wan, hearing the voice, looked up curiously to find Yu Qing, who had met her the previous evening. Yu Qing sensed familiarity despite the woman's sunglasses and mask, as she looked up and met the piercing gaze. Her heart skipped a beat. She softly inquired, "Are you Qin?" But before she could finish, noticing the woman frowning, she quickly fell silent, muttering an apology as she hurried away. "See? I told you no one would recognize me." Qin Wan declared triumphantly to Su Kang rolled his eyes in exasperation, returning to the agreement. After a few moments, he curiously pointed at the document. "Mother, are you not going to discuss the collaboration on the second phase of Hongwei residence with Su Feng Real Estate shortly?" Qin Wan nodded. "What are your thoughts on the contents of the agreement?" "I believe Su Feng Real Estate might be at a disadvantage," Su Kang replied. Intrigued, Qin Wan encouraged, "Oh, please elaborate. The agreement clearly states that we are jointly investing in the development of the second phase of Hongwei residence. Yet we hold 55 of the shares while Su Feng Group only has 45. Does that not constitute a loss for them? What if I told you this agreement was drafted by Su Feng Group? What rationale might they have for agreeing to such terms, even at a loss?" After some contemplation, Su Kang responded, "Is it because we are providing the land, while we convert the land into equity? If we do not collaborate with them, they would earn nothing. Though they may incur a slight loss, at least they will still profit." Qin Wan nodded approvingly. "You are correct, but that is only one aspect. There is a more significant reason. Su Feng Real Estate currently operates solely in Kyoto and its surrounding areas that if this collaboration succeeds, they can use it as a model to expand their operations nationwide, leveraging our resources for broader industrial development. Thus, even if we hold a larger share, they are still willing to proceed." Su Kang's understanding deepened as he inquired, "Then, Mother, what do you intend to do? Should we proceed independently or negotiate for a larger share?" Qin Wan handed him the modified agreement, stating, "Review this." That Su Kang quickly skimmed through it, exclaiming, "Mother, have you lost your mind? You not only did not increase your share, but you also reduced it. This is tantamount to giving money away. Why are you so agitated? If your colleagues see you, how will you manage here?" Qin Wan replied calmly. Su Kang glanced around cautiously, relieved that the bustling hall concealed their conversation. "Mother, may I ask how you arrived at this decision?" "You must discern for yourself. Additionally, you will represent Icon Group in negotiations." Adhering to the new agreement, Su Kang extended his hand toward Qin Wan's forehead, asking, "Mother, are you possessed today? What madness is this?" Qin Wan swatted his hand away, retorting, "You are now an employee of Icon Group. Is there a problem with that? I am merely a humble salesperson, yet I am tasked with signing such a critical agreement that I ask that appropriate. Moreover, do you not think my colleagues will question my identity? There is certainly a way to handle this matter. I shall take my leave now. Do remember to sign according to the new agreement." With that, Qin Wan rose and departed. Su Kang gazed at her retreating figure with a sigh. Though he could not comprehend his mother's intentions, perhaps her arrangements held deeper significance. Zhao Rong remarked with a smile, "President Qin has a lot on her plate today, and she has already meticulously arranged the discussions regarding the cooperation agreement." Zhao Rong scanned the room and finally spotted Su Kang amidst the crowd, cheerfully stating, "That young man, come with me to the second-floor conference room. You will be in charge of serving tea and water. The others may attend to their own tasks." That Su Kang was taken aback that such a simple pretext could resolve his identity issue, and he eagerly followed Zhao Rong with the agreement in hand. "Aren't you coming up?" he inquired. Zhao Rong smiled at him, saying nothing. Yang Chen awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Then I shall head downstairs. Yang, when the representatives from Su Feng Real Estate arrive, please guide them to the second-floor conference room." Yang Chen nodded in agreement and left, looking somewhat dejected. Once they entered the conference room, Su Kang closed the door and quietly asked, "Sister Zhao, the new agreement reflects a reduction of our equity to 50. Are you aware of this?" Zhao Rong nodded with a smile, replying, "Yes, that has been arranged by President Qin." "But why? Wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage?" Su Kang questioned. "Did your mother not explain the reason to you?" "No, she left directly." Zhao Rong, with a twinkle in her eye, said, "You are quite intelligent. Surely you will figure it out." "Figure it out on my own. I'm not an old monk meditating in the mountains. What could I possibly discern? Little Su, take this seat at the head of the table. You will be the representative of Icon Group, fully authorized to handle the collaboration with Su Feng Real Estate. Zhao Rong gestured for Su Kong to sit in the chair at the center of the table. With a weary expression, Su Kong asked, "And what about you?" "I will assist you," she replied, with no other choice. Su Kong reluctantly took his seat. Moments later, a commotion erupted outside the conference room, and 5 individuals entered. The leader, clad in a white outfit with her hair elegantly styled, exuded a remarkable presence. "Sister, what a surprise to see you here." Su Kong exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiao Kong, what brings you here? Where is your mother?" Su Xiaolan inquired, taken aback at seeing Su Kong in the prominent seat. "President Qin has a busy schedule today and has entrusted Mr. Su Kong to negotiate the cooperation agreement," Zhao Rong interjected. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolan's expression darkened as she contemplated an unfavorable possibility. Qin Wan must have had a change of heart and, feeling embarrassed, sent Su Kong to represent her. After all, who would willingly share their cake with others? Disturbed, Su Xiaolan retorted coldly, "If President Qin is too busy, she could have simply called me. There was no need to create such a fuss." "How could the agreement be signed if you did not come?" Zhao Rong countered, her words dripping with sarcasm. That Su Kong, sensing the tension between Su Xiaolan and Zhao Rong, quickly intervened. "Sister, what Zhao said is true. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding." Despite her anger, Su Xiaolan softened her tone towards her nephew, saying, "Xiao Kong, may I see the agreement? Where have the changes been made?" As Su Kong handed over the new agreement, he explained, "Everything else remains the same. Only the equity distribution has been modified." That Su Xiaolan took the document from Su Kong, frowning as she asked, "What is the new equity percentage?" "We adjusted it from 55 to 50.5, he replied. "What did you say? How much has it been adjusted to?" Su Xiaolan, doubting her own ears, asked again. "From 55 to 50.5, Su Kong reiterated. Seeing Su Kang's serious demeanor, Su Xiaolan grew suspicious and turned to Zhao Rong, who still wore a smile. Flipping to the page detailing the equity distribution, Su Xiaolan confirmed her fears. Icon Group's stake had indeed been reduced from 55 to 50.5, but still in disbelief. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Rong and earnestly inquired, "Why would President Qin choose to reduce Icon Group's equity?" Su Xiaolan's face flushed with a mix of emotions. Observing Su Kang's bewilderment, she suddenly grasped the situation, unable to suppress a smile. "Sister, what are you laughing about?" "Laughing at my own naivety, that I once thought your mother was merely luckier than I. But now it seems her insight, capability, and magnanimity far surpass mine." Dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand, Su Xiaolan instructed her attendants, "You may leave. I wish to speak with Xiao Kong for a moment." Once the room was emptied, she turned to Su Kong, asking, "Do you know why your mother decided to lower Icon Group's shares?" Su Kong shook his head. "It's for your sake." "For my sake? How is that possible? I haven't gained a single cent from this." That Su Xiaolan sighed. "Some matters may not be as simple as they appear. Regardless of the circumstances, you represent Icon Group in offering concessions to Su Feng Real Estate. The Su family owes you a favor, and should you encounter conflicts with anyone in the future, the others will naturally lean in your favor." After Su Xiaolan left with the agreement, Su Kong pondered her words. While he subconsciously acknowledged her analysis, he still found it hard to accept. The pressure of succeeding Qin Wan weighed heavily on him, especially considering that Icon Group was not confined to real estate but spanned logistics, apparel, medical equipment, and more, positioning it as a true giant in the industry. Furthermore, Qin Wan privately operated a venture capital firm, holding stakes in numerous well-known internet and emerging enterprises. The extent of her wealth was likely beyond even her own comprehension. That on another note, Su Xiaolan subtly hinted at the Su family's facade of harmony while secretly vying for power, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. His painful childhood experiences made him averse to emotional conflicts and insincerity. Yet the Su family was an inescapable reality he had to confront. That Su Kong, why are you daydreaming? Come and eat. Seeing Li Xiaoqin waiting for him, he called out, "Oh, coming." Chapter 43. My girlfriend Wang Nin. After Qin Wan introduced the brothers Ji Wen and Ji Wu to a construction team, the two siblings, having long abandoned their jobs for gaming, were left with no choice by Lin Yongjian but to move out. That he arranged for them to rent an apartment near Lin's mother's rehabilitation center to care for the elderly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having been cut off financially by Qin Wan and swindled by Ji Wen and Ji Wu, resorted to seeking help from Lin Yongjian, who, though sympathetic, aimed to temper her spoiled demeanor by providing only a few hundred yuan each time. Eventually, she decided to approach Su Kong for assistance at this moment. At Kyoto International Airport, Qinwan looked at Su Kong and asked, "Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you?" Su Kong checked his watch. Realizing there was still half an hour until the flight's departure, and expressed his concern, "I just received a call saying they were stuck in traffic. They should be here soon." No sooner had Su Kong spoken than he spotted Wang Nan rushing into the terminal, pulling a pink suitcase behind her. Overjoyed, he dashed to help her with the luggage, asking, "You've finally arrived. Let's hurry and board." Wang Nan approached Qinwan, greeting her, "Hello, Aunt Qin, that I was delayed because I had to prepare a gift for Su Kang's teacher." "I didn't do anything of the sort," Su Kong interjected hurriedly, stealing a glance at Wang Nan, whose cheeks were flushed. "All right, you two go ahead and board. Travel safely." During the journey, Chaobin called several times to inquire about Su Kang's whereabouts. Upon reaching Daji County, the trio went straight to Teacher Chao's house without even checking into a hotel. After more than a month, standing once more at the entrance of Teacher Chao's residence, Su Kong could hardly contain his excitement, but he knocked on the door, and shortly after, Chao Qian opened it, greeted by Su Kang's cheerful exclamation, "Hello, class monitor." Chao Qian was equally delighted to see him and called out, "Mom and Dad, Su Kong is here." "Su Kong, you've come." Chaobin emerged from the living room and curiously asked, noticing Li He and Wang Nan behind Su Kong, "Who are these two?" "This is Uncle Li. And this is my girlfriend, Wang Nan." "Hello, Teacher Chao. I'm Wang Nan, Su Kang's girlfriend." Chao Qian, having not seen Wang Nan clearly in the dim light outside, was taken aback by her stunning beauty once she stepped inside. Feeling a pang of envy as she thought to herself, "What has Su Kong been up to? In just over a month, he has found such a beautiful girlfriend that it's true that money can change a man." Chaobin was momentarily stunned as well, then smiled and remarked, "This girl is truly beautiful. Su Kong is lucky." He then turned to Su Kong, chiding, "You should have given me a heads up about bringing your girlfriend." "I wasn't prepared at all," that Su Kong sheepishly replied. "I was in such a rush on the way here that I forgot." "So you've got a girlfriend now." "Huh." Liang Li, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Wang Nan, she exclaimed, "This girl looks like a celebrity." Su Kong introduced, "This is my teacher's wife, Ms. Liang. Ms. Liang, you look so young and beautiful. Oh my, this girl has such a sweet tongue." Liang Li beamed. "Come on in. Dinner is ready." The three of them entered the living room, only to find three others seated on the sofa. A man, a woman, and a young boy appeared to be a family of three. "Greetings, uncle and aunt." Su Kong promptly extended his salutations. Liang Li's sister, Liang Su, who had cultivated a sense of superiority ever since marrying into the provincial capital, found herself increasingly impatient as she waited for a student, delaying the meal during her rare visit to her sister's home. Casting a glance at Su Kong, she resumed fiddling with her phone, remarking, "You must be the orphan Su Kong that my brother-in-law Chao Bin mentioned. I hear you've also been admitted to Jiangqing University." Su Kong, noting her haughty demeanor, remained unfazed and replied with a smile, "It is entirely due to Teacher Chao's earnest guidance that I managed to pass." Liang Su's husband, Jiang Haiping, and Chao Bin both found Su Kang's composure striking, particularly Chao Bin, who marveled at the significant change in Su Kang's demeanor over the past month. However, Liang Su's annoyance was palpable. How dare an unwanted orphan exude such confidence? With a scoff, she retorted, "To be admitted to a 985 university in a small county is indeed quite a stroke of luck, unlike my son Liang, who was about to report to Kassel University in Germany." That Su Kong glanced at the boy sitting nearby, who was pretending to watch television. That Su Kong thought to himself, "This youth seems quite shy. Who would have guessed he achieved such impressive results to secure admission to a German university?" Wang Nan, overhearing, stifled a laugh and quietly remarked to Su Kong, "The student who ranks last in our class is attending that very school." Though Wang Nan's voice was low, it was audible enough for everyone in the room to hear. Liang Su's face flushed with anger, and she snapped, "What would a little girl like you know? That school ranks among the top in Germany. It is not something one can enter casually. Indeed, it is not so simple. One must invest considerable money to gain admission." Liang Su abruptly stood up, her chest heaving with indignation, for Wang Nan had spoken the truth. Her son's academic performance was far from stellar, and it was only through connections and cash that he was sent abroad. Yet her long-standing sense of superiority in front of her sister's family did not allow her to admit the reality. With a cold chuckle, she said, "Someone like you, who only knows about love affairs in high school, Probably can only attend a mediocre university here. How could you possibly comprehend the difficulties of studying abroad? What are you all discussing? Come to the table for dinner. Liang Li announced as she brought a dish to the table. Qian, go fetch the disposable chopsticks and bowls. And Lao Chao, don't just stand there. Bring out the Mao Tai that Su Kang's mother sent last time. Today, you will drink with your brother-in-law. Chao Bin felt somewhat reluctant. He had never been fond of Liang Su's family, and it pained him to use such fine liquor to entertain them. Do you still have Mao Tai at home? Let me see. You know the market is flooded with counterfeit liquor nowadays. Jiang Haiping remarked. With no choice, Chao Bin retrieved a bottle of Mao Tai from the cupboard and placed it on the table. Jiang Haiping unwrapped the packaging, inspecting the cap and label, and even shaking the bottle before finally opening it to sniff the aroma. Chao Bin watched Jiang Haiping, feeling it was mere theatrics, which only added to his distaste. So, is it genuine Mao Tai? Liang Su inquired, leaning closer. That it should be authentic. Jiang Haiping replied with a chuckle, addressing Chao Bin. Oh, brother-in-law, why go so far as to serve Mao Tai for a family meal? Chao Bin replied nonchalantly. It is only fitting that the dishes were served. Chao Bin promptly urged everyone to sit down. While Jiang Haiping's family naturally assumed the seats of honor. Noticing Li sitting in the corner, Chao Bin called out, Uncle Su Kong, why are you sitting over there? Come sit next to me. Let us enjoy some drinks together. He waved his hands, saying, No need. I have to drive later. I'm fine here. Su Kong, quickly persuade your uncle to join us. Liang Li urged. That might not be appropriate. Li He replied, though he was tempted, as he had not drunk much since becoming a driver for the Qin family. Su Kong smiled and remarked, This is Teacher Chao's home. He is the host, and we should heed his wishes. Reluctantly, Li He moved to sit beside Chao Bin. Chao Bin poured wine for Li He. He said, By the way, Su Kong, you are now a prospective university student. You can drink now. Would you like a little? I don't have a strong tolerance for alcohol. Then just sip a little, Chao Bin said, filling Su Kang's glass. Dad, pour less. Su Kong has already said he doesn't drink well. Chao Qian chimed in, regretting her words as soon as they left her mouth, especially since Su Kang's actual girlfriend remained silent. Chao Bin glanced curiously at his daughter, noticing her cheeks flushed, likely embarrassed by her slip. He then stole a glance at Wang Nan, who appeared unfazed, her expression calm as still water. Chao Bin poured Su Kong half a glass and asked, Su Kong, is your girlfriend also taking the college entrance exam this year? Yes, but she's in Kyoto, and we don't even share the same exam papers. Which university did she get into? She is also attending Jiangzhou University. Chao Bin's eyes brightened as he exclaimed. Ah, that is excellent. You three will all be at the same school. Liang Li added, Who would have thought this young lady is not only beautiful but also academically gifted? I initially thought she might be attending Harvard or Oxford. Upon hearing that Wang Nan was merely attending a domestic university, Liang Su's sense of superiority surged once more. The room fell silent as everyone frowned. Liang Li felt a twinge of annoyance toward her sister. No matter the circumstances, Wang Nan had traveled from afar to attend her daughter's celebration. So why speak so harshly? She chuckled awkwardly. Everyone, let us eat. The food will get cold. Unaware of the discontent she had stirred, Liang Su continued to bask in her own arrogance, asking, Sister, do you have any knives and forks? To help my Liang adapt to Western dining customs, we've always used European-style utensils at home, and he is a bit unaccustomed to chopsticks now. Wang Nan burst into laughter, and upon seeing Liang Su glare at her, she apologized. I'm sorry, I just recalled something amusing and couldn't help myself. Please carry on. What do you know? All major civilized nations use knives and forks, Liang Su retorted. Liang Li awkwardly replied, Where am I supposed to find Western utensils now? Mom, I'll just use chopsticks. It's all the same. Liang interjected, unable to remain silent. Then let it be. I should have brought our set of utensils from home. Liang Su sighed to alleviate the awkwardness at the table. Chao Bin raised his glass and said, Come, let's drink. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Chao Bin had already opened a second bottle of Mao Tai. Though Jiang Haiping had some wealth, he rarely indulged in Mao Tai. At this moment, he was in a tipsy state and slurred to Li He. Brother, where did you study in Kyoto? What do you mean by study? I'm just an ordinary driver. Jiang Haiping beamed with pride. Just right. I'm looking for a private driver. Can you handle a Mercedes-Benz? How about coming to work for me at $8,000 a month? Thank you for the offer, but I don't drive a Mercedes-Benz often. Liang Su chuckled lightly and nudged her son, saying, Liang, when you go to Europe, Make sure to study hard. Otherwise, you won't even be able to afford a Mercedes-Benz. Chow Bin's family felt increasingly uncomfortable, their brows furrowed in silence. Not being able to drive a Mercedes-Benz is no problem. One can always learn, Jiang Haiping continued, sipping his pork rib soup. Xiao Lu, what car do you usually drive? I mostly drive a Range Rover. I occasionally take out a Ferrari, Porsche, or Rolls-Royce. Currently, I mainly drive a Maserati. To be honest, today is the first time I've driven a Mercedes-Benz, so I'm a bit out of practice, Jiang Haiping exclaimed. Brother, are you serious? Li replied helplessly. Why would I lie to you? You must be driving for someone from a prominent family in Kyoto. Jiang Haiping insinuated. Then Li glanced at Su Kong and said, sort of, may I ask which notable person you're driving for? Could you introduce me? Haven't you already met him? Su Gongzi. Which Su Gongzi? Su Kong, Su Gongzi. Everyone present, except Wang Nan, turned their gaze to Su Kong. Impossible. Aren't you his uncle? Liang Su interjected that Su Gongzi has always been quite polite, insisting on calling me Uncle Li. Su Kong, feeling the spotlight shift back to him, shyly remarked, I believe we are all equals. There's South no need to place such importance on status. Well said. Chow Bin looked at Su Kong with pride, then turned to his daughter Chao Qian, saying, see, my dear, education is not in vain. One must be reasonable and discerning, and not regard material wealth as the sole criterion for treating others. Chao Qian recognized her father's intent and had long been weary of her aunt's family's haughty demeanor. She retorted, Dad, I'm studying the time-honored teachings of our civilization, not some Western aristocratic etiquette manual. How could I be unaware? Liang Li observed the father-daughter duo subtly mocking her sister's family and felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit at the sight of her sister's increasingly grim expression that if he were truly the scion of a prominent family, how could he only attend an ordinary 985 university? Wang Nan, previously considerate of teacher Chow's feelings, chose to ignore Liang Su's mockery. However, upon witnessing teacher Chow personally engage in the matter, she could no longer restrain herself and immediately declared, if Su Kong is willing, he can select any university in the world. The reason he chose Zhangzhou University is that he gained admission on his own merit. Moreover, I have long received an acceptance letter from Oxford University, but I ultimately opted for Zhangzhou University because I believe that the moon abroad is not necessarily more beautiful than that at home. And let's not bring up the dining etiquette of Western aristocrats. The food they serve, my dog wouldn't even touch. Liang Su let out a cold snort, raising her chin as she retorted, who knows if what you say is true? Bragging is not a crime. That I in 2 days. Teacher Chow's family will attend my son Su's teacher appreciation banquet, and the truth will be revealed that Li, unable to suppress his irritation at Liang Su's haughty demeanor, interjected. You claim to be an ordinary family, yet you flaunt your superiority in front of young Master Su. After uttering this, Li felt a sense of relief, thinking that if Su Kong were to blame him later, he could simply feign inebriation and claim not to remember. Liang Su's face turned a shade akin to that of a liver. As Li He's words shattered her vanity, she shot a fierce glare at her husband before ultimately lowering her proud head. Chapter 45. The best reward dinner concluded swiftly, and Liang Su's family scarcely lingered before hastily bidding farewell. Liang Li had intended to see them off, but upon witnessing her sister's unsightly expression, she refrained. Su Kong assisted teacher Chow's family in clearing the remnants of the meal before retrieving a suitcase he had brought from Kyoto. Curiously, Chow Bin inquired, Su Kong, what are you up to? Su Kong replied with a smile, I brought a plethora of Kyoto specialties for teacher Chow. Liang Li and Chao Qian gathered around, with Chao Qian asking eagerly, is there Kyoto roast duck? Of course, Su Kong responded, opening the suitcase to present a beautifully packaged roast duck to Chao Qian, saying, here, for you. He then produced a yellow mink fur coat, explaining, Teacher Liang, my mother asked me to give you this. She bought it last year but found the style unappealing and never wore it. Look, the tag is still attached. Isn't this too extravagant? Liang Li hesitated to accept that Su Kong pressed it into her hands, stating, what's extravagant? If you don't want it, it'll just gather dust in my mother's wardrobe. But Su Kong then produced a watch, handing it to Chow Bin. Teacher Chow, this watch was a gift from my uncle. I already have one, so I'd like to give this to you. Chow Bin, who had worn his old watch for over a decade, was overjoyed to receive the new one, feeling its smooth, exquisite texture, but hesitantly asked, Isn't this quite valuable? I'm not sure, but it should be fine. Su Kong replied that he then presented several pieces of clothing, a belt, and a wallet to Chow Bin, along with a lady's handbag, a watch, and a set of luxury skincare products for Liang Li. Finally, he prepared a pink handbag and the latest iPhone 5 for Chow Qian. Chow Bin hurriedly returned the phone to Su Kong, saying, "Little Kong, this phone is too valuable. Qian Qian is still a student. She doesn't need such an expensive device." Nearby, Wang Nan chuckled softly, knowing that the phone was indeed the least expensive item among the gifts. Su Kong awkwardly accepted the phone back, casting a guilty glance at teacher Chow. Chow Qian, thrilled to have her own handbag for the first time, excitedly tried it on, admiring her reflection in the mirror. "Mom, do you think this bag Su Kong gave me is pretty? It's lovely. You should thank him," Liang Li replied, smiling at her daughter's joy, having never bought her daughter any cosmetics or bags. Liang Li felt a sense of delight. When Chow Qian unzipped the handbag, she discovered a piece of paper inside, which she curiously pulled out, only for her expression to change dramatically as she gasped. Liang Li, noticing her daughter's reaction, swiftly took the paper, incredulously asking, "Su Kong, this small handbag costs 50,000. Teacher Chow, who had been happily admiring the watch Su Kong gifted him, turned serious upon hearing this. Taking the paper from Liang Li's hand and asking, "Little Kong, tell me honestly, how much is this handbag?" Su Kong, feeling regretful for forgetting to remove the tag, could only respond with a soft "M." "And what about this watch? How much is it?" "This really was a gift from my uncle," Su Kong replied, raising his wrist. "See, I already have one, but even if it's a gift, it must have a price." "How much? This beautiful watch surely can't be just over 30,000. Do you think I've never bought a watch before?" "Over 300,000, Su Kong admitted. Chow Bin gasped. 300,000 could buy a house outright in this small county. And this cashmere sweater? Over 70,000 for a single piece of clothing. Why doesn't he just rob a bank?" Chow Bin then grasped Liang Li's hand, revealing his old watch, and inquired, "What about your wife's watch?" "Over 16,000 in her handbag. Over 80,000, then my belt and wallet must be cheaper, right?" "Well, those two are a bit less. Just over 20,000. Liang Li gently tugged at Chow Bin's clothing, saying, "Calm down. This is his heartfelt gesture. With your attitude, Su Kong will feel quite upset." Turning to Su Kong, who was staring down like a child caught in wrongdoing, she said, "Little Kong, you are a grateful child. This is a good thing. However, you also know that as teachers, we have our principles and ethics, that if you come each time bearing such extravagant gifts, what would that make teacher Chow and me? Besides, we face our students daily, standing by the blackboard. What use do we have for such fine mink, watches, and handbags?" Su Kong, head bowed, tears streamed down uncontrollably as he choked out, "I'm sorry, teacher Chow. I was wrong." Liang Li gently soothed. "All right, no more tears, that we will accept the gifts you brought this time, but please refrain from such extravagance in the future." Su Kong wiped his tears and nodded earnestly. Wang Nan observed quietly, finally understanding why both Su Kong and the worldly wise Qin Wan held such deep respect for teacher Co. As the ancient said, the fruits of teaching do not need to be spoken. They naturally come. Suddenly, she glanced over and noticed Chow Qian gazing tenderly at Su Kong, a strong sense of crisis welling up within her. Chapter 46. Mind your influence. The following morning at the Bin Hui Hotel, Su Kong awoke early once again. After completing his morning routine, he made his way to the hotel restaurant, discovering that while the complimentary breakfast was quite lavish, several local specialty dishes were absent. Thus, he ventured outside and purchased double servings of hot dry noodles, egg wine, and tofu skin from a small stall, bringing them back to the hotel restaurant, then called Wang Nan and Li He to join him for breakfast. Before long, Wang Nan and Li He appeared at the restaurant entrance. "Hurry over. I specially went outside to buy some local specialties for you to try," he urged. "You woke up this early just to fetch breakfast?" Wang Nan exclaimed in surprise. That Su Kong sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Since it's your first visit to my hometown, I wanted you to taste some local delicacies that I noticed they weren't available here. So I went out to get some." Su Kong offered the hot dry noodles to Wang Nan, saying, "Give our southern noodles a try." Wang Nan took a bite with chopsticks, wrinkling her brow. "This taste is rather peculiar. Is it not to your liking?" Su Kong asked. Li He, standing nearby, chuckled. "Hot dry noodles are alkaline. Northerners often find them unusual on their first try. However, after a few attempts, they tend to appreciate the flavor." Especially when paired with egg wine, it's simply divine. Wang Nan took another bite of the noodles and sipped the egg wine, still scrunching her face. She pushed the bowl of noodles towards Su Kong, stating, I still can't get used to this, but the egg wine is quite nice. Wang Nan pointed at the tofu skin nearby and inquired, what is this called? It looks delicious. That's tofu skin. You should definitely give it a try. Su Kong replied as he picked up the bowl of noodles she had left behind and in her bewildered gaze. He began eating from her bowl. Wang Nan's cheeks flushed bright red as she stammered. Why are you eating my leftovers? You pushed the noodles toward me. Didn't that imply I should eat? Was that really what I meant? It's fine. I don't mind, Su Kong grinned. You wouldn't dare find fault with me, would you? You must finish the noodles today. Seeing the couple playfully banter, Li discreetly took his leave with the hot, dry noodles. As Su Kong strolled leisurely, he recounted amusing anecdotes from high school to Wang Nan, ultimately leading her into a classroom building. The doorway of a particular classroom. He pointed through the window at a seat, saying, Look, I used to sit right there, with Chao Qian in front of me. Whenever Teacher Chao had something delicious, he would ask Chao Qian to bring me a portion. Upon hearing Su Kong mention Chao Qian again, a surge of jealousy rose within Wang Nan, prompting her to ask, Chao Qian is not only beautiful, but also Teacher Chao's daughter. Did you have no feelings for her back then? Su Kong seemed to be lost in memories of the past. He recalled an occasion when Chao Qian, having just washed her hair, attended evening study sessions with her lustrous black locks cascading naturally over her shoulders. The delightful scent of her shampoo lingered in his mind to this day. With a faint smile, Su Kong admitted, I did harbor a crush on her back then. And what about now? Wang Nan asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. That Su Kong looked at her in surprise and replied, Well, now I have you, don't I? But what if one day you discover that Chao Qian likes you too? What would you do? Impossible, Su Kong asserted loudly. Chao Qian is a girl of strong opinions and ambitions. She knows I'm with you. How could she possibly still have feelings for me? Wang Nan, recalling the look in Chao Qian's eyes from the previous night, sighed and remarked, Sometimes, affection for someone defies logic, even reason. Tears welled up in Wang Nan's eyes, and she threw herself into Su Kang's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. That's Su Kong. The better you are, the less secure I feel. That Su Kong gently patted Wang Nan's back, reassuring her, Don't worry. I want to become the kind of man your father is. Nor will I indulge in the hedonism of those second-generation elites from Kyoto. Wang Nan lifted her gaze to Su Kong and proposed, Su Kong, let us get our marriage certificate right after we graduate from university. Shall we? No. Let us go right now. Su Kong tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of Wang Nan's eyes, saying, But we haven't reached the legal age yet. All right, stop crying. Your face is all smudged. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, interrupting their intimate exchange. They hastily separated and straightened their clothes. That a teacher hurried towards them, and Su Kong quickly explained, I'm sorry, teacher, that we graduated. And we just came back to visit our alma mater. The teacher, noticing the youthful innocence on the boy's face and the tear-streaked cheeks of the girl, commented, This is still a school. So please be mindful of your conduct. With that, he turned and walked away. That Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and said, Let us go. It's almost time that we should attend Chao Qian's graduation banquet. He then anxiously glanced at Wang Nan, wondering if she might still be jealous. Upon catching Su Kong's gaze, Wang Nan quickly pecked him on the cheek and burst into a fit of giggles. The teacher, hearing her laughter, paused momentarily before leaving with a smile. Chapter 47. Graduation banquet. On the other side, arriving at the Binhu Grand Hotel, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Su Kong spotted Teacher Chao and her family unloading drinks and party favors at the hotel entrance. That he hurried over and offered his assistance, saying, Teacher Chao, let me help you prepare to lift a box of liquor. When Chao Bin quickly stopped him, saying, There is not much to move. You should go be with your girlfriend. Wang Nan, not wanting to be left out, picked up a box of party favors and chimed in, It's all right, Teacher Chao. We can each carry a bit. We'll finish in no time. Well, thank you, Wang Nan, Chao Bin replied. Old Chao, don't you think 12 tables is a bit excessive? I just overheard Teacher Chen mention that Principal Zhu's son is also holding his graduation banquet here today. And several teachers who promised to attend us are now going to his. Liang Li, carrying a party favor, expressed her concern. Chao Bin, who had always disdained Principal Zhu, snorted. His son barely scraped by with a score over 500. How dare he host a banquet? So what do we do now? Should we cancel a couple of tables? Otherwise, they might end up empty, which would look terrible, Liang Li suggested. Chaobin sighed and said, let us just keep them. What if those teachers decide to come here? It would be embarrassing if there were no seats available. Besides, we only have one daughter, so let us be generous. It's better to have a couple of extra tables than to be short. Even if we end up with only 5 or 6 people per table, we'll make it work. The group moved the drinks to the second-floor banquet hall. The hall was quite spacious and could comfortably accommodate 20 tables. But since Teacher Chow had only booked 12, the extra tables were removed, leaving the hall feeling rather empty. Directly opposite Chow Qian's banquet hall was a large venue with over 50 tables, bustling with staff making preparations. Liang Li turned to Chow Bin and said, Old Chow, do you think it's just a coincidence that Principal Zhu is hosting his banquet right across from us? As if on cue, Principal Zhu appeared, his belly preceding him, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman, Teacher Zhang, who managed the school's logistics and was also Zhu's wife. Upon spotting Chow Bin and his wife, Zhu expressed his surprise. Oh, what a coincidence. Teacher Chow is also hosting a graduation banquet here. Chow Bin and Zhu had both joined the school at the same time, yet their personalities clashed, leading to a long-standing animosity. Zhu, through flattery and cunning, had risen through the ranks, often creating difficulties for Chow Bin in their professional lives. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chow Bin replied, Indeed, quite a coincidence. Zhu glanced at the empty banquet hall behind Chow Bin and smiled. Teacher Chow, your hall looks rather spacious. Mine seems a bit small. How about I set up a few tables in your hall? Suppressing his irritation, Chow Bin retorted, Principal Zhu, you must be joking. You have so many tables already. Is that not enough? Well, friends want to celebrate together after all. Chow Bin, observing the smug expressions of Zhu and his wife, felt a wave of disdain wash over him, but chose to remain silent. Once Zhu had moved on, Chow Qian whispered, What is he so proud of? His son only barely passed with a score over 500. He is merely an average student at a second-tier university. Chow Bin frowned and replied, The banquet is about to begin. What good does it do to dwell on this? Su Kong found amusement in this thought, chuckling, That is not how things are done. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of classmates from our class coming. Just help Chow Qian host them. As time passed, guests gradually arrived that Su Kong and Wang Nan assisted Teacher Chow with distributing cigarettes, pouring water, and guiding guests to their seats. He had come down from his room early and was sitting at the entrance of the banquet hall, helping to register guests' names, while Chow Qian's uncle collected the money beside him. Teacher Chow, congratulations, but where is Chow Qian? A teacher inquired. Oh, it's you, Teacher Zhu. That girl went downstairs to greet her classmates, Su Kong said, stepping forward with a cigarette in hand, greeting Teacher Zhu. Wang Nan followed with a cup of water. Teacher Zhu looked surprised to see Su Kong and remarked, Lu Shuai, I heard your biological mother has found you. Su Kong nodded. Yes, I'm currently living with her in Kyoto. That you've done well for yourself. During your studies, you were so reserved, and now you've graduated with such a beautiful girlfriend, Teacher Zhu said, glancing over at the opposite side, then hesitantly added to Teacher Chow. Teacher Chow, you know how Principal Zhu can be. So, Chow Bin feigned indifference, saying it's all right. You can go over there. I understand that Su Kong felt a pang of discomfort watching Teacher Zhu head towards the opposite side. This marked the 12th teacher to do so. While it was one thing for other teachers to attend, it stung more that Teacher Zhu, his own class's substitute teacher, would choose to go there. Checking the time, Su Kong noted it was already 11:30. With only half an hour until the banquet began. Their banquet hall could barely accommodate 40 guests, most of whom were family members of Teacher Chow and Liang Li, with none from their school present. The emptiness of their hall starkly contrasted with the lively atmosphere on the opposite side. Just then, Liang Su and her family, accompanying an elderly man with white hair, approached. Seeing them, Chow Bin hurried over, saying, Dad, you shouldn't have come with your legs being this unsteady. Liang Li, who had been attending to guests in the banquet hall, also rushed out upon seeing them. The elderly man was Chow Bin's father-in-law, who had been living with them since his wife's passing. Despite being cared for by Chow Bin and his wife, he had always favored his eldest daughter's family, who lived in the provincial capital. Upon surveying the sparse banquet hall, he frowned and remarked, Why is it so empty in here? Your daughter has finally gotten into university. Don't make a fool of yourselves. Chow Bin felt a pang of discomfort at his father-in-law's words, awkwardly smiling as he glanced at Liang Li. Although Liang Li had been inside the banquet hall, she had been keeping an eye on the entrance, aware that all the teachers from their school had gone to the opposite side. She lamented the coldness of society, but felt helpless. When her father-in-law intentionally brought it up, it added to her distress. "Dad, both old Chow and I are just ordinary folks. We don't have any influential friends to impress you," she replied. "Chow Qian got into a good university, and all we wanted was to celebrate her. Those who wish to come will come, even from Kyoto. Those who don't want to come, no amount of coercion will change their minds." Her father-in-law grunted, "I've always said that being a teacher has no future. Look at your elder sister's family, living in a villa and driving luxury cars, and even Liang is studying abroad. That has something to be proud of. And what about you? It's just a series of worries." Even Liang Li, who usually had a good temper, felt disheartened by his words and fell silent. Her face cold. "Your elder sister's family is so well off, yet they hardly ever visit you or give you a dime. Although old Chow may not have a bright future, at least he visits you regularly and sends you living expenses every month. Is it really necessary to belittle him so much?" Liang Su had been harboring resentment since leaving Chow Bin's house the day before, deliberately delaying her arrival until late to bring her father-in-law over. Now, witnessing Liang Li's family in discomfort brought her immense satisfaction. Chapter 48. Borrowing a few tables. Dad, Wu Yu and the others have arrived. Chow Qian led a large group of classmates, marching over with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing his students gathered, Chow Bin immediately beamed with joy and said, "Everyone is here. Come in and take a seat. What good does it do to have more impoverished students here? They don't even bring gift money, and we have to treat them to a meal." Liang Fu murmured softly. Liang Li, overhearing this, frowned slightly and said to Liang Su, "Elder sister, why don't you take Dad inside to sit down first? That won't do. The Liang family consists only of us sisters. I must assist you in receiving the guests," Liang Su replied, crossing her arms. Liang Li understood her sister's true intentions all too well. Helping was merely a facade, while watching their father make a fool of himself was the real motivation. Regardless, this banquet was already quite distressing. If you wish to observe, then observe. After greeting the group of students, Liang Li re-entered the banquet hall. Su Kong, spotting his high school classmates, hurriedly approached to greet them. "Did I end the crowd?" Wu Yu shouted upon seeing Su Kong. "Lu Shuai, I heard your biological mother took you to Kyoto." "Indeed," Su Kong replied. Although he had been a solitary figure in school due to his insecurities, reuniting with his high school classmates after over a month felt rather heartwarming. "Lu Shuai, you truly live in Kyoto? Is it fun there?" Zhang Darren, one of Su Kong's few friends from high school, jumped through the crowd to inquire. "Absolutely enjoyable. I'm hosting a graduation banquet in Kyoto the day after tomorrow. Will you come?" Zhang Darren hesitated. "Kyoto is too far, and the round-trip fare isn't cheap. I fear my family won't agree." "Why should you bear the cost? I'll cover the round-trip fare and accommodation," Su Kong declared. "Lu Shuai, Zhang Darren is your classmate, and we are not. You cannot be so partial," Wu Yu interjected. Hearing this, Su Kong loudly proclaimed, "Dear old classmates, I welcome everyone to Kyoto for my graduation banquet the day after tomorrow. I will cover all round-trip fares and accommodations." Wu Yu exclaimed. "Lu Shuai, are you crazy? Just the cost of feeding all these people could bankrupt you." Chow Qian chuckled from the side. "You all may not know, but Lu Shuai's biological mother is quite wealthy. Tomorrow, my parents and I will attend. After the banquet, we'll spend a few days enjoying Kyoto that I've never been there in my life." The crowd was instantly intrigued, and several families with decent financial means signed up on the spot. While everyone was animatedly discussing, Wu Yu noticed a stunning beauty standing next to Lu Shuai, more radiant than any star. Curiously, she asked, "Lu Shuai, who is this?" Wang Nan smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Su Kong's girlfriend." Wang Nan. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent, and Wu Yu looked at the two with disbelief. "Su Kong, no way. You found such a beautiful girlfriend right after graduation." Su Kong's ego swelled with satisfaction as he chuckled and said, "Actually, she isn't officially my girlfriend." Everyone sighed in relief, feeling more balanced. "She is my fiancée, betrothed since childhood." "What? You little rascal must be joking." The crowd felt even more disheartened. Wu Yu chuckled awkwardly. "Is there still such a thing as childhood betrothal in this day and age?" "Of course there is. Am I not providing you a perfect example right now?" Wu Yu glanced at Wang Nan, wondering if what he said was true. Wang Nan, filled with sweet happiness, smiled and took Su Kong's hand, saying, "Of course it's true. Everyone is welcome to attend Su Kong's graduation banquet in Kyoto the day after tomorrow." Zhang Darren enviously remarked, "Brother, you're impressive." Chao Qian gazed at the couple holding hands, feeling a twinge of emptiness. "Old Chao, I don't have enough tables over here. I see your side ICT fully seated. Hurry and lend me 5 tables." Chao Bin frowned. "I can spare you 3 tables, but the rest we need for ourselves. Your side is either poor or students. Let them squeeze together." Not only Chao Bin and his wife were incensed, but even Su Kong couldn't hold back his anger, that he interjected, "If you're short on tables, go find the hotel. Why come to us?" Principal Zhu, surprised that a high school student dared to speak so boldly in front of him, retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" Then he turned to Chao Bin, saying, "Old Chao, the county head is about to arrive. It's too late to call the hotel now. Either your side squeezes in, or you wait for the hotel to bring more tables." Seeing the aggressive stance of Zhu, Chao Bin was infuriated and replied, "Su Kong's opinion is my opinion. You should go find the hotel." Principal Zhu seemed to have anticipated Chao Bin's refusal. With a snort, he said, "Chao Bin, after all these years, you've made no progress that if you had any understanding of decorum, you wouldn't still be stuck teaching on the front lines. I offered you face earlier. Don't blame me for being tough now." That he then instructed the 8 young men behind him, "Just go in and move the tables. Whoever dares to obstruct, take them down." "You dare." Su Kong sidestepped to block the entrance of the banquet hall. He, concerned for Su Kong's safety, swiftly stepped in front of him. Standing tall and resolute, he exhibited an aura of one who could withstand 1,000 troops, even though he was unarmed. Chao Bin looked at Li He in surprise, thinking this person must have been a soldier before. Wang Nan, witnessing the tense standoff, recalled the contact number Qin Wan had given her when leaving Kyoto, instructing her to reach out if she encountered trouble. Unsure of whom it belonged to, she decided to take a chance and went to a corner to dial the number. The 8 young men hesitated before Li He's imposing presence, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, footsteps echoed from the hallway, and a somewhat portly man in an administrative jacket approached. Principal Zhu didn't recognize him, but sensed he wasn't an ordinary person. Just as he contemplated whether to inquire, the high school student beside him exclaimed in astonishment, "Tao Go, what brings you here?" Chapter 49. Some villains are attacking me. Wang Tao, upon seeing Su Kong, beamed with delight and exclaimed in authentic Beijing dialect, "Brother, you're really here? You're not in Kyoto? What brings you to this little county?" Wang Tao chuckled, unable to hide his joy that I was transferred to Jiangxing a few days ago. "This morning, I heard you were attending a graduation banquet in Daji County, so I drove over." Seeing Su Kong's delighted demeanor, he continued, "You look quite pleased. Have you received a promotion? Let us keep it low-key. Just a minor advancement." After saying this, Wang Tao noticed Principal Zhu behind him looking pleased and mistakenly thought he was Chao, but he quickly bowed and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Teacher Chao, I'm Wang Tao, a friend of Su Kong." Principal Zhu, realizing Wang Tao was only there for Su Kong, paid him no mind and coldly replied, "Chao Bin is this gentleman." Wang Tao felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, thinking, "It's just a case of mistaken identity. How dare you slap my hand? If Su Kong weren't here, I'd show you something." Chao Bin, worried that Principal Zhu might retaliate, assumed Wang Tao was merely a casual friend of Su Kong and said in a calm tone, "Hello, I'm Chao Bin. Thank you for attending my daughter's graduation banquet." Wang Tao pulled out a large red envelope and said, "Teacher Chao's name is well known in Kyoto. Today, seeing you in person, you truly exude elegance and grace." But he spoke confidently, not showing any sign of embarrassment over the earlier mistake. "That one do. Su Kong and I are not just friends, we are like brothers. You are his mentor, hence, you are my mentor too. I was just worried I hadn't brought enough. Please accept this." That I asked the 2 men engaged in their back and forth over the envelope. Principal Zhu, already impatient, shouted to the young men, "You lot, go inside and move those tables. Anyone who gets in the way, take them down." He, seeing the young men approach, looked at Su Kong, who slightly shook his head. Previously, when Wang Tao hadn't arrived, Su Kong had bravely stood his ground, but now, with Wang Tao present, he felt far more at ease. That he let the group pass by, turning his gaze to Chao Bin, who seemed transfixed, holding Wang Tao's envelope, lost in thought. Wang Tao stared at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. Pointing at Principal Zhu, he asked Su Kong, "Brother, I might be a bit slow on the uptake, but who is this person, and why is he moving tables?" Which side is actually Teacher Chow's banquet hall? Upon hearing this, Wang Tao frowned, beginning to grasp the situation, that he looked over at Chow Bin and inquired, "What is going on? Why are you trying to take our tables?" The banquet hall echoed with the sounds of clattering objects and Liang Li's terrified screams. Chow Bin abruptly lifted his head. Speaking with unwavering resolve, "Wang, please stop those people from taking our tables." Wang Tao chuckled lightly. "Teacher Chow, you're too polite. This is a minor issue, no need for such trouble." That he took out his phone and dialed a number. Speaking with a stern expression, "Bring your tools to the second-floor banquet hall of Binhai Hotel." Chow Bin was taken aback, whispering to Su Kong, "Your friend Isat involved with the underworld." "Is he?" Su Kong, relieved after Wang Tao finished his call, reassured him, "Don't worry, he is a police officer." Chow Bin's mood soured further. "A police officer? Can a mere cop stand up to Principal Zhu?" Principal Zhu, upon hearing Wang Tao's call, sneered, "What kind of riffraff thinks they can show off?" Wang Tao merely cast a fleeting glance at Principal Zhu, uttering not a single word as he strode into the banquet hall. Bellowing, "Those who are moving the tables, come out here at once." Principal Wang stepped forward, hastily exclaiming, "Ignore that rotund fellow. Continue." Yet before Principal Wang could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden dizziness, followed by a heavy thud as he fell to the ground. Cradling his swollen left cheek, he stumbled to his feet. Wang Tao, not even sparing a glance at Zhu's disheveled state, behaved as if he had not been the one to strike. Noticing the stunned expressions of those inside, he shouted once more, "Have those table movers heard me? Get out here now!" At this moment, a considerable number of onlookers emerged from the banquet hall, and upon witnessing the spectacle, they disregarded Zhu's predicament and burst into hearty laughter. Ignoring the teeth scattered on the ground and the blood trickling from his mouth, Zhu glared at Wang Tao with indignation. He pulled out his phone, dialing a number while muttering, "Very well, very well. If I don't see you dead by the end of today, I refuse to believe it." Seeing Wang Tao approach him like a menacing specter, Zhu, trembling with fear, hastily retreated while shouting, "Stop him! Someone, stop him!" The 8 young men, though they recognized Wang Tao's formidable physique, swiftly positioned themselves in front of him. Just as tensions escalated, a commotion from the hallway caught their attention. Upon seeing who was approaching, Zhu suddenly sprang to his feet, clutching his inflamed cheek, and began to weep pitifully. "Director Shi, you must stand up for me. A rogue has assaulted me." Chapter 50. How to handle this. Director Shi regarded the weeping Zhu with curiosity, asking, "Weren't you hosting a graduation banquet today? How is it that someone has dared to strike you?" Zhu pointed accusingly at Wang Tao, exclaiming, "It was that portly fellow. I merely went to borrow a few tables from across the way. And when they refused, he assaulted me." Director Shi turned his gaze toward Wang Tao, who stood there in an administrative jacket, exuding an air of calmness, causing a sudden jolt of realization within him. This individual likely held a significant position. Su Kong also scrutinized Director Shi, feeling an uncanny familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had encountered him. Director Shi glanced past Wang Tao, noting a youthful couple and a middle-aged man among the crowd, while others wore expressions of concern. Suddenly, he paused, his eyes landing on the young man, and a thought struck him. Disregarding Zhu's pitiful sobbing, he approached Su Kong directly, with his entourage curiously trailing behind. "May I inquire who you are?" Su Kang's mind raced, but he could not recollect their prior meeting. That a secretary accompanying Director Shi interjected. "This gentleman is—" Director Shi interrupted the secretary with an "ah," and turned to Su Kong with a genial smile, saying, "Young Master Su, do you not remember, when General Qin recognized you at the noodle shop? I was the one who guided him." Su Kang's eyes lit up with understanding, recalling the encounter, but he smiled and replied, "Ah, now I remember. Thank you for your assistance back then." Director Shi, "No need for such formality. I am merely serving the people," Director Shi replied, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Su Kong. Since assisting Qin Wan in locating Su Kong a month ago, his career had skyrocketed from deputy director to deputy county head. Not being naive in his profession, Director Shi understood that his rapid advancement was not mere fortune, but rather a push from Qin Wan. Thus, encountering Su Kong felt particularly warm and familiar. With curiosity, Director Shi inquired, "Young Master Su, what brings you here?" He felt a nagging sensation that he had recently heard Wang Tao's name, yet could not place it. Extracting a red envelope from his pocket, originally intended for Principal Zhu, he realized it was now unnecessary. He extended it to Chow Bin with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, Teacher Chow. This is but a token of my appreciation. Chow Bin, slightly taken aback, accepted the envelope, stammering, Director Shi, you are too kind. Director Shi frowned internally, reflecting on Zhu's lack of perception. It was evident Wang Tao was not an ordinary person, and Zhu had brought this humiliation upon himself. No need for that. I will remain here, Director Shi replied coolly. Accompanying Director Shi were numerous figures from the political and business realms. Upon witnessing Director Shi's visit to Chow Bin, they quickly sensed a shift in dynamics, promptly redirecting their intended gifts for Zhu towards Chow Bin. The sudden influx of gifts left Chow Bin astonished, and noticing Director Shi still lingering outside, he urged Director Shi, please come inside and take a seat. Fearing Zhu might act foolishly again, Director Shi replied, no need. You go ahead with the others, that I shall keep young Master Su company for a while. Reluctantly, Teacher Chow directed Liang Li to escort the influential guests into the banquet hall. While he remained outside with Director Shi, Zhu, having endeavored to curry favor with Director Shi by attempting to seize tables from Chow Bin, found himself publicly humiliated, witnessing Director Shi's shift in allegiance. He felt as though he had lost both the lady and the battle, and bitterness welled within him. Catching the gaze of Director Shi sweeping over him, he mustered his courage to say, Director Shi, I concede defeat today, but you must enlighten me. Who exactly is this young Master Su? I demand to know, even if it costs me my life. Director Shi frowned slightly, replying, Principal Zhu, one should not be overly inquisitive. If he chooses not to disclose, it is simply his will. Understand? In the midst of their discourse, several police officers clad in uniforms appeared at the entrance, prompting those with any semblance of influence to glance curiously at Director Shi. Sensing their gaze, Director Shi felt puzzled. He did not recognize these officers and wondered what their purpose was. That as they approached his direction, he inquired, which precinct do you hail from? What brings you here? A thunderclap of realization struck Director Shi as he recalled Wang Tao's name. Trembling slightly, he asked, Are you the Deputy Director Wang Tao, who has been dispatched from the capital to the Provincial Police Department? Ah, you know of me? Wang Tao replied, somewhat surprised. Sweat beaded on Director Shi's forehead as he felt relieved to have aligned himself correctly. Just the other day, the Bureau received a report stating that a leader from the capital had arrived to take on the role of Deputy Director. How foolish of me not to have remembered your name. Wang Tao waved dismissively. Indicating he bore no offense, he gestured toward Zhu, stating, This fellow here struck me with his face earlier. I now suspect he may have assaulted an officer with ulterior motives. He ought to be taken to the provincial office for investigation. Director Shi, does this not seem reasonable? Wang Tao, discerning the potential ties between Zhu and Director Shi, refrained from appearing overly domineering, aware that Zhu was merely a high school principal, and any issues would ultimately be addressed by the discipline committee. He turned to Su Kong, asking, What do you think, Xiao Kong? Su Kong observed Zhu's pallid complexion, clearly terrified. What should be done? Chapter 51, Old Chow. We are running short on tables suddenly. Chow Bin stepped forward, bowing deeply before Director Shi. The onlookers were perplexed, while Director Shi quickly assisted Chow Bin to his feet, inquiring, Teacher Chow, what is the meaning of this? With a grave expression, Teacher Chow replied, Director Shi, as an ordinary teacher at Daji County No. 1 High School, there are matters concerning our students and parents that I must express. Casting a glance at Principal Zhu, Chow Bin continued, under Zhu's administration, he has been preoccupied with flattery, dedicating excessive time and energy to appeasing superiors, rewarding those who pander to him, regardless of their teaching capabilities or professional qualifications. Those truly talented and responsible educators have been marginalized, severely impacting the quality of teaching. Over the past 5 years, our school's acceptance rate to first-tier universities has plummeted from 76 to a mere 53. To Director Shi, can Zhu's actions truly be justified in light of the trust placed in us by the students and their parents? Not to mention the illustrious history of Daji County No. 1 High School? Director Shi's expression softened slightly as he assured, Rest assured, Teacher Chow, I will personally compile a report detailing your concerns for the discipline committee, ensuring a clean and pure educational environment for our school. Chow Bin bowed deeply once more, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Director Shi. Director Shi promptly helped him up, stating, Your dedication to the school and its students is truly commendable. Teacher Chow, I am unworthy of such reverence. Chow Bin assisted Zhu Ying to her feet, smiling, Teacher Zhu, you have always been a wonderful colleague and partner. Your choice to stand by Principal Zhu today is only natural. There is no need for any remorse. Zhuing shook her head, replying, I feel ashamed. Teacher Chow, would you mind if I joined you with an extra pair of chopsticks? Haha, that would be most welcome. Chow Bin called out to Liang Li. Liang Li, quickly escort teacher Zhu to her seat. With Zhuing setting the precedent, an increasing number of teachers from number 1 high school began to transition from Zhu's side to Chow Bin's, leaving Liang Li beaming with delight. Where is young Master Su? A throng of individuals surged forward, led by a man clad in a tailored suit, panting heavily. Following closely behind him were a dozen others, each wielding a wooden stick, exuding an intimidating aura that Su Kong, perceiving their demeanor, felt a twinge of fear and called out from a distance, I am Su Kong. What business do you have with me? Upon seeing that Su Kong was unharmed, Qianzhong's anxieties dissipated, only to be replaced by surprise when he noticed County Head Sure beside Su Kong. That he inquired, County Head Sure, what brings you here? Su Kong, who are these people? Chow Bin asked, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Su Kong was equally bewildered, wondering how these individuals were aware of his presence. Wang Nan approached and explained, Teacher Chow, I apologize. When I saw the large number of people on their side, I feared a confrontation might leave us at a disadvantage, so I called for some assistance. Teacher Chow, slightly turned away, adopted a lecturing posture, and remarked, Xiaonan, sometimes violence. He paused, recalling that had it not been for Wang Tao's imposing presence, which had stunned Principal Zhu with a single blow, it might have been his family or students who were harmed, that he then amended his statement. At times, violence can indeed resolve certain exceptional issues. Ah, let's eat. We've already delayed for quite some time. Lao Chow. Liang Li approached with a worried expression. What is the matter? There aren't enough tables. Upon hearing this, everyone cast furtive glances at the banquet hall across the way. County Head Sure forced a smile and instructed his secretary, Xiao Li, go over and borrow some tables. Remember to speak courteously. After a moment's thought, he whispered a few words into the secretary's ear. Principal Zhu stood dejectedly, preoccupied with his own troubles, hardly in a position to arrange any graduation banquet. Secretary Li approached Principal Zhu and quietly advised, County Head Sure asked me to remind you. Do not be too ostentatious. It's best to return to the grassroots and reflect. Principal Zhu's eyes brightened. Indeed, County Head Sure must be leaving him a way out that as long as there was still an opportunity. He could continue to rise. Additionally, County Head Sure requested I borrow a few tables from you. With his spirits lifted, Principal Zhu saw no reason to refuse. Many of his guests had either gone to Teacher Chow's side or left early. The once spacious banquet hall now felt somewhat empty, and he directed a few people to move tables from his own banquet hall, showing no embarrassment over the earlier incident. Chapter 52. Su Kong. Pay me my salary after lunch. As the guests gradually dispersed, Liang Su's family, having witnessed Su Kang's influence, no longer maintained their lofty demeanor. Before parting, they made a point to showcase their presence before Liang Li and her father. Both County Head Sure and Qianzhong had indulged in substantial amounts of alcohol during lunch and, before leaving, engaged in some pleasantries with Su Kong, dragging their inebriated bodies away. Su Kong jested. This time it's your sister-in-law taking the lead. Where's Yu Qing? Why wasn't she arranged to come? After all, she is still my superior. Wang Tao chuckled awkwardly. In such formal settings, of course, the main wife must make an appearance. Upon hearing this, Chao Qian frowned, finding it rather shameless for someone to present the notion of seeking a mistress in such an exalted manner. Wang Nan, accustomed to such discussions, discreetly glanced at Su Kong, her heart swelling with sweetness. My Su Kong is different from your group of wealthy science. Wang Tao sighed. I heard your mother has rented out the entire Kyoto Grand Hotel, inviting a significant portion of the wealthy elite from Huagua. It has been ages since Kyoto has been this lively. What a pity I can't join in on this excitement. That can't be true, another interjected. Your mother and the Su family sent out invitations half a month in advance. Someone like me, who appears powerful in the eyes of ordinary folks, is really not qualified at all. Only someone of my father's stature could receive an invitation. The Tiandu Hotel accommodates over 800 tables. Just calculate how many dignitaries that entails. Thus, you must understand the high caliber of your graduation banquet this time. The others present were taken aback by this revelation. Chow Bin and his wife were aware that Su Kong's mother was likely quite wealthy. Yet the extent of that wealth was beyond their comprehension. Now, Hearing Wang Tao's words, they realized it was likely more than just affluence. Wang Tao relished the reactions of those around him. Basking in a sense of accomplishment, as if he alone possessed this knowledge, he caught sight of Wang Nan nearby and said with a grin, "Xiao Nan, I've heard that many heiresses are setting their sights on you for this graduation banquet. You must be cautious not to let Su Kong be lured away." Wang Nan nervously glanced at Su Kong, but upon receiving a reassuring look from him, she happily linked her arm with his. Chuckling, "I'm not afraid." With that, her big eyes subtly darted towards Xiao Qian. Suddenly, Wang Tao seemed to have an epiphany, becoming much more alert. Fixing his gaze on Su Kong, he asked, "Do you think my transfer to Jiangqing was arranged by your mother? Specifically to have me act as your bodyguard?" Noticing Su Kong's silence, Wang Tao continued to muse aloud. "It must be so. Otherwise, why would I be suddenly promoted, especially when the university you're attending is in Jiangqing? What are the odds of such a coincidence? That's merely your imagination. My mother is just a businesswoman. She lacks such power. Could it be that your family is leveraging their connections?" Su Kong responded. Observing Wang Tao's increasingly deranged demeanor, Wang Tao grasped Su Kong's arm and insisted, "My father hasn't spoken to me in ages. Besides, he doesn't have that capability. That must be your mother." "I don't care. Su Kong, you'd better pay me a salary. Otherwise, why should I act as your bodyguard? I have no money. You're welcome to ask my mother for it." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's earlier excitement swiftly evaporated. "Ask Qin Wan. I don't have the guts for that." Ultimately, Wang Tao was supported by his subordinates as he left, wearing a half-smile on his face. Chao Qian observed Su Kong and Wang Nan and inquired, "Su Kong, the other classmates have gone to KTV. Would you like to take Wang Nan along?" Liang Li chimed in cheerfully, "Go ahead. You've graduated from high school, so you can visit such entertainment venues now." Su Kong looked at Wang Nan, who nodded gently, and he agreed. Liang Li retrieved 1,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Chao Qian, saying, "Remember to treat in the afternoon." The other classmates were waiting in the hotel lobby. Upon seeing Chao Qian and the others descend, they all headed toward a nearby KTV in a lively manner. At this moment, the KTV business was flourishing. Even in the afternoon, many private rooms were occupied. Like Su Kong, Chao Qian had only started attending graduation banquets this summer and was now encountering KTV. She stood at the bar, listening to the manager introduce several consumption packages before finally stating, "Boss, I'll book a large room for the 888 yuan package." "Very well. The package includes a fruit platter, beer, etc. If that's not enough, you can order additional items." Since Chao Qian had only the 1,000 yuan given by Liang Li, she immediately replied, "That's sufficient. We want to order more." With that, she pulled out 900 yuan and said, "Here is the payment, boss." The manager, noticing that the group of students appeared youthful and naive, smiled and replied, "You don't need to pay now. You can settle the bill at the end." Chao Qian awkwardly responded with an "oh," and followed a server to the large private room. Although the room was spacious, it felt somewhat cramped with nearly 20 students entering at once. That Su Kong and Wang Nan settled into a corner. As the other classmates began selecting songs, Su Kong asked, "Wang Nan, your singing is so beautiful. Aren't you going to choose a few songs?" Wang Nan smiled and replied, "I'm fine with anything." "How can that be? I love watching you sing. Stay here and I'll help you pick some." "Wang Quan, why are you standing there? There are seats available." Wang Quan, nervously clasping her hands, softly replied, "It's all right." "Su Kong, I want to be singing anyway. Standing for a while is fine. Besides, there are many classmates who haven't sat down yet." Observing her timid demeanor reminded Su Kong of his own past. When he too was shy and fearful of making mistakes or bothering others, that a pang of sympathy welled up within him, but he stepped outside to request a chair from a server and then placed it beside Wang Quan, saying, "Now you can sit." Wang Quan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and quietly expressed her gratitude. Chapter 53. The missing 1,000 yuan after 3 years of high school repression. The students finally cast aside their inhibitions and let loose. Some sang The One Sitting Next to You, others belted out Those Years. Though their singing may not have been melodious, it resonated with shared emotions. In the songs, they bid farewell to the past and looked forward to the future. Su Kong, too, was swept up in the atmosphere. Regardless of whether he had a microphone, he sang along to any song he recognized, not caring if he was off-key. Wang Nan performed Sevenly Fragrance, in 10 years that Su Kong intended to join her in song, but quickly realized that his voice could not match her enchanting melody. So he refrained from embarrassing himself in front of their classmates. That Su Kong noticed that Wang Quan had remained quiet, only leaving once to use the restroom, even when Chao Qian and he offered her the microphone multiple times. She shyly refused to speak. Like his past self, she exhibited classic signs of social anxiety. The gathering time quickly approached its end. As the clock neared 7, a server approached to inform them that only 10 minutes remained. Su Kong, contemplating his solitary existence in Kyoto and the diminishing opportunities to gather with this group of classmates, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Dear classmates, after today, we may not have many opportunities to meet again. This evening, I shall treat you all. Let us find a place to indulge in some drinks, to toast to our 3 years of high school, and to celebrate our pure friendship." The classmates in the private room erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. Wang Nan gazed blankly at Su Kong, noticing the remarkable transformation in him. He had become significantly more confident and expressive. Chao Qian, observing Wang Nan's infatuated stare at Su Kong, felt a pang of jealousy and discomfort. She rummaged through her pockets, preparing to settle the bill, only to discover that she could not locate the 1,000 yuan her mother had given her. Rising once more, she searched the sofa and coffee table, yet still found nothing. Growing increasingly anxious, she realized that she had never lost so much money in her life. That Su Kong noticed Chao Qian's distress and inquired, "Class monitor, what have you lost?" With a quivering voice, Chao Qian replied, "I can't find the 1,000 yuan my mother gave me, that I clearly showed it to the front desk before entering the room. How could I have lost it?" "Don't worry, let's search for it together." That a dozen classmates scoured the area, inside and out, yet not a single coin was found. "Class monitor, didn't you step out of the restroom at one point?" "Perhaps it fell then," suggested a female classmate. The more Chao Qian thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She and some classmates approached the front desk, requesting the manager to review the surveillance footage. The manager, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "This is a legitimate KTV. How could there be cameras in the women's restroom? If you drop the money here, you are responsible for it. Who knows if one of your own picked it up?" A male classmate chimed in, "If you suspect us, feel free to call the police. We are willing to cooperate with their investigation." The boy was left speechless. That Su Kong took out 900 yuan in cash from his wallet and said to the manager, "Boss, let's settle the bill first." Upon seeing someone willing to pay, the manager visibly relaxed. That Su Kong then turned to Chao Qian and said, "You take them to the nearby barbecue place to order. I will check the corridor surveillance footage. That if we find nothing, we will just have to accept our misfortune." Chao Qian nodded, realizing there was no other option. Noticing Chao Qian's continued sorrowful demeanor, Su Kong added, "Come on, cheer up. Everyone loses something at some point. Besides, what if we find it later?" The warmth of Su Kang's comforting words touched Chao Qian, and she replied, "All right, I'll take the others to the barbecue restaurant. And you can join us as soon as you're finished." "Class monitor, I won't be joining for dinner. My family is waiting for me," said Wang Quan timidly. That Su Kong interjected, "Wang Quan, we have graduated high school. You don't have to adhere to your family's every whim. Come on." As Su Kong said, "Let's raise a toast to our pure camaraderie." Thus, Wang Quan was persuaded by Chao Qian to accompany them to the dining venue. The manager said nothing further and clicked a few times on the computer before stating, "Here, you can view it at your leisure." That Su Kang's heart raced. Who had picked up that cash? Both Wang Nan and the manager leaned in closer to the screen. A few minutes later, the footage revealed a girl exiting the private room. Upon spotting the cash lying in the corridor, she squatted down to pick it up. Glancing around, she noticed the camera and immediately lowered her head in panic, clutching the cash as she hurried into the restroom. The manager smugly remarked, "It turns out one of your own picked it up, and yet you accused us of theft. How about that? The video is right here. Would you like me to call the police?" Su Kong could not believe it was her. Yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable that he pulled out 100 yuan and said, "Boss, please delete this video." The manager and Wang Nan looked at Su Kong with confusion as he calmly added, "She's still just a student." When Su Kong and Wang Nan arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Chao Qian immediately inquired, "Su Kong, did you find anything in the surveillance footage? Where did I lose my money?" In the crowd, Wang Quan clenched her hands nervously, her nails digging in her flesh. Unable to look at Su Kong, "That I didn't find anything. There are 3 cameras in the corridor, and one is broken. All I saw was you and Wu Yu coming in and out of the private room." Su Kong chuckled. Why are we so concerned about distinguishing ourselves? Besides, if your mother finds out you lost money, she'll nag you for ages. Chao Qian's cheeks flushed red at his words. What do you mean we? Yet Su Kang's reasoning was valid. If her mother discovered she had lost the money, it would be quite the ordeal. Chao Qian then pulled out the menu, saying, "The items marked are what we've already ordered. Can you take a look?" Su Kang examined the menu and remarked, "Is that all for so many people? Isn't it enough? I don't want to spend your money extravagantly, but it's fine. If I don't spend money, my mother will feel uneasy." The surrounding classmates looked on in astonishment at Su Kang, realizing that his relationship with his mother was quite different. Su Kang added several more dishes, along with beers and soft drinks, that he called Li He, inviting him to join, but Li He expressed his discomfort at dining among a group of students, opting instead for a casual meal. Due to the large number of classmates, they occupied 2 tables, one for the boys drinking and the other for the girls with soft drinks. That Su Kang was concerned whether Wang Nan would feel out of place among the girls. But to his surprise, she quickly began calling everyone sister. That Su Kang, of course, was not exempt from the revelry, and by the end of the gathering, he felt a bit dizzy. As most classmates began to depart, Su Kang decided to call Li He for a ride home. Chapter 54. Su Kang, may I borrow some money? Before long, Li He arrived in his luxury car, and after Su Kang and Wang Nan got in, he rolled down the window, letting the warm evening breeze invigorate them. Suddenly, Su Kang spotted a familiar figure and quickly asked Li He to stop. The girl on the sidewalk quickened her pace, frightened by the sudden halt of the car. "Wang Quan, where do you live? Let me give you a ride." That Su Kang stepped out of the car, saying, "Why are you walking so fast? Afraid I'm a bad person? Hop in." Wang Quan glanced at the luxurious Mercedes-Benz and nervously replied, "No, my home is just ahead." "That won't do. It's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night." Wang Quan seemed to recall some frightening thought, her face paling, but ultimately she got into the car. Upon entering, she shyly greeted Wang Nan, "Hello." Wang Nan, noticing the girl's simple attire and delicate features, smiled and responded, "Hello, Wang Quan. Where do you live?" "Wang Quan, Li Family Village." Li Family Village was an urban village where the rent was relatively cheap, and its residents were mostly workers from rural areas. Su Kang remarked, "Li uncle, turn right at the second traffic light ahead. It's just a few hundred meters from there." He acknowledged and drove on. "Wang Quan, are you going to Kyoto with Teacher Chow and the others tomorrow?" Wang Quan shook her head, replying, "Kyoto is too far. I can't afford the travel expenses." Didn't Chao Qian say that she would cover the travel and accommodation costs? "You don't have to worry about anything," Su Kang encouraged. Wang Quan quietly replied, "I still won't go." Lowering her head once more, Su Kang, observing this shy girl, felt a deep sense of empathy. She reminded him so much of his former self. The only difference was that Qin Wan had lifted him from the mire to the clouds, while Wang Quan was still struggling in the depths. Had it not been for Qin Wan's intervention, he too might have remained as humble as dust. Su Kang refrained from asking Wang Quan why she chose not to go. Instead, he smiled and said, "I recall you were attending university in Jiangxing, right?" "Yes, I scored 562 on the college entrance exam and enrolled in Hebei University." That's wonderful. At least we're in the same city for university." The car gradually came to a stop by the roadside. Su Kang remarked, "Wang Quan, we've arrived." Noticing Wang Quan's hesitation to move, he curiously asked, "Do you have something else to discuss?" "Su Kang, could you take me to the ground floor?" Wang Quan's face reddened as she spoke. Su Kang, feeling awkward, glanced at Wang Nan, who was watching him with a teasing smile. Su Kang chuckled nervously. "That might not be appropriate, ditto." Wang Quan mechanically opened the car door. A look of despondency on her face. Su Kang felt a pang of sympathy and said, "I'll walk you to your door." Seeing that he was the only one left in the car, Li muttered to himself, "I might as well go buy a pack of cigarettes," turned off the engine, and followed them out. Su Kang trailed half a step behind Wang Quan, struggling to find a topic of conversation until they arrived at an old red brick building, where Wang Quan finally paused. "Wang Quan, is this your home?" "Yes," she replied softly. "Then you should go inside. My girlfriend is waiting for me in the car." Su Kang deliberately emphasized girlfriend as he turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he heard Wang Quan's voice calling out, "Su Kang, the cameras in the KV were working well. You saw everything, didn't you?" Su Kang was taken aback. He had thought he was being discreet, yet she had seen through him. Turning around, he saw Wang Quan in the dim light of the street lamp, pulling out a stack of cash from her pocket. "Please return this money to Chao Qian tomorrow and tell her I'm sorry. I'm a bad girl and don't deserve to be your classmate." With that, Wang Quan began to sob. Su Kong gazed at the weeping girl, his mind racing, and gently said, "Let me tell you a story." One day, a high school student, during his physical education class, ventured into the school supermarket and stole a loaf of bread. However, before he could make his escape, he was caught red-handed by the owner. The proprietor insisted on taking the student to his homeroom teacher, a particularly strict educator, and the student was terrified of the repercussions should this incident come to light. He pleaded tearfully with the owner not to inform his teacher. Yet, contrary to his desires, the owner ultimately sought out the homeroom teacher. As the high schooler trembled with fear, anticipating a severe reprimand or even expulsion, Su Kong spoke, his eyes brimming with tears that to his surprise. Instead of anger, the teacher embraced the student tightly, declaring, "My student merely sought to satisfy his hunger. What wrong has he committed?" Su Kong. Wang Quan wept even more loudly, that Su Kong wished to wipe away her tears but restrained himself. Time passed, and eventually, Wang Quan dried her tears and gathered the courage to ask Su Kong, "Su Kong, could you lend me 28,800 yuan?" "Sure, just provide me with a bank account number, and I will transfer it shortly." "Aren't you curious what I need this money for?" "What do you need it for?" Wang Quan looked at Su Kong in disbelief and replied, "You really want to know?" "Oh, then I won't ask." Wang Quan sighed and stated, "My grandmother is ill and requires surgery." "What about your tuition? Is it sufficient?" "I am currently working a summer job and borrowing a bit from relatives. It should be enough." Out of curiosity, Wang Quan inquired, "Aren't you going to ask where my parents are?" Su Kong chuckled, "I'll refrain from asking that. If you wish to share, you will do so in your own time." "Su Kong, you are a good person. Thank you." With that, Wang Quan bowed deeply to "We are all the same." No need for formality. That Su Kong glanced at his watch and said, "I truly must be going. You should head inside now." Wang Quan felt considerably uplifted, nodded, and entered the building. Chapter 55. Frugality is a virtue. Upon returning to the car, Su Kong noticed Wang Nan's eyes were red and curiously asked, "What happened to your eyes?" Wang Nan, taken aback, stammered, "Perhaps it's just the wind after having a drink." "But you hardly drank anything." Su Kong, feeling parched, opened a bottle of beverage that lay on the seat and began to drink heartily. "Why are you drinking the same drink I had? I didn't complain about it." After saying this, Su Kong continued to gulp down the drink. Wang Nan blushed as she watched Su Kang's throat move with each swallow. Li He, responding affirmatively, soon located an ATM, and Su Kong promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Quan based on the account number she provided. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Kong opened his phone to find 99 messages in the QQ class group. Chao Qian was busy posting an invitation for classmates to attend Su Kong's graduation celebration in Kyoto the following day. As Su Kong scrolled through the messages, he noted that while many were discussing it, few were genuinely responding. Kyoto was simply too far away, and even with teacher Chao leading the group, many parents remained apprehensive. Suddenly, a QQ voice call rang through. It was Wang Quan. As soon as Su Kong answered, he heard her exclaim, "Su Kong, why did you transfer me so much? Consider the excess as an advance on your tuition. Do not borrow money from your relatives. Borrowing excessively strips you of dignity and burdens them as well." "Su Kong, thank you. I will repay you with interest," she replied. Su Kong smiled. "Very well. When you graduate and secure a job, you can repay me as you see fit." After ending the call, Su Kong dialed Qianzhou, the person in charge of Hongwei real estate in Daji County. Qian, taken aback by the call, readily agreed to assist Su Kong in renting a minibus. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Kong and his companions gathered their luggage and proceeded to the hotel parking lot. After a brief wait, teacher Chao's family and several classmates arrived. In total, there were 8 students besides teacher Chao's family. Once everyone had gathered, Su Kong quickly called Qianzhou, who assured him that the minibus would arrive shortly. True to his word, a luxurious car accompanied by a minibus soon drove into the parking lot. As Qianzhou emerged from the luxury vehicle, Su Kong curiously asked, "Mr. Qian, are you joining us for the trip to Kyoto?" Qianzhou, with a sheepish smile, replied, "Attending your graduation banquet with my status would merely waste a seat, wouldn't it?" "Then what brings you here?" Su Kong inquired. Qianzhou presented him with a red envelope, saying, "I know that young Su does not lack for money. Yet this is my token of congratulations. May you achieve great success in your studies." Su Kong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the envelope, thanking him for the kind wishes and reciprocating with, "I wish you abundant sales and thriving business." Seeing Su Kong accept the red envelope, Qian Zhong's face flushed with pleasure. Thank you, young Su. You must catch your flight. So I want to keep you. With that, Qian Zhong departed in his luxury car, but Su Kong approached Teacher Chow and said, Teacher Chow, you and Teacher Liang should take the small car. The rest of us will ride in the minibus. Teacher Chow glanced at the luxury vehicle and remarked, Neither Liang nor I are accustomed to such extravagant cars. We would prefer the minibus. That cannot be. The journey is 2.5 hours. You and Teacher Liang are older and should take the smaller car for a chance to rest. Not necessarily. Your generation spends all day on phones and computers. Your stamina might not surpass mine and old Chow's. Retorted Teacher Liang, who was in high spirits today, having purchased several new outfits with Teacher Chow just yesterday. She wore a cream-colored blouse, carrying the new bag Su Kong gifted her, looking particularly vibrant. Let us not get caught up in formality. Everyone should just take the minibus, interjected Chao Qian. He, observing everyone boarding the minibus, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of a luxury vehicle being outshone by a minibus. Throughout the journey, Teacher Chow was elated, for he had long dreamed of visiting Kyoto, yet had been thwarted by various reasons each time he wished to go. Clearing his throat, he announced, Students, I have a question for you. Seriously, Teacher Chow? We've already graduated, and you still want to quiz us? Will you exclaim dramatically? Teacher Chow chuckled. This is a general knowledge question pertaining to Kyoto. Can you tell me which ancient dynasties designated Kyoto as their capital? The Ming and Qing dynasties did, came one response. The Yuan dynasty did too, added another. The Song dynasty, if I recall correctly, also did, right? Zhang Darren, are you daft? The capital of the Song dynasty was Bianliang, da Wu Yu. You were the clever one. If you were so bright, why did you only score in the 90s for math? And your English score was only in the 80s. Among us, you had the lowest score. But my total score is still higher than yours. What does that matter? We both applied to the same school. Their playful banter elicited waves of laughter throughout the minibus upon arriving at the airport. Li returned the luxury vehicle to staff from the Jiangqing branch. The group collected their boarding passes and completed the necessary check-in procedures. Their flight was scheduled for 12:30 p.m. Su Kong treated everyone to a light meal in the waiting area. After they finished eating, Teacher Chow, holding his ticket, queried, Su Kong, why are my ticket and Teacher Liang's different from yours? Oh, you and Teacher Liang are in business class. The rest of us are in economy. That isn't business class a bit more expensive? Not by much. It's fairly comparable to, in a way, you and Xiaowang should sit there. Teacher, tickets are not like bus tickets. You can't just swap them around. Who says you can't change seats? A middle-aged balding man seated nearby chimed in. How about this? I'll offer you 5,000 yuan for your business class seat. Su Kong frowned slightly, responding, I'm sorry, my teacher has back issues .8,000. Young man, you should be grateful. This is&T about the money. Su Kong asserted that I'll switch. Teacher Chow interjected, pulling Su Kong aside and addressing the middle-aged man. Do you want another business class seat? Yes. Do you have another? Teacher Chow asked. The middle-aged man produced 16,000 yuan in cash from his bag, stating, I'll take both. Wang Nan watched Su Kong, who resembled a schoolboy being scolded by a teacher, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 56. Which Kyoto Grand Hotel, as they arrived at the baggage claim area, Su Kong unexpectedly encountered the middle-aged man once more, seeing that the man had recognized him. Teacher Chow greeted him. Hello, what a coincidence. The man, surprised, responded, Hello, I didn't expect to see you again. Beside him stood a woman in her 30s, dressed in high-end attire, clearly of considerable means, who curiously asked, Mr. Liu, who is he? Is he also here for Mr. Qin's son's graduation banquet? I don't know him. We merely swapped business class tickets in Jiangqing. They waited for their luggage. Mr. Liu continued to chat with Teacher Chow. Are you here for a trip to Kyoto? Sort of. After attending my student's graduation banquet tomorrow, we plan to explore Kyoto. Teacher Chow replied, Lu smiled. Flying from Jiangqing to Kyoto for a graduation banquet shows your dedication. Teacher Chow glanced at Su Kong and proudly remarked, Indeed, this student is the most hard-working I have ever seen. You appear to be quite the businessman. Have you come to Kyoto for business discussions? Ah, I too am here to attend a graduation banquet. What a coincidence, the woman scoffed, remarking, Coincidence? Hardly. The graduation banquet we are attending requires an invitation. Do you possess one? Noticing Chow Bin's silence, she added, Thus, the graduation banquet our General Liu speaks of is entirely different from the one you refer to. Su Kong, your suitcase, Chao Qian suddenly called out during Chao Bin's moment of silence. That coming. Su Kong quickly moved towards Chao Qian. Both Lu Zhuang and the woman were taken aback, watching Su Kang's retreating figure, and inquired, "Is this student named Su Kong?" Chao Bin, puzzled, replied, "Yes, why? How could the son of General Qin possibly fetch his own suitcase? He appears utterly unremarkable, like an ordinary passerby." Lu Zhuang chuckled, after retrieving the suitcase. Chao Bin and Lu Zhuang led the way towards the airport exit, engaging in lively conversation. Liang Li had intended to chat with the woman accompanying Lu Zhuang, but seeing her haughty demeanor, she decided against it and lagged behind, mingling with the students instead. Feeling neglected as Lu Zhuang continued conversing with Chao Bin, the woman provocatively asked, "General Lu, how many attendees do you expect at tomorrow's graduation banquet?" "I've heard over 800 tables will be set, filled with either business elites or political magnates. Someone like me would merely be a commoner among them. What should I wear tomorrow? Is that purple evening gown too gaudy?" "You may choose for yourself," he replied nonchalantly. The woman cast a flirtatious glance, saying, "If I dress attractively, it only enhances your stature." That Liu Zhuang had indeed brought her along with such intentions, recognizing that beautiful women are a rare asset. Serving as a testament to a man's prowess, he chuckled, "Very well. I'll take you shopping this evening, so you can purchase a few outfits." The woman beamed. "Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly outshine everyone, leaving those affluent ladies of Kyoto in the shadows." Unconsciously, Lu Zhuang glanced at Wang Nan, realizing that in terms of beauty, she might not compare to this girl. By the way, General Lu, there is a welcome dinner hosted by General Qin at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tonight. We should hurry to the mall, lest we miss the evening's banquet. That I've heard General Qin has other engagements tonight and won't be attending the banquet, that there's no need for us to rush." Lu Zhuang casually remarked. Chao Bin, who had been silent until now, suddenly recalled the Kyoto Grand Hotel and asked Su Kong, "Su Kong, aren't we also staying at the Kyoto Grand Hotel tonight?" "Yes, it's all arranged," came the reply. To Liu Zhuang, astonished, turned to Gao Bin. "You mean you're staying at the Kyoto Grand Hotel?" "Indeed. Are you staying there as well?" "Yes, it's arranged by General Qin." "How did you manage to secure a room there?" "Wasn't the hotel booked by General Qin?" The woman interjected. "Could it be that there are two Kyoto Grand Hotels?" Lu Zhuang replied uncertainly, "I don't know. I've only heard of one, but perhaps there are others." Lu Zhuang cautiously asked Gao Bin, "May I inquire which Kyoto Grand Hotel you are staying at?" "There's only one Kyoto Grand Hotel, located on Fengxi Road," Wang Nan stated flatly. That Liu Zhuang and the woman were both taken aback, and he suddenly considered a rather absurd, yet seemingly plausible possibility. The unremarkable Su Kong before him might indeed be the genuine Su Kong. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed the young man looking ahead and joyfully exclaiming, "Mom, Uncle Lin, you're here." Chapter 57. Not a graduation banquet, but a thank-you feast. Lu Zhuang and the woman turned their gaze towards the entrance, where they spotted Qin Wan standing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited the arrival of familiar faces, her face lighting up with a joyful smile upon seeing them. "Teacher Chao, Teacher Liang, it's been a while. Welcome to Kyoto." Qin Wan extended her hand, greeting Chao Bin and Liang Li warmly. Following closely behind, Lin Yongjin added, "Teacher Chao, Teacher Liang, welcome to Kyoto. I am Su Kang's stepfather, Lin Yongjin." That he too reached out to shake hands with Chao Bin and Liang Li. It was the first time Chao Bin's family had met Su Kang's stepfather, and noticing his scholarly demeanor with glasses, they inquired, "You must be an academic." Lin Yongjin chuckled, "I wouldn't say an academic. Like you, I am merely an educator." Su Kang chimed in, "Uncle Lin is a professor at Kyoto University. As a dedicated educator." Chao Bin held a certain reverence for intellectuals with advanced degrees that he grasped Lin Yongjin's hand firmly, saying, "Professor Lin, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've long admired your work." That Su Kang felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing this was the first time he had heard Lin Yongjin's name. Yet here was someone claiming to have admired him. "Mom, I truly appreciate your help this time. Initially, we had only planned for our family of 3 to come, but now we've brought along 8 students." Liang Li said apologetically. Qin Wan replied with a smile, "The more, the merrier. I was worried you might not come in sufficient numbers," observing that Qin Wan had not noticed him for an extended period. Lu Zhuang interjected, "General Qin, it's been a while." Surprised at the sound of Lu Zhuang's voice, Qin Wan replied, "General Lu, what a pleasant surprise. Are you on the same flight as my son?" Lu Zhuang chuckled bashfully. Yes, we crossed paths several times. I didn't realize he was the guest of honor at tomorrow's banquet. What a coincidence. However, tomorrow is actually a thank you feast for Xiao Kong, not a graduation banquet. Lu Zhuang looked at Qin Wan, puzzled. Is there a difference? She glanced at Xiao Bin and smiled. If Teacher Qiao is present, it becomes a thank you feast for Xiao Kong. Had he not come, it would have been a graduation banquet. Stunned, Lu Zhuang stood there, pondering how highly regarded this teacher must be in General Qin's eyes. Noticing Lu Zhuang still standing there, Qin Wan added, General Lu, thank you for attending my son's thank you feast tomorrow. I have already arranged rooms and the banquet at the Kyoto Grand Hotel through Zhao Rong, that you've traveled far. You may rest now, Dado. Thank you, General Qin, that I shall make my way there, he responded. After Lu Zhuang and his companion departed, Qin Wan turned to Qiao Bin and said, Teacher Qiao, let us go. I have arranged a dinner in my home. That I asked Qin Wan, and Lin Yongjian led the group toward the parking lot. Wu Yu approached Su Kong, asking, was that man who looked like a big boss also here for your graduation? Thank you feast? I suppose so. Why do you ask? I just found that woman insufferable. Acting so proud, only to shrink back once she learned your identity. People like that deserve it, Wu Yu. Why are you acting like a rebellious youth? Chao Qian retorted disapprovingly. Wu Yu chuckled softly and whispered something into Chao Qian's ear, while glancing at Su Kong and Wang Nan. After hearing this, Chao Qian's face flushed, and she pushed Wu Yu away, saying, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm ignoring you. Wu Yu shrugged it off and approached Su Kong, asking, Su Kong, since your family is so wealthy, do you have your own car? Yes, my second uncle gifted me a car. Zhang Darren, a seasoned car enthusiast, eagerly approached Su Kong, asking, Su Kong, what kind of car did your uncle give you? Is it a BBA? Su Kong pointed to a silver Maserati ahead, replying, that one. Wow, a Volkswagen CC. No, the silver one. Oh my. Zhang Darren sprinted over, circling Su Kang's Maserati several times, asking Su Kong, is this Maserati yours? Yes. Zhang Darren whipped out his phone, snapping multiple pictures with the car. Other students gathered around as well, with Chao Qian circling the vehicle, asking Su Kong, how much did this car cost? Su Kong scratched his head, saying, it was a gift from my second uncle. I really don't know the price. This car is over $1 million. Zhang Darren, spotting other luxury cars nearby, grew even more excited, while a Range Rover, a Lamborghini, a Bentley Bentayga, a Maybach S680, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wu Yu exclaimed incredulously, you recognize all these cars? Of course. Who do you think I am? This is Kyoto. After all, one parking lot holds so many luxury cars. Each of these cars costs several million. If I could just sit in one for a while, it would be worth a lifetime. Just as Zhang Darren finished speaking, the drivers of the luxury cars began exiting their vehicles. They called out to Qin Wan. General Qin. Qin Wan nodded at the drivers, instructing, please assist in loading the luggage into the cars. Liang Li, unable to believe her eyes, asked Su Kang's mother, do all these luxury cars belong to you? Oh, it's nothing much. Just a means of transportation. Though this Range Rover is the least expensive, I've been using it for 4 or 5 years. I've grown accustomed to it and feel odd in other cars. Qin Wan spoke lightly, yet her words left those from small towns utterly astonished. Qin Wan personally opened the rear door of the Range Rover, saying, Teacher Liang, Teacher Chao, please get in. Chao Bin and Liang Li were somewhat taken aback as they settled into the car, exclaiming, Su Kang's mother, there's no need for such formality. Qin Wan, observing the other students curiously gathered around the luxurious vehicles, called out, classmates, feel free to choose whichever car you wish to ride in. Zhang Darren, eager to seize the moment, shouted, step aside, everyone. I wish to ride in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. To which someone remarked, Zhang Darren, didn't you say that if you were to sit in these luxury cars, you would feel like you've achieved everything in this lifetime? Zhang replied, no, I want to feel that way in my next life, and in the one after that. The group erupted in joyful laughter. On the road, Su Kong and Wang Nan occupied the back seat of a Maserati. Noticing the fatigue etched on Wang Nan's face, Su Kong expressed his concern, saying, you've endured quite a bit these past few days traveling with me. I appreciate your efforts. Wang Nan smiled gently, grasping Su Kang's hand, and replied, compared to the hardships you've faced in the past, this is nothing. Su Kong, taken aback, inquired, who told you about my past? Wang Nan shook her head and explained, I overheard the story you shared with Wang Quan last night. That Su Kong feigned annoyance, saying that it's not fair. You don't trust me, do you? Do you think something might happen between me and her? He added, I was merely thirsty and happened to walk by. Upon seeing Su Kang's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she turned to stare out the window, muttering, I'm ignoring you now. Su Kang chuckled. All right, I am a person of principles and boundaries. I wouldn't engage in anything improper. Wang Tao mentioned that many affluent young ladies would be coming to meet Su Kang the following day, asserting that some might be more accomplished and attractive than Wang Nan, yet she felt no anxiety. Why is that? Su Kang asked with a smile. Because you are different from the other rich second-generation heirs in Kyoto. Su Kang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but grin with pride. Approximately an hour later, a fleet of luxury cars arrived at the grand villa of the Qin family. My heavens, such a magnificent villa, Wu Yu exclaimed, eagerly disembarking from the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She called out to the interior, Chao Qian, come see this. I have never encountered such opulence in my life. Chao Qian followed suit, cautioning, keep your voice down, Wu Yu giggled. Pulling out her phone, Chao Qian, come here. Let us take a selfie. Others began to exit the vehicles as well. Another girl chiming in, I want to take a picture too. Seeing them frolicking on the lawn, Teacher Chao gently admonished, be careful not to trample the flowers and plants in the yard. Qin Wan laughed, it's all right, as long as the students are having fun. There's a game room on the 4th floor with computers and billiards. Boys who enjoy gaming can head there. The boys cheered excitedly. Su Kang noticed Jean Derun still lingering in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and teased, Jean Derun, are you planning to live in the car? Jean Derun responded, Su Kang, you have your own car now. Surely you must have your driver's license. Why don't you take us for a spin tonight? Su Kang replied, I haven't received my driver's license yet. If you want to ride, I can arrange for someone else to take you. Really? Jean Derun exclaimed. Why would I deceive you? But you'll have to cover the gas expenses. How much? Jean Derun inquired. I'll give you a discounted rate of 200 for a ride, Su Kang stated. Jean Derun triumphantly pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash, declaring, I want to experience each of these luxury cars. The group burst into laughter at his exuberance. Chapter 58. Finally able to leave this home after taking the group of boys to the game room on the 4th floor, Su Kang returned downstairs. Passing by the 2nd floor, he noticed Lin Yi's door was once again closed, leaving him uncertain of her activities. Meanwhile, the girls were busy taking photographs throughout the house, even sneaking into the kitchen to capture images of the ingredients as the cook prepared meals. This was Wang Nan's first visit to Su Kang's home as well, and she marveled at the house's decor, thinking that although her family also lived in a villa, it paled in comparison to this one. Qin Wan and Lin Yongjian were chatting with Teacher Chao and his wife in the main hall on the 1st floor. However, after witnessing the Qin family's wealth, Teacher Chao and his wife felt somewhat out of place. When Su Kang descended, he joined Wang Nan on the sofa beside Teacher Chao. Su Kang, aren't you going to join them in the game room? Liang Li asked curiously. Su Kang replied, Oh, I don't particularly enjoy playing those games. However, my sister, Lin Yi, loves them and often plays alone at home. Teacher Chao chuckled. This child is quite worry-free at this age. It's best if they avoid video games. Their self-control is too weak, and they can easily become addicted and neglect their studies. To be honest, Teacher Chao, I'm considering sending my daughter to your class. I hope you can help cultivate another Su Kang, Lin Yongjin remarked. Qin Wan and I have hired numerous private tutors for her, yet to no avail. The key issue is that we cannot reprimand her. The moment we do, she throws a tantrum. Lin Yongjian chuckled. Teacher Chao understood that Lin Yongjian was merely being polite. After all, he was far away in Hebei province, and it seemed unlikely that they would truly send their daughter that far for school. However, Qin Wan's eyes lit up at the prospect, growing increasingly enthusiastic as she said, I think that's actually a feasible idea. Turning to Teacher Chao, she proposed, Teacher Chao, my daughter Lin Yi will be entering the 3rd year of junior high after summer. I plan to find her a school in Daji County, and she can live with you. I will cover her living expenses, and you can help guide her for a year. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chao realized that Qin Wan was serious. That he looked toward Liang Li, silently questioning what they should do. Liang Li, sensing his hesitation, said, Su Kang's mother, both Lao Chao and I come from small counties. Your daughter may not readily accept our discipline. You can scold her, hit her, or even starve her. Lao Lin and I will not intervene. Liang Li added with an awkward smile that we now advocate for quality education. And corporal punishment can cause irreversible trauma to a child. We no longer support such methods. Lin Yongjian, initially worried that Lin Yi might be mistreated, felt reassured by Liang Li's words and stated, "Teacher Liang, Teacher Chow, since we are entrusting our child to you, we must have faith in you that we are not asking for a significant improvement in her grades. We merely hope she learns the hardships of life and curbs her spoiled temperament." Exchanging glances, Liang Li and Teacher Chow realized they could not refuse. Teacher Chow finally said, "All right then, Liang Li, and I will give it a try." Coincidentally, Liang Li will be teaching the third-year students in the second half of the year. Su Kong, somewhat incredulous, exclaimed, "Mom, you're really handing Lin Yi over to Teacher Chow. Will she agree?" Qin Wan replied, "She must agree. Whether she likes it or not, it's not up to her." Lin Yongjian rose to say, "I'll go call Yi down." He then ascended to the third floor. Moments later, Lin Yi descended, wearing an expression of impatience as she followed Lin Yongjian downstairs. Liang Li, glancing at Lin Yi's multicolored hair, felt a pang of regret, sensing that this child would be challenging to manage to Yi. "This is Su Kang's teacher, Teacher Chow, and Teacher Liang. Please greet them," Lin Yongjian instructed. "Hello," Lin Yi replied dismissively. Yi. "After summer vacation, your father and I have decided to send you to study with Teacher Xiao." As soon as Qin Wan finished her sentence, Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Really?" The others were momentarily taken aback, surprised by her unexpected enthusiasm. "Of course, it's true," Qin Wan affirmed. Lin Yi leaped for joy, exclaiming, "Yay, I can finally leave this home." Qin Wan and Lin Yongjian's faces turned dark with displeasure at her reaction. During dinner, everyone gathered around a large table laden with dishes. The cook, usually preparing simple home-cooked meals, had gone all out for their guests, presenting over 20 dishes that showcased a variety of regional cuisines. All beautifully prepared and aromatic. Lin Yongjian produced a bottle of cherished red wine and Maotai liquor. The three boys who could drink eagerly participated, while even the two who typically abstained were keen to sample the Maotai. Liang Li and the three girls, who usually did not drink, found it hard to refuse after Qin Wan's insistence and ended up having a bit as well. Little did they know. Whether it was Maotai or red wine, a single bottle equated to the price of an entire house in their county. After about 10 minutes of dining, Lin Yi finally finished her game and joined the table. Upon seeing her hairstyle, Zhang Derun's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Qin Ling Yu." Lin Yi looked at Zhang Derun in surprise and remarked, "Oh, you have quite an eye for detail." The others were left puzzled, and Su Kong, sitting beside Zhang Derun, curiously asked, "What does that name mean?" "Qin Ling Yu is a character from a Japanese anime. Your sister's hairstyle is exactly like hers." Zhang explained that we're from the same dimension. They wouldn't understand. Lin Yi felt she had found a kindred spirit. Zhang Derun, feeling the attention of the group, awkwardly buried his head in his meal. Just as dinner concluded, Qin Wan received a phone call from Zhao Rong, who was in charge of the reception at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Upon answering, Qin Wan's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal, and she calmly stated, "I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, she turned to Teacher Chow, saying, "Teacher Chow, shall we head to the hotel now?" Teacher Chow, having endured a long day of travel and consumed quite a bit that evening, was eager to retire for the night and readily agreed that he drove his Maserati, escorting Su Kong and Wang Nan to the entrance of the community. As Su Kong alighted, he helped retrieve Wang Nan's suitcase, stating, "Let's go. I shall see you to your doorstep today." Wang Nan smiled faintly. "Why didn't you bring me home before?" Su Kong, one hand grasping the suitcase and the other holding Wang Nan's, replied, I was rather timid back then. Afraid your family might see us. And now you're no longer afraid? We are betrothed, after all, legally protected. I fear nothing." Who says that betrothal is legally binding? It only counts if you have a marriage certificate. Wang Nan laughed lightly. Chapter 59. You need to put in more effort. Wang Nan halted before a 3-story villa, gazing at the darkened house, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. She took the suitcase from Su Kang's hands. Forcing a smile, "I've arrived home." That Su Kong, observing the shadowy house ahead, inquired curiously, "Isn't anyone home?" "There should be," Wang Nan replied. "How about coming to my place for the night?" Under the moonlight, the girl's face flushed crimson, resembling clouds aglow in the sunset. Wang Nan murmured in a voice as faint as a whisper, "Isn't that a bit too hasty? Come on, I have plenty of vacant rooms at my place." It seems I misinterpreted. Wang Nan, blushing, allowed Su Kong to lead her out of the community. "Wang Nan will be staying at my home tonight." He noticed Wang Nan's bowed head and flushed cheeks. Responding with a chuckle, Uncle Lin, since there's no one at Wang Nan's house, I invited her to stay over. Lin Yongjian chuckled softly, discreetly giving Su Kong a thumbs up. Wang Nan, coincidentally, there's an empty room adjacent to Su Kong's, albeit smaller and lacking an independent bathroom. What do you think? Wang Nan softly acknowledged. Isn't there? Su Kong began, but Lin Yongjian coughed twice to interrupt him. Realizing Lin Yongjian's subtle signaling, Su Kong understood the deliberate arrangement. The ants swiftly tidied up the vacant room next to Su Kong's, adorning it with fresh linens and bedding. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Kong suggested, Wang Nan, you can use my bathroom. Wang Nan retrieved clean undergarments from her suitcase and, noticing Su Kong still lingering at the door, blushed. Aren't you going out yet? Su Kang's face turned red as he hurried downstairs. Mom, is everything ready on your end? Yes, Teacher Chow and his team have all checked into their hotel rooms. Qinwan asked as she spotted Su Kong seated on the living room sofa. Why are you still sitting here? Aren't you going to rest? Wang Nan is showering in my room, Su Kong replied shyly. Su Kang's face reddened as he exclaimed, What nonsense. Wang Nan and I are serious. He stood abruptly, his face flushed. Mom, please don't tarnish the girl's reputation. We have 3 separate rooms. Seeing that Qinwan still looked skeptical, he helplessly asked, Mom, do you think I'm that kind of person? You weren't before, but who knows now? Qinwan remarked, finding Su Kang's urgency rather endearing. She wouldn't be sharing a room with you tonight. Right. There's still that empty room next to mine without an independent bathroom. She'll be staying there. You clever boy. You even managed to arrange that room for her. That was Uncle Lin's doing. Qinwan laughed. Wang Nan, will you be staying just for tonight? Or are you considering a longer stay? Wang Nan blushed and, fearing Qinwan might think less of her, replied, Just for tonight. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Qinwan, observing Wang Nan's bashful demeanor, smiled and said no more. By the way, Su Kong, yesterday, Masterly noticed some issues with your Maserati and took it to the repair shop early this morning. It may take a few days. That if you need a car in the meantime, you can use the Rolls-Royce. Qinwan added casually, and Lin, you'll be home today, right? Keep an eye on Lin. Don't let her wander off. Lin Yongjian looked up sharply at Qinwan, but she maintained her calm demeanor. What about Su Kong and Wang Nan? They are with me. All right, I'll look after things here. You all be careful. Lin Yongjian sighed. Mom, is something going on? Su Kong asked anxiously. Nothing to worry about. Just go about your day and don't overthink it. After finishing her porridge, Qinwan set down her bowl and chopsticks. Addressing Wang Nan, come with me for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Wang Nan looked questioningly at Su Kong, who merely shrugged. Reluctantly, she followed Qinwan to a secluded corner. Once they were out of earshot, Su Kong whispered to Lin Yongjian, Uncle Lin, is there any danger concerning my graduation banquet today? Don't think too much. Just heed your mother's words at the event. Trust her, Lin Yongjian sighed. Your mother has always handled such matters well. Every time, she has turned crises into opportunities, expanding her business significantly that I've never been much help. She has shouldered it all. That Su Kong felt a pang of emotion. How much hardship must his mother have endured to build such a legacy? After a brief conversation with Wang Nan, Qinwan returned to Su Kong, saying, Let us go. We're heading to the Kyoto Grand Hotel now. Arriving at the garage, Su Kong indeed found his Maserati absent, that he and Wang Nan climbed into Qinwan's Range Rover, and just as they exited the gate, they noticed a convoy of 3 luxury cars ahead. Su Kong had never seen Qinwan leave in such a manner, which filled him with unease. Throughout the journey, numerous acquaintances greeted Qinwan, to which she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Su Jinjian, Chen Yurong, and several younger members of the Su family were already present, and thankfully, with the family's numbers, the entire venue was well organized as Su Kong approached the elder members of the Su family to exchange greetings. Ever since he represented Icon Group in signing the agreement with Shufeng Real Estate, he has become particularly favored within the Su household, as he is someone who can help expand their fortunes without coveting a share for himself, a quality that is universally appreciated. After a short while, Chao Bin and Liang Li descended with 9 students in tow. Today, Teacher Chao had meticulously styled his hair, just enough to conceal his receding hairline, while his white shirt was tucked neatly into his trousers, complemented by the belt Su Kong had gifted him, making him resemble a figure of authority. Teacher Liang, adorned with light makeup and wearing a flowing dress, held onto the Chanel bag Su Kong had presented to her. Transforming her appearance remarkably, Su Kong approached them with a smile, remarking, Today, Teachers Chao and Liang look at least 20 years younger. Chao Chin chuckled this morning in an effort to look presentable for my father. Who knows how much time my mother spent on it. He even wore a displeased expression. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss just for a meal? What was that ridiculous stuff she was applying to my face? Chao Bin grumbled. I was wondering why Teacher Chao's face looked so pale today. Turns out it's all thanks to Teacher Liang, Su Kong commented, causing Liang Li to stifle a giggle behind her hand. Su Jinjin approached, inquiring, Xiao Kong, is this Teacher Chao? Yes, indeed, Su Kong responded, turning to introduce, Teacher Chao, this is my grandfather. Upon seeing Su Jinjian, Chao Bin's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. You're Su Jinjian, right? Oh my. I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. Su Jinjian laughed heartily. Teacher Chao, the Su family is grateful to you for nurturing such an outstanding grandson. Chao Bin, feeling bashful, replied, Oh, not at all. Your grandson Su Kong is inherently remarkable. He then turned to Su Kong, saying, Su Kong, your grandfather is Su Jinjian. Why have you never mentioned it? Su Kong scratched his head. I thought you already knew that I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know if you don't say? At that moment, Qin Wan was engaged in conversation with someone nearby. Upon seeing the teachers descend, she quickly approached, smiling. Teacher Chao, your appearance today must have taken Teacher Liang quite some effort. Liang Li laughed. If I didn't make an effort, I'd end up looking like a little old man. The other business magnates were intrigued, wondering why a middle-aged man required the joint reception of Qin Wan and Su Jinjian. Speculating about his identity, Liu Zhuang cleared his throat with satisfaction and proclaimed to those around him, This gentleman is Su Kang's high school homeroom teacher. When Su Kang was an orphan, he relied on his homeroom teacher's assistance to achieve his current status. Therefore, as Qin Zong has stated, if Teacher Chao had not attended, today would merely be a graduation banquet. With his presence, it transforms into a teacher's appreciation banquet. This is Qin Zong's exact wording. Curiosity piqued. The crowd asked how he knew such specifics. Hence, Lu Zhuang animatedly recounted their airport encounter, how they felt an instant connection, and how difficult it was to part, leaving the assembly of magnates utterly astonished. In Chapter 61, Zhao Li inquired with a gossip-laden expression as Wang Nan approached. Wang Nan, I heard you went to that small county with Su Kong. Yes, I attended his homeroom teacher's daughter's graduation banquet. What's it to you? Wang Nan replied. Zhao Li's face lit up with excitement. Did you spend the night with him? Wang Nan blushed. What are you thinking? We had separate rooms. Zhao Li eyed Wang Nan skeptically. I find that hard to believe. Such a wonderful opportunity, and you let it slip away? Wang Nan, her expression stern, retorted, I'm done talking to you. Instead of indulging in gossip, perhaps you should find yourself a partner. Zhao Li chuckled. How about you let me have Su Kong, since you two are not involved? Wang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. You truly are the most shameless person in the capital. How could I be friends with someone like you? Zhao Li laughed heartily, unfazed by Wang Nan's irritation, and leaned closer, whispering, You should be wary of Luan Xin from the Lu family and Xin Wan from the Xin family. They harbor genuine animosity towards you. Wang Nan, perplexed, responded, But I don't even know them. With a top-tier young master like Su Kong, which young lady in the capital wouldn't feel envious? You're merely benefiting from a childhood engagement, taking advantage of the situation. Moreover what? Ever since your grandfather passed away, your family has been on a decline, which emboldens them to plot against you. Wang Nan's heart sank at Zhao Li's words. They rang too true. If the Wang family still held their former stature, how could they dare to harbor such thoughts? A realization dawned upon her, and she smiled softly. Aren't you concerned? Why the smile? My support doesn't come from the Wang family. Then from where? I won't tell you, lest your big mouth spread it around, and soon the entire capital will know. Zhao Li frowned. Is that how you speak to friends? Just then, Wang Nan's mother, Kaian, adorned in jewels and accompanied by a 10-year-old boy, approached. Zhao Li greeted, Hello, Aunt Kai. Kaian, upon spotting Zhao Li, exclaimed, So you were with Zhao Li last night? Why didn't you inform us at home? Realizing her slip, Kaian nervously glanced around at Zhao Li's friends and quickly added, At home, I made a mistake. Wang Hui, still a child, blurted out, Mom, that's not true. You just said sister was too foolish to stay out all night, letting the Su family. Before Wang Hui could finish, Kaian covered his mouth. Scolding, children say the silliest things. Everyone turned to Wang Nan, pondering why she had stayed out all night. Wang Nan, her complexion darkening, snapped, Mind your own business, before turning to leave. Kyan, feeling uneasy, followed Wang Nan until they reached a secluded corner, where she inquired, Wang Nan, where did you go last night? Why didn't you answer your phone? Wang Nan looked at Kyan's worried expression and thought to herself, how nice it would be if she genuinely cared for me. Unfortunately, she only feared being abandoned by Su Kong, which would jeopardize the Wang family's aspirations to align themselves with the Su and Qin families. Fearing her own lavish lifestyle might vanish, that a chill ran through Wang Nan as she replied coolly, I got home around 9 last night. Where were you? Kyan, flustered, glanced around and, seeing Su Kong approaching, quickly bent down to whisper in Wang Nan's ear, stop crying. Su Kong is coming. That's Su Kong, unfamiliar with Kyan, noted her resemblance to Wang Nan and surmised she must be Wang Nan's mother. Kyan awkwardly stood up and said, Xiao Kong, I'm Wang Nan's mother. She's feeling a bit down, and I'm comforting her. Understanding that Wang Nan's family was indifferent towards her, Su Kong recognized that her current distress was likely due to her mother's influence, but he gently lifted Wang Nan's chin. Noticing her hair and tears were tangled together, and felt a pang of sympathy that as he tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear, he reassured her, all right, no more tears. There are so many people watching. Wang Nan gazed at the young man before her, warmth flooding her heart as she whispered, Su Kong, why are you so kind? You are my betrothed, promised since childhood, Su Kong replied, wiping away her tears. Now, no more tears. Your face is all smeared. Kyan, initially anxious, felt a slight relief upon witnessing the bond between Su Kong and Wang Nan, though she still wondered where Wang Nan had been the previous night. Su Kong took Wang Nan's hand and stood, saying, Aunt, I'll take Wang Nan to the restroom for a moment. All right. Kyan watched Su Kong, supporting Wang Nan as they walked away, feeling a pang of envy at the tenderness shown, reminiscing about when her own partner had been so gentle. After washing her face in the restroom, with damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, Su Kong noticed Wang Nan appeared significantly better and asked, What made you cry just now? Did your mom say something? Wang Nan sighed. She asked where I was last night. Isn't that a sign of concern? Concern. She fears I was out misbehaving, worried you might find out and abandon me. If that happens, the Wang family's dreams of aligning with the Su and Qin families would shatter. Why not just tell her you stayed at my place? Why are you crying again? Su Kong quickly pulled out 2 tissues, gently dabbing her tears while saying, Well, you have me with you now. Wang Nan looked up at Su Kong, asking softly, Will you always stay by my side? Su Kong smiled, Yes, I will always be here with you. In Chapter 62, Su Kong inquired curiously, What is you so elated? Oh, just another girl infatuated with a celebrity. She replied, That's Su Kong. Wang Nan, aren't you going to get autographs? Wu Yu's mind momentarily blanked when she realized she had just called them sister-in-law and cousin. Su Jiaying approached, playfully tugging at Su Kang's ear, saying, I've told you several times it's sister, not cousin. That sounds so distant, sister. I was wrong. Su Kong exclaimed, Will you do it again? I won't. All right, your girlfriend is here. You should be more mindful of her feelings. Lu Wen smiled and said that Su Jiaying released her grip and addressed Wang Nan. Xiao Nan, if he misbehaves in the future, just use this trick. Wang Nan laughed so hard that her eyes squinted. Su Kong rubbed his ears and inquired, Sister-in-law, do you have any signed photos or anything? I'd like to share a few with my classmates. Noticing Wu Yu standing dazedly to the side, Lu Wen remarked, This must be your classmate. Upon seeing Su Kong nod, she extended her hand and said, Hello, I am Lu Wen. Su Kang's sister-in-law. Wu Yu excitedly shook Lu Wen's hand and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Wu Yu. Su Jiaying reached out, ready to introduce herself, but Wu Yu suddenly turned and ran off, shouting, Chao Qian, come quickly, I just shook hands with a big star. Su Kong, feeling exasperated, turned to the astonished duo and remarked, Well, she is from a small place and has never seen a big star before. She's just too excited. The group chuckled as they watched Wu Yu's retreating figure. Hey, Su Kong, a woman with gold-rimmed glasses and an ageless beauty approached. Not recognizing her and fearing Wang Nan might misunderstand, Su Kong quickly asked, May I ask who you are? Zhong Ling, Wang Tao's wife. Oh, hello, sister-in-law. Su Kong gazed at Zhong Ling in astonishment, never expecting Wang Tao's wife to be so beautiful, especially since he was cheating. That Su Kong smiled and said, I had dinner with Brother Tao just yesterday in Daji County. Congratulations, he got promoted again. Zhong Ling sighed, with this promotion, I have to drag the whole family along to Jiangxing. That Su Jiaying interjected, then why not just stay in Kyoto? You have a job after all. Why always accommodate that fat Wang? You don't know Wang Tao, do you? I can't trust him to be alone in Jiangcheng. That Su Jiaying huffed. No man is worth trusting. She turned to Wang Nan and cautioned, Wang Nan, you must keep a close eye on Su Kong. Dante let him go astray. What has that got to do with me? Wang Nan laughed. Su Kong is different, see? My Wang Nan understands me, Su Kong said, and the others laughed at his shamelessness. In this day and age, who still takes childhood betrothals seriously? As Xinwan walked over, chatting with 3 or 4 girls behind her, she smiled at Su Kong and said, Su Kong, let me introduce myself. I am Xinwan, Xin Yiming's daughter. This is Lu Wanxin, and this one is... Su Kong furrowed his brow and interrupted. What do you want from me? Just to make friends, she replied that no thanks. The group was taken aback by Su Kang's abrupt rejection. Momentarily frozen in awkwardness, Lu Wen and her companions found the noble young ladies vying for attention like schoolgirls quite uncomfortable, so they greeted and departed to Su Kong, holding Wang Nan's hand, intended to leave as well, but was blocked by Xinwan. What else do you want? Xinwan wore a pitiful expression and said, Su Gongzi, do you see how we measure up to Wang Nan? You should at least give us a chance to get to know you. Su Kong sidestepped and took Wang Nan's hand, stating, let us go elsewhere. Xinwan, seeing Su Kong ignore her, became furious but dared not offend him, so she shouted at Wang Nan, with your family's poor conditions. What makes you think you can marry into the Su family? Xinwan, perhaps we should just let it go. With Su Kong protecting Wang Nan, we have no way to proceed, Lu Wanxin suggested. I just heard some dirt on Wang Nan, a bespectacled girl chimed in. What dirt? Wang Nan didn't come home last night. No one knows where she went. Really? Xinwan's eyes lit up, but she quickly became suspicious. I spent a fortune investigating Wang Nan before. Her father is a mess, but her personal life is quite clean. How reliable is your information? Absolutely true. It was Wang Nan's mother and brother who let it slip, and many heard it. Xinwan laughed joyfully. I never expected you, Four Eyes, to be so useful at a crucial moment. Once we ruin Wang Nan, we'll all rise based on our merits. The noble young ladies of Kyoto exchanged plans for a breakup. Su Kong led Wang Nan over to Qinwan, where her family was gathered, while Teacher Chow and the others seemed to have wandered off. After greeting Qinwan, Su Kong unconsciously stood beside her. Wang Lin, noticing Wang Nan across from him, felt uneasy but smiled broadly, saying, look at this couple, inseparable wherever they go. Indeed, from Hai Bei province so far away, my Su Kong insists on bringing your precious daughter along. How proud he is! Qinwan pulled Wang Nan closer. I find myself liking this girl more and more. Yes, she has always been sensible. Both her father and I dote on her, Kine added. Mom, didn't you say I was the treasure of the Wang family, and that my sister doesn't listen to you? Kine panicked. Children don't know anything. Don't say such things. She then attempted to pull Wang Hui away. Wang Hui, spoiled as he was, struggled and protested. I'm not saying anything wrong. You yourself said sister has money that she doesn't give you. Always protecting some wild man outside. At Wang Hui's words, Wang Lin and his wife turned pale. Wang Lin slapped his son across the face, momentarily ignoring the boy's wailing, and rushed to explain, Mr. Qin, children say foolish things. Please don't take them to heart. Qinwan's expression turned cold as she asked Wang Yin, is your precious son speaking nonsense? Kaiyan, under Qinwan's scrutinizing gaze, felt an unsettling chill and struggled to find words. Xin Yiming, feeling triumphant, interjected, Mr. Qin, all 3 generations have come from hardship. In my opinion, a bit of suffering in youth can cultivate resilience. Xinwan chimed in eagerly, Aunt Qin, I'm 18 this year. That's the same age as my Su Kong. Where do you plan to attend university? Mom, Su Kong interjected, sensing the conversation was veering off course. I want to be separating from Wang Nan. Xinwan laughed, Su Gongzi, you may not know, but Wang Nan didn't return home last night. A friend of mine saw her entering and exiting a hotel with another man. That's absurd. Wang Nan would never do such a thing. Kine exclaimed in distress that I have video proof. Both Kaiyan and Wang Lin grew anxious, casting worried glances at Wang Nan, who appeared strangely pale. Could it be true she went to a hotel with another man? It certainly seemed so. As she had been evasive about where she had been last night, that a chill crept into their hearts. What video? Show it to me. Su Kong requested curiously. Xinwan flashed a radiant smile, quickly retrieving her phone, and after some fiddling, handed it to Su Kong. Upon viewing the video, Su Kong saw a young couple walking into a hotel, their figures somewhat reminiscent of Wang Nan's, though only their backs were visible. Wang Lin craned his neck to watch as well. The thought of shattered expectations ignited his anger, and he turned to Wang Nan. How could you be so shameless? Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to slap her, to eye in a swift moment. Su Kong intercepted, blocking Wang Nan. Wang Lin's hefty hand struck Su Kang's arm, causing the phone to slip from his grasp and hit Wang Nan on the head. Wang Lin, how dare you? Qin Wan exclaimed. Furious, curious guests turned their heads towards the commotion, while a few staff members in black discreetly approached. Feeling his heart drop, Wang Lin hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, it was an accident. He then rushed to check on Su Kang's arm. Su Gongzi, is your arm all right? Su Kong shot a fierce glare at Wang Lin, helping to frighten Wang Nan to her feet that a large bump had formed on her forehead, and upon seeing the bruising on Su Kang's arm, Qin Wan felt a pang of sorrow. Shen Yiming squinted and remarked, indeed, as the upper beam is crooked, so is the lower beam. Now, what good does it do to be enraged out of shame? Wang Lin paid no heed to Shen Yiming's mockery, his mind consumed with thoughts of, it's over. The Wang family is doomed. Su Kong harbored intense resentment towards the Shen father and daughter for their baseless accusations and retorted to Shen Yiming. What do you mean by the upper beam is crooked? What are you barking about? Shen Yiming, astonished, replied, is it not true? Wang Lin's own private life is scandalous, and having a daughter like that is simply disgraceful. You talking nonsense. Wang Nan spent the night at my house last night. Shen Yiming and his daughter exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. They turned to Qin Wan, who calmly stated, Wang Nan indeed spent the night at my home. How do you explain your fabricated video? President Qin, this is a misunderstanding. We simply didn't clarify things. Shen Yiming spoke nervously. Wang Lin, whose spirits had plummeted, suddenly soared with joy, exclaiming, I knew my Wang Nan wasn't that kind of person. Qin Wan shot Wang Lin a disdainful glance and said coolly, since you have faith in your daughter, why would you resort to violence over a mere video? Meanwhile, Kaiyan, infuriated, scolded Wang Nan, you too. Clearly, you were at Su Kong's place. Why not just say so? If you had spoken up earlier, we wouldn't have all this misunderstanding. Qin Wan, her expression stern, interjected, how can a young woman, staying overnight at a young man's house, feel comfortable disclosing that? But they were betrothed, so what's wrong with them sleeping together? Upon hearing Kaiyan's words, Wang Nan felt a mixture of shame, anger, and injustice. Retorting, am I not your daughter? I'm only 18. What do you take me for, a mere pawn in your family's marriage alliance? Have you considered my feelings at all? Kaiyan, defiant, shot back, but you clearly like Su Kong. Besides, how is he unworthy of you? Wang Nan smiled bitterly. Thank goodness it's Su Kong. That's my greatest fortune. But if my betrothed had been some notorious scion from the capital, you would have pushed me into his bed without a second thought. Wouldn't you? Women are always expected to marry. Does it really matter who they marry? Marriage requires one to manage it themselves. Kaiyan stated matter-of-factly. Unable to remain silent any longer, Qin Wan interjected. Whether it be sons or daughters, they are still our children, that if one day my Lin is to marry, I shall help her find a worthy husband. If a man lacks character, how can a woman manage a marriage? Should she simply feign ignorance and endure in silence? Kaiyan, realizing she was being mocked, turned an array of colors, speechless. Noticing Wang Nan's reddened eyes, brimming with unshed tears, Qin Wan gently suggested, how about you stay at my house from now on? Wang Nan glanced at Wang Lin and Kaiyan, seeing their eager expressions, and felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, her tears spilling over as she choked out, Aunt Qin, thank you for taking me in. Qin Wan smiled softly, saying, silly girl, one must rely on oneself. Only by becoming strong can you take control of your own destiny. Chapter 64. Who supports you from behind? Qin Wan surveyed the crowd, noticing everyone else had their heads bowed, unwilling to meet her gaze. She then turned to Su Kong and Wang Nan, saying, let us go to the infirmary and tend to your wounds. She led Su Kong and Wang Nan to the hotel's medical room. While the doctor was applying ice to Su Kang's injured arm, Qin Wan leaned in close to Wang Nan and whispered a few words that Su Kong, curious, asked, Mom, what are you telling Wang Nan? You were doing the same this morning. Why are you asking so much? Wang Nan giggled. Her mood significantly lifted. Su Kong replied, now it seems you two are a family. While on the outsider, he looked at Wang Nan, who told him, "You go ahead. I'll come find you later." Su Kong had no choice but to offer a few parting words before following Qin Wan back to the banquet hall. That moment. The banquet halls on the second, third, and fourth floors were bustling with people. Thankfully, the Su family was numerous, whether it was Su Kaixiong and his siblings or the younger generation like Su Chong and Su Bin. Their social skills were exceptional. Otherwise, managing such a large crowd would have descended into chaos. That Su Kong trailed behind Qin Wan as various business and political elites approached to greet her, each introduction made by Qin Wan. Unfortunately, Su Kong was naturally face-blind, and with so many people to greet, he quickly lost track of who was who. Qin Wan nodded towards the main table, but noticed that Xiao Bin's seat was empty. She inquired, "Su Kong, where is your teacher Xiao? Why hasn't he taken a seat yet?" Su Kong scanned the room and finally spotted Xiao Bin and his wife in a corner with a group of students. He chuckled. "He is sitting in that corner. I figured he would be too shy to sit at the main table." Qin Wan hurried over to Xiao Bin, saying, "Teacher Xiao, why are you sitting here? Didn't I tell you yesterday to join me at the main table?" "Madam Qin, I'm quite comfortable here among so many important figures. I wouldn't know how to fit in at the main table." Xiao Bin replied, "That will not do. Today is a banquet to honor teachers. You are the guest of honor." Su Jingjin interjected, "In terms of seniority and respect, I understand the hierarchy, but this is my own issue." Yang Lin added. Qin Wan quickly interjected, "Teacher Xiao, please stay here. And Yang Lin, if you believe you deserve a seat at the main table, tell us who you would like to replace." Yang Lin was taken aback by Qin Wan's forthrightness. Rendered speechless, aside from Xiao Bin, who at the table had a superior status. Especially since Xiao Bin was the guest of honor at this teacher appreciation banquet, he could hardly compete for a seat. Losing both face and dignity, he could only huff in silence, his face flushed, no longer daring to speak. As the room fell into silence, a deep voice filled the air. "President Qin truly wields great influence. Though Yang Lao may have misspoken, he is still our elder and deserves respect." That Su Kaixiong interjected, "And who are you?" "I'm merely a small fry from Chuanyu City, unworthy of mention. That I'm here to attend young Master Su's graduation banquet, both to congratulate him on his academic achievements and to seek your esteemed family's consideration in allowing us small enterprises to survive." Lei Bin responded. That Su Xiaolan suddenly exclaimed, "You're Lei Bin from Chuanjin Real Estate? It's rare for President Su to remember such a small figure. Ever since the collaboration between your two families began, I've had no place to stand in Chuanyu," Lei Bin remarked. "Yet you are a prominent figure in Chuanyu City. How can you call yourself small? However, today is young Master Su's graduation banquet, so there is no need to discuss business matters here. This afternoon, I'll be at Shufeng Real Estate, awaiting your presence, President Lei." That's just a matter of a few words. Why complicate it?" Lei Bin replied. "Just say whether it's acceptable or not, or perhaps you lack the authority. And it requires President Qin's approval." To Su Kong, having sensed unease since the morning due to his mother's numerous phone calls, felt a sudden chill as Lei Bin's challenge came out of nowhere. He looked around but couldn't find Wang Nan. Panic surged through him as he gently tugged at Qin Wan's sleeve, asking, "Mom, where's Wang Nan? I haven't seen her." Before Qin Wan could respond, Lei Bin chuckled, "Young Master Su, that is a question you should be asking me. Have you seen her? Where is she?" Su Kong pressed anxiously. Lei Bin smirked. Her current predicament ain't too favorable. "How dare you kidnap my daughter?" Wang Lin stood up, glaring furiously at Lei Bin. Lei Bin glanced at Wang Lin and laughed, addressing Su Kong. "Who doesn't know that Wang Nan is your fiancée? I wouldn't dare to kidnap her. I simply happened to pass by and saw her. That if you agree to my terms, I will naturally provide you with the information. What do you want?" "That must be approved by President Qin." Qin Wan gently patted Su Kong's back, signaling him to remain calm, then turned to Lei Bin, saying, "Go ahead. What are your conditions?" "First, your icon group and Shufeng Real Estate must withdraw from Chuanyu City. I, Lei Bin, have no grand ambitions. I only wish to safeguard my own little territory. And the second, your icon group and Shufeng Real Estate must terminate all cooperative agreements and are not permitted to collaborate in the future." "You re-dreaming. How dare you threaten the Su family, Lei Bin?" Su Xiaolan exclaimed angrily. "President Su, your words are heavy. I'll tell you where Wang Nan is, but you must agree to my terms." "This is merely an equal exchange." As everyone turned to see the Su family's reaction, Qin Wan suddenly burst into laughter. "How amusing. since our icon group and Shufeng real estate will no longer operate in the Chuanyu market. What does our cooperation have to do with you? Are you claiming authority over other regions as well? Qin Wan scanned the crowd before continuing. Or are you merely a messenger for someone present? Lei Bin scoffed. Business is for the people. The Su and Qin families cannot monopolize the benefits. Why speak so hypocritically? We are not fools. Just speak plainly. Who is supporting you from behind? Lei Bin shook his head and said, No one. That is precisely my point. Just because you, a mere boss from a small locale, dare to wreak havoc in my territory in Kyoto, without anyone to back you up, do you expect me to believe it? Regardless, it's true that no one is here, believe it or not. Qin Wan sneered coldly and replied, In matters of the market, we shall abide by market rules. In matters of the underworld, we shall adhere to the laws of the Jianghu. Do you think that by sending your family to the city of Barn in France, I would be unable to find them? A profound shock coursed through Lei Bin as he gazed at Qin Wan. Despite her fragile appearance, she inspired an unsettling fear. Chapter 65. Reluctance to strike here. Qin Wan stepped before Lei Bin and asked, Do you not believe me? Would you like me to arrange a video call with your family right now? Lei Bin lowered his head and murmured, It's Feng Han from Kyoto. The crowd glanced around, only to discover that Feng Han had not appeared at all today. Did I ask there anyone else? President Qin. Truly there is no one else. Did I ask there genuinely no one? Or are you simply too afraid to speak? Lei Bin trembled, gritting his teeth as he asserted, There truly is no one. Qin Wan chuckled softly. You think I wouldn't know if you didn't say? She slowly approached the main table, lightly tapping her fingers on the chair. The elderly man seated there chuckled and said, President Qin. Are you doubting me? Qin Wan sighed. Lu Zhihui, you were a close friend of my father during his lifetime. You should never have set your sights on my son. He is my Achilles heel. Whoever touches him, I shall pursue to the ends of the earth. How amusing, he replied, Isn't your son standing right beside you in good health? Indeed, had I not been prepared in advance, he might have ended up like Wang Nan. In your hands, Lu Zhihui, sensing the eyes of the crowd upon him, said with calm assurance, Our families have long been partners. Why are you so certain I would be involved? What could I possibly gain from it? You risk so much. Why would you bother with a failure like Lei Bin over a mere market share? If I'm not mistaken, you likely possess a share transfer agreement concerning me. You intended to leverage Su Kong against me, but unfortunately, you miscalculated, as Su Kong is in the same vehicle as I today. You could only settle for capturing Wang Nan to force the Qin and Su families to terminate their collaboration. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhihui applauded. President Qin, why not search me to see if I possess the share transfer agreement you mentioned? Qin Wan laughed lightly. Lu Lao, at your age, what a pity it would be to lose weight. Wouldn't that make you the subject of ridicule? Your brilliant deduction lacks any actual evidence. Does it not merely cast aspersions upon me? With a smile, Qin Wan stood up and called out, Master Li, please bring them in. The crowd turned their gaze curiously towards the entrance of the banquet hall, where Master Li entered, leading 5 or 6 individuals who were escorting 2 middle-aged men. Bound and bruised, still struggling against their restraints. Following them was a young girl. Upon seeing her, Su Kang's face lit up with joy as he rushed forward, grasping her hand. Wang Nan, you're all right. Wang Nan smiled brightly. Yes, aside from a small bump on my head, I'm perfectly fine. How could this be? Weren't you kidnapped? Wang Nan giggled. They had just taken me to a room when Uncle Li arrived with people to rescue me. Everything was part of your mother's plan. That Su Kong furrowed his brow, asking, What secret did my mother whisper to you in the infirmary? She told me that after I left the infirmary, I should go to a secluded place to attract the bad guys to kidnap me, and then she would send someone to rescue me and capture the villains. Su Kong was perplexed. And those men were so foolish as to fall for it. They had no idea that your mother was already aware of their plans. What did she say during breakfast? Wang Nan blushed and replied. She mentioned that you might be kidnapped today and asked if I was willing to take a risk for you. And you agreed? Wang Nan remained silent, merely smiling. Su Kong felt a surge of emotion. How could you be so foolish? A man should never hide behind a woman. Wang Nan replied, What I did pales in comparison to your mother's cleverness, that if we're to speak of true prowess, we are both hiding behind her. Su Kong looked at Qin Wan, who stood tall and resolute, confronting Lu Zhihui and his son, resembling a towering tree shielding those beneath from the storm. Su Kong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. wishing to grow swiftly and protect all those who love him from adversity. Meanwhile, the assembled dignitaries paid little attention to the young couple, their focus instead on the two battered middle-aged men. Whispering amongst themselves, Qin addressed Lu Zhihui, "Lu Lao. Do you have anything else to say?" Lu Zhihui gazed at the two men, his heart sinking. "Father, we have lost everything," Lu Zisheng, witnessing Lu Zhihui's silence. Suddenly knelt before Qin. "President Qin, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please spare me this once." Beside him, Feng Han mimicked the gesture, kneeling as well. "President Qin, I was blinded by greed. Please grant me mercy." Qin scoffed coldly, turning her gaze toward Lu Zhihui. Slowly rising from his seat, he approached Qin, saying, "You are truly an impressive young lady. Even when you were quite small, I sensed you would grow into someone extraordinary. Yet I never imagined you would become this formidable." "Thank you for your compliment, Lu Lao," Qin replied with a smile. Lu Zhihui continued, "What a pity had you chosen my son Zisheng to marry. My family would have surely been the foremost in Kyoto by now." That he cast a glance at the Su family and added, "However, if we speak of regrets, none are greater than that of the Su family, who, through idle gossip, drove you away. Otherwise, Kyoto would have long been under their dominion." The Su family members exchanged glances, their expressions varied, while grandmother Qin lowered her head. Qin sighed. What significance do these old tales hold? Lu Zhihui supported his son, Lu Zisheng, saying, "President Qin, how do you intend to deal with us father and son? Today is a celebratory banquet for Shao Kong. I do not wish to resort to violence here." "You may leave." Lu Zhihui and his son, along with Feng Han, appeared incredulous, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that truly the case?" Ignoring them, Qin approached Su Kong and Wang Nan. "Let us go. We've delayed long enough. It is time to take our seats for dinner." Lu Zhihui hastily untied Lu Zisheng and Feng Han, and the three, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the banquet hall attendees, fled in haste. Upon hearing this, Lei Bin felt a surge of delight and walked briskly towards the hotel entrance. Just as he reached the bottom floor, he spotted Lu Zhihui and his son, eager to exchange pleasantries. However, they hurriedly entered two cars, which swiftly sped onto the road. Within a mere 100 meters, two loud explosions erupted, and both cars were engulfed in flames. Lei Bin nearly collapsed from shock, glancing back at the hotel in terror before hailing a taxi and racing towards the airport. Meanwhile, the influential figures in the hotel banquet hall peered through the windows, transfixed by the sight of the burning vehicles, rendered speechless. Qin smiled faintly and remarked, "It's quite hot today. Isn't spontaneous combustion of cars rather common? Today is overcast. How could it possibly be hot? Even if it were spontaneous combustion, how could two cars ignite simultaneously?" Though the crowd understood, none dared to voice their thoughts that a long-standing behemoth like the Lu family, which had endured in Kyoto for decades, and the newly ascended Feng family, had vanished without a trace to that moment. Everyone felt as though they had just leaped from a deep well, realizing that the heavens of Kyoto had shifted long ago. At that juncture, a staff member approached Qin and whispered, "President Qin, Lu Zhihui's grandson studying in France has just gone missing from his rented apartment, and our people cannot locate him." Qin furrowed her brow and acknowledged. Then, seeing everyone looking at her, she smiled and said, "Let us enjoy our meal." Chapter 66. The preeminent individual in Kyoto after the banquet, Su Jinjian approached Qin with the Su family members, saying, "Xiao, is this a good time?" Qin had anticipated Su Jinjian would seek her out post-meal. Observing the surrounding commotion, she replied, "Yes, let us find a quieter place." That Su Kong had intended to take teacher Chao to explore the various attractions of Kyoto. But upon hearing Qin's words, he said, "Shao Kong, Xiao Nan, you both should come inside as well." Wang Nan expressed disbelief. "Am I really invited?" Qin merely nodded gently and led the way into a private room. The Su brothers exchanged puzzled glances at Wang Nan. What they were about to discuss was highly confidential. Was it appropriate for an outsider like her to be present? Su Jinjian laughed good-naturedly. "It is beneficial for the youth to listen in. It will aid their growth." Su Chong and the others looked at Su Jinjian with eager expressions, their eyes seemingly pleading, "We too wish to grow and improve." Su Xiaolan patted Su Chong on the shoulder, instructing, "You several young ones stay outside and ensure that no unrelated individuals approach." With that, she entered the private room and closed the door, leaving the Su brothers exchanging glances in silence. As if by some unspoken agreement, in the private room, Su Jinjian and his 2 sons and 1 daughter sat on one side, while Qin Wan, Su Kong, and Wang Nan occupied the other. When everyone had gathered, Su Jinjian addressed Qin Wan directly. Xiao Wan, what are your plans regarding the Liu and Feng families moving forward? Qin Wan, as for their family, we shall leave no avenue for retreat. Regarding their enterprises, we shall remain indifferent. Did I s this not rather unwise? The assets of the Feng family may be limited, which is of little consequence, but the Liu family's enterprises are a true behemoth that if we remain passive, we risk being devoured by other prominent families, leaving us with no tangible benefits. The second brother, Su Kaiwei, interjected that Su Xiaolan nodded repeatedly, expressing her agreement with Su Kaiwei's assertion. Eldest brother, what are your thoughts? Su Jinjiang inquired. I too find merit in the second brother's perspective, that Su Jinjiang remarked. Noticing Su Kong and Wang Nan sitting upright, he smiled and said, Xiao Kong, Xiao Nan, feel free to share your thoughts as well. It matters not if you speak amiss. There are no outsiders present to me. Su Kong responded incredulously, questioning whether a high school student like himself could engage in such discussions. That as he contemplated the pros and cons of the situation, he heard Wang Nan speak first. She said slightly nervously, I tend to agree with Aunt Qin's approach. With everyone focused on the Liu family's assets, how much can one family possibly claim from such a vast cake when divided among so many? Moreover, it could easily incite enmity. Su Jinjiang replied cheerfully, Excellent. And what of you, Xiao Kong? What are your thoughts? After a moment's reflection, Su Kong replied, I believe that after today, all the prominent families in Kyoto may start to regard the Su and Qin families' alliance with apprehension. If we were to move against the Liu family's assets, other families might be too intimidated by our strength to contest us, which could lead to dire consequences. Isn't that even better? Su Kaiwei countered. You, an adult, are outwitted by 2 children, Su Jinjiang sighed, adding, I too share this concern. When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to attract the wind. Other families, fearing our strength, will inevitably unite against us, placing both the Su and Qin families in peril. The assembly was moved by his words. Yet the prospect of relinquishing such a lucrative opportunity was unpalatable. Su Kaiwei exclaimed, Are we truly to abandon this prime opportunity? If we seize the Liu family's assets, the Su family would ascend to become the foremost family in Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Qin Wan scoffed, Then by all means, let your Su family take it. Su Kaiwei, stung by her retort, fell silent and turned to Su Jinjiang. That Su Jinjiang continued, The sudden aggression from the Liu and Feng families is a direct consequence of our collaboration, as it has instilled within them a sense of crisis, prompting them to resort to kidnapping Su Kong to compel us to dissolve our partnership. Do you assume that the Liu family is the only one in Kyoto? The Feng family shares this sentiment. Today it's the Liu family. Tomorrow it could be the Zhao family. The day after, perhaps the Qian family. Will we be able to step outside without bringing a cadre of bodyguards? Su Kaiwei felt a chill run down his spine. There is only so long one can thrive as a thief. How long can one guard against thieves? Su Jinjiang sighed. Moreover, does being the foremost family in Kyoto truly hold that much significance? He looked towards Su Kong and continued, What family is better than one that is united? The attendees were aware that Su Jinjiang was reminiscing about Su Kang's father, Su Kaixing, and felt a wave of emotion. Falling into silence, that Su Xiaolan said, Father, we understand. Let us proceed as third sister suggests. The remaining members of the Liu and Feng families shall be entrusted to eldest brother, ensuring they have no opportunity for retaliation. There is no need for us to intervene directly. The group turned their gaze towards Qin Wan in surprise, recalling her earlier words. Qin Wan replied nonchalantly, As long as we remain passive, the other families, in their quest for assets, will naturally deal with the Liu and Feng families on their own. That we merely need to tie up loose ends to prevent any survivors. Using another's knife to kill is quite clever. The Su siblings exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. Qin Wan stood up and declared, You may deliberate here at your leisure. I must attend to numerous guests from out of town. That I will take my leave now. Su Xiaolan questioned, Will you not arrange for 1 or 2 smaller families to accompany you? Qin Wan replied, I have no interest in such matters. You may handle the arrangements. Rising, she led Su Kong and Wang Nan towards the door. Just as they reached it, they heard the voice of eldest brother Su Kaixing sister-in-law, could you enlighten us as to how you discern the Liu family's plan today? Qin Wan paused momentarily, saying nothing. Before exiting with Su Kong and Wang Nan, Su Xiaolan murmured, "That is their trump card for survival. How could they possibly reveal it to you? Ultimately, it reflects a lack of trust in our Su family." Su Jinjiang sighed. Nonetheless, the current Qin Wan has undoubtedly become the foremost figure in Kyoto. Chapter 67. From this day forth, she shall be yours that I in the afternoon. Qin Wan remained at the hotel to host numerous business acquaintances from out of town and to attend to various follow-up matters. Su Kong intended to take Teacher Chow and the others to explore various scenic spots in Kyoto, but when he called, they had already set off on their own, advising Su Kong to carry on with his own affairs. Glancing at Wang Nan beside him, and considering that she would soon reside in the Qin family villa, he proposed, "Wang Nan, shall we go to your home now to collect your belongings?" Wang Nan nodded in agreement. Su Kong called Li He, and shortly thereafter, he arrived driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Nan gently remarked, "Aunt Zhang, I will soon be staying at Su Kang's home." "Really, your relationship has progressed swiftly, hasn't it?" Aunt Zhang observed. Noticing Wang Nan's flushed cheeks, "Are your parents aware of this?" Pulling Wang Nan aside, Aunt Zhang whispered, "You truly plan to live at his home? You two may be close now, but what if you were to break up one day? Your reputation would be ruined, and who would still want you then?" Wang Nan felt warmth in her heart, touched that a caretaker genuinely cared for her well-being. She glanced towards Su Kong in the living room, catching him stealing glances at her, and said to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, you know my family has never favored me. They would be delighted if I married Su Kong to exploit his family's business benefits. Right now, I have no other path but to trust Su Kong, and I believe his feelings for me are sincere, now and in the future." Aunt Zhang sighed, "Your parents are also to blame. You are only 18, and they are pushing you towards the boy's family. Does that not diminish your worth in their eyes, as if you are unworthy of marriage?" Wang Nan felt touched and said, "Aunt Zhang, I believe you are the only one in this family who genuinely cares for me." Aunt Zhang smiled shyly, saying, "I have watched you grow up. You are both sensible and bright. Who wouldn't like you?" After a moment, Aunt Zhang sighed again. "I recall my first day at your home when you were just 6 or 7 years old. I was cooking for you, yet you refused to eat, insisting on having egg tarts instead, claiming I, a rural person, could not possibly make them." Wang Nan laughed. "Was I really like that back then?" "Indeed. Eventually, I had no choice but to seek advice from the neighbor on how to make those egg tarts. After much effort, I managed to create a few that resembled them, and fortunately, you were not picky and enjoyed them immensely. Now that I think about it, more than a decade has passed, and I fear I may never be able to make your favorite egg tarts for you again." Wang Nan listened quietly, her eyes growing moist. She sniffed and said, "Aunt Zhang, I really want to eat the egg tarts you make right now." Aunt Zhang's eyes also glistened with tears. She wiped them and said, "All right, I will make you some egg tarts right now." Wang Nan called out to Su Kong in the living room, "Su Kong, come in quickly." Su Kong asked curiously, "What is going on?" Wang Nan beamed with a sweet smile. "Let us help Aunt Zhang make egg tarts together. You all shouldn't be here. Just go out that I will have them ready shortly, and you will only be in the way. Even if we are in the way, we must help." Wang Nan took several eggs from the fridge and handed them to Su Kong, saying, "Su Kong, please help crack a few eggs." That Su Kong took the eggs and adeptly cracked them into a bowl, mixing them thoroughly. Aunt Zhang remarked in surprise, "You are quite swift with those movements." Su Kong smiled. "When food was scarce, eggs were a delicacy for me." Aunt Zhang paused, taken aback by his revelation. Under their combined efforts, they quickly prepared 8 egg tarts. Aunt Zhang brought the freshly baked tarts to the living room and said, "Come everyone, try some." Su Kong took one and tasted it. It was sweet and quite delicious. But having just eaten a hearty lunch, he could only manage one. Wang Nan, however, devoured 3 in a row before finally stopping when she could eat no more. Noticing Aunt Zhang hadn't taken any, she handed one to her, saying, "Aunt Zhang, you should eat as well. It's too sweet." "I don't like that flavor," Aunt Zhang replied, heading to the kitchen. She grabbed a bowl and packed the remaining 4 tarts, saying, "Miss Wang, take these with you for dinner tonight, and remember to heat them up before eating." Wang Nan accepted the tarts, gazing at Aunt Zhang's familiar face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but wipe her own tears, saying, "All right, enough of that. Let us go upstairs and help you pack your things." It was Su Kang's first time entering a girl's room. The space was adorned in a lovely shade of pink, Modest in size, yet exuding warmth and comfort, he was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he felt a delightful fragrance permeating the room. Wang Nan, in truth, had little to pack. The three of them rummaged through the belongings. And after about an hour, they had filled 2 large suitcases to the brim that he, unbeknownst to where he had summoned it from, had arranged for a van that was already parked outside the villa. Su Kong loaded the 2 hefty suitcases into the van and then joined Wang Nan in the luxurious Rolls-Royce. As the vehicle roared to life, Wang Nan rolled down the window, preparing to bid a final farewell to Aunt Zhang. However, she found Zhang standing at the entrance of the villa, slightly hunched over, wiping away tears. Wang Nan's own tears began to flow uncontrollably. She wished to utter a goodbye, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her unable to speak. Aunt Zhang brushed away her tears and said, "Well, be careful on your journey to Su Kong." Feeling a lump in his throat, solemnly nodded. The wheels began to roll slowly, and through the glass. Wang Nan saw Aunt Zhang dash to the roadside, gazing forlornly at the retreating vehicle. Unable to contain herself, she extended her head out of the window and shouted, "Goodbye, Aunt Zhang." Chapter 68. Are you here to borrow money? Wang Nan felt a bit embarrassed and softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. That Su Kong remarked, "Uncle Lin, my mother mentioned earlier at the hotel that Wang Nan should stay with us from now on." Lin Yongjian chuckled. "Are you worried I would disagree? We have plenty of rooms, and it's a waste to leave them empty." That he then pondered for a moment and added, "Xiao Wang, I've noticed that Lin Yi seems to have quite a rapport with you. Perhaps you could help her with her studies when you have the time." Help her study? She must be willing to learn. Wang Nan silently scoffed but agreed verbally. She shook her head and explained, "No, I was just brought to the room and then rescued by Uncle Li and his people." She continued, "And I must say, Aunt Qin, you are remarkable. You've anticipated everything that I in truth. It was Su Kang's words from the previous night that prompted me to prepare so thoroughly." Qin Wan sat beside Wang Nan and added, "By the way, have you brought your clothes over? If not, it's no trouble. You can buy new ones that I brought them over this afternoon with Su Kang's help." Suddenly, Qin Wan held Wang Nan's hand and said, "Xiao Nan, although you are not yet married to Su Kong, since you are officially living here, you are now part of our family that if you need anything or face any difficulties, do not hesitate to tell me that if I am not home, you can speak with Su Kong just the same. Also, feel free to choose any car from the garage. I will arrange for a driver to make your travels more convenient." Turning to Su Kong, Qin Wan asked, "By the way, Su Kong, have you given Wang Nan the house keys?" "I have already given them to her." Wang Nan felt a wave of gratitude wash over her as she choked out, "Thank you, Aunt Qin, that we are family. There is no need for formality." Qin Wan replied with a smile that as they conversed, the maids brought the dishes to the table, and soon Lin Yongjian and Lin Yi joined them for dinner. At the dining table, Lin Yongjian inquired about the events at the hotel earlier that day. Qin Wan briefly recounted the story, but it piqued Lin Yi's interest, noticing Qin Wan's reluctance to elaborate. She turned to Wang Nan and said in a sweet tone, "Sister Wang Nan, what exactly happened at the hotel this afternoon? I adore stories like that." Wang Nan, unable to refuse, recounted how she had lured others for abduction, how she had been rescued, and how she had led the villains to confess in the banquet hall, culminating in the explosion of their vehicle, leaving Lin Yi wide-eyed. She exclaimed, "Oh, why did you let them go? If I had been there, I would have given them a thorough thrashing until their own mothers wouldn't recognize them." Qin Wan frowned. "Do you realize how dangerous today was? Young girls should not play the hero." Lin Yi dismissed the warning with a huff, lamenting that she had overslept and vowed to be present for such thrilling events next time. Lin Yongjian and Qin Wan exchanged weary glances, pondering how their daughter had inherited such rebellious traits. That moment, a butler hurriedly approached, announcing that there was a couple outside seeking an audience, one of whom was named Wang Lin. Wang Nan maintained her composure, continuing to eat her meal. Qin Wan replied nonchalantly, "Let them in." Wang Lin and Kyan entered, each carrying 2 large bags, and stood awkwardly without any greeting, feeling quite out of place. Qin Wan, continuing her meal, remarked, "Mr. Wang, have you eaten? Would you like to join us for a bit? You've come so late. Is there something important you wish to discuss? It's nothing urgent. We can talk after you finish eating. Then please make yourselves comfortable." Qin Wan called out to the kitchen, "Sister Lu, please bring a cup of tea for our guests." Wang Lin and Kyan sat on the sofa, their stomachs growling, while they watched Qin Wan's family enjoy their dinner and the sound of their daughter's laughter, feeling both mentally and physically tormented. Had they known they would be left waiting, they would have preferred to eat at home first. Kyan forced a smile, saying, I noticed Xiao, and then had a few pieces of clothing she had tea brought over. So I brought them for her. It's rather late to deliver clothing. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? Qinwan instructed the servants to bring Wang Nan's clothes upstairs. Wang Lin commented, This child has always lived with us. And now that she has moved in, I hope she adjusts well. Wang Nan coldly replied, I can eat on time and sleep soundly. There's nothing to adjust to. Upon hearing this, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Lin Yongjian attempted to lighten the mood. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we will treat Wang Nan as if she were our own daughter. I am certain of that. Wang Nan being with Su Kong is indeed her good fortune. Uncle Wang, being with Wang Nan is also my good fortune, Su Kong added. This child knows how to speak, Kyan chuckled. The two families exchanged pleasantries for some time, but Wang Lin, noticing Qin Wan's stern demeanor, could no longer hold back and spoke first. Qin, we actually came here with an uninvited request. Finally, the serious matter is being addressed. I thought you would hold it in indefinitely. Qin Wan smirked inwardly, but maintained a pleasant facade, saying, Mr. Wang, please go ahead. There is a project you wish to borrow money. Qin Wan interjected directly. Wang Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted, Indeed, we are facing some cash flow issues, or we wouldn't be seeking your help. How much do you need? 3 small goals. Qin Wan leaned back against the sofa. 3 small goals is quite a sum. Wang Lin replied in a hurry. 2 small goals would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wan turned to Wang Nan and asked, Xiao Nan, what are your thoughts? Wang Nan was taken aback that such a significant sum would warrant her input, especially as it involved her father. Hesitantly, she said, Aunt Qin, I think it inappropriate for me to express my opinion since the other party is my father. Qin Wan chuckled, No worries, or perhaps you can negotiate on my behalf. Negotiate on my behalf. Wang Nan questioned, puzzled. Yes, whether to lend or not, and if so, under what terms, including interest rates, is entirely up to you. Wang Lin and Kyan exchanged glances, both secretly pleased. Seeing Wang Nan still hesitating, Su Kong chimed in. My mom has given you an official mandate. What do you have to fear? With no other choice, Wang Nan nodded in agreement. Chapter 69, Daughter, you are better than your father. Wang Nan looked across the table at her father, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. Taking a deep breath, she addressed him, Mr. Wang, you mentioned this money is for investment. How long do you intend to borrow it, and what interest rate do you propose? Hearing Wang Nan refer to him as Mr. Wang unsettled Wang Lin, but he rationalized that business was business, and her current role was as Qin Wan's representative, making the address acceptable. Clearing his throat, he replied, a 1-year term, with an interest rate of 1%. Wang Nan recalled that he had previously borrowed from others at rates of 1.5% or even 2%. Wang Lin's brow furrowed, as he felt a mix of betrayal and helplessness. Kyan interjected, unable to contain herself. How can you be like this? Aren't you my daughter? Wang Nan ignored Kyan and continued to focus on Wang Lin. Su Kong, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of concern. Wang Nan was being utterly unyielding. 0.1 and 0.2% is quite steep, especially in this challenging business climate. I simply can't absorb such high interest. Wang Lin sighed. Wang Nan smiled and replied, Very well. Let us proceed with the 1 and 0.2% rate. However, what if you cannot repay the principal after a year? I believe this project will yield decent returns, and I'll surely repay both principal and interest within a year. Wang Nan chuckled. It's excellent that Mr. Wang can make substantial profits, but in business, there are gains and losses. No one can guarantee that an investment will certainly yield profits. If, after a year, you find yourself unable to repay the principal and interest, what then? Kyan, unable to hold back, exclaimed, What else can be done? You simply wait until you have the money to repay. But when will that be? A year? 2 years? 10 years? Wang Nan retorted with a cold smile. As far as I know, Mr. Wang, you have faced losses in every venture over the years. Will you continue to delay repayment indefinitely? Wang Lin felt a surge of anger rise within him, his face darkening as he demanded, Then what do you propose? It's quite simple. Let us convert shares of Mr. Wang's company into cash to settle the debt. Bang! Kyan slammed her hand on the table, her chest heaving with indignation. Trembling, she exclaimed, I've truly raised an ungrateful wretch. Qin Wan's expression turned icy as she declared, This is not your home. This is not the place for you to display your arrogance. Kyan was taken aback, rendered speechless. Yet his eyes bore into Wang Nan with a fierce intensity that he could no longer recall the moment when their paths diverged so drastically. It seemed an eternity since she had last smiled joyfully in his presence. Wang Lin let out a long sigh, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips, as if in that instant he had aged considerably. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Do you have any paper? I shall draft a written agreement. Wang Lin, you must not agree to this, that we should consider alternative solutions, Kyan implored, reaching to pull Wang Lin away. Wang Lin grasped Kyan's hand firmly and replied, at this point, who would still be willing to lend me money? Even if someone were willing, the terms would be exorbitant. Turning his gaze towards Wang Nan, he added, thank you, my daughter. You have endured much over the years. I am truly sorry for the pain I have caused you. Hearing her father's words, Wang Nan felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps she had been too harsh. She glanced at Qin Wan, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Qin Wan gently interjected, you care for your parents, don't you? Wang Nan nodded silently in agreement. Wang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him and remarked, my daughter, it is all right. Your negotiation was splendid, and your willingness to assist your father is indeed a great help. That he cast a glance at Su Kong and continued, Su Kong is not like me. He is a fine young man, and you will find happiness with him. As for our business matters, we shall handle them as needed. Suddenly, Wang Nan knelt before Qin Wan and said, I am sorry. Aunt Qin, that I wish to ask for your assistance. The Su Kong, perplexed, said, Wang Nan, please stand up and speak. My mother will help you. Qin Wan seemed to discern Wang Nan's intentions and said, my dear, are you hoping for me to acquire your father's company? Helping Wang Nan to her feet, she smiled and said, it's no trouble at all. I am not lacking in funds. She then turned to Wang Lin and asked, old Wang, do you agree to your daughter's proposal? Wang Lin sighed, contemplating his inadequacies in business. Reflecting on the time when his family was esteemed in Kyoto, he felt a profound weariness. Very well, let us proceed as Xiaonan suggests. Upon uttering those words, he felt an immense burden lift from his shoulders. Kyan, however, interjected anxiously, Wang Lin, have you lost your mind? Selling the company would spell the end for the Wang family in Kyoto. He retorted, the Wang family has long since lost its standing in Kyoto. Rather than being ousted disgracefully, it is better to exit gracefully. Wang Lin then turned to Wang Nan and said, my dear, you are far more capable than I. Learn from Aunt Qin and do not emulate me. I have squandered a once thriving family business. Wang Nan regarded her father solemnly and nodded in acknowledgement. That I end the ensuing days, following the unexpected demise of Lu Zhihui and his son, alongside Feng Han. The noble circles of Kyoto were rife with unrest. The assets of the two families began to be gradually consumed by others, and those who dared to resist mysteriously vanished. Lin Yi pouted. Visibly displeased upon hearing this, Lin Yi's discontent deepened. Qin Wan addressed Chao Bin, stating, Teacher Chao, I have already arranged for my daughter Yi's transfer. When she comes to you, I would appreciate your extra care. Chao Bin acquiesced. Though internally he anticipated a challenging year ahead. Safe travels to you. He wished them. That Su Kong felt a tinge of melancholy and remarked, Teacher Chao, please remember to contact me once you arrive home. Su Kong nodded earnestly. With a chuckle, he said, so, here I am, curious about your extended absence from school. How could you take such a long leave for a friend's graduation banquet? Only General Yang would grant you such leniency. Actually, after attending my classmate's banquet, I organized one of my own, which extended my time away. Came to reply to Li Xiaoqin chimed in. You should have informed us about your own celebration. We would have loved to show our support. To which Su Kong replied, if I had invited you, my identity would have been compromised. That Su Kong scratched his head, adding, I was merely trying to spare you the financial burden. Such a statement is overly formal. A red envelope of 200 is hardly an issue, and it wouldn't leave you at a loss, she retorted. That banquet cost over 10,000. Su Kong was interrupted as Su Yun rushed over, disregarding her substantial weight, exclaiming, it feels like an eternity since I last saw you. I've missed you terribly. She lunged in for a hug, but Su Kong swiftly sidestepped, stating, Sister Su, we must maintain decorum. Besides, I am already taken. Disappointed by the empty embrace, Su Yun pouted. You always mention your girlfriend, yet you never introduce her to us. Unable to evade her inquiry, Su Kong retrieved a photo from his phone, saying, here, see for yourself. Su Yun peered at the image, then glared at Su Kong. Please, don't try to deceive me with some random beauty from the internet. Due to her connection with Wang Tao, Yu Qing was the only one privy to the recent upheaval in Kyoto. Although her relationship with Su Kong had improved, every moment spent in his company filled her with trepidation, for his mother was indeed formidable. Su Yin quietly remarked to Li Xiaoqin, "Doesn't Yu Qing seem off? She appears to be frightened of Su Kong." Li Xiaoqin, aware only of Su Kang's background but oblivious to its full extent, replied, "Who knows? I heard General Yang mention that Yu Qing is contemplating resignation." "What? Manager Yu is resigning. Why would she leave such a good position?" Su Kong inquired, turning his attention to them. "That I am not certain. It seems to be a personal decision. General Yang tried to persuade her to stay, but she remains resolute. I believe Manager Yu has shown significant improvement. I would be quite reluctant to see her go." Su Yin added, pondering, "Could this be due to me? I must clarify this with her." Su Kong thought to himself. After lunch, when the coast was clear, Su Kong approached Yu Qing and softly asked, "Manager Yu, I heard you were resigning." Yu Qing nodded. "With your exceptional sales skills, it would be a shame to leave." Su Kong paused before asking, "Is your resignation related to me?" Yu Qing hastily replied, "It has nothing to do with you. I am leaving for my own reasons." Noticing Su Kang's continued skepticism, she blushed and confessed, "It was Wang Tao who suggested I resign. He wants me to develop my career in Jiangqing." Su Kang's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. "Wang Tao, you are truly something else. You're on par with Wei Xiaobao." Chapter 71. Kyoto's high cost of living. Not easily attained at precisely 2 in the afternoon, a wave of drowsiness washed over the office, exacerbated by the lack of clients. Ouyang Yi inquired, "What is the price of your cheapest property?" Su Kong was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied with a smile, "Sir, we have a unit available in Building 3, Unit 2, on the first floor, measuring 92 square meters, priced at 48,500 yuan per square meter. The total comes to approximately 4.462 million yuan." Ouyang Yi frowned at this and asked, "Is there anything cheaper?" Su Kong shook his head. "Unfortunately, there is not. That if you are living alone, why not consider an apartment? The prices are significantly lower." Ouyang Yi simply shook his head and requested, "Please calculate the minimum down payment." That Su Kong pulled out his phone and calculated. The down payment would be 1.34 million yuan. Ouyang Yi sighed, his demeanor visibly deflated. Su Kong handed him a glass of water, suggesting, "Sir, why not sit down? I have other properties with similar pricing that I can show you." Ouyang Yi accepted the glass and drained it in one go. Then, noticing Su Kang's youthful appearance, asked, "Did you not attend school at your age?" This was a question Su Kong had encountered frequently, but he smiled and replied, "No, I am about to enter university. I am working here during the summer break." Ouyang Yi's eyes brightened. "When I was in school, my family was poor, and I worked every summer to help out. You must have it tough as well." "Things are manageable," Su Kong said, observing the scholarly aura about him despite his humble attire. "You must be quite an accomplished student." Ouyang Yi smiled. "I suppose so. I graduated from Kyoto University with a master's degree." After a moment, he sighed, "But what does it matter? Living in Kyoto is expensive. And it's not easy." Su Kong led him to a seat, refilling his glass, and said, "Given your education from Kyoto University, you shouldn't be struggling too much." Ouyang Yi sighed once more. "My salary is decent. But if I do not purchase a home, life is manageable. Why not consider a more affordable apartment or postpone your purchase for a few years? To be frank, the cheapest property in any development will likely have its drawbacks," Su Kong suggested. Ouyang Yi laughed heartily. "You are quite straightforward. With honesty like yours, I doubt you've sold a single property." That Su Kong blushed, sheepishly acknowledging the truth in the statement. Ouyang Yi gazed at Su Kang's appearance. A flicker of affection blossoming in his heart, he remarked, "I find myself in a predicament. That my girlfriend and I met during our university days, and we have been in love for 8 years. I am now 31, and she is 28. A few days ago, I visited her parents, who, perhaps due to their perception of my humble background, did not treat me kindly. Nonetheless, my girlfriend loves me deeply and insists on being with me." As Ouyang Yi recounted this, a subtle smile graced his lips. After taking a sip of water, he continued, "Her parents, feeling helpless, set forth a condition. If I can purchase an apartment in Kyoto within a month, they would consent to our union. Over the years, apart from covering my basic living expenses, I have managed to save a little over 700,000 yuan. That my parents are farmers, and I have a younger brother who is not yet married. So they do not have much to spare. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Why must life be so arduous for me?" Su Kong listened quietly, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet uncertain of where to begin. Ordinary people strive diligently, yet life remains a constant struggle that Su Kong escorted him outside, observing as he awkwardly settled onto a bicycle, perhaps due to the sun-warmed seat. Noticing Su Kong still standing at the door, Ouyang Yi said, "Brother, I must go raise some funds that I will visit you again next time." That Su Kong smiled faintly and called out, "Brother, regardless of whether you manage to gather the money, be sure to come back here to find me." Ouyang Yi chuckled, waved goodbye, and rode off on his bicycle. "Hee, I have been here all along. It is you who were too absorbed in your work to notice me," Wang Nan said, handing Su Kong a cup of milk tea. "Here you go." Su Kong accepted the milk tea, smiling as he remarked, "On such a hot day, why not stay at home? I am not your sister Lin Yi, who can play video games all day at home." Wang Nan replied, settling onto a sofa and pulling out a book. "You carry on with your tasks. I shall wait for you to finish work." Su Yun approached, her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Su Kong, who is she?" Wang Nan looked up at Su Yun. "Oh, isn't she the beauty from your phone?" Su Yun exclaimed, astonished. "She really is your girlfriend." Su Kong proudly raised the milk tea in his hand, his lips curling upwards. "Of course." Lin Yongjian nodded and said, "I just received word that I need to head to school for a meeting. Will you not have dinner? I'll grab something to eat outside." Lin Yongjian replied, his expression hinting at something left unsaid. "Uncle Lin, do you have something to convey?" "Nothing of the sort. I will send Lin Yi. It won't interfere with your romance," he added, bounding up the stairs and calling out to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, remember to take food to your grandmother." "What about my two cousins? Aren't they supposed to be taking care of Grandma? I don't trust them. You must remember to go, don't forget." "Isn't there food at the rehabilitation center?" "Your grandmother cannot eat the cafeteria meals. She can only manage some porridge each day." "How annoying." "I can go. Now hurry outside and don't disturb me while I play games." Lin Yongjian descended the stairs, casting an awkward glance at Wang Nan before exiting. Su Kong offered a dry laugh to Wang Nan, saying, "My sister is just like that. You'll get used to it." "I shall also go," Wang Nan declared, grabbing her bag and preparing to leave. Chapter 72. Su Kong. "You are quite remarkable." Upon arriving at the rehabilitation center, Su Kong found Lin Yi's grandmother, Zhang Hongmei, reclining against the bed, a bib draped around her neck, stained with remnants of spilled soup. Huna, the dedicated caregiver hired by Lin Yongjian, held a bowl of congee from the cafeteria. Upon seeing Su Kong, she paused momentarily before asking, "Young Master Su, has Teacher Lin not come today?" "No, he had an unexpected matter at school today." Su Kong handed the thermos bowl to Huna and inquired, "And who? Does Grandma still struggle with the cafeteria congee?" Huna accepted the bowl with a smile, saying, "Indeed, I am unsure why, but she simply refuses to eat the cafeteria food." "Why hasn't she eaten yet?" Huna glanced at Su Kong awkwardly, explaining, "Previously, I would feed her and she would eat, but for some reason these past couple of days, she only responds to Teacher Lin." "Let me give it a try," Su Kong offered. Taking the thermos bowl from Huna, he tested the congee against the back of his hand. Puzzled, "It's not even hot." Su Kong scooped a spoonful of congee, attempting to feed it to Zhang Hongmei, only for her to spit it out. Lacking experience, Su Kong was caught off guard, and some of the liquid splattered onto his hand, but he chuckled awkwardly. "It seems I am not adept at this either." "Allow me," Huna suggested, handing the bowl back to Su Kong, "that if it doesn't work, perhaps we should call Teacher Lin. It's not good for the elderly to go without food." Suddenly, Su Kong had an idea and asked, "Did my Uncle Lin do anything specific or say anything while feeding her?" Huna pondered for a moment before saying, "Teacher Lin seems to have a habit of blowing on the food before feeding her." "Blow on it." Su Kong took another spoonful of congee, blew on it, and then offered it to Zhang Hongmei to his delight. "She actually ate this time," Su Kong exclaimed. "So it's about imitating Uncle Lin's action of blowing." "Young Master Su, you are quite clever," Huna remarked. "Let me take over." Su Kong blew on the congee again, feeding her, and said, "No need. I consider myself to be like her grandson. It is my duty to feed her." Huna sighed. "Young Master Su, you are far more attentive than her two biological grandsons. I heard that Teacher Lin even rented an apartment for them and provided them with a salary. Yet they rarely show up and leave within 5 minutes when they do." Su Kong replied while feeding, "Many things cannot be forced. One should simply focus on doing their best." After a while, when Su Kong tried to feed her again, Zhang Hongmei refused to open her mouth. Young Master Su. I believe she may be full that Su Kong felt a bit embarrassed, as his stomach had growled audibly during the feeding. As he picked up the thermos bowl and headed for the door, he encountered Lin Yongjian hurrying towards him. Upon seeing Su Kong, he paused astonished. Su Kong, did you bring the food? Yes, Uncle Lin, that I thought you were at school. How come you're here? I called Yi, and she was still playing games that I grew anxious, so I postponed the school meeting and rushed over, Lin Yongjin explained as he entered the room. Noticing Huna cleaning up after the meal, he asked, how's my mom been today? Did she eat the congee? Huna smiled and replied, she finished it all. At first, she wouldn't eat, but thanks to young Master Su has quick thinking to mimic your feeding technique. She had no resistance at all. Lin Yongjian looked surprised. What did he imitate? He blew on the congee before feeding her. That I see, Lin Yongjian realized, feeling touched as he recalled his own habitual action while feeding her. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Su Kong, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Lin Yongjian's gaze, said, I was just experimenting. I didn't anticipate it would be so effective. Lin Yongjian smiled, then sighed. It truly is a shame. My mom has 2 biological grandsons and 1 granddaughter, yet collectively, they have not been as attentive as you. Lin Yongjian looked at Su Kong, wishing to express his gratitude, yet unsure of how to articulate it. Ultimately, all his words coalesced into a single statement. Su Kong, you are quite remarkable. Uncle Lin, please don't be so polite. It is only natural for family to assist one another. Just then, Su Kang's stomach audibly growled. Lin Yongjian couldn't help but chuckle. Let us go. I haven't eaten either. Let us grab something to eat outside. The two headed to a street stall where Lin Yongjian ordered some barbecued dishes and beer. Normally, he would opt for lighter fare, but perhaps in an effort to please Su Kong, he decided to try something more suited to youthful palates. As he opened 2 bottles of chilled beer and handed one to Su Kong. He cheerfully said, you can handle a bit, right? Su Kong smiled and nodded. I don't believe I have ever seen Uncle Lin drink before. Indeed, it has been many years since I last drank. However, I have never had a strong tolerance. I can manage a little beer, but I get drunk on liquor, Lin Yongjian admitted, clinking his glass with Su Kong's and taking a generous gulp. Lin Yongjian, typically moderate in his drinking, seemed quite spirited today, frequently raising his glass to Su Kong. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, he began to feel a little tipsy. During their drinking, Lin Yongjian inquired about Su Kong's life as an orphan, which surprised Su Kong. As it was the first time Lin Yongjian had asked about his past, that Su Kong chuckled, recounting many amusing and embarrassing stories from his earlier days, though he refrained from mentioning the hardships he endured. Lin Yongjian listened attentively, increasingly sensing Su Kang's sincere nature, and the last remnants of his reservations began to dissolve. Chapter 73. The head of the family. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Yongjian glanced at his phone, noting a call from school leadership inquiring why he had not attended the meeting. That he explained that he had intended to come, but turned back on the way due to his mother's serious illness and paralysis. Fearing she would not have anyone to care for her, as he hung up, his expression turned somber. Su Kong asked, Uncle Lin, does the school not believe what you said? Lin Yongjian sighed and remarked, though they haven't explicitly stated it, their implications are clear. That he gloomily downed the beer in his glass and continued, damn it, with each of them speaking in such a cryptic manner, they claim that my household has 12 drivers and housekeepers. Do they really think I need to personally care for my paralyzed mother? I truly curse that old bastard. I will do as I please without needing their oversight. That Su Kong, witnessing Lin Yongjian utter such profanity for the first time, realized that this call had indeed struck a nerve. He tried to console him, saying, let them say what they want. We cannot force their opinions. However, he added, but I genuinely believe Uncle Lin is a devoted son. Lin Yongjian chuckled heartily, his mood visibly lifted. Raising his glass, he shared, I have 3 siblings, and I am the youngest. That my eldest brother and 2 sisters are older than me. When I was in elementary school, my father fell ill and passed away. At that time, our family was already struggling, and his death only compounded our difficulties. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yongjian continued, in my memory, my mother has always been a resilient woman, yet there was one occasion when she wept, striking me with a stick as she cried. From that moment on, I dedicated myself to my studies with fervor, ultimately escaping that small mountain village. His eyes misty, he confessed, I am hardly a dutiful son. Rather, I feel an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to my mother and wish to compensate her in any way I can. Su Kong, deeply moved, raised his glass with both hands and declared, Uncle Lin, I toast to you. The two exchanged drinks, unaware that they had consumed several bottles. Enough, let us finish the remaining drinks, that Su Kong cautioned. Uncle, you've had too much. Lin Yongjian retorted. I am perfectly lucid, that Su Kong's heart raced. Was he really sober? Suddenly, Lin Yongjian laughed and asked Su Kong, if you were to label me, what would you choose, a university professor or a kept man? Without a doubt, a university professor, Su Kong replied without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yongjian beamed at this response, his tongue slightly slurred as he proclaimed, I am indeed a bona fide doctoral graduate returning from overseas, a physics professor at Kyoto University. While I may not be the pinnacle of academia internationally, I certainly hold my own domestically. As for my income, it reaches 7 figures annually. With such qualifications in an average household, I should be regarded as the head of the family. At that moment, the inebriated man, oblivious to the true head of the household standing behind him, continued, look at my luxury car. While it may seem inexpensive to the wealthy, it was purchased with my own money, without a single cent from anyone else. I have hundreds of thousands in my bank account, all my personal savings. That Su Kong. Tell me, am I not a successful individual? Su Kong glanced at Qin Wan, who smiled in response, and he reluctantly affirmed, indeed. Lin Yongjian, unaware of the precariousness of the situation, added, yet I feel overshadowed by your mother. Whenever people see me, their immediate thought is that I am merely Qin Wan's husband, as if I possess no other social value or role. Pouring himself another drink, he downed it in one gulp and continued, everyone assumes I am supported by your mother, but I must clarify that my car was purchased with my own funds. Despite the numerous drivers in our household, I drive myself. All the tuition and training fees for EE were covered by me. Although the house was bought by your mother, I pay her rent each month, including the household utilities and meals. All expenses I bear. To Su Kong. Tell me, am I truly a kept man? Su Kong chuckled awkwardly. Uncle Lin, you've had too much. Perhaps you should say less, Lin Yongjian insisted. I am not intoxicated. Just as he was about to continue his grandstanding, a striking figure sat down beside him and, without a hint of emotion, inquired of Su Kong. Su Kong, who is this person? He resembles your mother. After saying this, she tilted her head and collapsed onto the table. That Su Kong called out to Lin Yongjian several times, but he seemed unresponsive. That Su Kong, feeling helpless, turned to Qin Wan and said, it seems he has indeed drunk too much and fallen asleep. Qin Wan slammed her hand on the table, startling Su Kong, only to see Lin Yongjian spring up as if he had not been inebriated at all. Were you really asleep? It turns out you were merely pretending, he chuckled, impressed by the quick wit of a Kyoto University professor, though it was clear his ruse had been seen through by his mother. Lin Yongjian sheepishly remarked, I was just dreaming that you came to fetch me, and lo and behold, you truly have. Su Kong found Lin Yongjian to be quite amusing and laughed heartily. However, Qin Wan shot a warning glare at Su Kong, prompting him to quickly silence himself, while Wang Nan nearby stifled a laugh. Thus, the self-proclaimed head of the household, Lin Yongjian, followed Qin Wan like a submissive spouse as the group approached the roadside parking area. A commotion suddenly erupted nearby, a sound that struck Su Kong as oddly familiar. Curiously, he turned to see the brothers Jiwen and Zhiwu, their faces bruised and battered, being jostled about by a group of ruffians. Many passers-by looked on with interest. Lin Yongjian, noticing the scene, told Qin Wan, wait for me a moment. I'll go see what is happening. Approaching the ruckus, he called out, Jiwen Zhu, what is going on here? Upon spotting Lin Yongjian, the brothers appeared as if they had seen a savior. Zhiwu even burst into tears, exclaiming, fourth uncle, help us. They say they want to kill us. That's nonsense. This is Kyoto. Who would dare commit such a crime? The lead ruffian, a bald man, sneered at Lin Yongjian. Are you related to these two losers? Lin Yongjian furrowed his brow and replied, I am their fourth uncle. Did I like to know how my nephews have offended you? These two fools were playing cards at my place, lost all their money, borrowed from me, and lost again. Now they not only want to renege on the debt, but claim we cheated them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yongjian glanced at the brothers, noting their evasive gazes, indicating that the bald man's account was likely accurate. Disheartened, he thought to himself that instead of caring for their grandmother, they were gambling. Truly two useless individuals. With a sigh, he inquired, what do you intend to do? The bald man smirked, originally planning to rummage through the brothers' homes for valuables, but now saw an easier path. Since you're their family, you can pay their debt of 210. 000. That's absurd. It was clearly 170,000. Jiwoo protested. Isn't there interest on borrowed money? The bald man glared at Lin Yongjin, warning, you'd better know your place, or you'll regret it. With a gesture, the others moved in closer to Lin Yongjin. Though he frowned inwardly, Lin Yongjin replied, fine, I'll pay what they owed. He pulled out his phone and said, it's too late to go to the bank now. Do you have Alipay? The bald man produced his phone and opened the payment code, grinning as 210,000 appeared in his account. That you're quite the straightforward fellow. He chuckled. However, his expression shifted as he added, but that is only their debt. They caused quite a bit of damage on my turf earlier. You should settle that as well. That's nonsense. You broke your own things. Jiwen shouted. Seeing Lin Yongjin's composed demeanor, the bald man smiled wickedly. What's the difference? Unless you cough up an extra 50,000. None of you three are leaving. Isn't that robbery? Lin Yongjin retorted. Call it what you will. It's just your misfortune to have such two peculiar nephews, the bald man sneered. They ran amok on my turf, boasting about how their fourth uncle is a professor at Kyoto University and their mother is the chairwoman of Icon Group. I spit on that. Bragging on my turf is a crime. The two brothers exchanged glances, avoiding Lin Yongjin's gaze. With a heavy sigh, Lin Yongjin declared, if you want to punish these two, do as you will. I can't interfere. That he turned to leave, but the brothers, panicking, begged, fourth uncle, don't leave us. They really will kill us. Lin Yongjin steeled himself, thinking they must bear the consequences of their own actions. Just as he was about to walk away, he noticed Qin Wan standing not far behind him. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he intended to approach her, only to be blocked by a ruffian. Lin Yongjin frowned. What do you want? The money hasn't been paid yet. And you think you can just leave? I have no money. Find those who broke it, he replied. The bald man chuckled, brandishing a wooden stick as he approached Lin Yongjin. That I've seen your type before. They all claim to be broke, but a good beating usually brings out the cash. Feeling a rush of panic, Lin Yongjin shouted, what are you trying to do? You can't assault someone in public. The bald man's expression hardened as he swung the stick toward Lin Yongjin. Reacting instinctively, Lin Yongjin raised his hands to shield his head, but instead of the expected pain, he heard a cry of agony. Looking ahead, he saw the bald man collapsed on the ground, a large black footprint on his chest, while their family driver, Li He, stood beside him, looking like a martial arts master. Su Kong had just witnessed everything clearly. Li He's swift and precise kick had sent the bald man crashing to the ground. Incapacitated for quite some time, the Su Kong inwardly marveled, having sensed that Li He was no ordinary individual. And now it was evident that he was indeed a formidable expert. But as a few passers-by began to unconsciously gather around, Su Kong felt a chill in his heart. These individuals were likely the secret watchers arranged by Qin Wan to protect both himself and Lin Yongjin. The other henchmen, seeing their leader being attacked, rushed forward with sticks in hand, encircling Li He. Just as the situation reached a standoff, a delicate, mocking voice rang out. Qin Wan's laughter echoed. What's the matter? Head of the household? Just a few ruffians, and you're at a loss. Lin Yongjin's face flushed with embarrassment. You are the head of the household. I'm merely following your lead. The Ji brothers. Jiwen and Jiwoo, upon seeing Qin Wan, joyfully exclaimed, Fourth mother. Qin Wan shot them a disdainful glance before addressing Li He. Master Li, the police will be arriving shortly. Please remain to handle the aftermath. The bald man, regaining his composure after a considerable time on the ground, saw Qin Wan preparing to leave with Lin Yongjin and hissed at his nearby lackeys. Damn it, don't dare call the police. Beat him to a pulp. Qin Wan's gaze turned icy as she directed another driver. Master Wang, you should help as well. Remember to apply some force. Wang Gui, upon hearing her words, eagerly stretched his neck. After driving for so long, he hadn't had the chance to move around. When a small thug charged at him, he delivered a punch to the thug's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground. Writhing in pain, the bald man's heart sank. Previously, he had believed that Li He's successful strike was merely due to his own carelessness, yet witnessing Wang Gei's technique revealed that he was evidently skilled. This woman's identity was indeed far from simple. Regret was now futile. He slapped himself hard across the face, leaving it red and swollen. I was blind and failed to recognize the eminent. I beg you to show mercy. The Ji brothers, however, had regained their arrogance, picking up sticks from the ground and striking the bald man. taunting. Did you truly think we were just boasting? The bald man could hardly believe it. Was this woman truly Qin Wan? Had he just attempted to extort Qin Wan's husband? Ignoring his pain, he suddenly knelt before her, banging his head against the ground while pleading for mercy. I implore you, President Qin, spare me. I shall never dare again. Spare you? Lin Juan kicked the bald man down again, demanding, hurry and return the money to me. The bald man quickly pulled out his phone to transfer the funds, fearful that hesitation would lead to further violence. The brothers paused in confusion, exclaiming, but Grandma's illness hasn't improved yet. Chapter 75. I would rather starve outside than return home. Lin jumped at the sudden outburst. She had never seen her father this furious, leaving her bewildered and at a loss. Look at you now. Your hair is a mess, and you shut yourself in your room all day playing games. I asked you to take a meal to your grandmother, yet you refuse. Does this resemble the life of a normal person? I forgot. It wasn't intentional. Besides, Su Kong already took it over, she retorted. How dare you be so disrespectful? You dare call Su Kong by his name. He is your brother. Lin Yi had never been chastised so sternly by Lin Yongjian. Her lips quivered, her expression one of grievance. Downstairs, Su Kong heard Lin Yongjian reprimanding his daughter and quietly asked, Mom, do you think Uncle Lin is being too harsh? Should we check on them? Qin Wan furrowed her brow, responding, no need. Your sister truly requires some discipline. Gazing at Lin Yi's expression, Lin Yongjian's heart softened, and he lamented, Lin Yi, you're already 14. You're no longer a child. Your grandmother once cherished you deeply, and now she is paralyzed. Uncertain of how many years she has left, I arranged for you to deliver a meal to her, and you refuse to go. Your brother, who shares no blood relation with her, not only went, but even fed her personally. When will you mature like him? Su Kong is not my brother, Lin Yi shouted defiantly. How can he not be? What is his surname, and what is yours? Su Kong is your mother's biological son. He is indeed your brother, related by blood. You must acknowledge him, whether you wish to or not. Lin Yi burst into tears, exclaiming, you all are a family, and I am the outsider. You all conspire to bully me. Lin Yongjian sighed. When have we ever bullied you? Just then, Lin Yi abruptly stood up, grabbed a backpack, and began stuffing it with clothes. What are you doing with that bag? Lin Yongjian asked, perplexed that I'm leaving this house. I never want to see you again. Upon reaching the first floor, she noticed Qin Wan and the others watching television, and feeling increasingly wronged, she cried, I said I'm running away, and you all are just sitting here watching TV without stopping me. Lin Yi glared at the three, declaring, you're all wicked. I hate you. With that, she stormed out. As Lin Yi exited, the three exchanged glances. That Su Kong turned to Qin Wan. Mom, aren't we really going to stop Yi? Qin Wan sighed. How can we stop her? The more we try to restrain her, the more determined she will be to leave. Watching Lin Yongjian sulk down the stairs, she couldn't help but say, Old Lin, why did you have to speak so harshly? What will we do now that she has run away? You only know how to blame me. You didn't stop her either, he retorted. And soon they were glaring at each other. Lin Yongjian sighed. Old Qin, you have arranged for someone to protect her, right? Rest assured regarding her safety, several watchers are keeping an eye on her at all times. Qin Wan replied, rubbing her temples. Old Lin, you're a university professor. What do you think we should do? We can't just let her wander outside. That you're asking me. You're the group as chairperson. He replied, should I go talk to her? Su Kong suggested quietly. She is currently furious with you. Going now would only exacerbate the situation, Lin Yongjian countered. Qin Wan's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Don't rush. Wait another 2 hours before you go find her. When everyone looked at her, she explained, let us wait a moment and temper her. Tempered at 10 o'clock that evening. Qin Wan, Lin Yongjian, and Su Kong sat in the hall on the first floor, anxiously watching television, when suddenly Su Kong's phone buzzed. He picked it up and exclaimed with delight, it's a message from Wang Nan. Let us see what she has to say. After reading, Qin Wan's expression turned troubled. Old Lin, cut off her living expenses. Let us see if she has any money left to stay in a hotel. As long as Wang Nan is with her, she will have endless money to spend. With a sigh, Qin Wan concluded, for now, let her stay in a hotel for a few days, and we'll discuss it later. Lin Yongjian nodded in agreement. That is the only way. That he then chuckled. Really? Why do I suddenly feel so tired? I didn't catch what Wang Nan said earlier. I think I'll head up to rest. Su Kong's face turned crimson at this. Chapter 76. What are you after him for? Su Kong exclaimed in surprise. You managed to gather the funds so quickly. Ouyang Yi gazed affectionately at the woman beside him. Yes, this is my girlfriend, Chun Yin. She helped me pull together the remaining money. Turning to Su Kong, Ouyang Yi inquired, By the way, brother, what is your surname? My name is Su Kong. You can just call me Xiao Su. He replied. Ouyang Yi gestured towards Su Kong. This brother Su is someone I met yesterday. He is quite genuine. Buying a house through him is surely a wise choice. Chen Yin extended her hand. Smiling, hello. My partner here can be a bit dull, so not many can call him brother. Su Kong chuckled. I'm just working a summer job. My abilities are average. It's mainly because brother Ouyang thinks highly of me. Ouyang Yi remarked to Chen Yin. Those with real skills are often good at deception. When it comes to buying a house, we can only rely on someone like brother Su. Nearby, Li Xiaoqin had intended to assist Su Kong, but upon hearing Ouyang Yi's words, awkwardly withdrew. Su Kong led the couple to a nearby table and asked, Brother Ouyang, are you still interested in that first-floor unit? Ouyang Yi shook his head. Is there anything else that's slightly better? Su Kong instantly perked up, introducing several other layouts. After much deliberation, Ouyang Yi and Chen Yin narrowed it down to 2 units. Chen Yin preferred the smaller one on the 5th floor, while Ouyang Yi leaned towards the larger one on the 8th floor. Chen Yin remarked, For our little family, why do we need such a large space? Every bit saved counts. I think this 95 square meter place is perfect. 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. 1 for us. 1 for the child, just right. Buying a house is a lifelong commitment. If we're going to buy, let us get a bigger one. Doubt if our parents come to stay for a few days. Having a 3-bedroom, 2 living room layout would be much more convenient. Chen Yin was swayed but soon frowned. But it's over 40,000 more. That's a lot. Almost equivalent to 2 years of your salary. Using my 2 years' salary to buy a bigger house, I think it's worth it. But we'll need to spend money on the wedding too, if we use everything for the house. What will we do when it's time to marry? Ouyang Yi's spirits sank as he turned to Su Kong. Brother Su, can you help me calculate the down payment for both houses? Su Kong pulled out a calculator and quickly replied, The smaller one is 1.46 million, while the larger one is 1.58 million. Chen Yin sighed and said, You have 780,000. I have 310,000. And with the 470,000 we borrowed from classmates and colleagues, that totals only 1,560,000. That we're still 20,000 short for the down payment on that larger house, and we must keep some funds for our living expenses. Ouyang Yi gritted his teeth and replied, No, I'll borrow a bit more from my classmates. What about when we get married? Will we borrow money then as well? Chen Yin retorted. Ouyang, I understand you don't want me to suffer, but having our own little home makes me very happy. Chen Yin exclaimed in frustration. Why can't you understand my point? Su Kong, who had been listening, could not contain himself and suggested, How about I take you both to see the property first? You can decide after you've had a look. The two nodded and followed Su Kong into the community. Shortly after they left the sales office, a middle-aged man in his 30s entered with 2 elderly individuals. He cheerfully introduced, Uncle, Aunt, I've visited this villa several times, and I'm quite satisfied overall that IT has 3 floors and a total area of 780 square meters. Today, I'm bringing my parents to confirm that if they approve, I will buy it as my wedding home with Yin. Chen's father beamed with joy, saying to Chen's mother, Look how prudent Xiao Wang is in his dealings. Yin will surely enjoy a good life with him. Indeed, Chen's mother agreed with a smile. Upon seeing Wang Cheng, Yu Qing quickly approached him, saying, Mr. Wang, you've come. I brought my future in-laws to see the villa that if they have no objections, I will make the payment today. Chen's father and mother grinned at being referred to as future in-laws, that we've prepared everything in advance. Let us go, Chen's mother said. Su Kong, unable to find Yu Qing, was informed by a colleague that she had gone out to view properties. So he headed to the 2nd floor to find Yang Chun. Upon seeing their daughter cozily standing next to Ouyang Yi, Chen's father and mother's smiles quickly turned to frowns, stealing a glance at Wang Cheng. They noticed his displeased expression. Chen's mother glared at Chen Yin, saying, Yin, why aren't you coming over? Look at you now. Do you have any semblance of a lady? Chen Yin bluntly stated, Mom and Dad. I will not be with Wang Cheng, so don't waste your efforts. Do you think you can decide on such a significant matter as marriage? Wang is so exceptional, and you insist on being with this country bumpkin. What do you hope to gain? I value that he likes me and caters to my every need. Chen Yin replied. Chen's father was furious, nearly choking on his anger. Yang Yi, suppressing his own rage, said, "Uncle, Aunt, you said that as long as I bought a house in the Hongwei community, you would agree to Yin marrying me. Do you think I haven't looked into your situation? With your salary, even if you starved yourself, you couldn't afford a down payment. How can I not afford it? I'm here to look at houses with Yin today." Yang Yi shot back. Chen's father sneered, "Isn't that just a mountain of debt? You're borrowing for the down payment on a house. What about the expenses for the wedding? After getting married, will my daughter have to live off your debts?" Yang Yi's face flushed, yet he had no retort. Chapter 77. Do you want to be Ma Wentai? Chen's father and mother followed closely, their expressions cold as they noticed Yang Yi and Chun Yin lagging behind. "You two, hurry up. There are so many people watching. Aren't you embarrassed?" The onlookers chuckled, pointing at Chen's father and mother, appalled by their words. That Chen's father was livid, his face turning pale and his lips trembling. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Let us go upstairs. This matter must be resolved today." The group reached the conference room on the second floor, where Yang Yi said, "Uncle, and I may be a bit poor right now, but I promise I can provide Yin with a bright future." Chen's mother replied, "What good is a promise? With your meager salary, buying a house in Kyoto would be a monumental achievement, let alone repaying decades of mortgage. What future can my daughter have marrying you?" Chen Yin interjected, "If I can live the life I desire, that is my future. If I end up living a life I do not want, that is what I would truly call having no future." Chen's mother sighed. "Poverty can bring sorrow to even the most loving couple. You may speak sweetly now, but you will regret it later." "Aunt, I will work hard and ensure Yin never regrets her choice," Yang Yi asserted. Chun Yin squeezed Yang Yi's hand and said, "You only see Yang's current poverty and overlook his shining qualities. He works tirelessly and lives frugally for our future. Just for that, I believe that together, we won't fall into despair, no matter our financial situation." Wang Cheng, witnessing Chun Yin and Yang Yi holding hands, wore a grim expression and said, "In terms of family background, education, career, resources, and even looks, I surpass him by a mile. Where exactly do I fall short? Liking someone has never been about weighing pros and cons. But marriage is." Wang Cheng replied, "That if you marry me, you will become a wealthy lady of Kyoto without worries about food and drink. That is not the life I wish to lead. What kind of life do you want? I can provide the same as he can, and even more." Wang Cheng, seeing Chun Yin turn away from him, continued, Yin, you know I like you since high school. My feelings have never wavered. What have I done wrong that you would rather choose him over me?" Chun Yin coldly replied, "You haven't done anything wrong. It's simply that we are not on the same path. I have never liked you, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Have I never moved you even once?" Wang Cheng pressed that don't feign deep emotions. "I only ask, when buying the house, whose name will be on the property deed." Wang Cheng's expression turned cold as he said, "That was decided by my family. They said to put my name on it first, and after the wedding, we would add yours." Chen's father frowned slightly, but Chen's mother smiled. "That arrangement seems quite reasonable. We haven't met your parents, so we cannot discern if you speak the truth." Chun Yin then turned to Yang Yi, asking, "Yang, what about you? I've said it before. When we buy the house, both our names will be on it." Wang Cheng scoffed. "How much can he afford for a house? It cannot compare to my villa." Wang Cheng was extremely agitated. "I'm sincere in my feelings for you. Why don't you believe me? My parents were blinded by your appearance, but not me. I still remember how resolutely Hu Chui jumped from the building." Hearing Hu Chui's name, Wang Cheng's forehead twitched with anger. "Hu Chui's suicide has nothing to do with me. That's so. She was the school beauty at our school, and you lured her in a bed with just a few words. Not long after, her naked photos circulated, and days later, she leapt to her death. She was just a high school girl in the bloom of youth, and yet you treated her so carelessly after your conquest." The crowd gasped in shock. Wang Cheng panicked and defended himself to Chen's father and mother. "I did pursue Hu Chui, but she never agreed to be my girlfriend. The notion that we slept together is utterly absurd." Noticing the skepticism in the onlookers, he added, "Everything I just said is true. Uncle, Aunt, you've known me for years. If I were truly as Hu Chui claimed, wouldn't you have noticed?" Chen's father nodded slightly. Even the best pretender would eventually reveal their true self. That he turned to Chen Yin and said, Yin, we cannot casually slander someone without evidence. Hu Chui was once my good friend. How could I fabricate such claims? Chun Yin urged. Dad, consider this. There are many more beautiful girls in Kyoto than I do. Why would he insist on marrying me? If I agree to him, wouldn't I end up like Hu Chui Chui? With you and Mom powerless to seek justice for me. This is completely unfounded. Why would you prefer to believe a poor boy over me? Brother, why bother? If they want to be Liang Shambua and Juingtai. Do you really want to be Ma Wentai? A voice from the corner interrupted. Everyone turned curiously to see Su Kong, who had been standing there for quite a while, accompanied by the gossiping Yang Chun and Yu Qing, who were merely spectators. That Su Kong asked curiously, "Do you know me?" "No, I don't know you," Wang Qing said, anxiously heading for the door. "Wang, why are you leaving so suddenly?" Chen's mother asked, flustered. Yang Chen reflected, this is the difference between second-tier and top-tier wealthy families. Just one encounter, and he was scared off. That he turned to Yu Qing, saying, "Now that he has gone, why are you still lingering here?" The two stepped outside, and Yang Chen asked, "Yu Qing, do you have contact information for that Wang?" Yu Qing nodded. "Message him and say that the one named Ouyang inside is a good friend of Su Kong, that he should back off." Yang Chen looked at Yu Qing and said, "Are you really not willing to stay?" "Well, I'm in the process of transferring my work to Li Shaoqin, that I'll officially resign by the end of the month, that if you leave, half of my sales will collapse." Yu Qing smiled and replied, "Actually, Li Shaoqin is quite capable. She can do even better than I did." Chapter 78. The authentic Kyoto aristocrat in the meeting room. Chen's parents were perplexed by Wang Cheng's abrupt departure and could not help but glance at Su Kong. A rather unremarkable individual, as if he had seen a ghost. Noticing the attention directed at him, Su Kong chuckled and remarked, "That person must be unwell." He left without so much as a word. Ouyang Yi introduced Su Kong to Chen's parents, saying, "Uncle and aunt, this young man is surnamed Su and is a salesperson here, that I've been looking at houses with him these past few days." Chen's father had regained his composure and, upon reflection, increasingly believed that Chun Yan's words held truth. The man named Wang had not even met his parents once, suggesting he was merely toying with their daughter. A wave of trepidation washed over him. However, upon observing Ouyang Ye's wrinkled shirt, he felt a growing distaste. He asked coolly, "What properties have you been looking at, and what is their square footage?" Ouyang Yi, feeling a surge of excitement, eagerly began to describe the two properties he had previously viewed. With a stern expression, Chen's father interjected, "What are you still deliberating? You should certainly choose that 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment." "I think so too," Chun Yin replied, displaying a newfound assertiveness in Wang Cheng's absence. "That if there's no money, we'll just cook according to our rice." Seeing her father's displeasure, she pressed on, "Why not borrow 200,000 from you two?" 200,000. "I tell you, we are flat broke, that if you cannot secure this 3-bedroom apartment today, I will not approve of your marriage." Ouyang Yi, feeling cornered, asked, "Uncle, can we delay this for a few more days? Delay borrowing money again? Why can't you just call your family for support?" Chun Yin, noticing Ouyang Yi's troubled expression, quickly chimed in. "Dad, haven't I already explained the situation with Ouyang's family? You've been bewitched by this young man. You're truly driving me to despair," Chen's father retorted, glaring at his daughter before continuing with earnestness. "Yin Yin, a happy life for a small family requires a material foundation. That I understand. 30 years of prosperity, 30 years of decline. I believe Ouyang will, through his own efforts, provide me with a life free from worry." "Let me interject," Su Kong interjected amid the tense atmosphere. "Earlier, I negotiated a discount with my boss. Upon learning that Brother Ouyang is a graduate of Kyoto University, he is now eligible for a substantial discount. So the funds you have should suffice for the down payment. That I ask that true?" Ouyang Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Absolutely," Su Kong affirmed. Ouyang Yi turned to Chen's father, excitement evident in his voice. "Uncle, you mean it's true that if I purchase the house today, I can marry Yin Yin?" Chen's father, moved by Ouyang Ye's earnestness despite his modest means, nodded. "Indeed, it is true." Ouyang Yi, elated, took Chun Yan's hand and declared, "Yin Yin, let us go and make the payment together." Chun Yin nodded enthusiastically as Su Kong addressed the older couple. "Please rest here for a moment. I will take Brother Ouyang to settle the payment." Upon reaching the finance office on the first floor, Su Kong instructed, "Please wait here. I will speak with the finance team." That I, in the midst of their confusion, Su Kong entered and closed the door behind him. After a while, he emerged, telling Ouyang Yi, "Brother Ouyang, everything is settled. Please come in to make the payment." With Su Kang's assistance, Ouyang Yi swiftly completed the necessary paperwork, And after all discounts were applied, he found himself with an unexpected 5,000 remaining in his account. Su Kong handed the keys to Ouyang Yi, exclaiming, "Congratulations, brother Ouyang. You are now a distinguished homeowner in our grand estate." Holding the keys, Ouyang Yi felt an exhilarating rush that he turned to Qin Yin, Yin. "We finally have our own home. Indeed, it's wonderful. Thank you, Su, my dear brother. It is I who must thank you both. This is the first house I have sold," Su Kong replied. The as Qin's parents approached. Chun Yin gleefully exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, look. We've bought a house," seeing his daughter so joyous. Qin's father was taken aback and expressed his concern. "Let me see the property deed. Does it have Yin Yan's name on it?" Chun Yin opened the deed for him. "See for yourself. How could it not have my name?" Upon seeing his daughter's name, Qin's father couldn't help but break into a smile. However, Qin's mother, still worried, remarked, "Now that the house is purchased, what about the renovations?" "I was thinking of waiting," Ouyang Yi began, but Qin's father interrupted. "We two older folks will handle the renovations." Qin Yin, gleefully tugging at her father's clothing, playfully said, "Dad, you truly are the best father in the world." "Am I the best father now? Don't rejoice too soon. I have conditions." "What?" Qin Yin was taken aback, fearing he would impose some harsh terms. Ouyang Yi, feeling anxious, responded, "Uncle, please, I am all ears." Qin's father sighed and stated, "First, you two are not young anymore. Having known each other for several years, you should promptly arrange for your family to come to Kyoto for the marriage proposal, preferably before National Day. Is there a problem with that?" Ouyang Yi, pleasantly surprised by this favorable suggestion, eagerly nodded in agreement. "Secondly, any children you have after marriage should take your surname for the first child, while the second child, regardless of gender, will take Yin Yin's surname." Chun Yan's expression shifted. Dad. Ignoring her outburst, Qin's father maintained his gaze on Ouyang Yi. With a gentle smile, Ouyang Yi replied, "Uncle, even without your suggestion, I had the same thought." Qin Yin was astonished. "You don't mind?" "What is there to mind? The older generation often has thoughts of continuing the family line. Perhaps we will feel the same when we are older," he responded. Qin's father, now satisfied, found Ouyang Yi increasingly agreeable, his previous reservations fading. Ouyang Yi turned to Su Kong, saying, "Su, I owe you a great deal for securing this discount. Do you have time for lunch today? I would like to treat you." "Thank you." Ouyang Yi smiled, then suggested to Qin Yin, "How about we wait for Su to finish work and then take him out to eat?" Qin Yin shook her head. "Ouyang, let us not disturb him. He is a true Kyoto aristocrat." Seeing Ouyang Yi's confusion, Qin Yin elaborated, "Didn't you notice how calm he was when facing Wang Chung? Wang Chung was like a mouse encountering a cat, running away without even daring to mention his name, indicating that Su Kong is not someone Wang Chung can afford to offend. But he doesn't look it. He's just working a summer job. That's just a Kyoto young master experiencing life. Do you think he's short on money? That watch of his costs several tens of thousands, and there's no such thing as a Kyoto University housing discount. He's merely covering the difference out of his own pocket." Ouyang Yi gazed at Su Kang's retreating figure. He increasingly felt that Chun Yin was right, a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment swelling within him. "Stop standing there like a fool. Getting to know such a Kyoto young master is beneficial for us," Qin Yin stated, holding the keys. "Let us go. I want to see our new home again and personally design our little nest." Ouyang Yi smiled, no longer dwelling on Su Kong's identity, and together with Qin's parents, they headed toward their new abode. Chapter 79. Specifically targeting me, Lin Yi, upon seeing Su Kong approach, snorted disdainfully and held her head high. Su Kong remained unfazed, greeting Wang Nan with a smile. "What brings you both here?" Wang Nan smiled sweetly and replied, "Your sister insisted on being self-reliant, so I brought her here to look for a job. Isn't she only 14? Who would hire her?" Wang Nan wore a pained expression. "Exactly. We searched all morning, and my legs are about to give out. In the end, we had no choice but to come here." Su Kong looked at Lin Yi with skepticism. "Are you serious about this, young lady?" Lin Yi, still prideful, insisted. "Su Kong, just tell your boss that my demands are modest. I only want a salary equal to yours. Is this your company or mine? Can our words even count?" Su Kong was left speechless. "There's no need to speak to the boss. You're too young. We don't hire minors here." Lin Yi retorted defiantly, "You're not the boss. Why do you get to decide? I'm going to tell him myself," she declared. "Fine, go ahead," Su Kong replied, and Lin Yi pouted as she spotted Su Yun approaching. She hurriedly asked, "Sister, where can I find your boss?" Su-Yin glanced at Lin Yi quizzically. "He's in the office on the second floor. The door says General Manager. Wang Nan, let us go find the boss." Lin Yi said, and Wang Nan gave Su Kong an innocent look before trailing behind Lin Yi. Once the two had walked away, Su-Yin turned to Su Kong and asked, "Who is that young girl? What does she want with Mr. Yang?" Su Kong sighed. "She is my sister. She has been arguing with our family and said she wants to be self-reliant, that I need to check on her," upon entering Yang Chen's office. Su Kong heard Yang Chen impatiently state, "I've told you I don't hire minors." Seeing Su Kong enter, Lin Yi pointed at him. "Then why can Su Kong work here?" Yang Chen looked puzzled. "Do you know Su Kong? Who would know that scoundrel?" Yang Chen curiously glanced at Su Kong, who awkwardly explained, "She is my sister, having a disagreement with our family, ditto. So she is your sister?" Your sister?" Yang Chen cautiously asked Lin Yi. "What is your name?" "Lin Yi," she replied. Yang Chen gazed at the non-mainstream girl before him, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. "With your mother owning so many enterprises, why must she target me for her whims?" He pondered. "Should I accept or decline? That is indeed a dilemma." "Yang, what are you still contemplating?" "Hiring a minor constitutes child labor, which is illegal," Su Kong interjected. "Su Kong, mind your own business. That it's not like I'm paying you," Yang retorted. "Then what are you doing here?" "I can do anything." "If you were so capable, why not soar to the heavens?" Listening to the squabble between the siblings, Yang Chen felt an overwhelming headache. Just when he found himself in a quandary, the office door swung open once more. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yang Chen leaped from his seat in fright. "Qin Zhong," he exclaimed cautiously. Qin Wan narrowed her eyes as she regarded Yang Chen, asking, "Do you know me? Should I claim to know you or not?" "That too is a question." Yang Chen replied carefully, "That I am Yang Chen. I have encountered you a few times, so it is quite normal for you not to recognize me." Yang Chen turned to Qin Wan, noticing her look of approval directed towards him. That was close. "Thank goodness my mind is quick," he thought. Lin Yi, upon seeing Qin Wan enter, pouted and turned her head away. Qin Wan glanced at her daughter before sitting down on the sofa and crossing her legs. Yang Chen observed the silent family, feeling awkward as he could neither sit nor stand, wishing he could leap from the second-floor window. Qin Wan said coolly, "Yang Zong, why are you still standing? Please take a seat." Yang Chen responded with an "oh," and finally sat down. Lin Yi tugged on Wang Nan's hand, saying, "Wang Nan jie, let's leave and find another place. That I refuse to believe that in this vast city of Kyoto there is no place for Lin Yi. You are still under 15. You are considered a minor. Who would dare hire you?" Qin Wan chuckled that if you listen to me in the future, I will ask this Yang Zong to take you on. "Right, Yang Zong?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Yang Chen nodded vigorously. "You just need to say whether you agree or not." Seeing Lin Yi still hesitating, Qin Wan added, "Aren't you planning to run away from home? Without money, where can you go? Can you even escape the third ring of Kyoto?" "Fine, whatever," Qin Wan replied indifferently. Lin Yi then looked at Yang Chen with a pitiful expression, asking, "Yang Zong, how much will my monthly salary be? I am far more capable than Su Kong. It cannot be lower than his." Yang Chen glanced at Qin Wan, who gave a slight nod, and he replied, "No problem. Your salary will be the same as Su Kang's. Also, I need my salary to be settled daily, as I am already out of money, that if I don't receive my wages, I will starve to death on the streets." Yang Chen looked again at Qin Wan, who nodded slightly, and he said, "All right, no issue. Furthermore, can I arrive a bit later in the morning?" Yang Chen glanced at Qin Wan, who shook her head slightly, and he said, "I'm afraid that won't be possible." Qin Wan coughed a few times, prompting Yang Chen to respond, "That is absolutely out of the question." Qin Wan stated, "You will get up every morning and come to work with your brother." I refuse to go with him. I will come on my own." Weren't you just saying you would listen?" "Oh, then fine," Lin Yi conceded. She then turned to Yang Chen and asked, "So, Yang Zong, what will my duties entail?" Yang Chen looked at Qin Wan, but she directly replied, "You will assist your brother. Do whatever he tells you." "Why must I follow him?" Lin Yi protested impatiently. Suddenly, she recalled something and declared, "Wait a minute. This isn't your company. What work can you assign me?" "Yang Zong?" "Indeed, no," Yang Chen stammered, casting a nervous glance at Qin Wan. "Your brother possesses considerable business acumen. You will simply assist him. Is he truly capable?" Lin Yi expressed her skepticism that he just sold the property today. Su Kong, noticing Lin Yi's persistent glances towards him, said, "What are you looking at? If you have the ability, sell a property yourself, and I will gladly assist you if that's what you said, Lin Yi retorted defiantly. Yang Chun, feeling increasingly anxious as Lin Yi continued to gaze at him, thought, Miss, please refrain from posing questions. This is not your interview. It is mine. Qinwan checked her watch and inquired, are there any further questions? If not, let's have lunch, and after that, you can officially start working here. There are none. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then Qinwan added, Yang Zong, please prepare a set of dining utensils for us. We will have a working meal here. Huh. Is it appropriate for individuals of your stature to have a working meal? Chapter 80. An unconventional real estate office chain. One had a casual lunch before leaving. Lin Yi was utterly oblivious to her family's enterprises. She assumed that Yang Chun was merely a friend of her mother, thus able to secure her a position through connections. After lunch, she changed into a work uniform. But with her vibrant hair and youthful visage, the ensemble appeared quite incongruous that Su Kang believed that only Yang Chun and Fu Qing knew Qinwan. And after their meal, he approached Yang Chun, pleading for him to keep Qinwan's identity a secret. Yang Chun felt utterly exasperated, thinking, your mother is the big boss. As an employee of Icon Group, how could I not know her? It's exhausting to maintain a not-so-secret secret for you daily. Seeing Su Kang's earnest expression, Yang Chun resignedly said, fine, I won't disclose to anyone that the person who just dined across from me was the group's chairman. Qin Zong, that Su Kang hurriedly expressed his gratitude and scampered away. Su Kang, didn't you notice that elderly gentleman without water? Hurry and bring him a cup. Su Kang frowned and went to pour a glass of water. Su Kang, this trash bin is overflowing. You need to take care of it. Su Kang sighed as he emptied the trash. Su Kang, deliver this document to that older sister. Su Kang took a deep breath and delivered the document. Su Kang, enough with the Su Kang already. Finally, Su Kang erupted, addressing Lin Yi, who was lounging on the sofa. I am working for the company, not for you. You are to assist me, not the other way around. Why are you shouting? You asked me to review the documents. Lin Yi replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Wang Nan, sitting nearby, stifled a laugh behind her hand as Su Kang felt overwhelmed. Striving to maintain his composure, he gently said, Miss Lin Yi, could you please quietly review the documents? Refrain from speaking. It disrupts others' work. You know nothing. How can you sell? I see clearly. If this young lady steps in, a property will be sold in no time. Who else has been like you, taking over a month to sell a single property? Selling houses is not easy, you know. It's not a game. I have already achieved the remarkable feat of selling a property in just over a month. Lin Yi rolled her eyes and scoffed. Let us make a bet on who sells a property first. Who would bet with you? That's ridiculous. Just then, Su Kang noticed Li Xiaoqin passing by and quickly said, Sister Li, please take this little demon away. I can't handle her. Li Xiaoqin pretended not to hear and quickened her pace to leave. Handing the chairman's daughter over to me? What a joke. If she gets upset, it's a family issue. If I do, it's a class issue. Lin Yi stood up from the sofa, stating, in any case, I can't make heads or tails of this material. You can handle it yourself that I'm going to sell houses at that moment. A man walked in, and Lin Yi hurriedly approached, saying, hello, are you looking to buy a house? The man cast a curious glance at Lin Yi and replied, let us take a look first that I no need to look. The houses here are both good and affordable that if you buy from me, you won't suffer losses or be deceived. How much are the houses here? Lin Yi turned to Su Kang and asked. Su Kang, how much are our houses? Su Kang gathered his documents and approached the man, saying, Sir, our prices range from 40,000 to 50,000. As soon as Su Kang finished, Lin Yi interjected, hands on her hips. Su Kang, are you insane? This is my client. You can't steal my customers. How am I stealing your customer? If the client has questions, I must answer them. Lin Yi switched to a bright smile and addressed the man. Sir, I have a property for 40,000 to 50,000. Ah. The man widened his eyes. Lin Yi exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? I meant 40,000 to 50,000 per square meter, not for an entire property. Su Kang, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Miss, do you have any common sense? Where could you find a property for that price? Lin Yi, of course, would not admit her mistake and defiantly replied, what a hassle. Why not just state the price of a property outright? Each property's size varies. How can I tell you the price? Oh, Lin Yi turned to the man, wearing an innocent expression, and said, you need to tell me what size of property you want. If you don't specify, How can I give you a price? The man found the young girl utterly unreliable and, upon seeing Li Shaoqin approach, quickly made his way toward her. Lin Yi hurriedly grasped his sleeve, saying, "Don't leave. I haven't quoted you a price yet." The man awkwardly replied, "No need. I'll ask someone else. Here, my prices are the lowest. Why inquire with others? When they offer 50,000, I propose 40,000. When they suggest 40,000, I counter with 30,000, that I provide prices that others dare not offer and sell properties that others fear to sell." Lin Yi, witnessing the man's departure, indignantly remarked, "Do you think he's foolish? I've already told him my prices are the cheapest, yet he still won't purchase from me." Su Kong lifted his head and took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, she was at home engrossed in her games. Why did you have to drag her out? Su Kong pulled Lin Yi aside and said, "Didn't you want to work to earn money? Now I'm offering you a salary. You can go play on your phone or games over there. Just keep quiet." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "How much are you offering?" 5,000. Noticing Lin Yi frowning, Su Kong added, "Your salary here is also 5,000, which is quite generous." Lin Yi chuckled, "Do you think I'm foolish? Selling houses comes with commissions. You're trying to trick me into playing games to boost your sales and commissions, aren't you? I won't fall for your ruse. I don't think you're foolish. I believe you truly are foolish." Su Kong couldn't recall how the afternoon had passed. He only knew that during high school, he could study until midnight and still not feel as exhausted as he did today. Chapter 81. The incompatible siblings in the evening, at the dining table. Lin Yi rarely joined everyone for dinner, sitting next to Wang Nan, indulging heartily. Lin Yongjian, wishing to ease the tension with Lin Yi, initiated a conversation. "Yi, I heard you took a summer job today. How was it?" Lin Yi shot a glare at Su Kong and replied, "Not great. Su Kong is too clumsy and holds me back." "You hold me back," Su Kong retorted with a chuckle. Lin Yi, seeing Su Kang's defiance, turned to Wang Nan and asked, "Sister Wang, who is really holding whom back?" Wang Nan, caught off guard by the unfolding drama, felt guilty for saying Su Kong was holding back. Knowing Lin Yi would take it personally that all four of them turned their gaze towards her, Wang Nan chuckled nervously. "I was reading this afternoon, so I'm not sure that. Oh my goodness. My property is priced at 51,800 yuan per square meter, and you directly offer 40,000 to others. Are you here to do charity? But you said yourself, it can be discounted appropriately. Is that what you call appropriate discounting? How is it not? That is only an 80 discount. Does my property sell like clothing on the street, requiring an 80 discount? Then what discount should I offer? You haven't made that clear." Su Kong addressed the others at the table. "Listen to her. Is this really about a discount? Who sells a house and starts with an 80 discount? But you didn't clarify." "How could I not clarify? I mentioned from the start that a single property could offer a discount of 10,000 to 20,000 for the client, and you propose a discount of 10,000 to 20,000 per square meter. You might as well give the house away for free." Lin Yi put down her chopsticks and exclaimed, "Ultimately, you intentionally didn't clarify, fearing I might sell the house." "Why would I fear you selling the house? At such a low price, would President Yang agree to sell?" Lin Yi stood up, propping her hands on the table, speaking forcefully. "You haven't even asked President Yang. How do you know he wouldn't agree?" "Su Kong, you're just scared. You fear I might sell the house and prove my abilities surpass yours. Yes, your abilities are far superior to mine. So please do not follow me tomorrow." "Who is following you?" "It's you who shamelessly steals my clients." "Which client have I stolen?" "The female white-collar worker from this afternoon. I discovered her first." "Why did you have to come in and steal her away?" "I was the one coordinating with her before. She is here again, and it's still my job to coordinate. Do you understand the rules? You're the one lacking in ethics. I don't care about the past. But from today on, the clients I discover can only be coordinated by me." If every client can only be coordinated by you, then what about all the other salespeople in the company? Are they just decorations? I don't care. I'm the most capable, and I get to choose all the clients first. Absurd. This company isn't yours. Everyone else has no objections. You're the only one against me." The two glared at each other, both unwilling to yield. Qinwan chuckled. "Is your afternoon so eventful? Mom, you're still laughing. It's all your fault for seating her next to me. Hurry up and move her away. Let her go wherever she pleases. Should I move you instead? You've been at the company over a month and have sold only one property, and you still have the audacity to draw a salary. Ha! Who in the company is like you, rushing to President Yang for your salary right after work? How can you be so shameless? That was agreed upon today. My salary is to be settled daily. In that case, I'll pay you 200 a day, settled daily. Just don't come to work and cause trouble, okay? Who cares about your filthy money? I can earn it myself, and probably earn more than you. Lin Yongjian, noticing the escalating tension, chuckled. Let us eat, and say less. That Su Kong scoffed. A real man doesn't quarrel with a woman. Just as he reached for the last chicken leg on the table. Another pair of chopsticks stretched out as well. Lin Yi, are you doing this on purpose? Su Kong, are you determined to oppose me? I reached for it first and I saw it first. What is it to you? You busybody? Qin observed the siblings locked in their standoff, and suddenly felt that seating Lin Yi next to Su Kong was not a wise choice. That I in the following days. Lin Yi surprisingly began to rise early each day, accompanying Su Kong to work. Both Qin and Lin Yongjian were puzzled by her newfound enthusiasm for work, far surpassing her attitude toward school. Yuqing had initially planned to resign at the end of the month. But one day, Lin Yi approached her with a question that startled her so much that she immediately coordinated her work with Li Xiaoqin and did not return the next day. Su Kong wished to keep a distance from Lin Yi, but there was no other option. Only he and the company was willing to manage Lin Yi, or rather, only he was unafraid of offending her. After work that day, Su Kong said to Lin Yi, tomorrow, Wang Nan and I will be taking the 4th subject exam. Why don't you rest at home? I want to rest. It's perfect you want to be here. Without you in the way, I'll definitely sell a house tomorrow. Just don't sell the entire company. Lin Yi, visibly impatient, replied, I'm not as clueless as I was when I first came. I know which prices can sell and which cannot. That Su Kong couldn't help but smile. After these days of guidance, she had indeed made some progress, but her temper was still too fiery. Just yesterday, she had a conflict with a client and ended up driving them away. That's no way to conduct business. Concerned she might create more trouble tomorrow, Su Kong patiently advised, please do not get into conflicts with clients or colleagues tomorrow. If something is uncertain, ask Sister Li or President Yang. Do not make decisions on your own. That I know, you're more nagging than our mom. Let us hope nothing goes wrong tomorrow. Su Kong could only think this to himself. Chapter 82. The ashtray proves handy. Yang Chun was continuously apologizing on behalf of the company, while Lin Yi stood behind Li Xiaoqin like a student who had made a mistake. Lin Yi pouted and said, that person is just a bad egg, always criticizing our houses, saying this is bad and that is bad. Of course, I felt uncomfortable with his nonsense, so I told him if he felt that way, I wouldn't be willing to sell. That Su Kong interjected. Did you really politely ask him to leave? Lin Yi quietly admitted, I told him to get lost. Just as I thought. Su Kong sai. And then what? Did he threaten to hit you? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. How did you know? He even insulted me for lacking manners and said he would hit me. When have I ever put up with such nonsense? I grabbed an ashtray and smashed it on his head. That Su Kong noticed the slight smirk on Lin Yi's lips and asked, are you feeling quite proud of yourself? Who told him to be so wicked? When he points out the flaws in your property, it's to negotiate a better price. Such people are everywhere. Do you plan to smash their heads too? If he wants to negotiate, he should do it properly. I am not refusing to give him a discount. He deserves it. That Su Kong was at a loss for words and turned to Li Xiaoqin. Sister Li, has the other party really called the police? Li Xiaoqin nodded. I saw him make the call. The police should be here shortly. What did President Yang say? President Yang suggested taking him to the hospital for treatment and covering the relevant compensation. However, the other party refused and insisted on calling the police, saying he wanted to have your sister arrested. Why won't he accept compensation? He is asking for an exorbitant amount. That Su Kong chuckled. There are too many people like that in society, but as long as it can be settled with money, it's not a big deal. And Su Kong felt relieved. He observed the tall man shouting loudly and wondered, why is that tall guy so agitated? Li Xiaoqin exchanged a complicated glance with Lin Yi and remarked, your sister ain't as tall as him. She actually moved a chair over to stand on it and hit him. Su Kong looked at the man, who was at least 1.8 meters tall, and thought it was quite humiliating to be struck on the head by someone who was only 1.5 meters tall. Su Kong glared at Lin Yi and said, I told you yesterday not to provoke the client, yet you refused to listen. That it would be best if the police took you away to jail. To his surprise, Lin Yi showed a look of fear and exclaimed, Su Kong, quickly call Mom and ask her to come save me. Why don't you call yourself? He retorted that I'm afraid she'll scold me. She replied that if you're not going to call, then you should do it yourself. That Su Kong, You're just going to watch me suffer. Su Kong deliberately tried to intimidate her, saying, "What's wrong? You have the guts to hit someone else, but not to face jail. And you expect Mom to come to your rescue? Tell me how she is supposed to help when you've assaulted someone in public with so many witnesses and evidence." Linny whispered. "Then I'll just pay them off." "Pay them off? Didn't they say they didn't want money? They want you to go to jail." Linny's voice faltered as she asked. "Then what should we do now, Su Kong?" A smile involuntarily crept across Su Kong's lips as he replied, "I have a friend at the police station. As long as you promise to listen to me from now on, I'll speak to him on your behalf. You just need to go to the police station for a formality, and they'll let you go." Linny looked at Su Kong with suspicion, saying, "You've only been in Beijing for a little over a month. How do you know someone at the police station? Have you forgotten my surname?" Su Kong smirked. Linny gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine, but you must keep this matter a secret and not tell anyone at home." "Of course," Su Kong said, feeling pleased as he observed Linny. "Now call me brother and let me hear it." Linny raised her eyebrows in annoyance. "You weren't shy about calling me when you were asking for living expenses, but if it's too much, then forget it. That I, Su Kong, am the least likely to force someone." Su Kong shrugged nonchalantly. Linny glared at him and murmured, "Brother." Su Kong beamed. "Very good. From now on you can only call me brother, not by my name. Understand? You bad egg." Got it, brother." Li Xiaoqin, watching this pair of amusing siblings, nearly burst into laughter. However, their harmonious exchange only infuriated the tall man, that he pointed at Linny and said, "What good is your apology? Look at that delinquent girl. She doesn't show an ounce of remorse." Su Kong approached the man and noticed Yang Chun and his colleagues gathered around, but he said, "Yang, this issue is entirely my sister's fault and has nothing to do with the company. I'll handle it myself." Yang Chun, aware of Su Kong's influence, dismissed the others and whispered in Su Kang's ear, "I've already called your mother. She should be arriving shortly." Su Kong nodded and glanced at Linny, thinking, "That's what Yang said, so I can't be blamed." The tall man, seeing everyone disperse, anxiously said, "Hey, why is everyone leaving?" Su Kong replied cheerfully, "My apologies, brother. My sister was the one who hit you, and I'm here to apologize on her behalf." That an apology. "Is that all? What do you want then?" "Your sister hit me on purpose, and I expect compensation. She should go to jail." Su Kong feigned ignorance and asked, "Didn't I hear Mr. Yang say you didn't want compensation?" The tall man's face flushed, and he retorted, "I was dazed from the hit and bled so much. How could I not want compensation? But look at us, we're just teenagers. How could we afford to pay you? Have your company pay? How is that possible? Didn't the boss just say he would compensate?" Su Kong chuckled and asked Linny, "Did you sign a labor contract with the company?" "No," Linny admitted, having come to work directly. "You heard that, right? She is not even an employee of the company. Besides, there are so many fresh graduates outside. Which company would hire a minor as a salesperson?" The tall man's face twisted in anger. "If she is not one of your company's people, why was she pushing properties on me and wearing your company's uniform?" Linny confidently replied, "I can wear whatever I want. It's none of your business." That Su Kong maintained his cheerful demeanor and said, "The situation is as follows. My sister's actions were personal and unrelated to the company. Of course, it's reasonable for you to ask for compensation since she caused you harm." That Su Kong pulled out his wallet, producing around 3,000 yuan in cash, and said, "This is all the money we have." The tall man, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What do you mean by this? Just a moment ago, your boss said 5,000. The tall man glanced around, realizing Yang Chen had already vanished. "You can't leave," he declared, grabbing Su Kong. "Your sister made me bleed. You think you can just walk away? I'm offering you compensation. You don't want it. How can a few thousand suffice? That wound is just a scrape. A bit of disinfectant and a bandage. How much do you expect? 10,000. Not a penny less. Otherwise, the police will come and take your sister away." "Who are you trying to scare? My sister just turned 14. Being a minor means she'll at most get a reprimand, not jail time." The tall man scoffed, about to retort, when two police officers entered. He quickly approached them, saying, "Officer, this delinquent girl assaulted me with an ashtray. Look at what she did to my head." Officer curious, asked, "You're over 6 feet tall. How did a girl who is just 5 feet manage to hit you?" "She brought a chair, stood on it, and smashed me with the ashtray." Officer Liu, overhearing this description, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the scene. Noticing the attention on him, he quickly resumed a serious demeanor and asked Lin Yi, "Why did you hit him with the ashtray?" Because at that moment, the ashtray was the most convenient object. Lin Yi replied with an innocent expression. Chapter 83. Competing Connections? The officer was momentarily taken aback. "Is that the question I asked?" Hearing laughter nearby, he cleared his throat and asked, "What I meant was, why did you hit him?" He asked for it. Officer Liu was surprised, looking at the tall man. Who would make such a request? Nonsense, how could I ask for that? The tall man yelled in exasperation. You leaned in and said, "If you have the guts, hit me here." Lin Yi mimicked the tall man's posture as she spoke. Su Kang couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yi's performance. When the tall man shot him a glare, he stifled his laughter and said in a serious tone, "Since it was your request, my sister was simply being kind. If you don't appreciate it, why turn it around on her?" The tall man was furious, feeling as if he were about to explode that he pointed at Su Kang. Trembling for a moment without managing to utter a coherent word, but he then turned to Officer He and said, "Officer, this young lady stood on a chair and threatened to smash me with the ashtray. I merely reacted in anger." After finishing, he glanced at the crowd and added, "Officer, many people witnessed her attack me. I'm going to charge her with attempted murder." Lin Yi stepped forward, puffing out her small chest, and declared, "Don't label me. My brother just said I'm a minor, and I'm not afraid. Being a minor means you can hit anyone you want. Why didn't you just leave?" "I came to look at properties." "Why should I leave?" The tall man, flustered, retorted, "I came to look at properties. Why should I leave? If you're looking at properties, then just do that. Why keep complaining about everything? If there are issues with the property, I have the right to voice my concerns. What law says I can't? You're not allowed to speak. If you say another word, I'll hit you again." "Officer He, did you hear that? He is threatening me in front of you. Is there no law and order left in this world?" Officer He glanced between the two bickering individuals, cleared his throat, and stated, "I have a basic understanding of the situation, that it's neither too serious nor trivial that you are both too young. Let us call your parents and see if we can reach a compensation agreement with this gentleman. If you two can settle privately, then there will be no issue. That if not, we'll have to go through legal procedures, and no one can predict the outcome." That Su Kang calmly replied, "Our parents can't come right now. I am her brother and an adult, capable of acting as her guardian to resolve this matter with this gentleman. Before you arrived, I had already discussed a compensation plan with him, but he refused. Yes, he is bullying me because I'm a child and trying to extort a large sum." Lin Yi chimed in. "Who is trying to extort you? You two made me look like this and expect to settle for a few thousand? Are you out of your mind? You're bullying a girl. This is a society governed by law. Who told you to hit first?" "You told me to hit first." The tall man realized he couldn't win the argument against the young girl, so he pulled Officer He aside to whisper something. Su Kang sneered internally. "You think you can outmaneuver me in connections? If you can, I'll take your surname." The other party had scarcely uttered a few words before approaching. Officer He cast a few glances at Su Kang's wrist, adorned with a watch, and remarked, "This gentleman just mentioned feeling a bit dizzy. He is now heading to the hospital for treatment and to obtain a disability certificate. As for you, please accompany me to the police station to file a record, after which I will notify your parents to come." Su Kang, with a stern countenance, retorted, "My sister and I have neither the time nor the necessity to visit the police station. Nor is there any need to summon our parents. This tall fellow has merely sustained a superficial injury. Let us discuss compensation directly. That I already stated, 100,000, not a penny less." The tall man sneered. Su Kang, infuriated, laughed coldly. "What? Does having money mean you can extort me? Is my injury not genuine? I suspect I may have suffered a concussion. So you intend to forge a fake concussion certificate from the hospital? Spare me your nonsense. The most I will concede is 5,000. That if you agree, I will hand it over right now. That if not, you shall receive nothing." Su Kang's demeanor was icy. Officer Liu, noting Su Kang's calm demeanor, suspected he might be from a prominent family in Kyoto, cautiously suggested, "I believe we should resolve this amicably. A compensation of 5,000 would suffice." "No, it must be 100,000 to Officer Liu. They lack the means. Let this real estate company cover the costs." "As they are surely employees of that firm," Su Kang disdainfully interjected. "Do not even mention 100,000. I could afford 1,000,000, but why should I pay you?" He produced his phone and stated, "I give you one last opportunity. I will offer you 5,000, and this matter will end here. Otherwise, once I make this call, Not only will you receive nothing, but you may also find yourself imprisoned for extortion. Do you believe me? The tall man, sensing Su Kang's resolute stance, was suddenly gripped by panic. Could he truly be the scion of some influential family? Seeing the man hesitate in silence, Su Kang swiftly dialed Wang Tao's number. Faced with such a situation, Wang Tao was exceedingly reliable. As the phone emitted a ringing sound, the tall man in a fluster exclaimed, "Do not make that call." "I agree, just 5000. Su Kang smiled. "You are somewhat clever." Just as he was about to hang up, the call connected. And Wang Tao's jovial voice resonated. "Oh, Su, my dear brother, what brings you to call? Is it not permissible to call you without cause?" Su Kang teased. "Damn it, I was in the midst of a meeting, and I stepped out just to take your call, only for you to say it's nothing." Su Kang chuckled. "In a few days, I'll be heading to Jiangzhou for school, just giving you a heads up." "Do you think I have not been to school? The entire nation begins school on September 1st. Why should I need your notice?" Wang Tao replied, his tone laced with annoyance. "All right, Tao, do not be angry. I will treat you to a meal once I arrive in Jiangzhou. That I must go now. I have matters to attend to." "Officer," he, upon witnessing Su Kang in the call, cautiously inquired, "was that the recently assigned director Wang Tao from Jiangchen?" "Now he is Deputy Director Wang." Su Kang replied, "That do you know him?" "Officer," he awkwardly nodded. "He was my superior. I have seen him at meetings a few times." The tall man, seeing the two officers depart, felt a surge of trepidation and followed closely behind. "What a joke. I am no fool. I do not need officer his subtle cues to be on friendly terms with the director and to dare hang up on him. Who am I to provoke?" Su Kang seized the tall man and said, "Why are you running? I have yet to give you the money." That Su Kang produced all the cash he had on him, approximately over 3,000, and handed it to the tall man, stating, "This incident was initiated by my sister's fault. I shall provide the necessary compensation. Now, be gone." With the matter resolved, a wave of relief washed over Su Kang. Just as he was about to engage in pleasantries with his colleagues, he noticed their furtive glances, reminiscent of how they had treated Yu Qing before. That a bitter smile crept onto his face. Ever since Qing Wan had dined here once, he sensed a growing distance between his colleagues and himself. Perhaps that was when they had realized his true identity. Why continue working here? His cover was blown, and remaining would only hinder others' normal work. Lin Yi, puzzled, looked at Su Kang. "This company belongs to our mother." "What? Isn't our mother's company located in the Icon Group building?" Lin Yi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Their mother never spoke of her work at home. Leaving her in the dark, that Su Kang suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure fleetingly passing by outside. Upon closer inspection, he saw the person had entered a Land Rover and driven away. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Su Kang, surprised, gazed at Lin Yi. "You just called me brother of your own accord?" Lin Yi lowered her head. "Who called you brother?" "You big bad guy." To Su Kang ruffled Lin Yi's hair, saying, "Come on, call me brother again." Lin Yi angrily swatted Su Kang's hand away, retorting, "Su Kang, go die." Su Kang laughed as he dodged her. Lin Yi, shaking her small fists, charged at him again, and Su Kang shouted while evading, "Lin Yi, call out brother a few more times." After the siblings frolicked for a while, Su Kang led Lin Yi to find Yang Chun and formally informed him of his resignation. Yang Chun, taken aback, said, "Isn't there still 8 or 9 days until school starts? Why this sudden resignation? Summer vacation is nearly over. I want to rest at home for the last few days and prepare for the upcoming university life." Yang Chun chuckled. "Your sudden departure will be quite a change." He glanced at Lin Yi beside Su Kang, then nervously asked, "What about your sister? She is just like me." Yang Chun immediately felt relieved. "But I have yet to sell a single property. Brother, why not resign after school starts instead?" Yang Chun's heart raced again. "Who caused this mess? If I hadn't come today, you would be in jail. Does that not count as causing trouble?" Lin Yi, noticing Su Kang's frowning gaze upon her, pitifully said, "I know." Yang Chun's heart finally settled. "Ah, today truly is a splendid day." Su Kang glanced at the grand characters Hongwei Rinjia and felt a tinge of reluctance. Before parting, he asked Yang Chun, "Director Yang, did you know from the very first day I came that I am Qin Wan's son?" Yang Chun paused, awkwardly nodding. That Su Kang continued, "Did everyone in the company know I was the chairman's son when my mother came to dine that day?" Yang Chun, Li Shaoqin, and others nodded. That Li Shaoqin remarked, "Think about it. Icon Group has tens of thousands of employees in Kyoto alone, yet only one boss. That it is normal for the boss not to know the employees. But how could the employees not know the boss?" Su Kong chuckled. So the entire company has been indulging the antics of my sister and me for over a week. Yangshan also laughed, saying, in fact, watching you two bicker is quite entertaining for us. Chapter 84. We are the wealthy ones when you were earning a mere 200 a day. I never saw you gifting me anything. Sisters don't gift brothers. It is the other way around. Besides, that 200 is my hard-earned money. I can't bear to spend it. Su Kong replied helplessly. Fine, let us first go to the vehicle management office to pick up your sister Wang Nan. Then we shall go shopping. He drove the Rolls Royce, taking Su Kong and Lin Yi to the vehicle management office. Once Wang Nan entered the car, she excitedly produced 2 small booklets, exclaiming, "Look, our driver's licenses have finally arrived." Just as Su Kong prepared to take them, Lin Yi snatched them first, flipping open the licenses and asking, "Does this mean you two can finally drive?" Wang Nan cheerfully replied, "Exactly." Lin Yi's face fell. "When will I be able to drive myself?" Su Kong snatched the license from Lin Yi, stating, "You can talk about that once you turn 18 and become an adult. Until then, do not even think about it." Su Kong then addressed Li He. "Uncle Li, please take us to the shopping mall." As Li started the car, Lin Yi interjected, "We are not going to any mall. Let us go look at cars instead." Su Kong, puzzled, asked, "Why would you want to look at cars when Wang Nan and I just got our licenses? Did our mother not say that once you obtain your license, she would buy you a car? We should go have a look first, and once we find the right one, we can have our mother come pay." After Lin Yi finished speaking, she turned to Li He and commanded, "Uncle Li, hurry to the Bentley dealership. I saw a model earlier that was absolutely stunning." Su Kong sighed in disbelief. Was the car purchased for her or for him? Upon arriving at the dealership, Li He remained in the car while the three entered the showroom. Lin Yi scanned the place and immediately dashed to a display vehicle, calling out to Wang Nan, "Sister Wang Nan, come quickly. Look how beautiful this car is." Su Kong and Wang Nan approached, and in terms of aesthetics, the car was indeed quite striking. Wang Nan circled the vehicle, commenting, "It is indeed beautiful, but perhaps not grand enough. I wonder if your brother would like it." "Who cares if he likes it, as long as we like it? That's what matters." So you two are getting cars, huh?" Wang Nan observed Su Kang's frustrated expression, directed at Lin Yi, and chuckled. "I think so too. Your brother has questionable taste. He never pays attention to color coordination in his clothing, devoid of any aesthetic sense." "Hey, don't walk away." Lin Yi tugged at Su Kang's arm, saying, "Who said you can't express your opinion? That is much better. Brother, do you think the color of this car looks better in girless pink or cherry red?" Su Kang's mind was flooded with a myriad of questions. "Are you really expecting me to express such an opinion?" Lin Yi, noticing Su Kang's prolonged silence, expressed her dissatisfaction. "You asked for your opinion, yet you refuse to speak. Are you intentionally being difficult? How have I become the unreasonable one here?" Su Kang, having given up the struggle, replied, "I think both colors are attractive." Lin Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation, remarking that asking you was pointless. She then turned to Wang Nan and inquired, "Sister Wang, which color do you find more appealing?" "I believe blue might be even more beautiful." Su Kong observed the two engaged in discussion for quite some time without reaching a conclusion and finally succumbed to curiosity, asking, "How much is this car?" Lin Yi was taken aback, responding, "I have no idea." She called out to a distant salesperson, "We are looking at cars. Why is no one coming over?" This is quite unprofessional. The several salespeople seemed oblivious, continuing to chat and play on their phones. Lin Yi, incensed by their lack of response, shouted, "Where is your manager? I wish to file a complaint against you." "Here she comes." A female salesperson approached, carrying a tray with 3 cups of water, and said, "I apologize. I want to get you some water, and I hope you want to report us to the manager." Su Kong noticed she was likely only a few years older than himself, her movements somewhat awkward, suggesting she had not been working there long, and he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, my sister want to file a complaint." "Who says I want to?" Zhou looked at Lin Yi with concern. Lin Yi chuckled. "Of course, I wouldn't complain about you, but rather those over there. They clearly look down on us, thinking we're just kids without the means to buy a car. My sister isn't as foolish as she seems. That I told you," Lin Yi said with a hint of resentment, whispering to Zhou, "Rest assured, we are actually wealthy. I intend to buy a car from you so you can earn a commission." Though her words sounded dubious, Zhou still smiled politely. "Thank you, don't doubt me. I speak the truth." Lin Yi, sensing Zhou dismissive attitude, hurriedly insisted, "If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you." She called out to a handsome couple, "Hey, do you know me?" The couple, along with several salespeople, looked at Lin Yi in confusion. Lin Yi then pointed at Su Kong and shouted, "Do you know him? What a weirdo!" The fair-skinned man cursed softly that a salesperson sprinted over to Zhou Fun, exclaiming, "Zhou Fun, keep your people in check. Don't raise your voices and disturb our esteemed guests that we're all here to look at cars. Why are we referred to as people while they are called esteemed guests?" Lin Yi's temper flared instantly. "That I apologize on behalf of Sister Wu." Zhou Fun bowed slightly as she spoke. That Su Kong chuckled. "Why are you apologizing? You haven't done anything wrong." The salesperson named Sister Wu frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the group before turning to leave. "That I'm furious. Did you see the look she gave us? Brother, hand me some money to throw at her face. I'll show her what it means to look down on others." Wang Nan looked at Lin Yi in astonishment, surprised that she so naturally referred to Su Kong as brother. "That I'm losing my mind. How can I throw money at her? I've worked hard for over a month to earn 7,000. Lin Yi huffed in displeasure. "Cheapskate." She then turned to Zhou Fun. "You see, that couple doesn't recognize my brother or me. They're just ordinary people, and those salespeople are wasting their efforts." Zhou Fun offered a polite yet awkward smile. "Your brother is just an ordinary worker earning a few thousand a month." Chapter 85. Who is Brother Chun? Su Kong asked Zhou Fun, "How much is this car?" "Sir, this Bentley Continental, even in its base configuration, costs 3.12 million. And the highest configuration." Zhou Fun paused, thinking, where does someone earning a few thousand a month find the courage to ask about the highest configuration? But out of professional courtesy, she replied, "The highest configuration is 4.18 million. That Su Kong nodded and walked around the car, noting its undeniable beauty. That he turned to Wang Nan. "Wang Nan, what do you think of this car?" "It is stunning." That Su Kong opened the driver's side door. "Come, experience it for yourself." Wang Nan blushed, shyly saying, "I isn't it for you to buy? I already own a Maserati. Why would I buy another car?" Lin Yi, curious, interjected, "Brother, are you buying a car for Sister Wang?" "Yes." Wang Nan blushed further. "But we aren't even married yet. How could you consider buying such an expensive vehicle? Are you planning to stray?" Wang Nan's cheeks burned as she lowered her gaze shyly. Lin Yi excitedly approached. "Brother, I want one too. You should buy me one. You're an adult. Why do you need a car?" "Don't worry about that. I can have the family chauffeur drive it." "Absolutely not. You already have a Ferrari at home. Why do you need so many cars?" "That Ferrari is an old relic from several years ago." Lin Yi sidled up to Su Kong, shaking his arm and speaking in a playful tone. "Brother, didn't you promise to get me a gift today since you received your salary? I earn 7,000 a month. Do you think I can buy you a car worth millions, brother?" Lin Yi's playful tone sent shivers down Su Kong's spine, prompting him to exclaim, "Stop. Stop, stop. Let us buy it." Lin Yi cheered, immediately abandoning Su Kong to joyfully hop into the passenger seat. She called out to Wang Nan, "Sister Wang, hurry and get in." Wang Nan glanced at Su Kong, seeing him smiling at her, and blushed as she climbed in. Su Kong stood outside, watching the excitement on Lin Yi and Wang Nan's faces, smiling contentedly, and turned to Zhou Fun. "If I buy 2 cars this time, is there any discount? You're really buying?" Zhou Fun exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that Su Kong noticed a group of salespeople flocking toward him, led by the well-coiffed man, and remarked, "And I will only buy from you." The well-coiffed man approached Su Kong, speaking mockingly. "Do you even know how much this car costs? Are you just here to boast?" Su Kong replied calmly, "Yes, over 4 million." Zhou Fun whispered, "The base model is just 3 million. Su Kong curiously asked, "What exactly is the difference between the base and the high configuration?" The well-coiffed man snickered dismissively. "You really should do your homework before pretending to be knowledgeable. You look utterly pathetic, thinking of buying 2." After saying that, he ostentatiously adjusted his neck to reveal a large gold chain. That Su Kong felt a wave of nausea and retorted, "Did I even engage you in conversation? Why are you crowding me? I'm quite interested in this Continental. Have your lady friend come out." Even with Su Kong's typically good temper, he felt the veins in his forehead throb with irritation. Pulling out his bank card, "Do you really think I can't afford a few million for a car?" The well-coiffed man's female companion scoffed. "Who doesn't have a bank card?" It had been a long time since Su Kong had been subjected to such ridicule. He forced himself to swallow his anger and ignored the couple, turning to Zhou Fun. "I want 2 of these cars. Please help me with the process. Rest assured, my card has plenty of funds." The woman clung to the well-coiffed man's arm, in a coy tone, saying, "Brother, we want this car too. Let us proceed with the process." The well-coiffed man chuckled. "No rush. Let us first check out the Rolls-Royce and Ferrari and compare a few models." Linny crawled out of the car, taunting, "If you don't have money, just admit it instead of pretending to be a big shot." The well-coiffed man, furious, retorted, "My circle is filled with the wealthy elite of the capital. How could I be broke? You don't even know my brother. Why are you acting tough? Is this person also a wealthy elite of the capital that I haven't met?" The well-coiffed man asked, uncertainty creeping in. "What is your brother's name?" "Su Kong." "Who is Su Kong?" The well-coiffed man looked bewildered. Seeing his confused expression, Linny scoffed. "If you haven't even heard of Su Kong, then you truly are a lowly creature." The well-coiffed man, feeling embarrassed, shot back. "Do you know Brother Chun?" "Which Brother Chun?" "Zhang Chun." "Who is Zhang Chun?" Su Kong and Lin Yi displayed expressions of confusion. The well-coiffed man, noting their bewilderment, disdainfully said, "If you haven't even heard of Zhang Chun, you two are the real lowly ones that I know Zhang Chun." Wang Nan stepped out of the driver's seat, and upon seeing Su Kong and Lin Yi looking her way, introduced. "Zhang Chun's family is in the steel industry. He is considered wealthy in the capital." The well-coiffed man, with an air of superiority, boasted, "At least you have some knowledge. I'm a good friend of Brother Chun, and we often drink and dine together. You three should quickly step aside. My girlfriend and I want to experience this continental." After his statement, the group of salespeople looked at him with gleaming eyes. This is a fortune-bringer. Wang Nan, with a look of disdain, stood in front of the driver's door as the well-coiffed man approached her. "What do you mean? Can't I get in and take a seat?" Wang Nan coldly remarked, "You seem to have made a slight error. In Kyoto, your unfamiliarity with Su Kang's name stems from your low status, while Su Kang's ignorance of Zhang Chun's name is due to his elevated standing." Noting the incredulous expression on the oily-haired man's face, Wang Nan continued, "Since you claim to be a close friend of Zhang Chun, why not give him a video call and inquire whether he knows Su Kong?" The oily-haired man, filled with doubt, pondered. Could it be that Su Kong is indeed an unheard-of wealthy youth from the capital? Observing Su Kang's simple attire and Lin Yi's youthful demeanor, he had firmly concluded that they were merely a group of ordinary individuals. "Damn it, I'll expose your ruse." He retrieved his phone and called Zhang Chun via a video chat on QQ, but the call was abruptly disconnected after only a few rings. Unfazed, the oily-haired man explained to those nearby, "Brother Chun is currently swamped with business. He will call me back shortly." Chapter 86. Hurling an ashtray is contagious. Wang Nan let out a cold laugh, took out her phone and sent a video call to Zhang Chun. To her surprise, the call connected almost immediately. "Oh, Wang Nan, what brings you to seek me today?" Zhang Chun inquired. Wang Nan switched the camera to focus on the oily-haired man and asked, "Do you recognize this person?" "Chun Nan, he just tried to video call me, but I missed it. Is he one of yours?" Zhang Chun replied that he is from another province. "We've dined together a few times but aren't particularly close. He has become tiresome, always trying to ingratiate himself with my circle of friends." Chun Nan's face turned awkward as he realized how unremarkable he appeared in Zhang Chun's eyes. Zhang Chun's tone grew increasingly frosty as he asked, "Has he offended you? If so, I'll bring some people over to deal with him immediately." The oily-haired man felt his face drain of color, terrified at the possibility that Zhang Chun might actually follow through. Wang Nan chuckled. "It's not so much an offense as it is a lack of awareness." "Understood. I'll have someone teach him a lesson," Zhang Chun replied. Wang Nan shot an innocent glance at the oily-haired man and added, "But this isn't my fault. Zhang Chun, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now." "Wait a moment, Wang Nan. Are you purchasing a car at a 4S dealership?" Zhang Chun called out hastily, fearful that she might end the call. "Yes, why? Why waste your money? I recently acquired a Cullinan. How about I gift it to you?" Both Su Kong and Lin Yi turned their attention to Wang Nan. Wang Nan, well aware of their implications, replied coldly, "Zhang Chun, clarify your intentions regarding the car." Zhang Chun, taken aback, muttered, "I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask for a small favor." "What favor?" Wang Nan's voice remained icy. Su Kong and Lin Yi perked up, listening intently as Zhang Chun cautiously stated, "I added Su Kang's QQ, but he has accepted my request. Could you please ask him to approve it?" "Is that all?" Wang Nan finally relaxed. She handed the phone to Su Kong and said, You can speak for yourself. That Su Kong took the phone, noticing that the other party appeared to be around 25 years old and seemed to be in some entertainment venue. He adjusted the camera to include his handsome face in the frame. Upon seeing Su Kong, the other party became visibly excited and exclaimed, "Oh, Su Kong, no Konggu, so you're with Wang Nan." Su Kong. "Not in the mood for pleasantries," responded Zhang Chun. "What is your point? Does my girlfriend require your car?" "Konggu, I'm sorry. I misspoke. I meant no offense that I have a limited edition sports car imported from Europe, which I'll send to your residence tomorrow as an apology that MY family is rather short on cars." "You insisted on gifting one," that the other party awkwardly replied. "I just wanted to befriend you." Su Kong, not wishing to prolong the encounter, said, "All right, please note your name in your QQ and resend the request. I'll approve it." "Okay, thank you, Konggu. And one more thing," Su Kong added, directing the camera at the oily-haired man. "Tell this fool to vanish. I can't stand seeing oily-haired, powder-faced men." "Chen Nan, did you hear that? Get as far away as possible." Zhang Chun boomed, his voice commanding. Chen Nan, hearing this, scurried out, disregarding his female companion. He must be quite the figure if even Zhang Chun feels the need to curry favor with him. "All right, Chun Gu, let us have a meal together next time. I must attend to other matters now." Su Kong ended the call and returned the phone to Wang Nan. Noticing that Chun Nan's companion had not yet departed, he inquired, "Why are you still here after your man has left?" Wang Nan's expression darkened, and she reached for an ashtray on the table, preparing to throw it at the woman, who swiftly fled from sight. "That if you have the guts, don't run." The other salespeople stood in astonishment at Wang Nan's fierce demeanor, utterly dumbfounded. Wang Nan coldly remarked, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman in a rage?" Lin Yi giggled. Sister Wang Nan truly is a heroine. Dealing with shameless women requires throwing an ashtray at their heads. Is throwing an ashtray at someone contagious? Su Kong retrieved his bank card and said to Zhou Fun, "Stop gawking. I'll take 2 fully equipped Continental GTs. Please assist me with the paperwork." Zhou Fun's face lit up with surprise. "Of course, sir. Wait a moment, sir." A woman named Wu Jie interjected, forcefully pushing past Zhou Fun to stand before Su Kong. "Xiao Zhou is new to our store and unfamiliar with many procedures. Let me assist you instead." Su Kong glanced at Zhou Fun, noting her downcast gaze and tightly clenched hands, that he replied coolly, "I didn't notice her lack of experience. She seems quite enthusiastic. Please step aside." "I only trust her," Wu Jie persisted. "But sir, I'm the sales supervisor, and I can secure you better discounts and benefits." Lin Yi, unable to endure any longer, snatched the ashtray from Wang Nan and advanced toward Wu Jie. Startled by Lin Yi's approach, Wu Jie quickly retreated. Lin Yi brandished the ashtray and shouted, "If you have the courage, don't run. Let us see if I'll hit you." Wu Jie, terrified, turned and fled without uttering a word. Lin Yi glared at the other salespeople. "Do you think I've never been in sales? Always bullying newcomers for a few extra commissions." The other salespeople, intimidated by Lin Yi's fiery temperament, scattered in all directions. Zhou Fun, grateful, glanced at the trio and said, "Thank you, that I'll do my utmost to secure the discounts and benefits Wu Jie could have offered. Please wait here. I'll handle the paperwork right away." Though Zhou Fun was indeed inexperienced, Su Kong and the others didn't mind. While they waited, the dealership owner personally approached them, continually inquiring after their well-being and attempting to build rapport. Chapter 87. 2 e-commerce companies during dinner. Lin Yi animatedly recounted the events of the afternoon's car purchase, her excitement palpable as she reached the part about humiliating the oily-haired man. Lin Yongjin frowned and said, "Why do you, as a young lady, always think about throwing an ashtray at someone?" "Well," Sister Wang Nan did the same. Lin Yongjin and Qin Wan exchanged glances, surprised at Wang Nan's fierce side. Lin Yi proudly continued, "You don't understand. That woman was utterly shameless, even rubbing up against my brother." Sister Wang Nan picked up an ashtray, ready to smash it over her head. "Did I say pity the woman got away? Had it been me, I would have cracked her skull before she could escape." Hearing Lin Yi's description, Wang Nan quietly said, "It wasn't as dramatic as she claims. I merely intended to frighten her." "So this really happened?" Qin Wan suddenly felt something amiss and asked Lin Yi, "You just said that woman was rubbing against him." "My brother," Lin Yi replied, seeing the astonished expressions on Qin Wan and Lin Yongjin's faces. She added, "You're all confused. I'm talking about my brother, Su Kong." That a faint smile crept onto Qin Wan's lips as she looked at Lin Yi with approval, and even Lin Yongjin chuckled. Suddenly Lin Yi realized something, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. It's all that bad guy, Su Kang's fault for constantly getting me to call him brother. Now I'm stuck with it. Qin Wan cheerfully offered Lin Yi her favorite chicken leg, saying, please continue. What happened next? That's all there is. It's just my brother, Su Kang, bought a car for both me and Sister Wang Nan. Qin Wan laughed, so you were supposed to help your brother look at cars. And in the end, you and Sister Wang Nan each received a Bentley, all courtesy of your brother. Lin Yi nodded, right? We were supposed to help him look at cars, but he insisted on buying one for both me and Sister Wang Nan. Despite our protests, saying he had plenty of money, that Su Kang stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi. Is that really how it went? What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Yes, I'm a fool. Having too much money makes me uncomfortable. Lin Yi decided to embrace the situation, playfully calling out, brother, sending shivers down the spines of everyone at the table. That Su Kang, startled, immediately stood up and exclaimed, don't call me brother. I have no money left in my account. Lin Yi feigned an innocent expression and replied, who wants your money? I was merely asking whether, when you buy the car this afternoon, it was my request or your voluntary gift to me. Well, of course, it was my initiative to gift it to you, he retorted. Lin Yi turned to Qin Wan, saying, see, I wasn't mistaken, right? Qin Wan stared at Lin Yi in disbelief and whispered to Lin Yujian, is this still our daughter? Has she been possessed? Lin Yujian looked equally astonished, responding, she must indeed be possessed. We should quickly find a high monk to perform a ritual tomorrow morning, although their voices were barely above a whisper. Everyone overheard their conversation. Lin Yi, puffing up in indignation, declared, you two are the ones who are possessed. Speaking of the car, Su Kang recalled that he hadn't seen his Maserati in quite some time and couldn't help but ask, Mom, is my Maserati still not repaired? What exactly is wrong with it that it's taking so long? As for me, I've grown accustomed to the Rolls-Royce at home, and since no one else is using it, I might as well take that there's no need to drive such a luxury car to school. Qin Wan laughed, saying, when your sister studies in Daji County, she will frequently travel between Daji and Jiangxing. Having a car will be much more convenient. Mom, I want to drive my new Bentley to that small county as well. Lin Yi interjected. Qin Wan replied sternly, you cannot. You are going there to study. What need do you have for such a fine vehicle? Should I provide you with a chauffeur as well? Well, my brother can, she countered, that he is going to university, and when you attend university, you can drive your beloved car to school too. Lin Yi pouted, clearly displeased. Since I see you've resolved your issues, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Qin Wan smiled and remarked, you seem much more confident than before. That's commendable. This unexpected compliment made Su Kang feel a bit embarrassed. However, Lin Yi cast a nervous glance at Qin Wan before returning to her meal. As they conversed, Su Kang's phone suddenly rang. To his surprise, it was his fourth aunt, Su Xiaolan, calling. Hello, fourth aunt, good evening. Xiao Kang. Is Wang Nan with you? Su Kang glanced at Wang Nan, curious. What could she want with Wang Nan at this hour? Wang Nan is right beside me. What do you need her for? He inquired. Well, I don't have her contact information, so I called you. Please put your phone on speaker. Su Kang switched to speaker mode and said, Fourth aunt, I've activated the speaker. You may speak now. After listening, Wang Nan felt a bit anxious. As a college student, managing 2 e-commerce stores with annual sales in the tens of millions made her worry about her capabilities. Yet, she was reluctant to forfeit such a promising opportunity. She instinctively glanced at Qin Wan, harboring a blind trust in her regarding business matters. Qin Wan smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Just accept the offer. Wang Nan then spoke into the phone. Fourth aunt, thank you. I would like to give it a try. Su Xiaolan's laughter resonated from the other end. With your Aunt Qin guiding you in the right direction, you will undoubtedly succeed. Once you establish these 2 stores, you'll have the confidence to marry Su Kang. Wang Nan's cheeks flushed, but she quickly regained her seriousness. After hanging up, Lin Yi eagerly approached Sister Wang Nan. You must hire me as your store manager. I guarantee you'll make a fortune. Wang Nan gazed at Lin Yi, who looked ready to dive into the venture. How do I politely decline this potential disaster? Lin Yi, you're only 14. What are you daydreaming about? Focus on your studies, Qin Wan interjected, raising her voice. You can say I'm not focused on my studies when playing games, but how is doing business any less serious? Lin Yi retorted, clearly unconvinced at all. So you recognize that playing games is unproductive? Qin Wan replied. Regardless, I dislike studying. Lin Yi turned her head defiantly. And how long must you study? At least until you graduate from university. That means another 8 years, Lin Yi exclaimed. Qin Wan nodded. adding, and it also depends on your academic performance, that if you can't even pass your classes, you certainly won't succeed in business. Who says that? I'm a natural-born entrepreneur. If it weren't for my brother messing things up, I wouldn't even know how many houses I could have sold by now. Lin, noticing Qin Wan's glare, stubbornly declared, I absolutely refuse to attend classes this semester. Qin Wan finally snapped, you will attend, whether you like it or not. If you don't, then you won't receive any living expenses for the second half of the year while following Teacher Chow. Lin pouted and stormed away from the dining table. What's wrong? Planning to run away from home again? Qin Wan remarked coldly that it took some time for Qin Wan to calm down. She then told Wang Nan, tomorrow I will accompany you to the e-commerce base to see what the situation is. Wang Nan, still a bit intimidated by Qin Wan, especially after her recent outburst, nodded in agreement. And Qin, I choose the first option, Wang Nan asserted resolutely. Qin Wan smiled with satisfaction, saying, very well, that I will have someone contact the school. You can delay your university start by a month. During this month, you must ensure the company is firmly in your grasp before heading off to school. Wang Nan nodded. The first month is just military training, so it won't affect my studies, that Su Kong curiously asked. Why not wait until the winter break? Upon realization, Su Kong understood that since Wang Nan had chosen the first option, she was aware of the disadvantages of the second option. However, having just graduated high school, could she really manage two companies? Su Kong turned to Qin Wan, Mom. Wang Nan is still 18. You need to assist her more. Qin Wan gazed at Su Kong with a hint of reproach, saying, you only think about your girlfriend and not your own mother, who has helped me all these years. Don't just bury yourself in your studies. Also think about how to run a business. Prepare yourself to help me manage the company after you graduate. Is this the kind of pressure I should be dealing with at my age? Yet, Su Kong knew that Qin Wan spoke from the heart. The more glamorous a person's exterior appears, the more trials and tribulations they have likely faced behind the scenes. Suddenly, a sense of urgency washed over Su Kong as he replied, Mom, I understand. Both Su Kong and Wang Nan's eyes lit up with excitement as Su Kong eagerly suggested. In that case, can Wang Nan head to Jiangqing sooner? Are you out of your mind? Moving the company is quite troublesome. It'll likely take about a month to relocate to Jiangqing, she responded. Chapter 88. Ambiguous youth. The next day, Wang Nan, accompanied by Qin Wan and Su Kong, arrived at two e-commerce companies in the outskirts of the city. Ever since the Feng family's downfall, these two companies had been in a state of semi-collapse. The Su family had nearly finalized the acquisition deal. Wang Nan smoothly purchased all shares of both companies for a mere 5 million. It's worth noting that during the early surge of e-commerce, these companies had annual revenues reaching 20 million, signifying immense potential. 0.5 million was practically a gift, and Su Kong had provided the funds. On the last evening before school commenced, after showering and drying her hair, Wang Nan emerged from the bathroom to find Su Kong folding clothes. Smiling, she said, let me help you. Who said that? I'm quite capable myself. She added, picking up a t-shirt from the bed to assist, that Su Kong inhaled a delightful fragrance, a blend of youthful essence and orchid-scented body wash, which sent his thoughts wandering. Turning to glance at Wang Nan, he noticed her bent over, intently folding clothes, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and her skin glistening with a rosy hue reminiscent of milk. That Su Kang's gaze drifted from her face downward until it landed on her slightly open neckline, rendering him unable to look away. Unbeknownst to Wang Nan, she was oblivious to Su Kang's stare. Observing the pile of t-shirts and shorts on the bed, she questioned, why did you only bring summer clothes? Don't you have any winter clothes? Noticing Su Kang's silence, she raised her eyes to him, curious. Why is your face so red? Su Kong, caught off guard, stammered, what did you just ask? Winter clothes, right? Wang Nan, noticing his awkward demeanor, suddenly recalled something. Glancing down at her chest, she realized that her loose nightgown had opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of her figure. Blushing, she stood up, feeling a mix of shyness and happiness, pretending to be oblivious. She resumed folding clothes, her ears burning with embarrassment. She softly remarked, right, why didn't you bring any winter clothes? Su Kong, seeing her bent over again, dared not look further and quickly turned to fold another stack of clothes. He understood the implication of Wang Nan's posture, but feared losing control over his own desires and acting inappropriately. Wang Nan shot a disgruntled glance at Su Kang's back before her mood brightened. What a bookworm! But if even my subtle hints cannot entice you, I need not worry about other temptations luring you away during my absence this month. While Wang Nan pondered, Su Kong managed to regain his composure and casually replied, "Because I don't have any winter clothes. All my old ones were too worn out, so I discarded them." After neatly folding the clothes, he opened the suitcase he had brought from his small county. Filled with high school textbooks, Wang Nan crouched down and casually picked up a Chinese language textbook, inquiring, "Do you still have your old textbooks? Otherwise, how much can one earn selling waste paper? At least keeping them is a reminder of the past." Su Kong neatly stacked the books in a corner. Observing this, Wang Nan joined him in relocating the books. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a particular book, partially concealed beneath others, its cover corner peeking out, vibrant and alluring. Curiously, she extracted the book, revealing a cover featuring a scantily clad woman, causing her face to flush crimson, akin to a monkey's backside. That in a flustered attempt to conceal the book, she hastily shoved it back among the textbooks and nonchalantly moved the stack to the corner. Stealing a glance at Su Kong, she found him surreptitiously watching her as well. Their eyes met briefly before they instinctively averted their gazes. Wang Nan pretended not to have seen the risk book, while Su Kong feigned ignorance of her discovery. They continued to move the books from the suitcase to the corner, followed by neatly folding clothes back into the suitcase. The young man and woman remained enveloped in an awkward silence, the air thick with a subtle scent of burgeoning hormones. After arranging his clothes, Su Kong placed a laptop gifted by Teacher Chow into the suitcase, along with other small items such as a razor and charger. Finally, after contemplating, he concluded there was nothing more to add before closing the suitcase. Wang Nan, Su Kong broke the silence. "I will head to Jiangxing University tomorrow to report. Can you manage the company matters in a month? You've asked many times. Rest assured, before the National Day, I will definitely meet you in Jiangxing. Had we not moved the company there, I might have arrived even earlier." That Su Kong joked. "Next time we meet, I should call you President Wang." "What am I, President Wang? The company acquisition was funded by your money, and the 5 million in liquid assets in the account is also provided by you. If I am President Wang, then you must be Chairman Su." Wang Nan glanced at the time and continued, "It's getting late. You have a flight tomorrow, so you should rest early." With that, she turned to leave. "Wang Nan, what's wrong?" She curiously turned back. "Since we are parting tomorrow, can I have a hug?" Blushing, Wang Nan nodded, and Su Kong wrapped his arms around her. In turn, she embraced his waist, and they quietly savored each other's warmth, neither uttering a word, until Su Kong interjected, "Have you finished packing?" Just then, Wan entered Su Kang's room and silently retreated, even shutting the door behind her. Su Kong and Wang Nan hurriedly separated. Staring at the closed door, Su Kong feeling a surge of despair. "Mom, is this how you perceive me?" The night deepened, and Su Kong tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, the outside world filled with intermittent cicada sounds. The book stated that these were the sonic signals emitted by male cicadas to attract females. The next day at Kyoto International Airport, Lin Yi was chattering excitedly. Lin Yongjian, concerned and reluctant about his daughter studying away for 6 months, pulled Lin Yi aside and whispered, "Do you have your pocket money with you?" "Don't worry, it's hidden in my backpack." Lin Yi grinned. Lin Yongjian glanced at Wan and cautioned, "Don't let your mother find out. If you want snacks or fruits, just buy them yourself." "Got it," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Lin Yongjian intended to offer more advice, but noticed Wan approaching, prompting him to retreat. "What did your dad just tell you?" Wan asked. Lin Yi blinked and replied, "He told me to listen to Teacher Chow while I'm there." Wan nodded. "Your allowance remains at 50,000 per month." Lin Yi's expression brightened momentarily before fading again. "Why does my brother get 100,000 while I only get 50? Lin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "So his allowance is double mine." Wan, observing her daughter's reaction, retorted, "Enough. Don't think I don't know your dad is secretly giving you extra money." Instantly, Lin Yi grew anxious, instinctively guarding her backpack with her hands. "Stop standing there like an idiot. Let's go." Wan led Lin Yi toward the security check, teasingly noting Su Kong and Wang Nan still engaged in conversation. "Did you not finish talking last night?" So reluctant to part that Su Kong shot a reproachful glance at Wan, then turned to Wang Nan, saying, "Stay safe in Kyoto, and if you encounter any business issues, feel free to consult my mother." "All right, I'll wait for you." The plane ascended and descended, life ebbed and flowed, and the brief separation promised a better reunion. Chapter 89. Wan, who cannot make a bed at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wan accompanied Su Kong and Lin Yi out of Jiangxing International Airport that a Maserati parked conspicuously by the roadside, and Lee hurried over to assist with their luggage. That Su Kong looked at his Maserati, feeling an odd familiarity, especially regarding the windshield in front, which seemed somewhat different from before. Tentatively, he asked, "Uncle Lee, is this really my Maserati?" "Indeed, it is yours. The license plate is still attached." Lee confirmed. Su Kong approached the front of the car, and it truly was his. Noticing Su Kang's puzzled expression, Qin Wan urged, "Get in the car. We'll talk on the way." As they settled into the vehicle, Su Kong curiously inquired, "Uncle Lee, when did you arrive in Jiangxing?" "I set off yesterday morning and arrived at 9 last night." "You drove for a whole day? That is over 1,000 kilometers," Su Kong exclaimed. "Why does my car look different on the outside?" Lee glanced at Qin Wan through the rearview mirror without responding. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Kong noticed Lee's gaze and turned to look at Qin Wan in the back seat. "We made some modifications to your vehicle to enhance its safety features." That Su Kang's interest piqued. He joked, "What kind of modifications? Is it like in the movies where bullets can't penetrate? Something like that?" Lee replied. That Su Kong's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Linny chimed in, "Mom, can we modify my Bentley at home too? I want it to be bulletproof." Qin Wan initially responded with a soft then asked, "Why do you want it modified?" "Next time I see slow cars blocking the road, I'll just step on the gas and fly past them." As expected, Linny remained her unfiltered self. The atmosphere in the car turned serious as Qin Wan struggled to contain her anger, saying, "Linny, if you continue to harbor such childish thoughts, I'll ensure you never drive a car." After over an hour of winding roads, they finally arrived at Jiangxing University's entrance. Su Kong stepped out to find the sidewalk bustling with parents sending their children off, some carrying burdens on poles, others with bags, and many simply rolling suitcases. That Su Kong gazed at the university gate, where volunteers from various departments gathered to assist new students. Above, banners welcomed the 2012 incoming class, and further up, the grand characters of Jiangxing University adorned the entrance. Su Kang's heart swelled with excitement. "Hello, Jiangxing University. What are you daydreaming about?" Qin Wan prompted from behind. "Quickly help Uncle Lee with the luggage." That Su Kong turned to see Qin Wan and Linny each holding a sunshade umbrella, while Lee carried a mattress and blanket in his hands. With a suitcase at his feet, that Su Kong promptly grabbed the suitcase, saying, "Let us go. First to register as a new student, get the dorm key, and then we can drop off the luggage." As they walked, Qin Wan mentioned, "I bought a house next to the school. Once we drop off your things, I'll take you to see it." "Huh. Is this how wealthy people behave?" Su Kong replied helplessly, "That I'm not staying in the dorm." "Why did you buy a house? Who said it's for you?" "How presumptuous. It's for me to live in. However, if you ever want to stay over, it's just a 10-minute walk." Noticing Su Kang's skeptical expression, Qin Wan explained, "Now that you and are in Jiangxing, I'll come over on weekends when I have no other plans." "But isn't taking a flight still troublesome?" Su Kong countered. "Not at all. I bought a private jet a few days ago and am currently handling the paperwork. Traveling will be much more convenient from now on. This extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy is simply too indulgent." Su Kong thought as he received the dorm key at the registration point that a senior student politely offered to help carry their belongings, leading them to the dormitory. That Su Kang's dormitory was in building L3. Room 220, a standard 4-person room. Upon entering, he noticed a bespectacled, studious-looking classmate who greeted them promptly. "Hello." Behind him were presumably his parents, with his mother making the bed on the upper bunk while his father handed her the blanket. Su Kong quickly responded, "Hello, Uncle and Annie, and nice to meet you. I'm Su Kong, also part of this dorm." "Hello, I'm Lin Feng," the classmate replied. His parents paused their task to offer several boxes of milk and drinks, saying, "It's hot. Here, quench your thirst." That Su Kong observed Lin Feng's parents, their faces lined with age, yet dressed in vibrant new clothes, likely worn for the first time today. Gratefully, Su Kong accepted their kindness and shared the milk with Qin Wan and the others. Linny took the milk from Su Kong and softly said to Qin Wan, "Aren't you the one who usually doesn't allow me to drink such beverages?" Qin Wan shot a glare at Linny, thinking to herself, truly lacking in tact. Lin Feng's parents naturally overheard Linny's words, their faces displaying an awkward expression. Qin Wan smiled and said, "Su Kong, didn't you bring some local specialties? Hurry and share them with your classmates' parents." Su Kong responded with an "oh," opened his suitcase, and took out a box of Kyoto pastries. He distributed one box to Lin Feng's family, and then walked towards the beds of his other two roommates. The first roommate's bed was labeled with the name Lu Daowei. His belongings were neatly arranged, indicating he must have gone out. The other roommate's bed bore the name Xiao Jun, and it was completely empty. Suggesting he had not yet arrived, that Su Kong placed the remaining 2 boxes of pastries on the desks of these 2 classmates. Lin Feng glanced at the packaging of the pastries and, surprised, remarked, "Su Kong, are you from Kyoto?" "Yes, and you?" "Where are you from?" "I'm from a small county under Hebei Province, Hutao County. I also studied in Deji County, which is below Hebei Province. Aren't you from Kyoto?" "How come you're studying in Hebei?" "I used to live in Deji County and only moved to Kyoto this summer." Lin Feng nodded, realizing, "So you just moved to Kyoto. Well, you must be from a wealthy family." Lin Yi, curious, asked Qin Wan, "Mom, look at how the other parents are helping their children make their beds. Why aren't you helping my brother?" Qin Wan hesitated. "Make the bed? I don't know how." Regret filled her heart as she thought she should have brought Aunt Li from home. She glanced at Su Kong, Lin Yi, and Li He, deciding it was best to handle it herself. Climbing to the upper bunk, she called out, "Master Li, bring the mattress and bed sheets up." That Li He lifted the mattress and sheets to the upper bunk and said, "Qin Zong, why don't I make the bed?" "No need. Making the bed isn't difficult." Lin Feng curiously pointed at Li He and asked, "Isn't this your father?" Li He quickly waved his hand, saying, "I'm just an ordinary driver." "Is there even a dedicated driver? It seems my new roommate is quite wealthy." Qin Wan fussed around for a while, comparing Su Feng's and Lu Douei's beds. That it was passable, about the same. She then told Su Kong, "It's all set." Su Kong climbed up to take a look and exclaimed, "Goodness, the mattress is uneven, and the sheets are all crooked." He couldn't help but say, "Mom, whose bed is made like this?" Qin Wan retorted, "How else should it be made? Look, it's all bumpy here. How can one sleep?" "What are you afraid of? After a few nights, it will flatten out." That Su Kong, exasperated, replied, all right, I'll do it myself. Please, Qin Zong, go rest." Qin Wan shot Su Kong a fierce glare but obediently climbed down from the upper bunk. As soon as she got down, she noticed Lin Yi grinning at her foolishly. Qin Wan snapped, "What are you laughing at? I haven't made a bed in decades. It's already quite decent." Qin Zong is right. Lin Yi's eyes squinted from laughter. "Keep laughing, and I'll demand the pocket money your dad gave you." Lin Yi immediately switched to a pitiful expression. Within minutes, Su Kong had tidied up the bed. He descended from the upper bunk and said to Qin Wan, "Mom, would you like to pay some tuition? I can teach you how to make a bed. Get lost." This was the first time Qin Wan had lost her temper at Su Kong. Yet he remained cheeky, leaving Lin Feng's family in astonishment at the peculiar dynamics of this family. After exchanging greetings with Lin Feng, Su Kong left the dormitory with Qin Wan and the others. On their way to the villa, he received a call from teacher Cao. It turned out that the 3 of them had already arrived at Jiangxing University and wanted to meet up. As Su Kong and his companions approached the student cafeteria, they spotted Teacher Cao and her family waiting at the entrance. "Teacher Cao, Teacher Liang," Su Kong greeted them. Chaobin chuckled. "What can we do?" "It's the beginning of the new school year, the busiest time. Both Liang and I had to take leave to come. Indeed, my family member is also too busy with the new semester to join." Qin Wan affirmed. Lin Yi, eager to head to the small county, urged, "Stop with the farewells. It'll be dark soon. Let's get going." Chapter 90. Su Kang's girlfriend runs a company. Su Kong and Chao Qian escorted the group to the school gate. Watching as they drove away in a Maserati, Su Kong turned to Chao Qian and asked, "By the way, old class monitor, which class are you in for software engineering?" "Class 1. Not really. What a coincidence. We're in the same class." "Wang Nan is also in class 1. Chao Qian, curious, inquired, "By the way, where's your girlfriend Wang Nan? Why didn't she come with you?" "She has some matters to attend to in Kyoto and won't be able to report to school until a month later." Chao Qian remarked, puzzled. What could be more important than the start of school? Su Kong hesitated for a moment before replying. She just took over 2 e-commerce companies, and there's a lot she needs to oversee. Once things are settled, she'll come to school. Chao Qian expressed her disappointment with an O, realizing that Su Kong had become a wealthy young man in Kyoto, while his girlfriend was already a company owner before even starting university. She felt a widening gap between them, as if an invisible chasm was forming, separating them into 2 different worlds. That Su Kong, oblivious to Chao Qian's thoughts, noticed the bustling crowd of new students around him. Filled with anticipation for his future university life, that he smiled at Chao Qian. "Old class monitor, shall we take a casual stroll around the campus to familiarize ourselves? I heard from a senior that it takes several hours to explore the entire school." Chao Qian smiled back. "Sure, I have no plans for the afternoon anyway." The 2 strolled side by side along the campus paths, wanting to chat but unsure of where to begin. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward and silent. Eventually, Su Kong broke the silence. Old class monitor, do you have any plans for the next 4 years of university? I'm not particularly fond of too many social activities, so I don't like participating in student councils or clubs. My goal is to focus on my studies, and if the opportunity arises, I hope to start a business while in college. Starting a business? Chao Qian expressed a hint of surprise, followed by a sense of acceptance. Jokingly saying, that makes sense. With such a large family business, you'll definitely need to inherit it. When you graduate, you must let me work at your company, that Su Kong quipped back. Old class monitor. With your capabilities, I'll surely make you the general manager. Do you really think of yourself as the boss? How about this? You be the boss, and I'll work at your company as the general manager. That sounds fair, right? Now that's more like it. From middle school to high school, you've always been a little soldier under my command. Their conversation gradually flowed from university plans to discussing the architectural layout of the school, and then onto the distribution of their high school classmates. As the sun began to set, Su Kong noticed that fewer students were on the road and suggested, let's go, old class monitor. It's time for our first dinner at university, that it's on me. Chao Qian chuckled. You're such a wealthy man. Do you expect me to treat you? The two arrived at the school cafeteria, each ordering a simple rice dish. They found an empty table and sat facing each other. They hadn't eaten more than a few bites when suddenly a voice called out, Su Kong, is that you? Su Kong looked up to find Lin Feng, his newly acquainted roommate, accompanied by 3 others. Through Lin Feng's introductions, Su Kong learned that the tallest among them was named Zhu Huan, from the neighboring 219 dormitory. The one with long bangs nearly covering his eyes was named Xiao Jun, and the slightly chubby one was named Lu Dewei. They were all from the 220 dormitory, just like Lin Feng, meaning all of 220 dormitory was now gathered. Su Kong stood up to greet them and then asked, have you all eaten? Would you like to join us? We were looking for you in the dormitory for quite a while. Today's the first day for our dormitory gathering, and I'm treating tonight, Xiao Jun declared, flipping his signature bangs. Su Kong hesitated, but I just got my food and haven't eaten much. Then don't eat it. Besides, what's so good about this? Lin Feng encouraged. Right, Su Kong? You're the last one missing from our dormitory. Su Kong looked at Chao Qian and asked, old class monitor, are you going? If you all are gathering, I won't join at first. Lin Feng and the others assumed Chao Qian was just a stranger. They were surprised to learn she was connected to Su Kong. Xiao Jun exclaimed dramatically, no way. It's not even the official start of school, and you've already found a girl? What are you all thinking? She's my high school classmate and was my class monitor. We're in the same class now. Chubby Lu Dawei chuckled. With the same major, you two must have some stories from high school. Perhaps you can rekindle your romance in college. Don't be ridiculous. We only chose the same school for the computer science program because our scores were close. Su Kong glanced apologetically at Chao Qian, who maintained her composure. Xiao Jun shouted, regardless of whether you're dating or just friends, we must have a complete meal for our first dinner in dorm 220. Xiao Jun turned to Lu Dewei. Chubby, let's lift Su Kong and carry him over. Lu Dewei joined in, grabbing Su Kang's arms from either side. Unable to resist the enthusiastic urging of his roommates, Su Kong relented. All right, I'll go. Xiao Jun and Lu Dewei finally released their hold. Su Kong turned to Chao Qian and said, old class leader, why don't you join us? What business do I have joining a gathering of boys? Chao Qian replied. Xiao Jun leaned closer to Chao Qian, a playful grin on his face, and remarked, classmate, with Su Kong as our common link, our group of roommates is eagerly awaiting your help in introducing us to potential partners. Zhu Huan from the adjacent dorm chimed in. Don't just focus on your room 220. Don't forget about me, that I also wish to have a girl to cherish. Chao Qian felt her cheeks flush, wondering, are all the boys in college like this? Ultimately, she decided to join them, unsure of how to describe Su Kang's enthusiastic yet somewhat unruly roommates. Outside the school, there was a row of eateries specializing in barbecue and hot pot, bustling with students at mealtime. Xiao Jun selected a restaurant with just the right number of patrons, claiming that places with too few customers often lacked flavor, while those with too many made for lengthy waits. Once they settled at their seats, the conversation flowed freely across a myriad of topics. It was then that Su Kong learned Xiao Jun was a local from Jiangcheng, coming from a well-off family, the kind of naturally gifted student who could excel at a prestigious university while enjoying life. Lu Dawei, aptly nicknamed Little Fatty by Xiao Jun, was slightly plump but not excessively so. Hailing from the neighboring province of Anhui, he had a knack for humor, often bringing levity to the dormitory atmosphere. Among them, Zhu Huan appeared the most mature, and one might easily mistake him for being 25 based solely on his looks. That of the group, Lin Feng was the most reserved in his speech and actions. One might politely describe him as courteous, or less charitably, as timid. This demeanor was undoubtedly influenced by his family's circumstances and upbringing. As they awaited their meal, the conversation inevitably turned to Chao Qian, the sole female present. Xiao Jun playfully draped an arm over Su Kang's shoulder and teased, "Come on, admit it. You secretly had a crush on our class leader, Chao." Su Kang firmly replied, "Enough with the wild guesses. My relationship with the class leader is purely that of ordinary classmates." That a flicker of disappointment crossed Chao Qian's eyes. "Not even a secret crush?" She interjected. "Please refrain from spreading baseless rumors. Su Kang has long had a girlfriend." "Really?" Lu Daowei exclaimed in astonishment. "Which school is she attending?" "Coincidentally, she's in our software class 1. Su Kang replied. "That in no way," Lu Daowei said, glancing between Su Kang and Chao Qian. "Are you pulling our leg?" Su Kang retorted. "What reason do I have to deceive you? She's currently in Kyoto for some matters and won't be back to school for about a month." The group exchanged skeptical glances, questioning what could possibly be more important than starting school, warranting a month-long delay. Su Kang further explained. "She's managing 2 e-commerce companies, and once she gets everything sorted, she'll be here. You're just boasting. If your girlfriend really runs a company, you must look like a model." Xiao Jun scoffed. "Little fatty," Lu Daowei added with a chuckle. "Do you expect us to believe your girlfriend is a businesswoman?" Chao Qian covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Su Kang's roommates were quite entertaining. "How absurd. I'm merely stating a fact. Yet you all think I'm bragging. Is this how you treat honest people?" Su Kang huffed. Lin Feng quietly asserted, "I believe Su Kang is telling the truth." Xiao Jun and Lu Daowei turned to him in surprise. "I met Su Kang's family today, and they seem quite affluent. They even have a dedicated driver," Lin Feng stated. Xiao Jun looked puzzled. "Aren't you studying in Daji County with Chao Qian? How is it that your girlfriend is running a business in Kyoto?" "I only moved to Kyoto this summer," Su Kang clarified. "And in that brief summer, you found a wealthy girlfriend who runs a company. Plus, she's in the same major as us?" Xiao Jun questioned, skepticism in his tone. "Have you been reading too many wish-fulfillment novels?" Su Kang chose silence, deciding to let them believe what they wished. Lu Daowei, still half-convinced, asked, "Where's a picture of your girlfriend? Show us." Xiao Jun leaned in, eager to see the evidence. "Come on, let us have a look. Why am I so doubtful?" Su Kang pulled out his phone, ready to prove his point, when suddenly his phone vibrated. Indeed, as if summoned, Wang Nan sent a video request at Su Kang. Not in a hurry to answer the call, chuckled, "If I had a girlfriend, what would you say?" Xiao Jun, always audacious, pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket, declaring, "I'm betting you don't have the goods to back that up." Su Kang glanced at Lin Feng and Zhu Huan, who both quickly shook their heads, signaling their disinterest in gambling, being the diligent students they were.